It was red. As he regained consciousness, all he could see was nothing but the color of crimson red. The corpses of his comrades were lying everywhere, blood and limbs were scattered around the place, and swords were painted with red. At this moment where he lived, no, he barely lived. The only thing that was left now was death. Behind where he looked, he could see a sword stabbed into the ground, and beyond that was an old man's dead body where a part of his shoulder was already gone. It was his Sahyung Jang Mun. He could remember how it happened. Dark energy flew, and it hit him, his Sei or junior that died with his body severed, and the disciples of his Sahyungs or senior that fought. It happened all at once. Recalling all these moments, he could do nothing but grit his lips in anger. Even with a sword stabbed at him or with his left arm gone, he could not feel any pain. Nothing hurt him more than losing them. They were all dead. Over 20 different sects, including the 10 great sects, the ultimate military unit composed of the elites of elites, their battle with Chunma only caused a complete annihilation. And whose fault was this? Even as his lower lip bled, he did not stop. He looked up at the piles of dead bodies forming a mountain. At the top, there was a man sitting with swords penetrated all over his body on these piles of dead bodies. All of these bloodsheds were caused by that man. The demon was sent from the skies, from the devilish group who painted the world entirely red. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, Chunma, the heavenly demon. He sat there, not paying attention to the corpse under him and to the swords that penetrated him as if it didn't matter, as if he didn't feel any pain. The heavenly demon started to speak. Mount Hua sect was what came out of his mouth. He was telling him, the disciple of Mount Hua sect, that it was unfortunate. Hearing this, he was enraged, so with one hand left, he pushed his knees and stood up on his feet. But when he stood up, he immediately coughed up some blood. As that happened, the heavenly demon once again spoke. If only he was able to get out of there alive, he could have boasted the glory of killing the heavenly demon for the entirety of his life, but it would seem that was how far they would go. Listening to this made his grip on his knees tighter that even veins were visible, as he told the heavenly demon to shut up already. The heavenly demon stretched his hands on him and said, he has every right to be proud of himself after all. Even though he had help from many people, he eventually reached his body and pierced his sword to him. So in the name of Chunma, he declared that he recognized his swordsmanship, the Mount Hua sect swordsmanship, as the greatest in the world. Right then, after he heard all that, he pulled the sword that was thrust into his body as if it was nothing and repeated to the heavenly demon as he shouted to shut up. He immediately ran towards the heavenly demon with the sword at hand, leaving a dust of plum blossom from where he stood. The heavenly demon who saw this only looked at him and charged forward with his crimson red eyes. He then stated that it was a shame if only he was given another day, then he could truly be a man befitting the name of Chunma. However, this could also be his fate, so before he died, he told the charging disciple of Mount Hua sect to remember this was not the end. He ran up and climbed the pile of bodies as the plum blossom still followed him while the heavenly demon still spoke as if he was speaking of love, but what came after was not love at all. He stated that the devil would return as he coldly looks with his red eyes towards the disciple of Mount Hua sect, and once that happened, the world will be taken by devils. But the disciple of the Mount Hua sect did not stop even with that remarks. He still drew his sword and readied it as pink plum blossoms covered it. However, the heavenly demon continued no one would be able to stop the devils, and ironically after, he said that his head was already severed from his body by the plum blossom sword of the Mount Hua sect disciple. It was a form of killing. However, even then, the swordsmanship of the Mount Hua sect remained beautiful. Once the head of the heavenly demon was severed, it flew and rolled down to the piles of dead bodies. In that vast area and atop those cold bodies, he was left alone as the petals of plum blossom from his swordsmanship floated in the air. The war was over and an inevitable death was approaching him. But even then, as he looks at the horizon, all he can think about is the well-being of the Mount Hua sect. He then looked behind him and thought about what would happen in the Mount Hua sect now that all of the members of the sect had died in that place along with the lives of its followers, and the only ones left were the powerless children. He began to wonder if the sacrifice of his sect had any meaning. His body gave up and fell down. He then asked himself, had he become more dedicated to his training, could he have saved at least one more life? But of course, no one answered his thoughts, so all he could think about was to repeatedly say how meaningless all of it was. And as he pants with heavy breaths, he also thinks that a plum blossom must come to an end at one point. After that, he breathed his last breath with his last words, Mount Hua sect. This incident was written in history. The 13th disciple of the great Mount Hua sect, the three great swordsmen, Plum Blossom Saints, Chung Myung. After killing Chunma, who had brought destruction and disarray to the world, he breathed his last breath on top of the headquarters mountain of the Devil's Worship sect. This was the short anecdote of the legacy that he had left on the world. Memories then started to flow. Chungyang had no idea if what he was seeing was a dream, recollection, or just his life being played out in front of him at this very moment. He didn't know if he died, was dying, or didn't. The things that he saw were from the past. Recollections from the time when he was much younger, training alongside his other brothers in martial arts and the nagging he always received. From one time when he beat up another disciple. His Sayang lectured him about before one can call themselves martial artist, one must first become a practitioner. He was also asked a rhetorical question if he did not realize that power without ideals amounts to nothing more than simple violence. He was tired of it. Despite the fact that he was a member of the Mount Hua sect, he did not adhere to all of the sect's teachings. In spite of his innate talent, which was responsible for earning him unwanted attention, he was only a newbie when he joined the Mount Hua sect. He doesn't understand why he didn't see it earlier. He owed everything that made him who he was to the Mount Hua sect. It was the one thing that made him who he was. Do you regret it? Changmyung responded calmly and cheerfully to the question posed by the man who had asked him. This was the sound of his older brother speaking. Elder brother and leader of the sect. His father, his brother, his family, and the accomplishment of his aim. He responded by saying that he did, in fact, regret it. He could have been able to avoid this tragic outcome had he placed more importance on the lessons, which would have allowed him to become marginally more powerful over time. But then his senior brother cut him off and remarked that there was nothing to regret as his senior brother warmly grinned since the Mount Hua sect will continue regardless of what happened. Smack! As he screamed out the name, Chunma, he was overcome with excruciating pain in his head and became certain that a heavenly demon was the one who was striking him. As a reaction to this, Chungmyung instinctively covered his head with both hands and elevated them above his shoulders. Did the heavenly demon manage to escape death? Is what Chungmyung came to believe. But the voice that responded wasn't the dignified voice of the heavenly demon, rather, it was a voice that anybody could hear, and it was rude. When he opened his eyes, he saw a person he did not recognize. It turned out to be a little boy carrying a stick made of bamboo on his shoulder. This was the implement that was used to whack him. The boy then yelled that he was still talking in his sleep despite the fact that everyone else was already begging. Chungmyung had no idea what was going on and was really perplexed. The beggar whirled the bat in his palm, which caused Chungmyung to wonder whether or not he was trying to intimidate him. Because he was worried about all that was going on and because he was unable to comprehend anything, he asked the child if he might put the bat first. The beggar started laughing as though he didn't know what to say next. When Chungmyung saw this, he scowled and became irritated with him. After all, he was still Chungmyung, one of the Plum Blossom Saints, and he was someone that even the leader of a sect would treat with respect. Therefore, he did not comprehend why that little brat would treat him in such a manner. At that precise instant, the beggar unexpectedly swung the bat in the direction of Chungmyung. After seeing this, he had the notion that it seemed as though he'd have to teach this beggar some manners the right way. The first thing that he must do is put an end to this sluggish club of the beggar. Chungmyung did so in a relaxed manner, raising his right arm. To begin, he had to seize that club and effectively demonstrate the magnitude of the strength gap between them. However, he was thrust into yet another state of bewilderment. When he saw his hand, he questioned whether or not he was exaggerating. That quick shouldn't be the answer. If it's so short, he won't be able to avoid the club that's coming at him from the other direction. Chungmyung heard the sound of thunder in his brain as the club that the beggar was brandishing brushed by his arm and reached his head. Chungmyung was sent into a complete and utter state of shock when he received the news. Simple questions like why did things turn out this way and what strategies he could use to deal with him simply vanished from his mind. The only thing that was left was a throbbing pain that made everything appear to be turned upside down. Beggar, who initially struck Chungmyung, then proceeded to severely beat him up. After that, the beggar yelled at him, telling him that he would absolutely make him understand exactly what his current condition was and that a good thrashing would knock him out of his insane mind. Another beggar then attempted to enter the tent, but after seeing what was going on, he changed his mind and claimed that he'd just come back later. As the beggar made his way back outside, Chungmyung's booming voice could be heard telling people to spare him. Chungmyung reached inside his nose, grasped the fabric that was there, and pulled it out. He experienced a burning sensation in his nose at the same time. The moment Chungmyung saw the soiled cloth that had been colored crimson, his expression became even more disheartened. Because of all the problems he's made in Mount Hua, he's never been struck like this before. Although he brags about having tight discipline, he never expected to have his first experience with a street beggar. This time, he was just irritated because he remembered the beggar's face. Nonetheless, he is going to make sure to take care of the beggar's union, even if it is for the sake of that brat. But much more importantly, Chungmyung leaped to his feet and moved closer to the bank of the stream. He was perplexed by what was taking place. A young face that he had never seen before was reflected on the surface of the water. When Chungmyung made a face, the child imitated him by doing the same thing. He pondered whether or not Buddhism had something to say about rebirth at this point in his life. While Chung Mayang was engaged in that, the beggar who had previously tried to enter the tent where he was being beaten beckoned him. The beggar then asked Chung Mayang if he was okay and indicated that Wang Cho, the name of the beggar who had beaten Chung Mayang up, was not always like that but that he had gone overboard today. But Chung Mayang didn't care. Instead, he stuck two fingers up in the air in front of the beggar and told him to ask him 2 questions. The beggar was surprised to see so many fingers. The beggar was thrown for a complete loop when Chung Mayang asked him, was he a beggar, as the first question Chung Mayang posed to him. But he still responded to Chung Mayang despite the fact that he thought the scenario was ridiculous. He explained that it was clear if Chung Mayang glanced at the soiled clothes that he was wearing at the time. Chung Mayang started having a mental breakdown when the answer to his query was revealed because he couldn't come to terms with the truth that he was, in fact, a beggar. After that, he posed the second question, which was whether or not the beggar knew who Chunma was, and he was met with a look from the beggar as if he was crazy for asking such a thing. The beggar made the remark that he had the impression that he was behaving normally for someone who had been beaten up, but he now realizes that he was incorrect. Because of this, Chung Mayang became impatient and instructed the beggar to just answer him, to which the beggar complied. Chung Mayang's impatience caused the beggar to comply. Chung Mayang was so surprised by what the beggar said that he froze and then repeated what the beggar said in such a loud voice that birds flew out of their nests. The beggar claimed that he did know him and that it was the leader of the devil worshippers who had passed away 100 years ago. Because of what the beggar had said to him, he then started grabbing the beggar by the collar and pulling him away from the crowd. 100 years. He asked the beggar if he was telling the truth, and the beggar said that lying to him would not help him in any way, so how could he lie to him? The man could not believe what he was hearing, so he questioned the beggar more. As a direct result of this, Chung Mayang came to a complete halt and released his grip on the beggar's collar. He can't believe that a century has already passed since he went away, and no one is sure if he was speaking to a deity when he did so, but he asked if he couldn't be reincarnated immediately after the moment he passed away. There was no way that Chung Mayang could limit his circle of friends to only other people who practiced martial arts, regardless of how skilled he was in the art. Commercial people and regular citizens were among the people he knew. However, after 100 years, there is absolutely no chance that any of them are still living. It was almost as if he were abandoned out in the world by everyone else. He couldn't understand how things could have gone so horribly wrong. And as his thoughts wander, when they land on the Mount Hua sect, he quickly asks the beggar again about what happened to the Mount Hua sect, and he receives yet another look from the beggar that seems to be indicating that he is crazy. And what came out of the beggar's mouth was something that Chung Mayang did not expect in the slightest. The beggar declared in a roundabout way that he did not know about the Mount Hua sect, which left Chung Mayang perplexed. So he asked him once more if he was a beggar, and the beggar answered that he was indeed a beggar just like him. So he also asked him if he was a part of the beggars' union, and if he was, he wanted to know why he did not know the Mount Hua sect, which is one of the 10 major sects just like the beggars' union. But the beggar only grew bewildered and inquired what foolishness Chung Mayang was talking about when the 10 great sects were actually Shaolin, Wudang, Zhongnan, Diankang, Kongtong, Qingcheng, Imei, Hainan, Kunlun, and the beggars' sect was not one of them. The beggar's statement that there was no such thing as the Mount Hua sect among the 10 great sects dashed any remaining optimism that Chung Mayang had. This made Chung Mayang wonder how it was possible that Mount Hua sect was not a part of one of the 10 most influential sects. Chung Mayang grasped the beggar's collar once more and pulled it tighter around his neck. Chung Mayang is unable to accept the fact that the Hainan or the Southern Edge sect became one of the 10 great sects as he pulls and pushes the beggar by his collar. However, he quickly changed the subject and said that was not what was important and asked once more why the Mount Hua sect was not a part of the 10 great sects. But as he moves the beggar back and forth, he seems to recall that he learned about such a sect on the map of Shaanxi. This caused Chung Mayang to become excited and confirm that he was correct. Hence, he questioned the beggar whether he knew anything about the sect in question. The beggar then responded by saying that he did not know for certain whether or not Mount Hua was one of the 10 great sects, but to the best of his knowledge, hadn't that sect already been destroyed. It was only a matter of a few seconds before the words spoken by the beggar were processed by his brain. After all, the Mount Hua sect was one of the 3 most influential sects in the world, along with the Shaman family and the Northern Loyal family. Hence, he finds it hard to accept that the Mount Hua sect had been destroyed. As soon as he processed what had been spoken, he released his grip on the beggar's collar, causing the man to topple over onto his bottom and land on the ground. The beggar who was on the ground saw the look in Chung Mayang's eyes and heard what he said, which caused him to be puzzled. He refused to accept that the Mount Hua sect had fallen unless he had seen it with his own eyes. Chung Mayang clenches his fist tightly and announces that he will be joining the Mount Hua sect. When the beggar heard this, he remarked that if he were him, he should just start begging if he did not want to get beaten up. However, Chung Mayong pointed at the beggar and stated that he would be asking him a few more questions in the following sentences. The first thing he did was place his hand on his chest and inquire of the beggar about his identity. He inquired as to the identity of his body by asking what its name was. But the beggar just sighed and replied that he was Cho Sam, adding that he didn't understand how a beggar could have a name because people could call them whatever they wanted regardless of who they were. Chung Mayong started to stretch his face again and made a quip about how the name of the body he was in seemed like it should be given to a beggar. The man then inquired about the beggar's age, speculating that he was probably between the ages of 15 and 16, to which the beggar replied that it was impossible for a beggar to know their own age. After that, Chung Mayong requested that the beggar know his name as well as the name of the beggar who had beaten him up. The beggar then asked him once more, in a disheartened manner, whether he really didn't recall anything at all. The beggar then informed him that his name was Ku Chil and that the name of the thug who had beaten him up was Ku Pal, but people commonly referred to him as Wang Cho. Chung Mayong then looked at Ku Chil with a glitter in his eyes as he declared that he repays favors doubly and returns his grudge tenfold. He also advised Ku Chil to remember the name Chung Mayong of the Mount Hua sect the next time they meet. He will return that day's favor. Chung Mayong was a member of the Mount Hua sect. After that, Chung Mayong started to go, which rendered Ku Chil speechless. However, Chung Mayong went back again and inquired which direction the Mount Hua sect was, and in response, Ku Chil looked at him with eyes full of judgment, which caused him to sigh once more. Then, feet ran on the ground grass. These feet belonged to Chung Mayong, who was running to go to the Mount Hua sect by foot because even in his past life, he did not ride a slow thing such as a horse, and yet even as he controlled his breath to the point that his whole face was burning red, he felt like he was going to die. Chung Mayong's feet ran on the ground grass. Because the body he was in was completely unfit, he was already exhausted after jogging for only a few minutes. As a result of this, he was beginning to worry about whether or not he would be able to travel to Shaanxi province with such a body. After coming to the realization that there was no way that was feasible, he felt that he would most likely pass out on the way there and die. At this point, what do you think he should do? Here is when the great Chung Mayong's cunning comes into play with his tricks. A sarcastic laugh could be heard coming from Chung Mayong's mouth. Despite his best efforts, he was simply unable to take it any longer and had to give up. Most martial artists had impressive physiques, but this one was downright repulsive. Chung Mayong had no idea whether it would pass out from overexertion, overthinking, or just plain hunger when it finally gave in. Since he was in the dark, all he could do was chuckle. But how was he going to change his body, make it more healthy? He did not need to be told the solution. It is sufficient for him to practice the various forms of martial arts. A fresh beginning. It's possible that other people understand now what a great opportunity this was. Even those who have accomplished their goal of reaching the highest point look back with some degree of regret. They now realize that when they were younger, they ought to have placed a greater emphasis on the fundamentals. However, they failed to do so. They should have at least pretended to train when their senior nagged them to, and they shouldn't have been caught drinking the liquor their senior stowed away. But Chung Mayong decided to dismiss the latter thinking because the liquor tasted so good. They also regret not training when their senior nagged them to. At the very least, they should have pretended to train. In any case, in spite of the fact that he is having those thoughts, he is fully aware of the fact that he is able to do it all over again. Therefore, Chung Mayong first looks for a place where he can avoid touch with the actual world, and just where he stops in front of the tree is the finest place he could discover. Then, Chung Mayong sighed and sat down on the grass while thinking about what he should learn first. Chung Mayong is so knowledgeable about advanced martial arts techniques that his head is filled with innumerable notions about them. He is well familiar with each and every martial art method as well as the history of the Mount Hua sect. He is extremely knowledgeable in the many methods of cultivating one's inner Kai. If he does not restrict himself to the techniques of the Mount Hua sect, the number of techniques he will acquire will easily expand. Out of the vast number of techniques he is already familiar with, he has decided to focus on mastering the equilibrium first, which is the inner balance of 3 evils and 3 goods. Which type of martial arts strategy is this exactly? It is a method that is sold for a very low price on the street, and the reason why he was studying this method despite the fact that it was sold for such a low price is that the method itself was not at all inexpensive. The Mount Hua sect teaches this as one of the strategies for novices to practice. Everyone who joins the cult is required to first become proficient in this technique. It is not possible for equilibrium to considerably improve one's internal Kai strength, but it is excellent for purifying the body. To put it another way, since it is such a fundamental method, there was absolutely no reason for him to hurry things forward. It is not necessary for him to do much more than lay a solid groundwork for the inner strength of his body. After that, currents resembling blue strands began to flow all throughout Chung Mayong's body, beginning at his hand. This is the point where it all starts, and he has to make sure that he thoroughly purges the energy that he has taken from his surroundings. After that, the blue currents that resembled strands eventually spread throughout his body. It was almost like correcting a minor unevenness in a large piece of fabric by hand, one strand at a time. It is necessary for him to thoroughly purge any impure energy, and if he is successful in channeling this purging energy into the Danshin, also known as the energy center of his body, it will serve as the basis for the opening of a whole new universe for him. Even though he was breathing heavily and sweating profusely, Chung Mayung's face lit up into a cheerful look the moment he realized he had completed the task. He was ecstatic about the fact that he had been successful. A relatively little amount of tenacious energy, if allowed to accumulate, will eventually grow into an avalanche that no one will be able to stop. Immediately after that, Chung Mayung got to his feet and was ready to race to the Mount Hua sect. However, he was only able to stand for a short while before he twisted and fell on his face. He recalled that he had already exhausted all of his available energy while learning the technique and that equilibrium was of absolutely no value to him in situations where he needed to use his body immediately. An image of his senior then materializes in the sky calling his name, and he can hear Sahyung Jangmun's voice admonishing him to use his head sometimes. However, it simply irritates Chung Mayung rather than assisting him, and he angrily shouts how he could get to Mount Hua sect if he continued acting in such a manner. In a town, two beggars run toward another beggar leaning on the wall. The beggars reported the other beggar about the rookie beggar who was intercepting all of their begging money, and informed the beggar that he was a kid, and that the kid looked so petty, so everyone gave their coins to him. The beggar, who was leaning against the wall, then leaned forward and told the other two that it appeared as though he would need to go and teach the rookie beggar a lesson. The other two beggars agreed with him, and so they led the beggar to the kid who was eating the food alongside the wall. One of the beggars pointed at Chung Mayung, who was quickly devouring the food, and said that he was the child about whom he was speaking. Chung Mayung was yelled at by an older beggar who was trying to get the attention of Chung Mayung. The older beggar called Chung Mayung a little brat and asked Chung Mayung if he was deaf. It was at that point that Chung Mayung turned around with his mouth full of food and asked the three beggars if they were talking to him. Chung Mayung had been listening in on their conversation. The beggar was taken aback when Chung Mayung did not address him in an appropriate manner, and as a result, he came to the conclusion that Chung Mayung must have gone insane at such a young age. The beggar started making cracking noises with his neck and fingers, and he told Chung Mayung that he did not know whose permission he had got to beg there. But because Chung Mayung was young, the beggar stated that he would let him go unharmed with the condition that Chung Mayung would leave all he had and leave that location. Chung Mayung looked at the meal he was eating and then told the three beggars that they really had no shame in even taking the food he was eating, which caught the three beggars by surprise. Chung Mayung then stood up from where he had been sitting and began to stretch his shoulder in preparation for punching the three. He practiced a little bit and gazed at his hands as he would alternately close and open them. After that, he remarked that his danshin was not yet flawless, but he guessed that it would do, considering that he had already become acclimated to that body. Therefore, he just asked them to come at him all at once. The beggar's fury caused him to start shaking, but Chung Mayung continued beating him nonetheless. Since the beggar was still relatively weak, Chung Mayung hoped that the beggar would not mind being beaten up a little bit. The beggar then gave the two of them the instruction to attack Chung Mayung and kill him, to which the two of them quickly complied and ran in the direction of Chung Mayung. The beggar who had earlier denounced Chung Mayung threw the initial punch. However, the boy he was fighting with at the time was the Plum Blossom Saint from the past. Therefore, the blow that the beggar threw missed its target. Chung Mayung immediately responded to the beggar by punching him directly in the face, which caused the beggar to fall to the ground. While continuing to beat up the other three beggars, Chung Mayung announced that he was the Plum Blossom Saint of the renowned Mount Hua sect. In the end, the three injured beggars who had been beaten up submitted to Chung Mayung while they were bowing on the ground and apologizing to him for what they had done. They dubbed him chief, but Chung Mayung had just eaten and wondered why he was calling a beggar a chief, so the beaten-up beggar changed it to chief beggar instead. But Chung Mayung was outraged when the beggar referred to him as a beggar, so the beaten-up beggar apologized once again out of fear that he would be assaulted again. When Chung Mayung began to speak, the three people who were begging stood up. They were all staring at Chung Mayung at that moment. Chung Mayung inquired of them as to whether or not they were familiar with the quickest route to Shaanxi province, and the beggar laughed, adding that he was asking something obvious, at which point Chung Mayung started to have the impression that there was a possibility of salvation. The beggar, however, responded by asking why a beggar would know such a thing and stating that the question was inappropriate for individuals in their position to ask. Chung Mayung was stunned into silence as a result of this. After only a few moments, Chung Mayung broke into a broad grin and exclaimed in an upbeat manner that it appeared that he was questioning the wrong person, which prompted the two of them to laugh together. But Chung Mayung grabbed the beggar's dirty shirt by the collar and threatened him, stating that in the event that they met again and he inquired whether they knew about something, They had better have an answer if they didn't want to die. The beggar was terrified. After that, Chung Myung ordered them to quickly leave if they understood him, which they did, despite the fact that it was obvious that they were running away from terror. In the mountains of Hua, the sect of Mount Hua was there along with its sect leader, who was looking at the plum blossom tree on an open window. A voice outside then caught his attention, revealing his name as Unam, so the sect leader told him to come in. Unam stated that there was a child that wanted to meet the sect leader, to which the sect leader looked behind Unam to see where the child was. It was Chung Myung who had his fist touching his palm as a way of showing respect to the sect leader while greeting the sect leader hello, and telling his name as he stated his purpose of wanting to enter the Mount Hua sect. Despite this, the leader of the sect just glanced at Chung Myung with contemplation before asking Unam whether he had told Chung Myung that they were no longer allowing new members to join the sect. Then, Unam grudgingly responded that he had told Chung Myung, but that Chung Myung was so eager to speak with the sect head that he had no choice but to let him in. After they had finished talking to each other, Unam and the leader of the sect turned their attention back to Chung Myung. Chung Myung, who had appeared to be smiling at that moment, was actually very irritated at the time. In order to find out why, we'll go back to a few moments ago. Chung Myung supported himself with his cane, which was a stick, and leaned on it. At long last, the breathtaking view of Mount Hua appeared before him. How challenging was it to arrive at this location? He had a close call with death so many times, yet he came using the body of a child, which was not significantly different from, and in fact was inferior to, the body of an ordinary person. Of course, it wasn't anything that people often didn't confront while traveling. In most cases, it was just tiredness and hungry. But that presented its own set of risks, didn't it? Following a series of harrowing ordeals, Chung Myung attained the summit of Mount Hua. The shortcut that those beggars advised him to take did not assist at all, but at least he arrived at his destination in the end. Nevertheless, he will not forgive them the next time that they come into contact with one another. Now that the moment has come, he should start his ascent of the mountain. Chung Myung began his ascent of Mount Hua by exerting a lot of force on his stick and climbing. He'll climb on it as his life depends on it. After some time had passed, Chung Myung, who was hanging on the slopes of the cliff, began to heave as though his lungs were going to burst. Chung Myung's attempt to cling to one of the slopes resulted in the stone promptly collapsing, and Chung Myung glanced mournfully in the direction of the descent. Cliffs that seemed to go on forever spread out in front of him. If he was determined enough, however, anything was within his reach. He is not going to give up. He is going to scale Mount Hua. The moment he arrived in front of the sect, the very first thing that came to his attention was the signboard that was supposed to be perched atop the gate of the Mount Hua sect, but he couldn't seem to find it anywhere. The signboard was cleaned by Chung Myung Sr. every morning. Chung Myung had entirely lost it. Where has it been taken? Where? The legs of Chung Myung became weakened. He barely made it to the front gate, but by the time he arrived, he was speechless. He was completely out of his mind. Amidst the chaos in his head, a voice touched his ears, asking who was there. The hefty wooden door, which had been broken and was made of wood, squeaked open on its mistreated hinges. A person dressed in all black poked his head through the gap in the gate that was just partially open. Unam was taken aback when he saw a child outside near the gate that was just partially open. Unam took a baffling glance around before approaching Chung Myung with the question of if he had arrived there by himself and how he had managed to climb all the way to the top. Chung Myung fumbled over his words as he contemplated what he should say to Unam. As an alternative, he decided to shift the subject and asked Unam if he was a martial art practitioner of the Mount Hua sect. Unam responded in the affirmative, and Chung Myung reasoned that it wasn't too late. Chung Myung grinned. It must be on the point of ruin. He could tell that from just one look, but it was not completely ruined, which was an essential aspect. After that, Unam extended an invitation to Chung Myung to come in. That took Chung Myung by surprise, as did the gentleman's friendly smile. He explained to Chung Myung that the nights on Mount Hua are very chilly. It has been a long day for him. If he decides to spend the night outside, he will most certainly perish from exposure to the cold. It would be foolish to start descending the mountain right now. He believed that it was too late to climb back down the mountain, so even though the Mount Hua sect does not allow guests at this time, he decided to let him in. When Chung Myung did finally venture inside, he was taken aback to discover that the training ground was covered in the dirt rather than the marble stone that he had been expecting to find there. Chung Myung was able to compose himself and convince himself that the stones were simply expensive ones. Thus it was possible that they had already been purchased. It was more crucial to ensure the continued existence of Mount Hua than to save the stones. Therefore, he simply stated to Unam that the training ground was pleasant and big, despite the fact that he had the complete opposite impression. On the other hand, whatever became of the glorious Golden Palace? The heavenly Golden Palace was not a living thing, rather, it was a structure. It wouldn't be able to just disappear like that, would it? However, no matter how carefully he searched, the heavenly Golden Palace had been replaced by a desolate landscape. Chung Mayong asked with a stuttering voice if there was anything there while raising his shaky finger to the location where the heavenly golden palace ought to have been. Unum added that it looked that it was obvious to Chung Mayong as well and told Chung Mayong that apparently a palace formerly existed in that empty lot. But Chung Mayong already knew about it, so he was actually inquiring where it went since he was curious about its whereabouts. Unum was a little proud that someone the age of Chung Mayong knew that, so he was embarrassed as a martial art practitioner to say that it was a wound of glory. Chung Mayong, who heard this, was completely disgusted that he accidentally let out his thought, which caught the attention of Unum, but fortunately he does not seem to have heard. But it was understandable. It wasn't like it was their fault, and they probably had the hardest time of anyone trying to keep the sect from disappearing up until now. After that, they came in front of the Yulian temple, which, in contrast to the other things Chung Mayong had seen inside Mount Hua, had not been damaged in any way. Unum stepped forward, opened the door, and declared that it is proper to make accommodations for visitors as soon as they arrive. Having said that, Mount Hua is a cult, and as such, there is a law that visitors are expected to obey. He is aware that Chung Mayong may wish to relax, but before he can do so, he must first pay his respects to the people who came before them. Chung Mayong gathered his thoughts before proceeding inside the temple. After that, it came to a stop. The only things that he was able to make out were a portrait, an incense burner, and a few other little trinkets. However, he was curious as to the whereabouts of the golden candlesticks that had been presented to him by the Emperor of Jin. Where were the golden scrolls that had the words of the ancestors written on them? But that wasn't the thing that caught Chung Mayong off guard the most. The flower, wasn't there a flower around here somewhere? Unum, who witnessed this, inquired as to the identity of the flower Chung Mayong was referring to as he began his frantic search for it throughout the area. When Unum brought it up, Chung Mayong yelled, "Where did it go?" But Unum was confused as to how Chung Mayong knew that there had been a flower there in the past. Unum stared at the ceiling and said that there used to be a flower there, a plum blossom flower fashioned out of some unusual white metal. Chung Mayong quickly responded that it was that, but where was it now? Without hesitating, Unum shattered Chung Mayong's soul with a smile as he said that they had sold it. Unum continued by saying that it wasn't especially useful and didn't really go well with the atmosphere of the sect, but a trader was interested in purchasing it nevertheless. Therefore, they were able to make a profit from the sale. At that same instant, not only was Chung Mayong's spirit broken, but it also departed from his body. Chung Mayong got down on his knees and looked at the ground. He then saw his senior's face again as he told him that their Mount Hua sect had collapsed. The aroma of the nighttime plum blossom, which is white in color. The two sacred artifacts of the Mount Hua sect, in addition to the divine sword of the dawning violet. It was not as extravagant as gold or as dazzling as silver, but it did have a certain air of nonchalance about it. These people sold a sacred relic that was supposed to possess the virtuous spirit of the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayong's thoughts were only filled with the need to intervene with the Mount Hua sect as soon as possible before they make an even worse problem. Unum then asked Chung Mayong if he was okay, but Chung Mayong was only thinking about the necessity to do so. Chung Mayong placed both of his hands on the ground and bowed before Unum, pleading with him to allow him to see the sect leader so that he might join the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayong's goal was to become a member of the Mount Hua sect. And with that, we are brought back to the present, where the leader of the sect is still debating whether or not Chung Mayong should join the sect. First, he questioned whether or not he was absolutely familiar with the Mount Hua sect, to which Chung Mayong responded that he was right. Chung Mayong does not have high hopes that the leader of the sect will let him in without much of a fight, but he does have an entire plan worked out for him. All that is required of him is to invoke the memory of Chung Jin, who vanished in the midst of the conflict. So, according to Chung Mayong, this is the solution he came up with. Chung Jin was found by a passing lumberjack who attended to his wounds. Chung Jin was unable to move straight away due to the severity of his injuries, but the lumberjack did his best to help him. Chung Jin showed him the martial arts skills of the Mount Hua sect and regarded him as his disciple as a way of expressing his gratitude to the lumberjack. Chung Mayong is the descendant of the lumberjack who was trained by Chung Jin. As Chung Mayong considers the fact that that was it, a malicious smirk spreads across his face. If it turns out that the lumberjack was his grandfather, then the nicest thing about this scenario is that he will be able to determine his own place within the sect. If this is the case, then his position will be on par with that of the leader of the sect. If he is to be believed, it was the ideal set of circumstances. After all, shouldn't he be in a position of authority that is superior to that of the younger people? At that moment, Chung Mayong was grinning to himself, content with who he was. But as he was waiting to be rejected, the leader of the cult informed him that he had been accepted. Chung Mayong and Unum were both rendered speechless as a result of this. Because he was so shocked and perplexed, he couldn't help but shout. The leader of the sect then continued by saying that if he truly wanted to become a member of the sect, then he should do as he pleased. Unum stuttered as he asked the leader of the sect why he had allowed Chung Mayung to join the sect when he believed the leader had told him that they would no longer accept any entrance to the sect anymore. However, the leader of the sect did nothing more than shake his head from side to side and say that he had changed his mind, adding that perhaps it was their fate. Chung Mayung, on the other hand, was of the opinion that the leader of the sect should exhibit a higher level of mistrust toward outsiders before admitting them into the sect. The leader of the sect continued by saying that it doesn't matter why Chung Mayung came looking for the Mount Hua sect because he did it nonetheless. The leader of the sect gave a friendly grin and spoke by saying that they don't chase away a bird that has come to the eaves to avoid the rain, and that they give food to animals that come looking for food during the winter. So how could they possibly deny a youngster who wants to join the sect with such a strong desire? After that, the leader of the sect gave Unum the order to give Chung Mayung a place to reside and to plan an entry ceremony. In response, Unum bowed to the leader of the sect and fulfilled his commands. Chung Mayung, who was watching everything take place, was dissatisfied. He was still thinking about the position he could have held, but it was impossible for him to obtain that position now since the sect leader did not have the slightest capacity to reject him. Tada! Chung Mayung's brand new outfit had an embroidered flower in the shape of a plum blossom on the chest. He moaned and could not believe that he would have to dress in the attire of a disciple of the third rank once more. What was happening in his life? Chung Mayung was curious about the location he was in, so he looked around. Where exactly was he? It was unusual to imagine that those who were due to join the sect were required to reside there while they were undergoing the initiation process because, if he remembered correctly, that room had been utilized as a guest room. In the beginning, the Mount Hua sect did not have any private boarding rooms. Instead, new members instantly made a binding contract with their instructor and lived in their teacher's room while they were learning the sect's ways. Therefore, that indicates that there are people staying in these rooms for that reason. He attempted to sneak into one of the rooms, but he was instantly stopped by the voice inquiring who was there. Chung Mayung eventually turns around and investigates the source of the sound. It turns out that it was another third-class disciple who was yelling at him and asking who he was to peep into the room of another person and whether or not he was a robber. A harsh manner of speech. A youngster who, from all appearances, shared the same age as Chung Mayung. When the child yelled, a number of other children ran out of the residence. One of them, the oldest of the group, inquired as to what was wrong, and the youngster with brown hair responded that Chung Mayung was peering at his chamber. This prompted Chung Mayung to wonder why he had to go through such an ordeal in the first place. Right at that moment, their teacher arrived there and yelled out what was with the commotion there, which got the attention of all of the youngsters who were present. Their teacher continued by saying that despite the fact that there was still time for training, they were becoming disruptive at the boarding home. As a result, every single one of them, with the exception of Chung Mayung, bowed deeply to their teacher to express their sincere apology. The educator had observed Chung Mayung among them, which prompted him to inquire as to who he was. In response, Chung Mayung just provided his name to the educator. The instructor continued by stating he believed Chung Mayung to be the new student at the White Plum Blossom boarding house. After that, he instructed Chung Mayung to get some rest because it was becoming late, but to make sure to participate in training beginning the next day. At the same time, he called for the rest of the kids to come back downstairs, and the youngsters did so while the brown-haired lad looked back at Chung Mayung. He then glared an angry face at Chung Mayung and warned him that he would take care of him at a later time and teach him a lesson. Chung Mayung, who was left behind in the corridor by himself, was unable to utter a single word. However, despite his look of indifference, he recognized that those kids were his adorable little successors of the Mount Hua sect, and he resolved to pay them the care they deserved. After that, his face changed into something completely different in an instant, and he added that his manner of giving proper attention might be a little bit different from that of other people, but it is their problem to deal with it. That evening, when the kids had returned back after their training, the brown-haired youth confronts Chung Mayung and tells him to take it off, which causes Chung Mayung to become perplexed since he does not understand what the boy is talking about. As a result, Chung Mayung asks the boy what to take off, and the brown-haired boy responds by telling him to take off everything that he is wearing, which once again causes Chung Mayung to be at a loss for words. The boy with the brown hair said that this is how guys become closer to each other, that Chung Mayung needs to strip off his clothes, dance, and get beaten up a little bit, and then the brown-haired boy also added that this was the way to increase the affection he had towards his peers. After that, he advised Chung Mayung to remove it if he understood what he was saying. But Chung Mayung's expression became completely blank as he listened to this remark. In contrast to the expectation of the youngster with brown hair, Chung Mayung asked him about the whereabouts of their instructor Ungum, who had been with them earlier. The brown-haired boy then said that their instructor does not train at night. The boy with the brown hair became irritated as Chung Mayung continued to talk, and as a result, he altered his mind and decided to start giving Chung Mayung a small thrashing. But then, Chung Mayong called out to him, looking him directly in the eyes, and instructed the young man with brown hair to flex the muscles in his neck. And just as he was asking, Chung Mayong's fist was already on his face, punching him hard enough to send him flying onto the roof, which shook the other disciples who were there. Chung Mayong, the one who did it, had a terrifying expression on his face as he repeated the brown-haired child's words about giving him a little beating. The debris that had been on the roof where the brown-haired boy had been hanging then fell on the ground. As he yelled and cursed at the other seniors in his class, they all started crying and becoming afraid of him at the same time. On that particular evening, Chung Mayong's seniors experienced a terrifying situation in real life as a direct result of his fist. Following that, a more senior member of Chung Mayong's named Yoon Jong abruptly massaged him as if he were their boss. After that, Chung Mayong ordered Yoon Jong to put a bit more effort into the massage because, after all, he was giving him special treatment because he was the great senior there. Meanwhile, the others bowed on the ground with their heads beaten up as Yoon Jong said that he would do his best. And the young man with brown-haired Jo Gul was taken aback when Chung Mayong shouted his name. He was so terrified that he was shaking because Chung Mayong urged him to come to stand in front of him. Chung Mayong informed him that he was still not used to the situation within the Mount Hua sect. Therefore he has a few questions to ask him. In response, Jo Gul remarked, while he stuttered to say to ask him anything, that he was willing to answer any questions he had. Chung Mayong began to inquire as to what had become of the Heavenly Golden Palace and why the Mount Hua sect was in such a state of disarray. Jo Gul began his response by inquiring as to whether or not Chung Mayong was familiar with the Plum Blossom sect. Chung Mayong responded without hesitation that he knew, despite the fact that he was fully aware that he was the Plum Blossom Saint. According to the Masters, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint played a significant part in the defeat of Chunma. However, after this event, the remaining groups of the Heavenly Demon Sect became furious and forced their way into the Zhongyuan region. For some reason, they forced their way all the way up to the Mount Hua sect and set the entire mountain on fire. And because of the serious damage they sustained at the time, the Mount Hua sect has not yet recovered the prowess they once had. This is due to what happened back then. Chung Mayong made the remark that he detested his existence after coming to the realization that he was responsible for the collapse of the Mount Hua sect. In times gone by, when the catastrophe that befell the Mount Hua sect had not yet taken place, Senior Jangmun and Chung Mayong were discussing the Tei Flumok sword technique. This is a sword style that does not incorporate any Taoist principles and does not have a great deal of combative capabilities. Chung Mayong was busy stuffing his face with cookies when Senior Jangmun approached him with the question of whether or not they ought to eliminate the technique from the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayong responded that it was most likely not a sword technique that could be of any use, so they should probably throw it away. However, Senior Jangmun still worried that it was troublesome because it was left behind by their ancestors, which prompted Chung Mayong to suggest that it be removed from the library in order to prevent the children from taking an interest in it. Senior Jangmun thought about it for a short while but ultimately decided that it would be best to follow Chung Mayong's advice because the suggestion was good. As they continued to talk, Senior Jangmun shifted the subject of their discussion while Chung Mayong proceeded to load himself with cookies. Chung Mayong was informed by Senior Jangmun that the matter at hand was not the only reason he had been brought there at that particular time. After that, he tells Chung Mayong that it is about time for him to take in some disciples, and Senior Jangmun immediately asks Chung Mayong, who stops eating cookies, how he should educate his followers. After that, Chung Mayong crushed the cookie he had been eating earlier in his hand, which left Senior Jangmun perplexed as to why Chung Mayong had done that. Chung Mayong mentioned what makes it challenging to think about being there. Simply by initially beating them up, he will get them to the point of death, at which point they will do anything he asks of them, even the impossible. The Senior Jangmun was rendered speechless as a result of this. Following that event, Senior Jangmun never again brought up the subject of Chung Mayong accepting followers under any circumstances. Chung Mayong, who was reminiscing about this at the time, was called by one of the disciples earlier. Chung Mayong commented to not address him formally as he was his senior, but the senior did not listen and still addressed him like that. The disciple outside told him that Ungum was calling for him in the training grounds and added that Ungum also said that Chung Mayong would be participating today. At the training grounds, one of them took the lead and began swinging their sword up and down in a serious manner at the same time. Chung Mayong, who was watching things unfold in front of his eyes, appears to be completely baffled. After that, Chung Mayong questioned Ungum on the type of sword technique it was. When Ungum was asked about the sword technique that Chung Mayong was observing at the moment, he responded by stating that it was known as the Equilibrium Sword Technique. It was the basis for each and every sword skill practiced in the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayong then wondered if that was really the fundamental sword technique of the Mount Hua sect because it looked ridiculous, so he wondered what the hell are those dumbass was doing nothing but hindering the children from getting stronger. Chung Mayong thought that this was like teaching the children the alphabet using a complicated thesis book. Chung Mayang then walked towards the children who were being trained while the children looked at him in an awkward manner. He was lost in thought at the time, thinking that doing that might get them ahead for a short amount of time, a very short amount of time. But what good will technique without proper fundamentals bring them? Or, if they're going to do it this way, they need to at least try to teach them properly. Chung Mayang, who was still immersed in his own thoughts, was unaware of the eyes that were staring at him. After that, Chung Mayang looked up and thought to himself how breathtakingly gorgeous the blue sky was. The absence of clouds in the blue sky is reminiscent of the void that will characterize the future of the Mount Hua sect. He was completely at a loss for how to get started. The next thing that happened was that Chung Mayang called out at his senior on his right, which caused the latter to become flustered. Chung Mayang questioned him about the other skills that they study in addition to the technique that they are currently practicing. His senior responded by telling him that they would learn the sword technique of the 7 sages when they had mastered the equilibrium sword technique. After that, they become qualified to move on to the next level of the Plum Blossom House and study the lower king sword style. Chung Mayang heaved a sigh as he listened to this, but the person continued, adding that after learning everything, they were able to learn the sacred technique of the Mount Hua sect, the Tei Flummox sword technique, which caught Chung Mayang by surprise. The recollection of him and his senior Jang Mun agreeing to remove the technique from the Mount Hua sect sword techniques then flashes again in Chung Mayang's head, and yet the technique they're studying is the Tei Flummox sword technique. Chung Mayang's thoughts continue to race. Chung Mayang was perplexed by this and began to wonder what had become of the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword style. In the middle of the night in the boarding house, Chung Mayang called out for his senior, Jo Gul, which caused the latter to be surprised. This caused Jo Gul to respond to him formally out of reflex. So Chung Mayang instructed him to cease addressing him in such a formal manner. Chung Mayang asked Jo Gul if he could do him a favor, and Jo Gul immediately consented. Or more accurately, he had no choice but to agree because he was in a position where he had no other options. Chung Mayang requested that he tell everyone to come in front of the White Flower boarding home at 5 in the morning tomorrow, prepare everything he was about to tell him and prepare 5 per person, to which Jo Gul nodded in agreement. Jo Gul asked again if Chung Mayang was really asking him to prepare those things after hearing the things that Chung Mayang asked him to prepare. This made Chung Mayang smile so brightly and ask Jo Gul if he couldn't do it. On Jo Gul's part, this was more frightening than when he was not smiling, so he told Chung Mayang that he could leave it up to him. Chung Mayang then answered by saying as predicted, noting that he loved Jo Gul's passion and telling Jo Gul that he could go now while shooing Jo Gul with his hands. At this point, Jo Gul was looking at Chung Mayang with a complicated expression on his face. Chung Mayang was left thinking that the Mount Hua sect currently has neither wealth nor technique nor talent, and that, as a result, it would not be shocking if they collapsed overnight. This was brought about by Jo Gul's departure. Talent is the only one of these 3 things that he has any influence on. The current follower of the 3rd class doesn't appear to have a lot of talent, but as the old proverb goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Chung Mayang was thinking about this when he was looking at Jo Gul's back, and he realized that bringing up these seniors of his would be the first move he takes. That morning, in accordance with the request that Chung Mayang had made, all of the 3rd class disciples assembled in front of the White Plum Blossom boarding home at an early hour. But Chung Mayang's seniors, who got up so early in the morning, were obviously not thrilled about it. After all, what type of junior would make their seniors come and go as they wish? As a result, Yoonjong and Jo Gul came to the conclusion that they must have been somewhere other than the boarding house when Chung Mayang beat them up last night. Chung Mayang, who had just arrived there, inquired to his senior, who was venting his frustration as to whether or not he was being referred to. Because of that, everyone's focus was entirely on him. His senior, who had been complaining about him, then said that he was indeed the individual he was talking about, asking Chung Mayang why he had not learned to respect his seniors. While Chung Mayang was listening to his seniors express their frustration, he suddenly broke into a brilliant smile and addressed them as seniors while saying he was sorry and that he may have been weak in comprehending his seniors, which caused the latter to become confused. As a means of making amends, he extended an invitation to enter the boarding house and continue their conversation there. Chung Mayang forced them inside while they were unaware of what was going to happen to them. Once the door was completely shut, Yoonjong, Jo Gul, and the others who were beaten up by Chung Mayang were left waiting outside. Jo Gul then noticed that the boarding house was slightly trembling, and by that time, the seniors who had been brought inside by Chung Mayang had hurried outside with pale faces while Chung Mayang stood inside smiling. The little chat they made inside seemed to make them obey Chung Mayang. Now that it was all good, Chung Mayang told them to be quiet, or else they'll wake up their great teacher. He then walked in the middle and said that every morning at that same time, they would be training together. After that, the sun rose to the mountain range, and into one of the chambers, where Ungum, who was now awake, let out a long sigh. He was considering the fact that the disciples of the 3rd class had not arrived to wish him a good morning. He reasoned that this must indicate that everyone who lived in the White Plum Blossom boarding residence was still asleep. After that, as soon as Ungum thought of Chung Mayong, the newcomer, he started getting ready and dressed himself. After performing their bizarre rite of passage or whatever, he was thinking about giving them their lesson the right way this time while still supposing that they were asleep. And here he was, thinking that even if Joe Gull got a little bit too wild, Yoon Jong would be there to stop him from going overboard and doing anything dangerous. But when Ungum arrived at the training area, he discovered that it was a hellish place. Because of Chung Mayong's instruction, the third-class disciples, whom he mistook for still being asleep, had, in fact, reached their physical and mental limits. Either they were pleading for assistance, calling their mother, or they were just lying on the ground. After then, Ungum pondered the question of why they were in a situation like this. Ungum quickly asked one of the third-class disciples what had occurred to them. The third-class disciples then looked at each other with pale expressions as Ungum questioned himself why they were hesitating to tell him, as well as for what reason they would be hesitating to speak in front of him. After then, he saw Joe Gull in what appeared to be a dying situation, panting and sweating bullets. But what was more crucial was the fact that Chung Mayong, the newbie, was in front of Joe Gull. Chung Mayong was squatting and controlling his breathing as he lifted 2 enormous stones onto his shoulder while simultaneously squatting. After calculating all of the squats he did this morning, he came up with the number 10,085 as the total amount of reps he completed. It wasn't until that moment that Chung Mayong noticed Ungum standing in front of him, with a face that looked like it was also passing away like Joe Gull's. After that, Ungum made the observation that Chung Mayong was exhausted to the point that even his legs were trembling as he stood. When Ungum saw this, he immediately gave the order for someone to obtain some water for Chung Mayong. In response, Chung Mayong reassured Ungum that he did not need to be concerned about the matter. Chung Mayong, who at the time was taking a drink of water, was questioned by Ungum. Ungum asked him to tell him what occurred there as he stared at the fainting body of third-class disciples. Chung Mayong then responded by saying that it was nothing major, that it was just a little workout that they chose to do together starting today. And that because it was the first day, everyone must have been amped up and pushed themselves a little bit too far. Ungum, who was suspicious, tried to look behind him to see if Chung Mayong was telling the truth when he said that the reason for this was because they were hyped up. However, before Ungum even saw the shaking head and waving hands of the 2 third-class disciples indicating that it was not true, Chung Mayong gave them the look, which silenced them and prevented them from speaking. Ungum observed that they were frightened as a result of Chung Mayong, a toddler. This led Ungum to wonder why they call themselves disciples of the Mount Hua sect if they are frightened of a newcomer. Therefore, he reasoned that he would most likely have to issue a caution to Chung Mayong. He tried to chastise Chung Mayong by saying how dare he and that the White Blossom boarding house has its own set of regulations, asking him who advised him to sacrifice sleep time for training. Chung Mayong remained silent for a while after Ungum scolded him, and the two of them looked directly into each other's eyes for a brief period of time before Chung Mayong broke the silence by assuring Ungum that he would stop. This took Ungum by surprise because he had not anticipated anything of the sort, and as a result, he made up his mind to reprimand Chung Mayong for the fact that he had threatened his seniors. As soon as he saw Chung Mayong's expression, he instantly changed his mind and came to the conclusion that he couldn't do it while shaking his head because doing so would make him appear to be an idiot. As a result, Chung Mayong was left with a question mark imprinted on his head. Ungum's train of thought continued. The third-class disciples are already idiots for being pressured into training by a mere newcomer, and he would become the biggest idiot who teaches those idiots, he thought to himself. After that, Chung Mayong interrupted his train of thinking. Chung Mayong told him to give them 1 month. Chung Mayong promised that he would provide Ungum with good results within a month's time. Chung Mayong had a great deal of respect for his elders because of their tenacious persistence, which he held in high regard. Despite the fact that it was a very difficult training session, not a single one of them complained about it, or more accurately, they could not protest since they would be beaten up if they did. Chung Mayong then raised his hand and shouted to his seniors around him that isn't he right, to demonstrate to Ungum that he was telling the truth, to which his seniors responded in the affirmative, as they were stuttering. Ungum glances at Chung Mayong once more and muses in his head that it was probably due to the fact that no one dared oppose him. He then asks himself where someone like Chung Mayong could have come from. He was able to entirely seize control of third-class disciples, but he had no intention of using that control for anything other than training. Chung Mayong answered while looking ahead that they can become plenty strong with the teaching of their great teacher, but that they can speed up the process with more effort on their side. This prompted Ungum to ask Chung Mayong why he insisted on training every morning despite knowing that it would not be easy for him either. Therefore, it was completely understandable for them to give up some of their time spent sleeping in order to participate in the training. Because of this, Ungum viewed Chung Mayong in a different way and began to think that Chung Mayong must have believed that there was no point in the training process that they were going through together. Chung Mayong did not hesitate to respond that it was courtesy when Ungum questioned him about the most essential part of how he should respect his seniors. He assured Ungum that he would hold the words of his seniors in the highest esteem, which amazed Ungum. He also assured Ungum that Chung Mayong would not look down on his seniors but would instead maintain his courtesy toward them in order to keep the hierarchy intact. Ungum grinned to himself as he reflected on the fact that the man was the genuine article. And with that, Ungum makes his way toward the third-class disciples. He yelled so that all of them would be able to hear him, saying that he was very impressed by their determination, and that if they continued with that endeavor, they would definitely be able to achieve great results, which is why he told them that they might continue doing their training. The disciples of the third class were perplexed by this and tried to implore their instructor to save them while wearing pale expressions. However, their teacher did not appear to hear them and swiftly walked away, which caused the disciples of the third class to fear. Chung Mayong heard them telling their teacher to save them, cracked his knuckles, and smiled in a frightening manner. He told them that he did not tell them that he would kill them or anything else, so he invited them again inside the boarding house to chat, which scared them to the point that their bodies shook in panic. With that, his seniors screamed in terror. A short period of time has gone. Chung Mayong trained by himself inside his room. It was beginning to settle in, despite the fact that it was still a small and frail dantian. Chung Mayong gained a great deal of knowledge concerning the Mount Hua sect during the years that passed. To begin, the White Plum Blossom boarding house was, as was to be anticipated, akin to a private dormitory. This establishment was hastily constructed because there were insufficient individuals with whom to enter into disciple-master contracts. Second, the leader of the sect and the pedigree of the Un are both weak. Putting their personalities to the side for a moment, their power cannot even be compared to that of the Mount Hua sect 100 years ago, and as a result, their disciples are likewise extremely feeble. On top of that, the majority of third-class disciples join the Mount Hua sect for the purpose of establishing social connections. However, why does any of this even matter when the incredible Chung Mayong is present? Chung Mayong got up from where he was sitting and started training his dantian while he was thinking that becoming the strongest sect was not an unachievable goal. In the dining hall, where the disciples of the third class are eating, one of them tried to pick their food up with chopsticks, but it slipped through because his hand was trembling, so he grumbled that they shouldn't practice to the level where they can't eat their meal. He then turned to Joe Gul and asked him whether there was anything that could be done about Chung Mayong. He had not been able to pick up his chopsticks for several days, and the inability was driving him insane. Joe Gul then replied that they talked too much, which bewildered the latter, and Joe Gul added, does he think that his senior was an errand boy? After all, it was not like Chung Mayong was avoiding them, so he asked them why not tell him themselves, which caused the others to look at him in an awkward manner. Then, Joe Gul stood up and asked Yoon Jong if he could give him some of his time, to which Yoon Jong, of course, responded in the affirmative. Yoon Jong then remarked to Joe Gul that he was looking quite rejuvenated. Joe Gul then questioned his senior about what he thought about the Mount Hua sect. Joe Gul and Yoon Jong had a conversation outside where the plum blossom tree was in bloom. Joe Gul's senior asked Yoon Jong what he thought of the Mount Hua sect, but Yoon Jong said that it was quite a tough question to answer. After that, Joe Gul informed Yoon Jong that it would be over for him once he returned to his hometown, but Yoon Jong isn't planning on spending his entire life in the Mount Hua sect, to which Yoon Jong responded that Joe Gul was right, and after that, a few moments of silence were created between them before Joe Gul stated that he believed that the Mount Hua sect was really done for. Yoon Jong, who had been listening to him up until that point, eventually spoke out and told Joe Gul to stop being so disrespectful, and that he should not say anything like that so casually. On the other hand, Joe Gul stated that he had a change of heart. Chung Mayong, after he came, even though they were forced into it, he realized that after their training sessions, he had never pushed himself to that extent when it came to training. And yet that kid, he did not hint at being tired when he was training way more than they are, so Joe Gul wanted to try his best after seeing that. Joe Gul spun around in order to face Yoon Jong, and he grinned as he communicated to Yoon Jong that he aspires to work hard and become a master of the level that is capable of leading the entire globe. Yoon Jong also grinned after hearing this and told Joe Gul that they both had the same sentiments at the time. They had no idea that Chung Mayong, who was perched high in the plum blossom tree, had been keeping an eye on them ever since they had arrived. After lying down on the branch of the tree and joyfully announcing that the two were successfully captured in the bag, he seems pleased to have overheard the talk that was taking place between the other two. Chung Mayong sighed and thought to himself Ungum was also pretty easy to convince, but he still had a long way to go. After that, as he started to think about other things, a loud voice was heard saying, "Come out, sect leader." At first, Chung Mayong did not understand it since it was sudden, but then his thoughts halted, and his eyes were opened when he realized that there was a problem. People who were not a part of their sect could be heard yelling at the gate and demanding that the leader of their sect come out. By repeatedly kicking the gate, the individuals on the outside eventually were able to force their way inside even though the leader of the sect had not given them permission to do so. They were holding a torch as they searched for the leader of the Mount Hua sect, Ungum and Unum, who were also present in trying to stop them from advancing with troubled faces. The people who were there told Unum to get out of the way, and Chung Myung, who was still up in the plum blossom tree, looked down at the situation below. Chung Myung finds it ridiculous that people broke through the gate of the Mount Hua sect. The people then pushed again and cried angrily that they had waited for an excessive amount of time, that they could not afford to wait much longer, and demanded to know when the Mount Hua sect would pay them back. Chung Myung, who overheard this, was taken aback by the phrase "pay them back," which led him to the conclusion that the Mount Hua sect was in debt. The debtors gathered in front of the door that led into the room where the sect leader of Mount Hua was hiding out. They yelled at him to come out immediately and questioned whether or not he had any shame. At that very moment, the leader of the sect emerged in front of them while Chung Myung materialized in the background to see what was taking place. As he questioned their debtors about why they were there at such a late hour, the leader of the sect maintained his composure. Chung Myung came to the conclusion on his own that the man standing over there was, in fact, the sect leader of Mount Hua. The manner in which he moves and speaks gives off the impression that he is incredibly sophisticated. After that, one of the debtors yelled at the sect leader in an irritated manner, asking why the sect head was acting so cool about it. Chung Myung thought that he understood the answer to this question. The sect leader was just, indeed, attempting to act cool. The man in the front, who seems to be the leader of the debtors, then fake coughed and smiled as he asked the sect leader how he had been doing. The sect leader responded by saying that he did not think that the pavilion owner Kong would come there himself. Kong laughed and stated that he was uncomfortable with the idea of having to go see the leader of the cult for something like that. Kong kept his professional grin on as he continued to explain that he did not want to climb Mount Hua if it was at all feasible, but a lot of people had been begging him to come there, so he was hoping that the leader of the sect would understand. After all, the leader of the sect must be aware of the reason why they were there, as the date that they had previously agreed upon was now very far in the past. As he pondered these things in his head, the head of the sect closed his eyes. After that, Kong proceeded to continue speaking. Since they have been indebted to the Mount Hua sect on multiple occasions throughout their lives, they will try not to be harsh on them despite the fact that they have already made multiple attempts to show compassion for the Mount Hua sect's predicament. If they were to go by contract, they would be asking him to pay the price for violating the promised date. After that, Kong made the announcement that they had 7 days, and if the Mount Hua sect was unable to pay them back within that time, they would confiscate the temple of the Mount Hua sect. A voice then was heard, which then caught their attention. They turned towards the rear, where Chung Myung was hiding his mouth with his hands, and Kong, who observed Chung Myung, said that it seemed as though he had permitted a child to have something that they should not have had. Chung Myung inquired with one of the third-class disciples that resided within the boarding home of White Plum Blossoms as to whether or not the individuals that they had seen earlier were merchants from the Huam prefecture, and the latter responded by stating that this was, in fact, the case. While Chung Myung, who was sitting there with his eyes closed and pondering something profound while he hummed, the latter moved away out of dread that Chung Myung would do something to him. Jogo, who was also there in the room at the time, approached the unnamed disciple of the third class and inquired whether or not the settlement located just below Mount Hua was called Huam. That was when the latter responded by saying that the former was correct and that he remembered hearing about it back when he was still peddling with his father. Jogo then followed up his question by asking whether that indicates that Mount Hua sect borrowed money from the merchants. The latter responded that he did not know about that but that he did know about the pavilion owner Kong. Chung Myung flinched slightly in the background when the latter mentioned that Kong was the proprietor of the T Hua Pavilion, which was located in the Mount Hua prefecture. But the anonymous third-class disciple, who did not notice this, simply proceeded on by saying that Kong was the largest owner of the pavilion of Huam, and reportedly, he is a wealthy merchant who participates in a wide variety of companies. Chung Myung then finally spoke, asking if Kong was indeed the owner of the T Hua Pavilion. This caused the two to become pale when they saw Chung Myung's expression, and they immediately asked Chung Myung to calm down, who looked like he was about to beat up someone. However, Chung Myung asked if they were really asking him to calm down when he heard something like that because, in the first place, the T Hua Pavilion was initially the possession of the Mount Hua sect. This made Chung Myung so irritated that he grabbed the collar of the nameless third-class disciples and asked him the same question: is Kong really the owner of the T Pavilion? And after giving the Mount Hua sect money, is he now attempting to seize control of the temple they worship in? And the latter, who heard this inquiry, was so shaken up by his exposure to it that he stuttered when answering that Chung Myung was right. After hearing the latter answer, Chung Myung threw off his clothing and had the notion that something did not make sense. It was peculiar that the T-Hua Pavilion, which had been the property of the Mount Hua sect in the past, had lent them money in the first place. The two moved away from Chung Myung as he was buried in thought. Chung Myung was thinking that because everything did not add up, it most likely meant that things were headed in the wrong direction. After Chung Myung had finished his thought, he spoke to Jo Gul, who answered in a terrified voice. Chung Myung told him to bring the object that he had informed him about. Jo Gul does not appear to remember the thing that Chung Myung requested him to bring, but as Chung Myung glared at him menacingly, he suddenly remembered that thing. Jo Gul then ran away while saying that he'll bring it right away. Black clothing was then brought to Chung Myung, and Jo Gul asked him what he'll do about that. In response, Chung Myung answered as he changed into the clothes that there was an old saying in Buddhist literature that said, "Kill a Buddha, kill your forefather. If you meet a Buddha, kill him, and if you encounter your forefather, kill him." It indicates that in order to genuinely accomplish the way of the Tao, you have to first understand how to go against the way of the Tao. After he had finished putting on the garments, Chung Myung made the ridiculous proclamation that he was going to leave to find the real path of the Tao. This caused the other two people to become alarmed and question him where he would go dressed in such a manner, and yelled at Chung Myung, asking him directly whether or not he was considering leaving the sect temple. On the other hand, even if they wanted to stop him, they were powerless to take any action at all. Chung Myung vaulted through the barriers that separated the Mount Hua sect from the outside world and made his way to the tower that appeared to be rather tall, where laughter was everywhere. It was from the borrowers of Mount Hua that went earlier. They were talking about the confused look of the sect leader, and one of them responded that he was not shocked because they essentially gave them a final warning. The man with the long nose then begins to converse with the fellow sitting next to him about how much money the Mount Hua sect believes they borrowed from them. The amount was greater than 100,000 yang. One of them then came up and said that the leader of the sect was even more confused when he realized that the owner of the pavilion, Kong, was present with them while he glanced directly at where Kong was sitting. Kong then responded by saying that despite the fact that he was merely a merchant who looked to make a profit, he felt sad for having to do this to them because, after all, they had maintained a positive relationship with each other for a great number of generations. But the man said that he had done the best that he could and asked how many times he had previously let them off the hook. The man followed by saying that everyone would praise his kindness, at which point Kong laughed and said that he sincerely hoped that this was the case. On the other hand, in his view, he considered them to be careless, to think that they were able to live as simpletons. Kong thought that it was amazing that they were able to do so. He then set his cup down on the table and proceeded to contemplate, this time about how the strength of the Mount Hua sect is not something that should be disregarded. The Mount Hua sect is not known for its prowess in battle. This is not where its strength lies. The history of the Mount Hua sect is the aspect of the sect that warrants the most caution. At the very least, in the province of Shaanxi, it would be highly unusual to come across a person who was completely disconnected from the Mount Hua sect. On the other hand, they are not quite as powerful as they used to be. While Kong was examining the chicken in front of him, he thought that the Mount Hua sect could be likened to the duck. He reasoned that both had become so soft that their skin could be torn apart with only a small amount of pressure from chopsticks. The man to Kong's left talked with a flushed face because he had been drinking. He was asking Kong what he'll do to the temple after he confiscated it from the Mount Hua sect because it would be difficult to put it up for sale. At the same time, he suggested acquiring something else from the Mount Hua sect. Then, Kong responded to the drunken man by saying that the worth of the temple of the Mount Hua sect was beyond their comprehension. He said that although it may appear to be an ordinary temple at first glance, he can promise that its value is much greater than that. However, the man laughed it off and said that he couldn't understand what Kong was saying. Kong pursed his lips and bit down firmly on his chopsticks while thinking of them as idiots. However, Kong managed to keep his expression composed as he set down his chopsticks and told them that he couldn't actually tell them directly but that they could utilize the opponents of the Mount Hua sect to their advantage. He then asked them a rhetorical question that was pleasing to the ears of the people who were seated at their dining table. He asked them how many of them thought that opponents of Mount Hua would rush at the opportunity, and even spend a significant quantity of money to acquire the temple simply to erase the existence of the Mount Hua sect. This makes it easier for the individuals who are with him, and he assures them that they will get their money's worth. As a result of this, one of the guys who had spoken before got up from his seat and hailed Kong as being a very wise man. After doing so, the man poured alcohol into their glasses and joyfully requested a throw for Kong. Cheers. The inebriated man stumbled down the street while he was saying that it felt great. He He also commented on how great it feels. It would appear that he had a little bit of a drinking problem for the night, and he still had not gotten over his thrill. He had this thought for himself: the amount of money that they may make off of Mount Hua is enormous, because the interest on the loan that was given to them has been compounding for such a long time. The initial amount is extremely insignificant when compared to the total amount that will be paid back. If only that could be retrieved, he would never have to work again and would be free to lounge around and have fun for the rest of his life without any responsibilities. Kong was not someone you could count on, but when it came to financial affairs, he took them very seriously. Getting paid was the only thing that really mattered to him, so it didn't matter what he did behind the scenes. In his drunken state, he said that the moon was shining brightly, but upon sobering up, he discovered that there was, in fact, no moon at all, and he deduced that it was most likely a new moon. After that, he flashed a grin and looked around. Due to his intoxication, he had taken a wrong turn and found himself in a dark and deserted passageway rather than a busy street. It had a sinister air. As a consequence of this, he was thinking that he ought to have probably strolled down the main street at that time of day. He continuously shut and opened his eyes, and in the dim light, he was able to make out the figure of someone obstructing the narrow alleyway. Starting with the all-black attire and moving on to the mask, he gives off the impression of being a thief, but it was actually only Chung Mayong. Chung Mayong then ordered him to wait and hold while the man thought of him as a burglar right out of a drawing. Rather small for a robber, not too intimidating, but his intentions were apparent. Nevertheless, do robberies typically take place while the perpetrators are dressed like that? Didn't he think it was too obvious? It was so absurd that even the inebriated man found it laughable. The inebriated man heaved a sigh, opened his mouth, and then asked the other man if he was a thief. But Chung Mayong responded by saying that he is not concerned about money as he advances, and he continued by saying that if he answers his questions, he will send him away in a nice manner. The man then let out a chuckle. The reason he doesn't want to answer the robber or Chung Mayong's question isn't because he doesn't want to, but rather because he thinks doing so would be difficult. Having said those things, he then raised his head while stating that he had a large number of people with him because it is no longer prudent to travel around town on one alone. After hearing a faint sound, a group of guys brandishing swords materialized before them. They were security personnel who were following the man covertly. Chung Mayong took a good look at the now sober man and the guards that were around him, and he concluded that they were most likely high-class bodyguards. At this point, one of the man's bodyguards came up and asked the man if he should kill the man who was clothed in black. However, the man said to the bodyguard as he stroked his shoulder that they needed to find out the reason why the man in the black dress was there. As a result, he orders the bodyguard to capture Chung Mayong for him so that he can question him about it. After hearing it, the escorts sped up their approach. Chung Mayong was immediately encircled by the bodyguards. As soon as he noticed that, the man quickly turned his head away since he found it unsettling to see violent events. They were bound by a contract that required them to pay a significant amount of money. Therefore, the escorts that were assigned to him were more capable than the norm. This time, the thief was unfortunate, he thought. The man grimaced upon hearing the sounds of being hit in various places after the sounds were heard. It looked excessively violent for one man to take so many blows at once. The man then turns around in a state of panic and asks, didn't he tell them to make sure that he can at least talk? However, what took him off guard was the fact that his guard escorts were spread out in front of him, bubbling from the mouth like crabs. It was obvious that the thief, who was identified as Chung Mayong, had defeated them, and he was now steadily approaching him. Chung Mayong continued by saying that it is crucial for people to acquire the ability to comprehend what is being communicated to them by other individuals, but that there are some individuals who simply refuse to do so. Chung Mayong indicated with a twitch of his finger for the man to proceed there and then asked him to come on immediately. The man crept up to the one wearing the mask in complete silence as if possessed. Chung Mayong inquired of him once more, reassuring him that there would be no adverse consequences if he answered correctly. Fearful response from the man this time, in contrast to earlier. However, Chung Mayong grabs the man by the collar, which causes the man to become confused. He informed him that if he had answered like that in the first place, he would have just left, but since he attempted to fight him, his fist was what he'd receive from him, and he urged the man not to worry about it. Chung Mayong then reassured the man that he was going to get what he deserved. He will check to see that he is still able to communicate properly. That particular man was having a bad day in his life. The man, whose face was now covered in wounds, explained what had occurred in a way that Chung Mayong was unable to comprehend because the man's mouth was beaten. Chung Mayong, however, was only irritated by it and threatened the man to speak properly if he did not want to be hit again, commenting that he was such a drama queen. In response, the man instinctively put his hands up to protect himself in case he was hit again while fearfully saying that he would speak clearly. Chung Mayong questioned the man while he stood with the beaten escorts behind him and asked whether he was stating that the money they lent to Mount Hua exceeded 100,000 yong. The man said that Chung Mayong was correct. Chung Myung continued to stand with the beaten escorts behind him. Chung Myung let out a sigh at hearing this, and then he approached the man who was kneeling on the ground. Chung Myung then pointed to the man and said that even if he were to go off and sell everything the man had down to his underwear, there was no way he'd make 10,000 yongs, let alone 100,000 yongs. Despite this, the man claimed that he lent 100,000 yong to Mount Hua, which was now on the verge of collapsing. The gentleman who responded did so with a broad grin after realizing what it was that Chung Myung had been getting confused about. He explained to him that this is how interest rates are calculated. If he lends money at a high interest rate, the interest that is accrued on the loan will continue to accumulate even after the principal amount has been paid back. While he was saying it, he even let out a chuckle. Because of this, Chung Myung became agitated and hit the head of the man while adding that it was nothing to be proud of, forcing the man to bleed from his nose. Chung Myung's actions caused the man to have a poor excuse for his behavior. Chung Myung questioned the man who was bleeding on the ground and whether he was the owner of the Hua fabric store. The man who was bleeding on the ground coughed and responded yes in response to Chung Myung's question. The next question that Chung Myung asked him was when he bought the Hua fabric business. The man's response to Chung Myung was that he did not understand what Chung Myung was saying because their family had owned the Hua fabric shop for many generations. While Chung Myung was listening to this, he was having the thought go through his head that there was no way that this was the fact because the Hua fabric shop was one of the enterprises that were run by the Mount Hua sect. Mount Hua sect was the initial owner of all of the prosperous companies that are now located in the Hua prefecture. The Mount Hua sect was solely responsible for the growth of the Hua prefecture during this period. Prior to it, the prefecture consisted of little more than a village with a scattering of farms here and there. While the Mount Hua sect was on the verge of dissolving, Mount Hua delegated actual administration responsibilities to stand-in representatives. However, these representatives appear to have used this time to seize control of the enterprises owned by Mount Hua. Because Chung Myung was thinking about this at the time, he punched the man once again, which prompted the other person to question why Chung Myung was beating him once more in the first place. After that, he twisted his head around because he heard a voice coming from behind him. It appeared as though one of the guards escorting the battered man had come to his senses after being knocked out by Chung Myung earlier. The man was absolutely pummeled, yet he had to have more strength than the others if he was able to come to so quickly after losing consciousness. Chung Myung was yelled at by the escort guard who was telling him to identify himself, and the guard had reason to believe that Chung Myung was not an ordinary person due to his skills. He went on to say that his name was Young Bin, and he was positive that Chung Myung had been across him before. Nevertheless, Chung Myung did nothing except look at him in silence the entire time. Chung Myung then informed the escort guard that he was not particularly knowledgeable in matters of that nature, and he inquired as to why the escort guard was interested in his identification, and the guard responded that he should at least know the name of those who would die by his blade. Chung Myung questioned the guard if he did not recall being knocked down just a few moments before. After frowning and thinking that Chung Myung was being haughty, Young Bin drew his sword and aimed it at Chung Myung. When Chung Myung saw Young Bin charging toward him with his sword drawn, he made a clicking sound with his tongue. It was obvious that his body was far more impressive than Chung Myung's. They were unequaled in terms of their power, speed, and internal energy. Comparing the two is an insult to Young Bin because, by most measures of strength, Young Bin is significantly superior to his opponent. So, did Chung Myung have less strength? Never in a million years. Power, dexterity, and the capacity to harness one's own energy. If you judge Chung Myung by the same standards that you use to judge other individuals, you will find that they are insufficient. The motion of Chung Myung's blade was deliberate. In contrast to Young Bin's ferocious slash, this one appeared weak, as if the user would have trouble even striking a target that was standing still. On the other hand, the incredibly ineffective sword moved in the direction of Young Bin's sword. At that very instant, Young Bin experienced a feeling of shock. After all, doesn't he have a lifetime's worth of experience using the sword, in addition to his recollections of his time spent as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint? If he is lacking in raw strength, all he needs to do is take some from his adversary. An incredible force was abruptly thrust through his arm the moment the sluggish sword of Chung Myung came close to him. Young Bin's physical form was incapable of withstanding the force. Thus he shot up into the air, the dazzlingly bright sword that belonged to Chung Myung. It was not clear and distinct like the plum blossom, but rather fuzzy and vague like flower buds. The body of Young Bin was found on the ground, crumpled up like a dead tree. Chung Myung was going to tell him to learn his place when he made a clicking sound with his tongue. When he turned around, though, the beaten man was staring at him with his mouth agape and a visibly stunned expression on his face. At that precise time, Chung Myung became aware of the error he had just committed. Because he had forgotten all about the other individual, he had unintentionally disclosed his sword skills. As he resolved the mystery of his identity, that individual had spent the entirety of his life at this location. It is not surprising that he would appreciate the skill of Chung Mayung's swordsmanship, which gives birth to flower petals. Naturally, given that he has lived in this area, he may be aware that this is a method that is indigenous to Mount Hua. Nevertheless, there is some circumstantial evidence. The man then began to speak, describing Chung Mayung's swordsmanship as refined and exquisite sword skill, a high level of martial arts, and, most importantly, softly radiating pure Kai that he sensed from him. Chung Mayung, who was listening to him at the time, considered it to be a negative development, given that man can detect the Kai. So when the man was going to reveal which sect Chung Mayung was from, Chung Mayung began to sweat profusely. However, Chung Mayung did not anticipate that the man would say that he was from the Southern Edge sect. This resulted in Chung Mayung becoming silent for a considerable amount of time. Chung Mayung stared at the other person without registering any emotion. It took him only a few seconds of reflection before he was able to promptly reply that he was correct. The man afterwards stated that he was aware of it and urged Chung Mayung to question him about anything, stating that he would respond to the best of his abilities, to which Chung Mayung awkwardly thanked the man. It was getting closer to dawn as the light began to rise on the horizon, but there was still no indication that Chung Mayung had returned. Chung Mayung's disappearance would be discovered by the elders if he did not make it back to the village before morning. Jo-gul and Yoon-young were waiting for Chung Mayung's arrival at the boarding house of White Plum Blossom as they stood just beyond the entrance door. Yoon-young ordered Jo-gul to calm down as he saw him impatiently biting his finger while asking himself what was taking Chung Mayung so long. Jo-gul attempted to argue, but Yoon-jong cut him off by stating that Chung Mayung was not an idiot. He then reassured Jo-gul that he would be returning sooner or later, assuming that he did not get into an accident. Exactly at that moment, Chung Mayung unlocked the door and walked in before inquiring whether anything had transpired while he was gone. As soon as Jo-gul had shut the door, he started to take off his mystery apparel and immediately changed into Mount Hua's outfit. He did this as swiftly as he could. Yoon-jong then stated that they should be the ones to ask him if something significant occurred while he was outside, to which Chung Mayung responded that there wasn't much of anything that happened while he was outside. He informed them that he was given some spare coins in addition to being treated nicely by the people outside. Chung Mayung suddenly recalled what had transpired quite some time ago. The proprietor of the Huam fabric business, who, under the impression that Chung Mayung was sent by the Southern Edge sect to clean up what was left of Mount Hua, freely divulged all of the knowledge he possessed about the situation. He was doing everything in his power to make a favorable first impression and win favor. It was fortunate that everything went off without a hitch, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Mount Hua continued to have a powerful history despite the fact that it was no longer counted among the great sects. Despite this, Yu Jongsun showed absolutely no regard for it. Even after he had seen Chung Mayung perform his sword technique, Mount Hua was never even a remote possibility in his thoughts. Chung Mayung was deep in silence when Jo-gul approached him and asked what he was doing outside of the temple at that very moment. Chung Mayung responded to Jo-gul by turning to face him and said that it was not appropriate for a youngster his age to have such knowledge. Jo-gul disproved the notion that Chung Mayung was also a youngster, leading one to wonder why he is unable to know this. However, Chung Mayung did not respond to him and instead instructed Jo-gul to round up everyone so that they could begin their workout immediately. Jo-gul then looked at Chung Mayung with a blank expression and asked whether they would train today as well. Chung Mayung responded by telling him that they would not miss a single day of training beginning with that day, regardless of whether it was pouring, snowing, or windy. They will not take even one day off of work, regardless of the climate or the outcome of the conflict with the Mount Hua sect. Hearing this, Jo-gul felt to himself that he was prepared for that, and so he told Chung Mayung in an eager manner that he would assemble them as soon as possible. However, Chung Mayung informed him that he would not be participating today since there was something that he needed to accomplish, which shocked Jo-gul. Yoon-jong told Chung Mayung that that training was only possible when he was there. If Chung Mayung really wants the disciples to train hard, he must show up as well. Just look at Jo-gul's face when Chung Mayung said that. Yoon-jong then said that they'd be off while guiding Jo-gul out of the room. But Jo-gul's face was still blank. Chung Mayung then added that he knew, and Yoon-jong then said that they'd be going. Chung Mayung heaved a breath of relief once Yoon-jong and Jo-gul had left, and then he laid down on his bed. What exactly should he do at this point? His head was throbbing, and it hurt to move. He was really taken aback. The situation is currently such that the stand-in representatives have taken control of the businesses. In addition, the account books that could have been used to demonstrate that the Mount Hua sect owned these firms appear to have been destroyed in the fire that was started by the members of the Heavenly Demon sect along with Mount Hua. Having said that, there is absolutely no way that all of this would have taken place if the account books had been preserved. Chung Mayung pondered to himself if it would be best to simply attack them and eliminate all of the merchants. Nonetheless, he came to the conclusion that he should not do so after pausing for some reflective silence. Everyone would believe that the Mount Hua sect coerced a youngster into committing a transgression if he did so. Thus what he needed was a justification to justify his actions, an alibi for the Mount Hua sect to employ in order to avoid paying the merchants what they were owed, as well as the evidence needed to prove that the Mount Hua sect was the original owner of the businesses. The issue, though, is that Chung Mayang is clueless about where to look for the justifications and the facts. Chung Mayang expressed his annoyance by tearing at his hair and then going silent in order to reflect. He recalled seeing his senior Jiang Mun write in the account book on a few occasions. Every time he came in, Jiang Mun would hide a few volumes of the account books they had. Then, Chung Mayang came to an important realization. Was there just a handful of books in total? Chung Mayang stood up and thought to himself that senior Jiang Mun must have hidden the remainder away in another location. When Mount Hua sect was responsible for so many different companies and organizations, it was impossible for there to be only a few volumes of account books. He recalled the hidden storage room, which was accessible only to the head of the sect, and he reasoned that the remaining volumes of the account books must be kept there. He has heard a few rumors about it in the past, but if there really is a hidden storage, then the entrance to it is probably located inside the residence of the sect leader. Because of this, he needs to think because the dwelling of the sect leader has remained the same throughout the years. It is tucked away somewhere on Mount Hua, which was home to a large number of martial arts experts, and it is situated in close proximity to the residence of the sect leader. After doing all of that reasoning, he thought about the hills that were located behind the mansion of the sect head. He reasoned that if they had built the storage facility under the hills, then the secret storage facility must have been underground. Nobody could figure out where it was because there was no means to find out. For this reason, it appears as though Chung Mayang would be engaging in treasure hunting on a scale never seen before. After that, Chung Mayang opened the window in his room, jumped out of it, and apologized to his senior for the fact that he was about to break into the storehouse. After all, shouldn't Chung Mayang's primary priority be to save the Mount Hua sect? Chung Mayang, who was in possession of a pickaxe at the time, had the thinking that he would give it to the leader of the sect if there was any way he could avoid giving it to him. After then, he flashed a grin as his face flushed and thought to himself if it's even conceivable, that is. A light emanated from the location of Chung Mayang, which was deep within the peaks of Mount Hua. Chung Mayang was sitting on the ground while yelling that he had the impression that he was about to pass away. As he panted heavily, he reflected on the fact that although it was a modest slope, it was nonetheless located on a mountain. In addition, searching for such a location was not a simple task at all. In addition to that, with his current state of body, this endeavor was not an easy one. Chung Mayang inhaled deeply, then placed his palms on the ground and expelled some of the energy that was bottled up inside of him into the earth. It would indicate that the storage room was present if that energy were to come into contact with a large space. Well, that's what Chung Mayang believes, even if he has no idea where the empty hole in the ground is. After that, he was frustrated and out of breath as he lay on the ground. But he got back up and continued to search for the storage space over and over again. He did it again and again until his inside energy finally felt like it touched something different. Now that he was very certain that he had located it, he could begin excavating. Chung Mayang got to his feet and reached over to grab a pickaxe that was lying close by. He began digging with the idea in his head that once he saw it with his own eyes, everything would be finished. This was his motivation for beginning the digging. Chung Mayang swiftly got on the ground and positioned himself there. After that, he started to use his hands to pull back the soil layer by layer. After working the earth, he noticed something under his hands and continued to dig. The expression on Chung Mayang's face was distorted. It had an odd sensation on his hand, and he could make out a crack running down the center of what appeared to be a brick. If a brick were to be found in this area, it would be a positive sign because it would indicate that something was made there. Chung Mayang, on the other hand, held a dissimilar viewpoint. If this was supposed to be Mount Hua's warehouse, the structure shouldn't be made out of such shoddy bricks in the first place. The removal of the soil made it possible to see that the bricks had been arranged in a certain pattern. He couldn't see it very clearly due to the fact that it was night, but he could tell that something was hiding behind it. Chung Mayang removed the brick very carefully and then he pushed his face into the hole that he had formed in the brick. Chung Mayang noticed a hallway, and it was the hallway that led to the hidden storage area that he was looking for. Chung Mayang's attention was suddenly drawn to the distant sound of footsteps approaching from below. When Chung Mayang spotted the leader of the sect walking through the corridor, he formed the assumption that the leader was aware of the location of the concealed safe. Through the hole in the wall, he was able to view what was within. At the location where the head of the sect had stopped, there was a massive wall visible. No, this is not a wall. It may have appeared to be a wall, but in reality, it was not. A door might be found at the very end of the very long hallway. Is it the door that leads into the hidden storage area? Chung Mayang reflected on his own thoughts. The leader of the sect did not move a muscle as he observed it. The the leader of the sect subtly lifted his hand and lightly tapped on the door. He ran his fingertips along the door as if he were touching something priceless. He did this several times, a deed that is devoid of significance. On the other hand, the leader of the sect was surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere that gave the impression that this seemingly pointless deed had some significance. He struggled with the door, and as he did so, he gradually lowered his head, and he maintained that position for a while. Chung Myung didn't understand till that point. It wasn't the fact that the sect leader was doing something. The problem was that he was unable to take any action. The Mount Hua sect is on the verge of collapse. Both the practice of martial arts and the industry's overall wealth are on the decline. It must be a disheartening experience to be in charge of Mount Hua in light of recent events. How would he feel if he had to spend the rest of his life watching Mount Hua, the site he devoted his entire life to preserving, crumble away while he was powerless to stop it? Chung Myung was able to perceive the quaking of the elderly man. However, the leader of the cult is forbidden from discussing that sensation with anybody else. Since the disciples look to the leader of the sect for support, it is the leader who must bear the brunt of the suffering and melancholy when the disciples have no one else to turn to. Chung Myung suppressed his breath until he no longer sensed the presence of the sect leader. After that, he raised the brick and then crept into the opening. He turned his attention to the corridor that led to the room where the sect leader had vanished. Chung Myung laid the guilt squarely on his own shoulders, but it was not too late. In the event that there was a mistake, he would be able to correct it. From this point forward, Chung Myung will assist in regaining those lost years. He cocked his head to the side. To begin, he will open the door with a swinging motion. Chung Myung placed his hand on the door and began to channel his internal energy to his hand in an effort to open the door, but the internal energy only bounced off of his hand. A standard door would prevent something like this from taking place. That door must have been crafted out of some sort of metal with an infinite lifespan. Chung Myung was taken aback when the top secret storage was revealed to be constructed out of the most durable material in the known universe, which is rumored to cost even more than gold. Chung Myung's face contorted as he realized that to cut through anything of that size would require the most powerful master in the world. It was at that moment that Chung Myung finally understood why the sect head was unable to unlock it. Even more frustrating for him is the fact that he is unable to open it. Nevertheless, he reconsiders his position. Senior Jangmun's level was not high enough to cut through everlasting metal. If the door was something that Senior Jangmun was able to pass through, then Chung Myung was sure that there was probably a way to open it. Chung Myung took note of something as he observed the patterns on the wall. The design that was painted on the wall. No, it appeared to be blade markings. Technique of the 24 movement plum blossom sword. There were some similarities between the various patterns and the 24 plum blossom sword technique, and once one piece of evidence was located, it was possible to identify the other patterns as well. The previous one was the bamboo leaf technique, the one after that was the plum blossom technique, and the one after that was the equilibrium technique. Chung Myung is able to identify them more clearly now that he is aware that the marks were made by a blade. Suppose those hints had been the key to unlocking the door. He will carefully follow the marks. He will begin with the equilibrium sword method and the bamboo sword technique, then move on to the 24 movement plum blossom technique, and lastly, he will do the plum blossom dance. Chung Myung would open the door in this manner, all the while pondering the question of how his senior, Jangmun, was able to create anything of this nature. Now, there was just one issue left to resolve. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have a problem with it. On the other hand, the current Chung Myung was just a kid. He was able to continue to trace the sword lines. However, it was hard for him to put in the effort necessary to unfurl it all at once because of his physical limitations. Chung Myung was aware that there was a solution, but despite the fact that it was something he truly didn't want to do, he nonetheless brought his palm to his stanchion. He was hoping to avoid having to resort to this. He didn't want to overdo it. However, this was the only strategy that he could think of using at this point. He anticipates that he will need to rest for around 1 month in order to fully recover. Chung Myung first used his thoughts, and then his might, to penetrate the most inward section of the Danshin in order to access the innate Kai there. The true Kai that resides within. The power that is inherent in every human being from the moment of birth. If a human's true internal Kai is compromised, they will no longer be able to maintain their own life. To put it another way, one may say that the true internal Kai is absolutely necessary for human survival. If anyone else utilized it, they would be held accountable for the repercussions. However, Chung Myung does not have this option. The genuine Kai that lies within a person awoke from its hibernation and immediately began to anger. After that, it was deposited within the Danshin. The blending of his internal Kai and his internal energy resulted in the production of a tremendous power, which was then allowed to permeate his entire body. The moment that this energy started to pour through his foreign body, his entire being started to shake. He has only a single opportunity. One attempt is all that is allowed of him. The sound of a groan could be heard coming from the space between Chung Myung's lips as he coughed up blood, an excruciating agony that caused Chung Myung to question his sanity. Is it possible? Chung Myung pondered the possibility of it and then came to the conclusion that it was plausible. The issue was that his body was responding strangely because it was not accustomed to things of that nature. As Chung Myung moved forward with the blade in his hand, his thoughts drifted to the fact that there would be no second chances. A brilliant sliver of phantom purple light sliced through the wall. The sound of something scraping against the wall echoed along the empty hallway. He brought up more blood with his cough. It weighed a lot. Because of the constraints placed on his body and his inner kai, it was challenging. Chung Myung, on the other hand, is unable to stop regardless of the circumstances. Therefore, he takes a small step back and executes the equilibrium sword technique, the bamboo sword technique, and the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique. Chung Myung did not pause but instead continued to move his hand. He was known as the Saint of the Plum Blossom Sword. Even if he lacked the power to do so, he would nonetheless move his body out of sheer pride. Despite hacking up blood, his hand remained suspended in the air. He didn't have time to pay attention to his current situation, despite the fact that his legs were trembling and his heart was beating wildly as if it was urgently attempting to hold the rest of his body together. After all of this, if the door still didn't open for him, he would be in for a genuine catastrophe. It was at that time he was sure that he had just heard a peculiar squeaking sound. The noise is associated with the opening of something, and the enormous door that was in front of us moved. It opened. Chung Myung curled himself into a ball and grabbed his stomach all of a sudden. Blood gushed out of his tiny mouth in a steady stream. It came out with such force that it was impossible to take it back in again. He wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his shirt. It appeared that his body had sustained more injuries than he had anticipated. If this were the case, in order for him to recuperate from the internal injuries he sustained, he would need to rest for a minimum of 2 months rather than only 1. The process of saving the Mount Hua sect is a real pain in the behind. Chung Myung used his finger to wipe away any lingering blood in his mouth, and then used what little strength he had to force open the door. Chung Myung then remarked, asking whether or not he should investigate what his senior Jang Mun had been keeping hidden. Chung Myung strutted his way inside the warehouse, smiling devilishly to himself as he did so. The room was smaller than Chung Myung would have anticipated and contained 3 bookcases. It came as no surprise. They would not have been able to survive for such a long time even if they had used everlasting metal to construct a large safe. Such a safe could only be made by the most powerful sect in the world. Jang Mun, his senior, continued to complain about his lack of financial resources on a daily basis. Despite this, he continued to spend cash on making stuff like this. After entering, Chung Myung proceeded to look around. Books were displayed in sequential order on a bookshelf that was attached to one wall. He reached into the stack, took a book out from the middle, and examined what was within it. As he read each paragraph, he continued to be startled and eventually said that he had located it. In the end, he was successful in locating the financial books of the Mount Hua sect. Because Chung Myung's senior, Jang Mun, had made copies of the original account books from the Finance and Economics Agency, Chung Myung praised him as a diligent guy because he could see that Jang Mun had done this. As he took the other account books that would lead to the downfall of the merchants, he broke out in a broad grin. Chung Myung inspects his surroundings after piling his garments of account books. Now that he gives it some thought, were the papers the only thing that was there? If his senior, Jang Mun, had stashed some money there, he might have been able to put it to better use for the community, aside from bringing the Mount Hua sect back to its former grandeur. He would have overindulged in both the consumption of meat and alcoholic beverages. Chung Myung criticized his senior for being a rather obnoxious old man and questioned whether or not his senior had actually buried any money in that location. Following that, he began browsing through the items on the second shelf. Chung Myung concluded that it was a secret technique after flipping the book over and reading it, yet he was unsure as to whether or not it had been used in the past. However, considering that he just noticed it, it is quite unlikely that anyone else has ever utilized it before. That martial arts are technique books that have been practically abandoned by the Mount Hua sect. It reminded him of his kind and compassionate senior, Jang Mun. Chung Myung had thought that his senior probably would not be able to bring himself to give up the martial arts methods that they had decided not to pass on to the following generations of students. He must have been concerned that discarding them could have a detrimental effect on the Mount Hua sect in the future, so he must have stashed them away in this room. Chung Myung exhaled deeply and came to the conclusion that his senior was actually unable to move on from the past. If the first shelf of ledgers displayed the old sect leader's duties and commitments to the sect, then the second shelf showed his compassion and dedication to the sect. Chung Myung grips the book even more tightly and tells his senior, Jang Mun, that he will restore the Mount Hua sect to its proper position. No, he would make it even more successful than it had been in the past. Chung Mayong rediscovered his drive, and he made the turn. And lastly, there was hardly anything on the third shelf where the books were stored. There was only one scroll that had been rolled up. Chung Mayong went for it, opened it, and dove right into reading it without the slightest moment of hesitation. If somebody is reading this, it indicates that a decision has been made over who will head the sect in the next generation. Because there are instances in which a single line of writing can convey more than 100 words, I choose to leave my meaning in this more modest form. Within Mount Hua, the position of sect leader is not one in which one can exercise leadership. Precious disciples are the ones who lead Mount Hua, and they are the ones who bring growth to Mount Hua. This is something that every person who becomes the next sect leader would naturally come to learn if they were to achieve that position. The duty of a sect leader is to provide protection and support for the members of the sect so that they can freely carry out their own will and dreams. I really hope that now that you are the leader of the sect, you will put your own impatience to the side and strive for the good of the sect. It cannot be led or controlled by a single person. Keep this in mind whenever you feel worn down by the challenges that life throws at you and the weight of the responsibility that rests on your shoulders. Mount Hua will not collapse. Mount Hua sect is just the Mount Hua sect. It will continue to be known as Mount Hua, notwithstanding its growth or lack thereof. As leaders of the sect, it is our responsibility to preserve the essence of the sect within our age. Because we want to make sure that the will of Mount Hua, which our ancestors defended, is passed down to subsequent generations. And because we want our descendants to carry on our will so that we can live forever, we must raise our descendants to carry on our will. As the previous generation's sect leader, I pass on to you a significant responsibility that will weigh heavily on your shoulders. The 21st sect leader of the great Mount Hua, Jiang Mun. Chung Mayong read the scroll in complete silence. Even though he was aware that the letter was not sent to him specifically by his senior, he was, for some reason, the one who needed to read this document more than the rest. He grumbled to himself in private that his superior was a very nagging person. Chung Mayong rolled up the scroll he was holding and turned to take one last look around the room. He encouraged himself that he did not obtain much from the storage facility, but that it was plenty and that the account books were the most essential thing he took away from there. With those books, he could restore Mount Hua's stolen businesses. Chung Mayong, who had been planning to go outside, decided to refrain from doing so. When he looked behind him, he had the impression that the storage appeared odd. The senior Jiang Mun that he knew suffered from severe OCD. This individual was the type of person who kept two lamps in his room directly to his right and left in order to keep the symmetry in his room. So it was natural for Chung Mayong to have a query in his head. Someone with his characteristics is the only one who left the third shelf nearly bare. Chung Mayong made a beeline for the shelf that was vacant. Without hesitating, he reached for the shelf and dragged it to the side of the room. Chung Mayong was certain that there was something unique about the shelf in question. When Chung Mayong moved the shelf out of the way, he noticed a hole that was shining gold. This led him to conclude that he had been correct in his assumption that there was something there. Chung Mayong did not think twice about jumping into the hole, and once he was inside, he saw a heap of gold and precious weapons that were arranged in the most meticulous fashion, and many undiscovered treasures and secret book sword techniques. The laughter just wouldn't stop. Even when he made an effort to suppress his laughter, he was powerless to do so. Chung Mayong yelled with glee that he was finally wealthy. As the head of the sect observed the sunshine streaming in the window, he exhaled slowly and softly. Once more, morning had arrived. The appearance of sunshine may signal the beginning of a good day for certain people. But for those who were living on borrowed time, there was nothing that made them despise the sun more than the fact that it brought another day into existence. And there were still 5 days till the appointment that had been promised with Kong, the owner of the pavilion. Just 5 more days. The sect leader lowered his head and closed his eyes. It was at that time the voice of Ungum could be heard. The leader of the sect opened the door and questioned Ungum about the reason for his presence there. Ungum fumbled out his response, saying that he had to witness it for himself. Ungeom had a peculiar appearance on his face. He was perplexed but also a little bit fatigued at the same time. Because of this, the leader of the sect told Ungum to guide him down the path. Ungum moved swiftly, and the leader of the sect immediately followed his lead. The eyes of the leader of the sect widened. When he reached the halfway point of the path with Ungum, he spotted a number of disciples of the third class lying dispersed along the side. Ungum was unable to give the leader of the sect a satisfactory response to his question about what had happened to the children, so he simply informed him that the children were participating in some additional morning training. After taking a look around, Ungum questioned. He was ranting as to where Chung Mayong was. The response arrived before any of his inquiries were clarified. When the leader of the sect turned around to find out where the voice had come from, his eyes widened dramatically. A strange and disturbingly deformed-looking small child emerged from hiding behind a tree. A face as pale as a sheet of blank paper, with bluish lips like those of a deceased person. It appeared as though the dark circles under his eyes extended all the way down to his chin. He didn't seem like a human. It wouldn't be surprising if the infant suddenly became unresponsive and passed away there and then. As a result of this, the sect leader inquired in a state of panic about what had happened to him. But Chung Mayang brushed the sect leader's worries off and stated that before that, the sect leader should have a look at what he was pointing at since it was important. However, the leader of the cult denied that Chung Mayang's health was more significant, and hesitantly looked at what Chung Mayang had been pointing at. The sect leader couldn't continue. He was able to perceive it. A glowing golden light could be seen inside the box, and there was only one kind of metal that could produce such a brilliant golden glow. It was gold. The leader of the sect cocked his head in the direction of the skeleton-like figure and instantly inquired of Chung Mayang how he had discovered it. Chung Mayang opened his mouth while appearing to be on the verge of passing out and stated that he had trained too much. This caused the leader of the sect to become nervous, and he refrained from asking Chung Mayang any other questions. The sect leader was incapable of gaining any semblance of rationality. Where exactly did you get it? Why was there gold in this area? But the gold wasn't the only thing that piqued his interest in the situation. The books were stacked up against the gold. The book's titles gave the impression that they were ripping his spirit out of his body. He was paralyzed with fear and could not confront this incomprehensible truth. If he stretched out to try to grab the goods, he was scared that they would vanish like a mirage before his very eyes. He reached out and placed his trembling palm on the box. However, he didn't touch the gold, rather, he touched the books that were adjacent to it. It was the business account records of the Huam prefecture, which belonged to the mighty Mount Hua sect. He didn't even open the books. He was petrified that if he opened the book carelessly, it might disintegrate before his very eyes into a pile of dust. It took a lot of bravery on his part before he finally opened one. While he was reading it, his eyes began to twitch and the rest of his body began to shake. The leader of the cult began to experience a loss of awareness, and bubbles started to develop in his mouth. When the chief of the cult heard the Ungum cry for him, he immediately closed his eyes. What was discovered when the box was opened was more than simply some wealth and literature. It was a ray of hope. The sect leader slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that entered his mind was the name of the book he had been reading earlier, The 7 Plum Blossom Techniques. The sect leader took a moment to compose himself by taking a deep breath. Ungum was then yelled at by the leader of the group, who asked him whether or not he had brought the chest with them. Ungum answered haltingly as he stammered that they did, and he was pleased to see that the sect leader was awake. After that, the leader of the sect gave the order to Ungum to bring Hyan Young, the head of the agency in charge of finances and the economy, to him. Hyan Young was shaking uncontrollably as he read from one of the account books, as his hands gripped the book tightly. After that, he placed it down and informed the sect leader that it was genuine. The leader of the sect, who was still unsure, inquired once more as to whether or not Hyan Young was certain. After that, Hyan Young responded with joy, saying that he was certain and that he had retrieved verification documents that were buried beneath the treasures. As he relayed the news to the head of the sect, Hyan Young's elation was impossible to conceal. They are the documents from the government, and with them, they can not only show the legality of the contents of the books, but they can also quickly bring back the businesses of T Hua Pavilion and the Huam Prefecture, both of which were previously in the control of Mount Hua sect. In addition to that, the treasures that were found with these documents easily exceeded 100 nyongs in value. The leader of the sect, who was listening to this, thought to himself as he exhaled deeply that it was indeed a relief and that it was excellent news. While he was preoccupied with his own thoughts, Chung Mayang entered his mind. To think that the choice to take in that child would bring them such success is absolutely mind-boggling. He considered Chung Mayang to be a kid who would one day become a harbinger for the Mount Hua sect. The sect leader rose up, and his next thought was that, more importantly, if the account books were real, he needed to confront them. He gave the order to bring in all of the personnel who were associated with the business account books for the Huam prefecture of the vast Mount Hua sect. After a few days had passed, Yu Jongson let out a loud groan, indicating that he was in obvious pain. Even people who lived in the settlement below were unable to climb the mountain heading up to Mount Hua without significant effort because of its extreme steepness. Owner Kong, who does not appear to be bothered by the steepness of the mountain of Hua, told the people who were following him that they were not too far from the Mount Hua sect and encouraged them to keep going, to which the others responded by saying that they would. Yu Jongson felt his temper rising. As he struggled to catch his breath, he made a solemn oath to himself that once he had recovered the lost funds, he would never set foot in that establishment again simply because he had no desire to ever look at Mount Hua again. Two men exchanged conversation behind Yu Jongson. The conversation was about why the sect head of the Mount Hua sect had called for them, to which one of the men replied that it was probably because the sect leader had already prepared the money. However, Kong, who overheard this, interrupted them by stating that 100 nyongs is not a little money, so the sect leader must have called them to beg since there was no way the sect leader could receive that much money in such a short amount of time. Kong reasoned that there was no purpose in dragging this out until the agreed date, therefore the sect leader must have been calling them early because of this reason. Yu Jongsun listened to them as one of the guys answered and criticized the sect head of the Mount Hua sect by saying that they had seen such a shameless debtor who made them come and go as he pleased, while the other was telling the guy that even though the sect leader was going through financial troubles at the moment, he is still the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect, so he told the man to refrain from speaking about the sect leader in such a harsh manner. Because of this, Yu Jongsun, who was listening to them at the time, thought to himself that there was no way that they wouldn't get their money. Simply the fact that a member of the Southern Edge sect visited their region demonstrates how many people in the area are interested in the temple that the Mount Hua sect maintains. Yu Jongsun reasoned to himself that he won't have to keep operating his store if he gets the 5,000 yongs that he was scheduled to get today. This was the expectation that he had set for himself. When the merchants finally arrived at the Mount Hua sect, they were quite out of breath but kept their mouths shut. The idea of using their own strength to bring down the Mount Hua sect, which for hundreds of years had served as the defender of the Hua prefecture, caused everyone to experience internal struggle. In the event that they did not give in to the demands of the sect head today, the Mount Hua sect would not even survive another week. In spite of the fact that they are aware of this, they continue their ascent of Mount Hua in the hopes of settling their debt, which has ballooned into a sizable sum of money over the years. Only the owner, Kong, appeared to be well. When he took the initiative, everyone paused for a moment before following in his steps. Unum was there to greet them as soon as they walked in. Unum brought them inside and informed them that the leader of the group was already there waiting for them. They approached the leader of the sect's residence in complete silence as they made their way there. The sect leader was waiting for them in front of it while he stood there. As soon as owner Kong started greeting the sect leader, everyone else did as well. It was the final stage, and he was trying to be as courteous as humanly could. The leader of the sect gave everyone a polite greeting and thanked them for responding to his summons for them, to which they did not at all. After then, owner Kong grinned and gave his response. It shouldn't be a problem at all. They are busy, but the leader of the cult is busier than they are. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that they will appear. After that, the head of the sect extended an invitation for them to take tea, but Kong interrupted him while he was speaking, stating that he was aware that they were nothing more than humble merchants and that as a result, they desired to jump right into doing business without any preamble or other such formalities. After some reflection, the leader of the cult stated that he now comprehends the situation. It would appear that he was acting in a manner that was not very courteous. In point of fact, he had called them all the way up there in order to impart to them the viewpoint that the Mount Hua sect holds in reference to their business. This resulted in Kong patiently waiting in silence. The leader of the sect proceeded by saying that he had tried approaching a wide variety of individuals and locations, but he was unable to locate anyone who was prepared to give them a loan of money. As a consequence of this, he will be unable to satisfy his financial obligations in due course. When he heard this, the owner Kong smiled to himself. He told the leader of the sect that he believed they had already given him more time than he needed, and that they were unable to give him any more time since they were merchants and needed to make a profit in order to maintain their standard of living. However, this is precisely the point that the sect leader is trying to make by bringing that up. As he spoke to each individual member of the congregation, the head of the sect made direct eye contact with them and informed them that although they would not be able to return their obligation in full, they would be able to do it in part. Therefore, if there is anyone who is personally prepared to allow them to push out the date of payback, they should do so. The sect leader bowed. He begged them to have mercy on Mount Hua sect. Everyone in the crowd was taken aback and embarrassed when the leader of the cult bowed his head toward them. A peculiar vibe started to spread across the crowd. Chung Myung hummed as he watched the merchants and the leader of the sect from a distance while relaxing on the overhang of a building. He gave the impression that he was having a good time, speculating that this must be the master plan of the sect leader. He was clueless about it. Was the leader of the group trying to send them to an eternity of torment in hell, or was he giving them one final opportunity to be saved? It's open to multiple interpretations and uses. However, one thing was certain: despite appearances, Haiyan Jiang, the leader of the Mount Hua sect, wasn't as simple of a man as he seemed. Maintaining one's composure under pressure is one of the most essential qualities for a sect leader. Although martial artists are typically raised within a particular sect, the most important aspects of the discipline are composure and self-control. Because of this, making intelligent choices should come as second nature, particularly for the person in charge of the sect. The question then becomes, did Haiyan Jiang have what it takes to be a proper sect leader? The proprietor, Kong, gave a slight frown and explained that he had already made it quite clear that he is unable to postpone the deadline any longer. However, Haiyan Jiang interrupted Kong and cautioned him not to misunderstand what he had said. He was not directing that request exclusively toward Kong, the proprietor of the pavilion. Haiyan Jiang stared at owner Kong and spoke. Even though the overall debt that the Mount Hua sect owes adds up to 100 nyongs, Haiyan Jiang believed that he owed it to everyone who was present there. This was despite the fact that the total amount of the debt is 100 nyongs. Therefore, Haiyan Jiang was inquiring about the possibility of someone there being kind enough to personally allow them to postpone the day on which the payback was due. They were taken aback by this, particularly Kong, who had been under the impression that Haiyan Jiang was engaging in such a poor form of deception. Kong frowned at Haiyan Jiang and asked, "Does that mean that Haiyan Jiang was able to repay those who refuse his request?" In response to Kong's inquiry, Haiyan Jiang stated that although Mount Hua isn't what it used to be, there are still people who are prepared to assist them. They did not get all 100,000 nyong, but there is a possibility that they will be able to pay some of them back. Mount Hua won't have to change its name thanks to their assistance. Therefore, he pleaded with them. In the name of Mount Hua, he will most certainly make amends to those individuals who, given the circumstances, choose to show mercy to Mount Hua. Kong then attempted to oppose Haiyan Jiang, but before he could even begin, Yu Jongson asked Haiyan Jiang if they were to prolong the repayment date, will they get compensated in the future, to which Haiyan Jiang responded in the affirmative. Yu Jongson persisted in his line of questioning by stating that it would not be odd for the Mount Hua sect to fail at any time in the near future, and that undoubtedly he and everyone else present there are aware of this fact. Would he, therefore, choose to disbelieve what he has said and push back the deadline of the repayment, notwithstanding the possibility that he would not receive their payments? So Yu Jongson asked Haiyan Jiang for what reason anyone would accept his offer. When Yu Jongson asked Haiyan Jiang for an answer, Haiyan Jiang looked directly into his eyes and informed him it was for the name of the Mount Hua sect as well as its history. Wouldn't that be enough? Then Kong let out a chuckle. While Kong was making his point that Haiyan Jiang was acting unfair, he couldn't help but laugh. He was the only one laughing, in contrast to the others who were taking the situation very seriously. After that, Haiyan Jiang asked him in a chilly tone whether he was truly being unfair. Haiyan Jiang responded to their query by stating that he wishes to address it with another question, which is, what does Mount Hua sect mean to everyone who is present there? Doesn't the fact that it's called the Mount Hua sect mean anything? Who would have the audacity to take so lightly the reputation of the Mount Hua sect? Who could deny the significance of its history? Although they may have had some setbacks over the previous several years, the Mount Hua sect has never abandoned the Hua prefecture in any way, shape, or form. The vitality and spirit of the Mount Hua sect have been passed down from generation to generation, and it has been consistently spread across the entirety of the prefecture. Because of this, Haiyan Jiang invites them in a humble manner to consider what the Mount Hua sect meant to each of them. As a result, the others were forced to contemplate the situation and remain silent as owner Kong frowned in annoyance. It was at that time Kong muttered something to himself after opening his mouth. He began by pointing his finger to an empty spot to his right and stating that those individuals who are willing to personally prolong the repayment date will stand over there, whilst those individuals who are not willing to delay the repayment date will remain where they are currently standing. After then, he turned around to face the merchants who were standing behind him and told them that they were the ones who needed to accept responsibility for their own conduct. Those who delay the deadline for repayment won't receive any kind of assistance or protection from the Merchants Association, even in the event that they suffer a financial loss. It exerted gentle pressure on the merchants, which resulted in the merchants looking at each other as though they were unable to make a decision. Owner Kong then said that they chose where they should stand, which made everyone hesitant and created an uncomfortable pause. Kong beamed since he knew that spot he pointed to was empty. The feeling of triumph overpowered Owner Kong. That was the precise time. Over Kong's head, someone made a clicking noise with their tongue. Kong could detect the sound of approaching feet. He looked back without meaning to. It was from Yu Jongson. With a frown on his face, Yu Jongson was making his way over. Kong, who had thought everything was going according to plan, was taken aback. Kong yelled at Yu Jongson to stop as Haiyan Jiang watched in horror, mimicking the anguished cries of abandoned lovers. Yu Jongson then requested Kong to remove the scowling expression from his face. He's aware of how irrational his actions are, just like a phrase from breakup lines. However, once Kong had regained his composure, he inquired of Yu Jongson about the reason he had crossed over to that side. Yu Jongson responded by stating that because Kong was not originally from the Hua prefecture, he did not comprehend the significance that Mount Hua held for individuals who were brought up in the Hua area. Yu Jongson had a sudden recall of a recollection from his youth, which then suddenly passed across his thoughts. Yu Jongson proceeded by saying that everyone who is raised in the Hua prefecture is subjected to hearing tales about the Mount Hua sect and would always hear the words, "You also need to enter the Mount Hua sect in order to become the greatest martial arts master in the world." Even when they came to the conclusion that they did not possess the necessary skills to join the Mount Hua sect, they continued to be told the tale of Mount Hua, who defended the world. The owner, Kong, regarded the other person with a bewildered expression. He was curious as to what the following person would say. Yu Jongsun continued by saying that he was not the only one who had such kind of upbringing. The situation was the same for both his parents and his grandparents. As such, the Mount Hua sect is the source of immense pride for the region of Shaanxi and the prefecture of Huam. Yu Jongsun looked at owner Kong and said with a serious expression on his face that if they left after receiving the money, it'll be all over for them because there are many places like Hangzhou City where they could spend their money. After saying this, Yu Jongsun questioned where he would live and where he would go after receiving the money. He had never left the Huam prefecture in all the years of his existence. However, the owner Kong simply looked at Yu Jongsun as if he was crazy and asked Yu Jongsun if he was giving up such a great sum of fortune for such insignificant reasons. Yu Jongsun replied that he was. Yu Jongsun was then informed by owner Kong that he would eventually lament the choice he made. Yu Jongsun only remained silent at what Kong told him, which would seem a threat while thinking that he have only looked forward to receiving his money and not having to work for the rest of his life. To think that he was saying such things after coming this far, as he thinks like that, he subconsciously clenched his fist. Yu Jongsun reasoned to himself that he must have completely lost his mind. However, he already makes enough money to support himself, and even if he were to not receive his money there, he could just pass it off as just a tiny regret of not choosing to take it, which is what he responded to owner Kong. He went on to say that if the Mount Hua sect were to fall apart today, he would lament his choice right up to the moment he took his last breath. Even if he ends up with a great amount of money that he will not be able to spend for the rest of his life, he does not want to live the kind of life that he is currently leading. After that, Kong smiled, opened his arms, and told Yu Jongsun that he could act in any way he liked while telling him to do as he pleased. In addition to this, he told him that there was no reason to believe that anything would be affected even if a single person chose not to accept the money. It was at that point that somebody interrupted him. The head of owner Kong was turned. Yu Jongsun was not the only one, according to one of the merchants, who said such. After that, 4 of them start walking across to the opposite side. This surprised the owner Kong. After seeing them for a brief period of time, Haiyan glanced at them in silence before heaving a contented sigh. Haiyan proceeded to speak, and he informed them that he was quite content with the idea that there are still people who have a significant connection to the Mount Hua sect. Following that, Haiyan gave Unum the command to bring it there, which Unum dutifully carried out. Unum bowed his head respectfully and hurriedly exited the room. After that, Unum placed down the thing he had been asked to retrieve, and Kong was astonished when he laid his eyes on the books that were contained within the box. He had no trouble identifying what it was at all. In point of fact, those were the prefecture of Huam's corporate account books. This caused Kong to become pallid very immediately. Haiyan then started to talk, which drew their attention, and Haiyan told them that the Mount Hua sect had been showing benevolence towards them and their predecessors for generations. As he gazed down at them with a furious expression on his face, he proceeded by saying that it seemed as though, rather than returning their debts to the Mount Hua sect, they had chosen to betray the sect instead. As a direct result of this, the owner Kong has maintained his pasty complexion while dodging gunfire. Haiyan announced that as of just now, according to the account books, the Mount Hua sect will seize control of their businesses. This includes all of the riches that they had accumulated up until that point, right down to the last coin. A flash of lightning ripped through the cloudless sky, shattering their hopes and expectations in an instant. It was due to the proclamation that Haiyan made, which was the reason. Those who had an understanding of what it meant were unable to talk, and those who did not yet have an understanding of the situation were unable to utter a word in such a weighty environment. There was an uproar that started. Even though the merchants demanded to know what the sect leader was talking about, Haiyan maintained his expression of indifference the entire time. They had never seen him display such a cold attitude before, and now he was glaring down at the merchants. It is exactly as Haiyan stated before. However, Kong was unable to accept this, and he communicated to the head of the sect that he had taken his joke too far. Haiyan then informed owner Kong that it was such a shame that he thought that the sect head of the renowned Mount Hua sect would have leisure time to be joking around with him. However, the owner Kong replied by questioning while holding one of the account books as to how the sect leader could show the legitimacy of those books, to which Haiyan responded by asking Kong if he was saying that the Mount Hua sect falsified those documents as evidence. And Kong said this time that he was certain that the Mount Hua sect would never do so. He then questioned Haiyan once more, asking how he could be so sure that he was not being misled by those allegedly fraudulent documents as well. After a brief period of stillness brought on by this revelation, Haiyan eventually closed his eyes and stated that he could see where Kong was coming from. Therefore, he gave the order to Unum to bring the head of the agency in charge of the economy and finance there. As soon as Haiyan was brought there, he instantly ruffled his goatee with his hand and stated that they should absolutely take into account the legitimacy of those books. The other merchants around them then cheer under the false impression that Haiyan agrees with what they are saying. At that moment, Hyan Young turned his head towards the merchants from his back and told them with a sneer that they had already sent half of the account books to the office of the Huam Prefecture 2 days ago to have them evaluated. He said this because he had previously anticipated something similar would happen. Because of this, Kong is beyond confused because he believes that they have been tricked. If the soldiers of the government start taking over the businesses in the market while they are away, Kong and the other merchants from the Huam Prefecture won't be able to do anything to stop it because they are all currently on top of Mount Hua. Kong reasoned at this point that the reason Hyan Zhong had summoned them there was probably so that they could get out of the market. Kong had the impression that he had just landed in a freezing lake. He started to break out in a chilly sweat all over his back. Kong, the owner, ground his teeth in frustration. The ledgers might have been checked in sufficient detail in just 2 days. It was reported that the officials had received 50% of them. However, it is highly likely that they will want to verify each and every one of them. It was obvious that the ledgers that were currently in the box must have previously undergone verification. The only thing that Kong could do was look at the box with bulging veins in anger. An irate voice could be heard coming from owner Kong's direction as he yelled at the sect head. On the other hand, Hyan Zhong was not the same generous person that he had been a few days earlier. Kong was told by Hyan Zhong to lower his voice because he did not have the authority to speak at such a loud volume. The entirety of Hyan Zhong's being was putting out a powerful energy. Mount Hua is referred to by this name. The intensity of the energy that was currently raging from this man demonstrated that the term was well deserved. He started by saying that the only way to achieve genuine amity is to assist one another in times of difficulty. On the other hand, there is no reason for them to assist those individuals who betrayed them at a time when they required assistance. After that, Hyan Zhong instructed them to turn around and leave as soon as possible because everything would be finished once they reached the Huam Prefecture. Because of all the effort they have put in up until this point, he will let them take a shopping cart full of their fortune as a reward for their hard work. If they had done things the way they were intended to be done, they would have taken everything they had. The appearance of owner Kong's face was warped. He appeared to be wishing for Hyan Zhong's death as he gazed at him while clenching his teeth. One more time, Kong emphasized to Hyan Zhong that he would never, ever forget what took place on that day. Owner Kong, the owner, turned around. In addition, he did not wait for Unum before beginning his trek. When the merchants were at a loss for what to do, they glanced in the direction of the sect leader and hastily started to follow owner Kong. They were required to go down and investigate what was taking place. Hyan Zhong gave Yu Jongson and the others his full attention as he turned his head. When Hyan Zhong dealt with the other merchants, he adopted a different attitude than the one described here. It had a gentle feel. He went on to say that for those individuals who did not sever the connections they had with the Mount Hua sect until the very end, nothing would change the fact that the Mount Hua sect was the owner of their enterprises, and those firms would, of course, be reclaimed by the Mount Hua sect as their rightful property. Despite this, Hyan Zhong gave them permission to keep operating their enterprises and keeping the profits they made for themselves. In light of the fact that he would like to discuss how things should be conducted in order to benefit them both, Hyan Zhong encouraged them to come inside so that they could have this conversation. Then, Yu Jongson bowed his head slightly as he thought, despite the fact that he was in a stronger position than those who supported the pavilion owner Kong. Despite this, he was immediately downgraded from the position of business owner to that of a stand-in owner. Yu Jongson heaved a sigh before turning to his grandfather, who had passed away, and asking him what he had just done. During this time, a face that had previously been smooth became wrinkled and mottled. The anger that Chung Myung felt was evident in the widening of his eyes. What exactly did he mean when he referred to a cartload of their wealth? After then, Chung Myung took off while shouting in disgust at whoever it was that Hyan Zhong's plan was to give away a share of the wealth of the Mount Hua sect. Chung Myung wouldn't give up so lightly on them, would he? A bunch of men stopped what they were doing and stood around, looking confusedly at their carts. The riches that they had amassed was only represented by a small portion of what was in the carts. Every one of them was loaded down with wealth that would assist them in surviving. Someone who had no money would find that sum to be shockingly high. However, for the people who are currently at this location, taking in all of this luxury evoked in them an emotion that is difficult to put into words because it brought back memories of the events that led up to them being in this state. As soon as they made their hasty descent from Mount Hua, they observed that their places of employment were already occupied by authorities from the government. Everyone in the gathering of merchants had a solemn expression on their faces. As they gazed about at one another dragging their carts, their hearts started to break since they appeared to be in a state of true destitution. As soon as they resolved one obstacle, a whole new set of challenges appeared in front of them. Kong caught the attention of one of them. Upon realizing that he had not uttered a single word, he struggled with the want to force the other man to speak and accept blame for what had transpired. If only he had ignored what that scoundrel had to say. He started yelling at Kong and asked him what they ought to do at that point in time. He proceeded to yell at Kong and told him to say something because he had just said that all they needed to do was trust him, but they weren't doing that. After that, Kong turned around and asked with penetrating eyes if he was holding the blame against him. The man became tense as a result of this, and his subsequent remarks were stuttering. After that, Kong calmed everyone down by setting his cart down and stating that there was no reason to be so stirred up. After all, they will only be there in that capacity on a temporary basis. Kong reassured them while saying about the possibility that those account books were real. Kong asserted that the documents were obviously falsified and that the leader of the sect was the one responsible for their creation. However, one of them stepped up and asked whether or not they had been verified by the prefectural administration. He also took a look at it, and things appear to be in order. But Kong still responded by stating that they most likely fabricated the entirety of this situation in collaboration with a representative of the prefecture. After that, Kong advised that they should make their way to Loyan for the time being. If they are going to resort to authorities in order to subdue people, then the other side must counter with authorities that are even more powerful. Then, an unknown man's voice chimed in from the distance, which got their attention for some reason. As Kong stared at the person who had been speaking, his first feelings of shock transitioned into ones of perplexity. He was covered in darkness from head to toe, with one black shroud covering his face and the other obscuring his body. In one hand, he gripped a sword. Kong questioned the man in the mask, who was obviously Chung Mayong, inquiring as to whether or not he was the one who made such a statement. Then, Chung Mayong responded and started coughing here and there, which was obviously fake coughing, while answering the question, saying who else was there beside him. When Kong saw this, he couldn't help but be perplexed. The man was dressed like a thief, even though it was the middle of the day, and when he looked at his hunched back, Kong wondered whether the man might be an elderly person. Kong then shared with Chung Mayong that it appeared as though the individual was after their fortune, but that he strongly advised the individual to just leave immediately or he would waste his life without purpose. However, Chung Mayong did not hear any of that except the part that he was claiming the fortune they have as their wealth. This made Chung Mayong furious, so he retorted as he yelled that he was not trying to steal someone else's wealth, he was just trying to retrieve his wealth while cursing at them. This made Kong think for a moment, what did he mean by his wealth? Kong scowled at him and inquired as to if he was a member of the Mount Hua sect. But he did not even bother to wait for the man's response before declaring that it was fortunate timing and that he could exact his vengeance on them at this point. The sudden appearance of men quickly emerging from the tree drew the attention of the other merchants present. It was a bunch of men dressed in black attire who were carrying their swords at their waists. These were the hired bodyguards that Kong had. The men advanced rapidly toward one another with the intention of killing the other. They started their assault on Chung Mayong from above, but all Chung Mayong did was stare at them with his lifeless eyes. The escorts were caught off guard by Chung Mayong's sudden leap toward them. Chung Mayong constructed a pattern of lines in the air by striking his opponents with the back of his blade. He began by striking one of them in the face, then one on the chin, then one on the back of the head, and so on. It was finished in a flash, as quickly as it had begun. Chung Mayong came to a stop in the exact same spot in front of Kong as he had before. Behind him, the flies, or more accurately, the escorts, were dropping like flies once they were hit. Chung Mayong's eyes rested in front of him, and he addressed Kong with a kind of endearing nickname as he explained to Kong that he must not have understood, but no one had ever returned with all of their limbs intact after disobeying his orders. After hearing this warning, Kong began to perspire heavily while staring at Chung Mayong as if the latter were some kind of monstrosity. After a moment of silence during which Kong gathered his thoughts, he pondered the following question: was there still someone of this level in the Mount Hua sect? After that, Kong ordered his escorts to back off and dubbed them useless, which they did despite their aching bodies in order to obey Kong's command. After that, Kong questioned Chung Mayong, saying that he was wondering where someone like him had been the entire time, and that if he had intervened earlier, the Mount Hua sect would not be in the situation that they are in now. Chung Mayong was informed by Kong that he had chosen an inappropriate moment to intervene. At that moment, Kong ramped up his energies while proclaiming that Chung Mayong would soon meet his end at his hands and would be delivered to the Mount Hua sect as a cautionary tale. As Kong began to speak in a chilly tone, energy overflowed all around him. He proceeded by saying that he was certain the leader of the cult would be appalled to learn that someone like Chung Mayong had perished at his hands. Following that, Kong launched his assault while telling him to get ready. Despite this, Chung Mayong did not make any preparations for himself and instead simply talked, claiming that he was aware that Kong had something up his sleeve. It was clearly not something that a simple innkeeper in a relatively unimportant prefecture on the outskirts of the city could undertake on their own. Upon that, Chung Mayong assuaged Kong's concerns by assuring him that he would take care not to severely bruise Kong's mouth. After then, Kong leaped up into the air, arms raised, preparing to strike Chung Mayong, who was standing on the ground. Chung Mayong followed up his initial comment by adding that he needed to ensure, at the very least, that Kong would be able to talk in spite of everything. Then there was a massive explosion, and it turned out that Kong had missed his target and that his attack had instead hit the earth. Because of this, Kong convinced himself that he could still win. Therefore, he did not relax his guard in the least. Those who have chosen to train in martial arts should remember to respect their opponents at all times. Even a tiger will do its hardest to get its paws on a bunny. Kong turned his attention to his adversary, who had deftly avoided his attack while appearing to have a vein bulging on his forehead. Furthermore, after observing how Chung Mayang interacted with the escort guards, there was no way that he could be more vigilant than he already was. Despite this, he was acting as though he was getting tired of their argument by making it look like he was losing interest. Because of this, Kong made the decision for himself that he would do everything in his power to change the look that Chung Mayang currently has. After regrouping, Kong prepared to launch another assault on Chung Mayang. When he attempted to hit with his fist, however, it was halted before it could even extend beyond his chest. In addition to that, an attempt to stop it was made with a sword. He had a very vivid sense of the movement of energy within his body. Kong wailed in agony as his arm was prevented from extending fully, resulting in the release of pent-up inner energy that had been accumulating in it. Chung Mayang did not even budge. He then instructed Kong to stop trying already, and that he was such a slowpoke, saying that Kong's fingers would be the first ones to break after a couple more times of doing that. If he did not stop, Kong's fingers would be the first ones to break. After that, it was evident that Kong assaulted the masked man with a revolving kick strike, but by that time, Chung Mayang had already disappeared from that location. When Kong turned around and felt someone approaching from behind, he clenched his hand and violently swung in that direction. But the same applies this time. The sword defended itself against his assault. Kong let out an agonized scream. Although it was not visible to the naked eye, there was most likely a tear somewhere within the muscle of his arm. Then, Chung Mayang repeated what he had previously said to him, which was that his fingers would be the first ones to shatter. After that, Kong had a thought in his head: is he quick? No. Is he strong? In no uncertain terms, no. The individual wearing the mask was neither quick nor strong. From what we can see, Kong is more than capable of handling the presence of 10 additional people in masks. Kong, who was seething with anguish and rage, gathered all of his strength for the purpose of killing the man and struck him with a strong kick. But at this point, he was unable to even reach the hem of the other person's clothes. It wasn't an extremely breakneck rate of speed. He proceeded slowly but precisely in the right direction, keeping the appropriate distance between himself and the target, effortlessly and without squandering any of the available energy. It was eerily similar to encountering a goblin. Kong was engaged in combat with a human, but at one point it appeared as though he was simply punching the air. No matter what Kong did, he was unable to harm his opponent because he was unable to touch him or affect him in any way. If the man was simply trying to avoid it, then he wouldn't be as anxious about it. However, that was not the only factor. He was analyzing his motions in great detail. That human being is a demon. Even Kong was incapable of estimating how dangerous Chung Mayang could be. Chung Mayang re-straightened his back and announced that he was unable to maintain that position any longer. He had a little more interest in playing with Kong, but he couldn't muster the strength to do so. After hearing what was mentioned, Kong's expression became more tense. After that, he turned to Chung Mayang and inquired about the reason why someone like him had not assisted the Mount Hua sect during all of this time. After a few moments of quiet, Chung Mayang eventually broke the ice by informing him that he had no interest in telling the story for someone like him. Chung Mayang continued by saying that those people who just think of themselves are living in a peculiar delusion. Why should he be required to respond in any way to their inquiries? In point of fact, it was incumbent upon him to be the one to pose the inquiries. Kong martial arts are incredibly powerful, even for someone as mundane as a business entrepreneur. Why would a man with such impressive abilities choose to head a company in the prefecture of Hua? In response, Kong posed a follow-up query, inquiring whether or not there was a statute that stated powerful people should not operate enterprises. Chung Mayang, however, interrupted him by noting that it is a different thing when the warrior is obviously thirsty for money to the point where they are willing to deceive a sect. When one has Kong's degree of expertise in martial arts, there are a great many more lucrative ways to make a fortune. However, Kong informed Chung Mayang that he was unable to comprehend what he was saying. Therefore, Chung Mayang advised him to disregard the matter. It is important that you don't get the wrong idea about this, as there is no widespread conspiracy. I have not been hired by anyone, nor am I connected with anyone else in any way. It was my own decision. Chung Mayang questioned Kong about whether he was going to declare it like that. After that, Kong conceded that Chung Mayang was, in fact, right. To which Chung Mayang responded by stating that this was all they had to say. So Chung Mayang asked him if he knew what he should do if he wanted to find out from people like them. To which Kong responded by asking how he would know if he wanted to find out from people like them. After that, Chung Mayang threatened Kong by raising his fist and clenching it while standing in front of him, saying that he would beat the snot out of them. Kong was taken aback, but Chung Mayung proceeded by saying that there was no need to waste his time attempting to pry information out of those who were not going to speak anyway, and that it was a waste of his time to try to do so. Therefore, all that is required is a moderate degree of mutual accommodation between him and them. Chung Mayung readied his sword to launch another attack on Kong, informing the latter that he must be careful not to provide the required information to Chung Mayung so that he could punish Kong for not providing it. As Kong watched Chung Mayung move forward, he assumed that Chung Mayung was aiming for his knee. Nevertheless, the assault actually landed on his right shoulder. Kong initially believed that Chung Mayung was aiming for his knee. However, even though this threw Kong off balance and caught him off guard, it was not the end of the story. Again, Chung Mayung swung his sword, and this time Kong believed that he was aiming for his head. As a result, Kong attempted to defend himself before the blow even landed. But he was once again incorrect, and the blow fell on his neck instead. Kong gritted his teeth and groaned as he grabbed his throbbing neck. Despite the fact that he was certain that he could plainly see the attacks with his own eyes, Kong was unable to avoid any of them. He could see Chung Mayung approaching him with his vision blurred and preparing to strike him again. But all he could do was cough. He was helpless to stop Chung Mayung. Due to the fact that Chung Mayung's blow connected practically instantly, Kong was under the impression that he was about to pass away. The eyes of Chung Mayung gave Kong the impression that he was seeing into the soul of a murderer who had committed numerous murders in the past. From Kong's vantage point, Chung Mayung unsheathed his blade so slowly this time that Kong could feel his impending death drawing closer. Nonetheless, Kong did not wish to pass away. The closer Chung Mayung got to Kong, the more terrified he became. Just as Chung Mayung was about to execute Kong, Kong let out a scream and used a power that emanated from his palms. A blue aura emanated from Kong's hands, and Chung Mayung immediately recognized the technique as the Tei Godly Palm technique. Chung Mayung, who was at this point squatting down, questioned Kong in the most icy tone imaginable as to whether or not Kong was a member of the Southern Edge sect. Chung Mayung said in a mocking tone, "What a coincidence that Kong was a merchant that collects debt from Mount Hua sect and accidentally became a practitioner that uses the martial art techniques of Southern Edge sect." Chung Mayung was referring to the fact that Kong was a practitioner who used the martial arts techniques of Southern Edge sect. Chung Mayung approached Kong, who was kneeling on the ground at the time, and asked him if he had been sent there. When Kong finally came to the conclusion that he had made a mistake and that he ought not to have used that strategy in front of a member of the Mount Hua sect, he bit down firmly on his lower lip. It was a really serious oversight. The fact that Chung Mayung acted as if he was going to cut Kong caused him to freak out, which is what led to him using that approach. If it was done on purpose, Kong has no way of knowing the extent to which that man planned it. After that, Chung Mayung asked Kong in a collected manner whether he was being uncooperative by not talking, by asking if he was refusing to talk. Chung Mayung decided not to hold out for an answer any longer and instead gave up. He let Kong know that he suspected that it was loyalty and that he thought it was a highly respectable option for Kong to make. Chung Mayung, who was standing and contemplating at the time, came to the conclusion that he could not look down on the Southern Edge sect despite the fact that there had been conflict in the past between the two groups. He can't deny the reality that the Southern Edge sect was one of the 10 great sects and a very influential group in history. It was inconceivable that such a group would manage things in such a careless manner. Chung Mayung had serious doubts about Kong's ability to know so much, and even if he did, there was no way to verify the information he provided. Therefore, Chung Mayung arrived at the conclusion that Kong had some sort of connection to the Southern Edge sect. It was all he needed. Chung Mayung scoffed and told not only Kong but the entirety of the Southern Edge sect, even if they weren't there, that even though the martial world was barren in the past, it was not so dishonorable. Not only did they attempt to steal the skills, but they also attempted to steal the entire sect while simultaneously defrauding them. Chung Mayung remarked in a sarcastic tone that it was a respectable act overall. After that, Kong mumbled something about how the Mount Hua sect would be better off in that situation. He explained to Chung Mayung that the Mount Hua sect no longer has any chance of survival because they have lost all of their techniques and are unable to revert back to the Mount Hua sect of the past. It was only a question of time before it gave way completely. Kong was still tense, but he proceeded and stated that he was just doing the Mount Hua sect a favor by making it happen much earlier. Kong brings it all to a close by stating that a sect that has not passed down its martial arts from generation to generation is doomed to fail. After hearing this, Chung Mayung's countenance turned icy and he inquired of Kong, who asked. After that, Kong asked Chung Mayung if he understood, and Chung Mayung responded with a no. Chung Mayung gave Kong a stern look and asked him a question, but he did not need an answer. The question was about who had said that the techniques of the Mount Hua sect had been lost from their previous generation. Kong did not provide a response. Chung Mayung grew irritated and began to protest aloud. He was asking why people would blabber something without confirming anything and why they didn't just declare that they hate the Mount Hua sect instead. Due to the fact that Kong was a member of the Mount Hua sect, he could at least accept that excuse. Both the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect utilized swords as their primary form of offensive and defensive weaponry in their respective styles of martial arts. This is one of the many ways in which these two sects are comparable. Therefore, if there are two significant sects that are located adjacent to each other and have many characteristics, one of them is doomed to fail. After that, Kong denied the accusations and stated that he was not a member of the Southern Edge sect. In response, Chung Mayong did not believe him and stated in a resigned manner that he was also not a member of the Mount Hua sect. Anyway, Chung Mayong placed the tip of his sword under Kong's chin and told him that he would show something intriguing to Kong since he had allowed Chung Mayong to see the Tei Almighty Palm technique. He then proceeded to show Kong something with the blade. While Chung Mayong was saying that if Kong knew it, it would be a very interesting experience and that it would be a shame if Kong did not know it, Kong was constantly sweating bullets because of what Chung Mayong said. After then, Chung Mayong's eyes gleamed brighter than before, and he told Kong to relay what he had said to the person who had sent Kong to that location. Chung Mayong maneuvered his blade in a variety of directions at a very rapid pace, to the point where some of the movements almost appeared to be mirages. Kong, who was on the receiving end of this onslaught, was powerless to stop it and could only do what he could to shield himself from the wind that was brought about as a result of Chung Mayong's actions. Kong was under the impression that it was both powerful and quick, but for some reason, it was avoiding his body entirely, which led him to wonder what Chung Mayong was attempting to do. When Kong finally did, he noticed it. Chung Mayong stated that despite the fact that winter had arrived, the spirit of the Mount Hua sect had not diminished. When Kong looked, he saw several pink plum flowers. Plum blossoms were dropping all around him from above. It was an astonishingly stunning scene to behold. What exactly is he seeing? Kong mused to himself about something. It appeared as though hundreds of thousands of leaves were falling on top of his head. However, it was actually the 24-movement plum blossom sword technique, also known as the rainfall of plum blossoms. When Chung Mayong drew his sword from its scabbard, Kong was already on the ground, falling forward. Chung Mayong then spat blood from his mouth as a result of the recoil of the method he had employed earlier, yet he did not yet possess sufficient levels of inner power. If it were from his previous incarnation, obtaining it would be simple, yet just mastering that one skill required all of his resources. Chung Mayong let out a sigh and glanced to the side of him. He then yelled out to someone he thought was concealing himself behind the tree he was seeing. It was the businessman who we had seen before. He summoned the merchant to appear before him. In front of the other merchants who were still following Kong, Chung Mayong questioned them and asked who among them desired to receive a beating prior to departing. The response from the merchants was simply silence, and they avoided making eye contact with him. On the other hand, when Chung Mayong asked the reverse question, every single one of them raised their hand and stated that they wished to leave without being assaulted. Even before Chung Mayong could finish his sentence thanking them for their cooperation, one of the merchants had already sprinted by him and fled. Because of this, Chung Mayong instructed them to come to a halt without even giving them the option to turn around. As soon as Chung Mayong turned his head, the merchants were able to see the terrifying eyes that were on Chung Mayong's face. Chung Mayong questioned them further by asking, "If you don't know how to use your brains, how would I take all of these carts with me if everyone just leave?" After that, Chung Mayong wanted to know how much mush was on each cart, and the merchants were powerless to refuse his request, so they told him. After they had completed telling Chung Mayong the amount of money they had, Chung Mayong ordered one of them to go and get the money from Zhenjiang and to bring the money under no name because if they did not, Chung Mayong threatened to murder them. Chung Mayong also ordered them to bring the money in secret because if they did not, Chung Mayong would kill them. One of the merchants at that time believed that he had never in his life encountered anyone else quite like Chung Mayong. One of them also inquired about the future of the individual who visits Zhenjiang but does not return. Chung Mayong laughed at them and asked, what will they even do if they run away when they no longer have wealth? Chung Mayong dismissed their concerns with a dismissive shrug. Their whole wealth is stored in those carts over there, so they will have to return if they want any of the remains. The merchants became silent for a little while after that, but almost immediately, someone broke the stillness by inquiring about the potential consequences of reporting Chung Mayong to the government or some other authority. After hearing this, Chung Mayong's irritation grew to the point where he smacked the ground with his scabbard. Chung Mayong responded by saying that they may give it a shot if they wished, which caused the merchant who had raised the question to become pale. But they had better not come back, and they had better run to the opposite side of the continent, for he will chase them regardless of what they do. After that, the merchants had one thought from that point on, and that idea was that they couldn't think of any way to escape from that crazy individual. After that, Chung Mayong urged them to hurry up and go, and they complied with his request. Chung Mayong's nostrils grew so large as a result of sensing the scent of money, and he was so ecstatic to have obtained money that he couldn't help but chuckle as he made his way back home. Within the waters of the river, in the general vicinity of the Mount Hua sect, There were a number of disciples there, including Joe Gull, washing their clothing. Joe Gull smiles as he takes it all in. He believes that a lot of things have changed, and he has the impression that they are now true martial arts practitioners. Yoon-jong then asked Joe Gull why he was smiling like that, and Joe Gull told Yoon-jong his feelings, despite the fact that it was an odd thought to have given the fact that they have always been practitioners. Yoon-jong then told Joe Gull that he too felt the same way, and Joe Gull grinned and laughed in glee at Yoon-jong's response. After that, everyone makes a dash for the exit to return. A week or so ago, Joe Gull would not have been able to fathom how strenuously they were training. Instead of engaging in appropriate training, they used to merely pass the time until they could resume their ascent. Nevertheless, Joe Gull could sense that things were shifting in their current state. After that, Joe Gull came to the conclusion that it was most likely due to Chung Myung. Joe Gull kept smiling and thinking that Chung Myung was, without a doubt, bringing change to the Mount Hua sect. Even if it is only a little breeze at the moment, no one knows whether it will continue as it is or whether it will intensify into a tremendous storm that will cause the entire Mount Hua sect to be shaken. But regardless of the conclusion, these shifts will undoubtedly have an effect on the sect's trajectory going forward. Joe Gull was the first member of their sect to make their way back to the front. While there, he noticed a large number of people transporting goods into the Mount Hua sect. There are various types of wood, cement, and just about anything else that could be used for constructing or repairing buildings. They are now perplexed as a result of this. After that, they see their teacher giving instructions to those about what to do. Then, Yoon-jong turned to their instructor and inquired about what was happening. Their instructor responded by stating that the individuals in question were workers. Their teacher informed them that they intended to get the entire temple repaired, which made sense to them, given that the temple was not in very good shape. After that, their instructor urged them to get to work themselves and assist the other workers. This resulted in the two becoming confused, at which point their instructor shouted at them to hurry up. Joe Gull, who had only recently arrived there, was equally as terrified as Yoon-jong, and as a result, he decided to let the situation play out on its own. And then, for supper, they cannot believe what they are seeing since tonight they are truly going to be eating a whole chicken. When viewed from their perspective, the meat appears to be glowing. However, their surprise did not last very long, and almost immediately, they began to drool at the sight. They couldn't contain their excitement at having the opportunity to have some meat at last. It was a sumptuous meal. Joe Gull, who had just a moment ago been considering the possibility that Chung Myung would alter the course of the sect's future, thought that it was happening much more quickly than he had anticipated. Yoon-jong discussed his thoughts with Joe Gull while they were outside. He shared with Joe Gull his sentiments exactly, telling him that he shared his surprise at the turn of events and that he had not anticipated something of the such to take place. They were provided with meat for dinner, and on top of that, they were given brand new outfits to wear. Suddenly, their temple was being renovated. The silence that followed from Yoon-jong prompted Joe Gull to inquire as to what was going through his mind. After that, Yoon-jong grinned and stated that he was thinking about how wonderful money was. Joe Gull then said that they thought the same thing. They had no idea that they would find themselves in possession of such a sizable sum of money all of a sudden. Yoon-jong went on to say that it's not like they relished being broke the whole time. Rather, they were only living miserably because they had no other option. Yoon-jong shared with Joe Gull that he had never seen him laugh like that before and that some people even felt he had forgotten how to laugh. After then, Joe Gull questioned Yoon-jong about the next steps he believed they ought to take moving forward. Yoon-jong responded by saying that the Mount Hua sect is presently experiencing rapid transformation, and that, as a result, people have to be prepared for what is to come. Joe Gull then took a look at his brand new wardrobe and pondered deeply about it for a short while, but Yoon-jong interrupted his train of thinking by stating that it was not a question of Joe Gull's financial stability. Joe Gull said that he did see the hidden martial arts within the chest when Yoon-jong questioned him whether he had seen them. He recalled Chung Myung making an awful acting performance when he found the chest. Joe Gull then questioned Yoon-jong about his opinions regarding how Chung Myung got a hold of those. Yoon-jong said that he did not know how Chung Myung got a hold of those. But one thing is certain, the Mount Hua sect will be going through a transformation soon, and that they will inevitably going to get caught up in the storm of change brought up by the Mount Hua sect. So they have to prepare themselves with their utmost determination, because if they don't do it properly, they might get swept away by the changes that Chung Myung causes. Joe Gull then gave him a reassuring grin and stated that there was no reason for him to be concerned, to which Yoon-jong replied that he was correct. Joe Gull was ready to enter the building when he asked Yoon-jong about Chung Myung's whereabouts, as he had not seen him since the morning. Yoon-jong responded by saying that the sect leader wants to meet Chung Myung. Thus, it is likely that he is at the residence of the sect leader right now. Inside the mansion of the sect leader was explaining to Chung Mayang that it was only normal to award those who accomplished a big feat, and that Hyun-jong wishes to reward Chung Mayang for his achievements, which is why they called him there. Chung Mayang, who appeared to be a living corpse, inquired as to whether or not Hyun-jong was telling the truth. In response, Hyun-jong inquired as to whether or not there was anything that Chung Mayang would be interested in. Hyun-jong then said that he was certain that Chung Mayang still had lingering attachments to the wealth that he handed over to the sect, so he could return some of it to him if he wanted. But Chung Mayang thought deeply and said that he was not really that interested in wealth, especially given the fact that he had no idea where to use it. Hyun-jong was taken aback by this, and he immediately believed that Chung Mayang possessed a genuine comprehension of the Tao and its principles. Nevertheless, according to Chung Mayang's line of reasoning, he just believed that the sect head could not give him that many anyway, and he already had more than enough in the hidden storage he possessed. Because of this, Hyun-jong talked in an eager tone to Chung Mayang, stating that he should tell him anything that he desired and that he could even allow Chung Mayang to acquire advanced techniques that typically would not be permitted to be learned yet. However, Chung Mayang refused this offer and replied that he did not want techniques either. Once more, the leader of the group was taken aback by this. After hearing Chung Mayang's explanation that their forefathers must have had a good reason for establishing the order in which they acquired the methods, Hyun-jong cannot help but agree with him. However, Chung Mayang's thoughts led him to believe that he ought to be the one to instruct them on various approaches rather than anyone else. Because there were still so many techniques he needed to give them, he was considering how to teach them in a way that seemed natural. In the midst of his train of thought, he also contemplated the recompense he would receive and the additional things he could do for the Mount Hua sect. After that, he had a notion that brought Hyun-jong's attention to something he had been considering previously. Chung Mayang smiled at Hyun-jong when he turned his zombie face toward him and told him to give him permission to travel to the Hua prefecture whenever Hyun-jong desired. Before he could accomplish anything, he needed, first and foremost, the liberty to be able to move around. Chung Mayang provided an explanation to the head of the sect when he was questioned about his decision to leave the temple. He stated that he had come to the conclusion that remaining at the temple solely was inhibiting his development as a disciple and that he would be able to learn more by venturing out into the wider world. After giving it some serious thinking, Hyun-jong eventually remarked that he could appreciate where Chung Mayang was coming from but that doing so would be against the norms of the Mount Hua sect. When Chung Mayang heard this, he thought Hyun-jong was being overly picky. Hyun-jong had stated that Chung Mayang's accomplishments were more than worthy but that some people might complain about them. Hyun-jong inquired of Chung Mayang once again whether there was anything more besides that which he desired. But Chung Mayang pondered what else he could ask for when he realized that they wouldn't let him travel to the Hua prefecture on a regular basis. At that moment, a thought occurred to him. He said to Hyun-jong that, from what he could tell, his physical condition was not very good, and Hyun-jong concurred with him that this was indeed the case. Chung Mayang shared with Hyun-jong his excitement at the doctor's diagnosis that his inner energy appears to be damaged. As a consequence, Chung Mayang requested that Hyun-jong provide him with some pills for life. After hearing this, everyone else, except Chung Mayang, became completely silent. Chung Mayang stated that he was referring to the medications that restore health when he made his comment. After saying, "Listen to me," Hyun-jong turned everyone's attention back to himself, and Chung Mayang glanced at the head of the sect with an expectant expression on his face. Hyun-jong takes a quick drink from his cup before announcing that, as the leader of the Mount Hua sect, he declares that Chung Mayang is now permitted to leave the Mount Hua sect without permission. While the other two bowed and confirmed their comprehension, Chung Mayang was left completely bewildered. After that, Hyun-jong stated that he might agree to it but that he could not let him leave the prefecture of Hua. Chung Mayang expressed his confusion to the leader of the group by asking whether or not he had permitted such. But the leader of the group chose to disregard him and stated that Chung Mayang would be held accountable for anything that occurred to him outside the compound. Chung Mayang was ultimately kicked out after the leader of the sect gave him one final shove, but he continued to inquire about the tablets of life. However, Hyun-jong did not pay him any attention again. In Chung Mayang's mind, he was practically yelling at him to give him the pills of life, but Hyun-jong was thinking that he did not even have any pills of life in him, so how could he be saying that? After Hyun-jong had finished closing the door, he turned to the others and inquired about their opinions towards Chung Mayang. Hyun-jong became content as a result of Unum's response, which stated that Chung Mayang possessed an understanding of the Tao. He went on to say that despite the fact that Chung Mayang was still a youngster, he could perceive the maturity in his statements. In spite of the fact that he may be rude at times, they speculated that it was most likely due to Chung Mayang's advanced age. And within Unum's head, he believes that while he is speaking with Chung Mayang, there are times when he does not feel like a child. Not only due to the manner in which he speaks but also because he simply cannot detect any childishness in him. He is able to feel the Taoist spirit emanating from him. After that, Hyun Jong inquired the other man, whose name was Hyun Sang, regarding his opinion of Chung Myung. Because of this, Hyun Sang was at a loss for words and said that they already knew that he did not have excellent eyes for evaluating people. However, the sect leader argued that even if this were the case, he still felt something from Chung Myung. Before making the statement, Hyun Sang gave it some serious consideration and concluded that Chung Myung is a child who is also not a child. After hearing this, Unum came to the conclusion that he was not the only one who felt in this manner. After then, Hyun Sang stated that he was aware that children have a tendency to be like Wei when they have a difficult life or are just deep thinkers, but well, in the case of Chung Myung, he had just died and come back to life. Hyun Sang proceeded by saying that even if it was like that, it does not mean that they act like adults, rather, they merely act mature for their age. Nevertheless, Chung Myung was not like that. He was not only mature for their age, but he also acted like an adult. Hyun Sang was referring to Chung Myung's behavior. The next thing that happened was that Hyun Jong asked Hyun Sang whether what he meant by what he said was that Chung Myung was corrupt on the inside, but Hyun Sang responded by saying that such was not the case. Hyun Jong stopped ruminating and simply informed them that he understood them but cautioned them not to read too much into what he said because Chung Myung was, after all, still a child. Hyun Jong did not continue to consider the matter. He gave a speech to them in which he explained that the purpose of their sect was not to use people for their own gain but rather to nurture them. If they discover someone with exceptional skill, they back them, and if they encounter a problem, they assist them in finding a solution. The two bowed and acknowledged that the leader of the group was correct. After that, Hyun Jong inquired of Unum regarding the state of the ongoing construction. Therefore, according to Unum, they are now having trouble gathering more wood for building due to the steepness of the mountain. Nonetheless, they are cutting down trees in the surrounding area in order to compensate for this, yet it will still take a couple of more days to dry and trim the wood. Hyun Jong clutched his goatee and pondered for a time before asking whether they were not fond of him caring too much about the appearance of the sect after obtaining some money to spare. In response, Unum said, with a droplet of sweat on his cheek, that they were not. Hyun Jong laughed and asked them to comprehend what he was saying because the sect required additional reconstruction. When someone makes new resolutions and decides to change their conduct, they should also organize their surroundings and make necessary adjustments to how they act. It is stated that this was the most successful means of imparting the new resolutions to the followers, which is the reason why. Following that, Unum gave Hyun Jong another bow and acknowledged that he was completely correct. After that, Hyun Jong turned his attention to Hyun Sang and gave him the order to complete the interpretation of the new techniques that they had acquired. He cautioned Hyun Sang not to make any rash errors while carrying out these tasks, explaining that the future of the Mount Hua sect is dependent on the manner in which they convey the techniques to the disciples. Hyun Sang bowed before the leader of the sect and pledged to him that he would not commit even a single error in the task. Hyun Jong communicated with them and stated that he would put his faith in the two of them. At that very moment, Hyun Sang was thinking about whether or not he should tell Hyun Jong that the technique books they had acquired were oddly new, taking into account the fact that they had been concealed for at least 100 years. Even though he did not notice it at first, there were ink marks throughout the books, as if they had been written in a hurry. Because of this, Hyun Sang had the sneaking suspicion that it was probably someone's plot, but he quickly disregarded the idea because the books were, in fact, genuine article. Therefore, the only reasonable conclusion for him to draw is that an individual was providing the Mount Hua sect with assistance while concealing their identity. Who exactly was the one who did it? Outside, Chung Myung, who had been kicked out, could be heard grumbling in a loud voice about how the sect leader had kicked him out only because he did not want them to give Chung Myung the pills of life. Chung Myung moaned that rewriting the tactics before handing them off served no purpose, and he questioned why he bothered doing so. Chung Myung was able to recall the precise expression that the sect leader had been making at that time. He was certain, and he was able to know that the sect head had lost the recipe for the tablets of life along with the money that the sect had all accumulated. Chung Myung yelled louder and continued to announce in a furious tone that their sect was doomed to failure. Chung Myung considered this to be a royal pain in the posterior. He was aware that there would be adverse repercussions, but he did not anticipate that they would be quite as terrible as they turned out to be. His physical condition is not improving as quickly as he anticipated. If things continue to progress at this rate, it might be 6 months before he is back to normal. Chung Myung let out a sigh as the thought crossed his mind. It would have been extremely detrimental for someone as young as him to miss out on a full 6 months' worth of training. A child's body is always undergoing new growth and changes, and as a result, there is a window of opportunity during which it is possible to construct the foundational components of one's inner strength. When someone misses this perfect window of opportunity, there will be no second chances. Therefore, it is necessary for him to devise a plan for his recovery. There are two different approaches to regaining one's lost inner Kai. Either taking some kind of life-extending drug or undergoing some kind of Kai transfer treatment is the only option. However, there was no way for him to locate somebody who could transmit their Kai to him at this time. He was out of luck. Back in the day, the pills of life would simply roll around on the ground inside the sect. He would even take plum blossom pills for a hangover cure because the remedy was so efficient. Chung Myung has an overwhelming need to get a drink right now after thinking about what just happened. It was at that precise moment that Chung Myung had an idea. He suddenly realized that he was aware of the location of the pills of life. Chung Myung made a beeline for the place where he believed the pills of life were located and ran there instantly. He was certain that it was at that location. While he was running, the thought occurred to him that having a poor memory would be advantageous in a situation such as that. When Chung Myung came, he gazed up toward the area where he believed the life pills would be located. The rocky outcrop is cut off from the rest. Even among the 5 big mountains, this cliff is renowned to be the most treacherous and steep. The location that he was seeking is somewhere in the midst of this treacherous cliff. Even among the members of the Mount Hua sect, only Chung Myung is aware of the location of this hidden spot. Climbing to the top of the cliff is the only way to access the hidden little cave that is located in the rock's center. Chung Myung was able to figure out where he could best conceal himself from his senior as a result of the fact that disciples were not permitted to use this cliff as a training area due to the inherent danger it posed. He found that to be of considerable assistance. He had been able to drink without being caught by his senior, eat some meat without being caught, and take a nap during the middle of the day without being caught by his senior. All of these things had been done without being discovered by his senior. When he recalls the shenanigans he'd gotten into in the past, he can't help but question why his elder even allowed him to live. After all, if it were him, he certainly wouldn't have allowed someone like him to continue living. But that is not the most essential thing right now because the pills of life that he hid in his previous life are probably still up there somewhere. If it were him from a previous life, he would be able to reach his destination with only 2 hops. However, given his current state of health, it was physically impossible for him to make the ascent. What if, on the other hand, he decides to climb down instead of up? Chung Myung got up, moved away, and retrieved the rope that he had previously tied around the tree. Simply by observing the gorge, Chung Myung was able to deduce that the only issue with using that strategy was the fact that it was 10 times more perilous. When he understood what he had stated, he recalled that he was already on his second life, but he was still resolute because no matter what happened, he only had 1 life left to live. Despite this, he did not waver in his resolve. After that, he cussed and moaned as he started going down, lamenting how difficult it was to bring the Mount Hua sect back to life. The fact that this cliff was so steep was not the only factor in determining whether or not it could be used as a training ground for disciples. Why is it known as the cliff that has a ruggedly detached appearance? It is an extremely craggy and steep cliff, just like its name says it should be, without a single place to put a foot or a hand to hold on to. To put it another way, scaling that cliff is going to be a challenge. At that precise moment, Chung Myung became unbalanced and collapsed to the ground. At that very time, the only thing that was going through Chung Myung's thoughts was the fact that he was about to die. However, the rope managed to keep him attached throughout the collision, after which it began to swing toward the edge of the cliff. He had no choice but to scream to himself silently. After that, Chung Myung employed the technique of Kai suction to brace the impact of the cliff, and as a consequence, the bones in his left arm are now broken. Then he began to grouse to himself about how his body was so frail that his bones were shattering like twigs. Nevertheless, he is aware of it. The opening that leads into the cave. However, the rope that he had constructed in accordance with his calculation of the distance of the cave was unable to make it all the way to the entrance. Because of this, the first thing he needs to do is grab hold of the cliff that is off to the side. First, he has to use the Kai suction technique and build up some momentum. And he carried everything out precisely as he had intended, albeit he had not accounted for the fact that the rope would snap. Because of this, he was unable to even get close to the cave before he fell. As a result of Chung Myung using his right hand to grab onto the cliff while he was performing the Kai suction technique, the bones in his fingers shattered like brittle glass. As a consequence, he had another tumble, but this time he was fortunate enough to land right at the mouth of the cave, albeit with some force. However, he rolled around so much that he took another tumble, but the rope rescued him once again from being entangled in the cliffs. He was completely mute. After that, he began ascending at the entrance while cursing to the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, which is to say him. What exactly was he thinking when he constructed that sham of a hiding place? Is it possible that all of the training drove him insane? Chung Myung had to think for a moment before he recalled that he was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. At least he made it to the cave, considering how close he came to losing his life. Chung Mayang was able to see that a large blanket was covering certain items, so he proceeded to remove the blanket. After he had removed the blanket, a light turned on automatically. He was now able to make out a table, a sleeping rag, and in the far corner, an old box. The fact that he even carried a nightlight crystal is beyond his comprehension. He had not given the situation much thought at all. How much exactly does that cost? After that, he opened the box, and within, he discovered the box of pills of life, which will be a significant aid in assisting his body in its journey to recovery. Chung Mayang opened the package, and from his vantage point, the contents were glowing. As soon as he opened the chest, a heady scent of plum blossoms spread around the room, as if the entire area was filled with plum trees in full bloom. Chung Mayang observed that some of them were lighter in hue than the others. It was the medication that looked like snow blossoms. When he saw this, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Chung Mayang couldn't help but salivate when they discovered the chest was filled with plum blossom tablets. While he was doing that, he pleaded to his senior in heaven to forgive him, saying that if he was unhappy with him, it would be because he had hidden the most expensive medications in life. His senior in heaven could not help but moan at the thought of him. Anyway, the first thing that he needs to do is recover, and it would be wonderful if he could also manage to build up a little bit of inner Kai while he was doing that. Chung Mayang was held one snow plum blossom pill. There was no room for doubt. It is going to be his first choice. Chung Mayang swallowed the pill, and as it made its way through his digestive system, it began to dissolve. It melts before he even gets the chance to chew on it, and the sophisticated aroma permeates throughout his entire body. But he is unable to take pleasure in the scent because he does not have time to do so. He has to clear his mind. First and foremost, he has to guarantee that the Kai he has gained from the snow blossom pill does not leave his body. He has to learn to suppress it. Despite the fact that snow plum blossom tablets are the glory of the Mount Hua sect, Chung Mayang is unable to use them to regain his intrinsic genuine Kai while it is in its current impure state and hence cannot use it. They have an excessive amount of impure substances for him to be able to store in his danshan. He has no choice but to cleanse it, even though doing so will require him to release a significant portion of the Kai that has been stored within the pill. After all, he was going the long route in order to construct the strongest, most comprehensive, and flawless base he could possibly acquire. In spite of the fact that this was not a simple choice to make, he cannot allow his impatience to get the better of him. He will dispose of everything other than the most unadulterated Kai. After discarding the impure Kai, he was left with just such a small amount, and he began to feel as though it was all for naught, thinking that it was such a waste. Following the process of filtering out the pollutants, he will take the remaining small bits and store them within his danshan, moving them all the way into the interior of the danshan. The Kai that is unclean by nature after the pure Kai had fused with Chung Mayang's inherent Kai, a flash of light occurred, and Chung Mayang was able to levitate. After that, the veins in Chung Mayang's neck started to protrude all the way through his head. The whites of his eyes entirely appeared, and lights burst into them. After that, he gave the impression that he was about to let out a muffled scream. As Chung Mayang's body continued to rise in the air, blue lights began to leak out of it in a steady stream. His hands, which were shaking, clenched into a fist and clenched as fiercely as they could. As soon as that took place, the atmosphere became peaceful, and as Chung Mayang opened his eyes, calmness poured out of it as opposed to how it had been before. Fractures in his bones were gradually healing as time passed. His skeleton seems to have become more robust over time. It was remarkable in every way. Because of his young body's high level of compatibility with the Kai emanating from the pills, he experienced results that were more powerful than he had anticipated. To imagine that it would be of such high quality. While Chung Mayang thought about this, he looked down at his hands. On top of that, the last of the pollutants that he carried on his body began to flow out all over it. It seemed as though his meridians were getting larger. Right at that moment, he became aware that his heart was racing at an abnormally rapid rate. Something had happened to him that caused him to groan. The Kai that was accumulating in the lower danshan has pushed its way up through the middle danshan. It has the sensation of being a really large ocean wave. He is powerless to stop it. In the event that it penetrates the upper danshan, it will be impossible to manipulate his inner Kai. It is necessary for him to put a stop to the flow. Chung Mayang reached for his chest with his right hand and grabbed him. And in the middle of all that mayhem, he was startled when he heard the voice of his elder asking him who he was. Is he a practitioner of Taoism or a martial art? He could hear his senior informing him that martial artists attempt to suppress and control the flow of energy, whereas those who followed the way of Tao simply let it be. If he constructs a dam, the water behind it will begin to back up. His senior advised him to just let it alone for the time being. If he does so, they will move in the manner in which they were intended to. Because humans are also a part of nature, it is impossible for them to be exempt from the magnificence of the natural world. Don't worry about how things turn out, simply go with the flow. When Chung Mayang looked deep within himself, he saw a wall riddled with fissures and breaks. As he continued to look at it, the thought occurred to him very instantly that he was situated within his upper dantian. Chung Mayang was able to determine where he was based on his innate senses. The entrance to his upper dantian can be found through the gap in the wall in front of him. Seeing this caused him to question how much damage had been done to his body. Chung Mayang moved closer to the wall and placed his hand on the fissure there. From that vantage point, he is able to detect a significant tremor coming from beyond the wall. It would appear that it was only a matter of time before the Kai broke through to his upper dantian, given the way things are currently looking. He had underestimated the degree of danger posed by its current status. If he hadn't opened the door, the wall would have fallen down soon. However, if he does it rapidly, the Kai will bypass the top dantian and go somewhere else. Therefore, the only way forward is to simply go with the flow, as his more senior advised. If he makes an effort to stop it, it will just get worse. He came to the conclusion that he needed to just go with the flow. A light in the shape of a flower, nearly pink in color, burst forth from that location and stopped whatever was coming over the wall. Chung Mayang believed that his senior was once again trying to be annoying and, hence, did not pay close attention to what he was saying. But now, after a century has gone, he has finally come to an understanding of what he meant. Chung Mayang decided to let it all out. After that, a line was ultimately drawn connecting the 3 dots that ran through his body. Chung Mayang eventually regained consciousness when he was still floating in the air after some time had passed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was initially perplexed, and then his levitation promptly deactivated, causing him to experience pain. He couldn't figure out why he was floating in the air. After that, Chung Mayang fell silent and glanced at the hand he was holding. He was under the impression that the blockages in the meridians throughout his body had been removed. He is able to perceive a change in his level of strength. He finds it hard to comprehend that his young body was able to hold it back. He risked either taking his life or leaving him permanently disabled with even the smallest oversight. If it weren't for the advice given to him by his senior, his future would have been hopeless. Chung Mayang eventually got to his feet and reflected that the ordeal had been worthwhile. Not only did he restore his original Kai, but he also grew new meridian connections and boosted the amount of Kai within himself. Chung Mayang beamed as he came to the realization that his physique had become more powerful, perhaps because he had seen death before and emerged from it more wise than before. Outside, where the wind is blowing and where he has been standing, he now comprehends the teaching of his elder, which in his previous life he had just seen as nagging. He had a prior existence as a swordsman, but he was not a Taoist at that time. Mount Hua is both a sect of swordsmen and a Taoist sect at the same time. That was how the sect identified themselves. However, it would be inaccurate to refer to him as a Taoist. As a result of this, Chung Mayang scratched the back of his head and questioned whether or not someone like him could bring the Mount Hua sect back to life. Because of this, before he did anything else, he would try everything he could, and if it didn't work, he would just have to accept the consequences. When he took a look at the pills he was carrying, he realized that it was no longer necessary for him to take them, but that other people may derive significant value from them. Chung Mayang then made the decision to turn around and head back. But before he did so, he went back into the cave to get something. Alcohol was involved. He convinced himself that the only reason he did it was because he was curious about how 100-year-old liquor would taste, and that it had nothing to do with his desire to drink alcohol. Chung Mayang opened his mouth and let out his tongue, thinking about the taste of the alcohol and thought about how the Mount Hua sect had undergone numerous transformations over the years, but this cave had remained unchanged during all of those changes. Chung Mayang turned around to stare at the cave as he continued his train of thought, which was the reason he felt like he was reliving his previous life in this cave. He longs for it very much. Because of this, he made the decision to visit that location on a regular basis. After that, Chung Mayang leaped up, jumped, and leaped some more until he reached the top, where he could see the sun and clouds. Chung Mayang's expression was cheerful, knowing that his body was lighter than he had anticipated. It was very much to his liking. Chung Mayang took a moment to take in the scenery and breathe in the fresh air surrounding him. Up to the point where he smelled something, it was clean and pleasant. It had an unpleasant odor that made him feel like he needed to throw up. It was the odor that emanated from his entire body. At dawn, the disciples of the third class complain about how their exhaustion is not letting up and question how much longer they will have to perform at such a low level, but all the other disciples can do is sigh. 2 were having a conversation in the center, and one of them inquired how Chung Mayang had been acting strangely as of late. The second person then asked the first person what he meant, and the first person replied that Chung Mayang had been out of shape as of late. Chung Mayang has not been attending their recent sessions of practice, which is something that they realize now that they have thought about it. The other person inquired once more about the likelihood of the story being true, which is that Chung Mayang is suffering from an excessive inner Kai. Because of this, the chat the two were having drew the notice of others. They believed that because it was like such, it meant that they did not need to train. When they considered this, they started to perspire. Chung Myung was the sole person who had their obedience since they were under the impression that they could not act together against him. But given that he was not performing at his peak right now, it was not impossible. At this very moment, the disciples of the third class were deep in thought over whether or not they could actually conspire against Chung Myung. On the other hand, Jo-Gul, who was observing them quietly, was counseled by Yoon-jong to let them alone because, sooner or later, they would discover the truth. Jo-Gul remained silent during the conversation. At that precise moment, the gate opened, and a phantom light erupted from within it. They gave it some consideration before turning around. They were taken aback when they recognized Chung Myung and saw that he appeared to be in perfect health. At that very time, everyone had the same notion. If they tried to fight Chung Myung, each and every one of them would be killed. Chung Myung drew their attention to himself by addressing them as comrades at that point. After that, he proceeded to apologize to them for neglecting their training because of his ill health. He said that he feels tremendous responsibility for his actions, and he actually stated those words as if he really meant them. He claimed that he was sorry for them since he had no choice but to disregard their training. The disciples of the third class, however, had the distinct impression that something unfavorable was about to occur. They quickly reassured Chung Myung that everything was okay and that he did not have any reason to be concerned, despite the fact that their faces had turned pale. Chung Myung, however, denied this and acted as if he were truly sorry about it by arguing that it was not acceptable because they continued to train despite his absence, and that he was entirely to blame. After that, Chung Myung fixed them with his piercing gaze and stated that despite the fact that mistakes had been made, they could still be made up for. They simply need to train more intensely if they are lacking in training. After hearing this, the disciples were thrown into complete and total disarray. Chung Myung, who maintained his grin throughout the conversation, pointed behind him. They were given the command to flee after he turned around and pointed at the mountain behind him. Because of this, the disciples were more perplexed than they had ever been. The transformation of Chung Myung's smile into something altogether different and eerie was unsettling. He gave the order for them to proceed on the basis of first come, first served. The runners who finished at the back will try again to make it to the top. At this moment, the disciples were left with nothing on their heads but question marks. They became even more pale and asked Chung Myung whether it was true that he was asking them to climb to the pinnacle of Lotus Mountain. By this time, Yoon-jong had already started running with Jo-Gul following on his back. The disciples didn't do much more than a glance in their direction as they left the Mount Hua sect. After that, they began to follow as well, claiming that they need to hasten along with everyone else, because if they are late, they will have to make an additional trip. When they realized the predicament they were in, they immediately started running away in a state of fear. And in the haze that was left behind by the disciples, Chung Myung could be heard remarking that he thought it was funny that they were plotting against him. But he admired their bravery for even attempting to do such a thing in the first place. Even the most obedient people have their boundaries. On the other hand, they are nothing but a disgrace if they are unable to provide evidence to support the claims that they make. The acquisition of abilities should be both the beginning and the final step in the process of gaining the right to express one's opinions. Therefore, from atop the mountain, he had a clear view of the disciples' laborious ascent up the mountain. He reasoned that he would be more than happy to assist them in acquiring those talents. He maintained a steady gaze at them throughout his thoughts. Throughout the 1,000 years that the field of martial arts has been around, there have been a great number of people who have made a name for themselves on their own. On the other hand, a single person cannot raise the stature of an entire group by themselves. To put it another way, all of the members of a particular sect have to be powerful for the group as a whole to be successful. After that, Chung Myung made a promise to his consciousness that he would restore it in such a way that it would be even more potent than it had been in the past. When Chung Myung subsequently added to the punishment that those who arrived last won't eat breakfast that day, the disciples began to refer to him as a demon because of this addition to the punishment. At the athletic fields, first thing in the morning, the lifeless bodies, or more accurately, the exhausted bodies of third-class followers, can be seen laying on the ground in the same position as if they were dead. Jo-Gul, who was also having difficulty breathing, looked over to Yoon-jong, who was also having difficulty. He was able to observe Yoon-jong standing, which is why he had the impression that it was incredible for Yoon-jong to be standing after that strenuous workout. Jo-Gul was finally able to comprehend why the magnificent Sayoung was given a name like that. While he was out of breath, he pondered more about Yoon-jong and realized that it wasn't about his abilities, but rather his senior's formidable mentality. At that very moment, Chung Mayang approached the scene, raising his volume to complain about how light the stone was, and he instructed those who had completed their training to hand over their sandbags to him. Suddenly, he looked over and saw that they were lying on the ground, so he questioned them about why they were in that position. After that, Chung Mayang reprimanded them, asking how it was possible for them to be exhausted when they had not done all that much. Joe Gull, who could see him, thought that Chung Mayang was a monster. Chung Mayang then began lecturing, stating that the youth of today lack the tenacity that he possessed when he was younger, whereas in his day things were very different. Joe Gull and Yoon Jong, who were listening, had the same thought. They were both dumbfounded by what Chung Mayang had said. They were both shocked by what Chung Mayang had said. After all, he was the youngest of them all. After that, Chung Mayang threw the boulders and told them that they would leave it at that for the time being and that they should eat their supper so that they could return for training in the afternoon. Chung Mayang, who hurled the rocks as if they were nothing, threatened them by saying that if their performance deteriorated, he would force them to exercise 10 times as much. After that, he gave them the command to clean up the training equipment properly, which caused the followers to remain silent while they thought only of one thing, that Chung Mayang was a jerk. The mood at the table for dinner was somewhat somber. Yoon Jong questioned them about whether or not they were planning to consume food, and one of them responded that he had the sensation that he would become sick if he did so. One by one, individuals expressed concern to Yoon Jong that the training session was too strenuous, and that they feared that they would perish during this iteration of the challenge. The tremor in their hands prevents them from even being able to consume their meal. The same thing happened with Yoon Jong, only that instead of responding, he turned to Joe Gull and inquired what her perspective was on the matter. Joe Gull, who was on the verge of eating, paused for a moment to think, and Joe Gull concurred, saying that the workout was so strenuous that their bodies simply couldn't keep up with it. The hammering of steel results in the metal being stronger, but this is not the case for humans. But despite the fact that he was about to rebuke him, Joe Gull stated that there was no possibility that Chung Mayang could have been unaware of the information. Therefore, he believes that it would be in their best interest to continue doing what they were doing prior to this point, and if nothing changes, then they will talk to him at that point. Yoon Jong indicated his assent with a nod. The result of this is that the followers' expressions become even the slightest bit happier. Yoon Jong assured them with full conviction that he would take charge in the event that the moment ever came for it. Joe Gull, when in his room, collapsed on his bed out of sheer exhaustion and contemplated the fact that he would have to practice once more as soon as he regained consciousness. He had the sensation that his entire body was going to disintegrate. He was under the impression that nothing could stop him, regardless of how challenging it was. Before he went to sleep, he pondered about it, and a question began to form in his mind about whether or not he would be able to keep up with such strenuous training. It was then that he heard Chung Mayang's voice calling out to him to wake up. Chung Mayang roused him from his sleep and was giving him something to look at. He informed Joe Gull that it was difficult for him to get a hold of one, but he told Joe Gull that he would give it to him because he was his senior. The next thing that happened was that Joe Gull asked Chung Mayang what he was providing him. When Joe Gull first laid eyes on the pills of life, he was taken aback immediately. When Joe Gull shouted, "Chung Mayang, hush him," Joe Gull asked Chung Mayang why he was giving him such a priceless item, and why he did not take it for himself. Chung Mayang responded by saying that the reason was because he required it. Therefore, he requested that Joe Gull conceal it from everyone else. As a result of this, Joe Gull blushed slightly, feeling somewhat moved by the gesture. After that, Chung Mayang advised Joe Gull to consume the food quickly and assured him that he would assist him. At that very moment, he was experiencing feelings of embarrassment due to the fact that he had referred to Chung Mayang as a devil. Chung Mayang placed his hand on Joe Gull's back as he ruminated on the proverb that it is only after one's thirst is satisfied that one learns to be grateful for what they have. The box that contained the pills of life was now empty because it had been given to each of them individually. Chung Mayang then had the thought that things were going to grow even more challenging for them in the future, and he smiled sinisterly at Joe Gull's back. He was chuckling to himself quietly. The following morning, the disciples practiced with their swords, and their faces look entirely revitalized, much like Chung Mayang's did when he returned. Gum, who was standing there watching the children, was absolutely at a loss for words. He had the impression that something had changed. Their slashing patterns eventually become more consistent. They are still engaging in the activity that they have been doing throughout the entire process. However, their movements have become more precise and stable. Gum was able to sense the strength on their feet, and it firmed up their upper bodies, allowing them to put more weight on their swords. It caused him to question whether or not something like this could be accomplished in such a short length of time. After that, he thought back to his chat with Chung Mayang and wondered whether it had anything to do with the exercise they had done in the morning. Gum turned his head to gaze at Chung Mayang, who was swinging his sword in the background. In addition to this, he was able to see the ferocity in the children's eyes. How much time has passed since he last witnessed such ferocity in the eyes of these children? Ungum feigned a cough in order to get their attention and compliment them on how wonderful they were, saying that the tips of their swords have a very dynamic feel about them. He went on to say that it made him very happy to see how enthusiastically all of them were participating in their training. Therefore, he informed them that if they continued their hard work, he would teach them the Tei Flumox technique without having them complete the other steps in the process. The disciples, with the exception of Chung Myung, are stunned by this. They were overjoyed to see such progress in themselves. Ungum had the idea that diligent workers ought to be rewarded because those who do get rewarded will work even more diligently in the future. These children, if they continue to receive such great feedback as they grow older, will become the swordsmen who will symbolize the Mount Hua sect. Then, out of the blue, Hyeon-jong showed up when he was looking for Ungum. At a time and place when there was peace and quiet, Ungum questioned Hyeon-jong about what led him to be there. A somber expression could be seen on Hyeon-jong's face as he responded that there was a problem. The book on the balancing sword technique that Chung Myung discovered in the chest was provided to him by Hyeon-jong. Ungum was instructed to turn to the very last page by Hyeon-jong. The sight that Ungum took in caused him to become shocked. The contents of the book were a message from the former leader of the sect. In it, his successor is quoted as saying that there was nothing wrong with developing the techniques already in use within the Mount Hua sect and making improvements to those techniques. Altering and expanding upon one's methods should be an ongoing priority. Nevertheless, the equilibrium sword technique is the foundation of all of the techniques used by the Mount Hua sect. Altering this technique is equivalent to altering the Mount Hua sect as a whole, hence it should be avoided. The objective of the letter was to express this information in its entirety. After each of them had finished reading the letter, there was complete silence. In particular, Ungum, who was still in a state of shock. Equilibrium is the primary method that has been used for a significant amount of time to lay the groundwork for several other techniques practiced by the Mount Hua sect. To properly use a sword, one of the first things a person needs to learn is how to properly hold it. Before they can master any of the other sword skills, they must first become proficient in the equilibrium sword technique. But despite this, Ungum can't help but wonder if they truly need to employ the equilibrium sword technique despite the fact that the circumstances have shifted. Ungum went on to say that the equilibrium technique was difficult to perfect, which was one of the reasons why they developed the real equilibrium technique instead. After some consideration, the leader of the sect stated that this was the reason he had traveled all the way there to seek Ungum's advice and counsel. In accordance with what Ungum had previously stated, the Mount Hua sect came to the conclusion that the equilibrium sword technique should be abandoned in favor of the real equilibrium technique as the new fundamental technique. At the very end, Hyeon-jong stated that the words spoken by their ancestors were equally as essential. After hearing that, Ungum reread the previous page in the book in complete silence. The successors have no choice but to carry out the instructions left by their ancestors. And as a result of this, every group does their absolute best to adhere to the road that has been mapped out for them by their forefathers and mothers. How then can they contradict the very obvious wishes of their ancestor? Hyeon-jong then claimed that Ungum was in charge of educating the disciples, so he informed him that he thought about asking Ungum's ideas, particularly on the subject of fundamental techniques. Hyeon-jong requested from Ungum that he give him his frank assessment. Ungum's countenance becomes somber as he mulls over whether or not they ought to stick to the traditions or try to make some changes. After that, Ungum explained that they came up with the idea for the real equilibrium technique because they did not have a lot of spare time while they were members of the Mount Hua sect. They did not have sufficient time to cultivate their students, and the sect could fall apart at any given moment, which was a sentiment shared by Hyeon-jong. Because of this, he is interested in asking the leader of the sect whether or not the Mount Hua sect has a future at this time. After hearing this, Hyeon-jong went into a mute state. Even if things have improved for them, the fact remains that they have only addressed one of their numerous challenges. It is estimated that there are still many of them left. So Hyeon-jong candidly informed Ungum that he doesn't think he can easily answer that question, and he requested Ungum to be understanding if he can't answer his question correctly. So Hyeon-jong told Ungum that he doesn't think he can easily answer that question. Because of this, Ungum communicated to the head of the sect that he did not agree with it, and then he shut the book. After that, Hyeon-jong questioned Ungum on the reasoning for his statement. However, before Ungum could respond, Hyeon-jong saw him turn around and gaze at the disciples, at which point Ungum stated that it would not be an easy task. Ungum followed by stating that despite the fact that both techniques may have originated from the same place, they are in fact very distinct from one another. If the equilibrium technique is one that emphasizes building a solid foundation via gradual advancement, then the real equilibrium sword technique places an emphasis on rapid mastery as the primary goal. He turned to look at Hyeon-jong and said that the children pick up things quickly, and that they have already adjusted to it. Therefore, it is possible that teaching them the equilibrium sword technique will cause them harm. In addition to that, the single most crucial factor in being skilled at it is having a sturdy lower body in addition to taking it very seriously. Therefore, it was too late for them to make a change now. While Hyunjong was listening, he couldn't help but give the impression that he was confused by what Ungum had said by raising one eyebrow. Ungum said that having a sturdy lower body and being serious was the most crucial part once again when he was asked what the most significant aspect was. As he went back over what he had just stated, he had an epiphany. Almost immediately, he turned around once more and glanced at the disciples' feet while seeing the grave expressions on their faces. He was utterly stunned by the fact that they carried it out. After that, Hyunjong remarked that they had received sufficient training. When Ungum heard that, he realized that he had not actually done anything, and as a result, he was completely perplexed, much like the leader of the sect. Consequently, he turned his back once more, and this time he gazed at Chung Myung, who was scratching his nose. After that, he started having doubts about something. He didn't waste any time and asked the leader of the sect to excuse him because he needed to query Chung Myung about something, which left Hyunjong with a question mark superimposed on his skull. Chung Myung's concentration on scratching his nose was broken when Ungum called his name. Ungum ordered him to come there since he had something to ask of him, and Chung Myung simply said yes to the request. Ungum had something to ask of him. As soon as Chung Myung reached there, they promptly inquired as to which path was appropriate for the Mount Hua sect, one that was slow and lofty, or one that was rapid and certain. Chung Myung remained motionless for a moment before lifting one finger, pointing upward, and stating that ascending to a higher level is the most logical option. Ungum followed up with Chung Myung by inquiring as to the reasoning behind his previous statement, and Chung Myung explained without wavering and with a resolute stare that the reason for this was because it was the Mount Hua sect. The response from Chung Myung gave Hyunjong the impression that he had understood something. Taking great pride in the Mount Hua sect, the most junior disciple is the one who articulated the principle that has guided the Mount Hua sect for a significant amount of time. Because it was the Mount Hua sect, Hyunjong mentally repeated what Chung Myung had said earlier. Chung Myung began his explanation by stating that if it were any of the other sects, then the answer would be the latter. However, this was not the case for the Mount Hua sect. They cannot make any concessions to the way things are in the actual world if they want to restore the reputation of the Mount Hua sect and win back the order of the past. They were given yet another dose of enlightenment by Chung Myung's statement. It dawned on Hyunjong that Chung Myung had deciphered the cryptic meanings concealed in Ungum's statements and was responding to him appropriately. He then questioned Chung Myung if he was saying that they should not compromise because they are the Mount Hua sect, and Chung Myung responded that is what he thinks. Both Hyunjong and Ungum appeared to be in a state of astonishment as they stared each other in the eyes. After that, they allowed Chung Myung to return from his position. Hyunjong commented that it was embarrassing when they gazed at Chung Myung's back, and Ungum concurred with his assessment. Hyunjong remarked that he can't believe he would hear things like that from a child while he was still staring at Chung Myung's back, and he continued to do so. Ungum then stated that perhaps the reason Chung Myung was able to say such things was because he was a child, and added that perhaps it was also because he was a child that he was not easily swayed by the reality of the situation. Ungum shared with Hyunjong that despite the fact that it would be challenging, he suddenly did not want to be ashamed in front of the child. At the same time, Hyunjong was thinking to himself in silence that their chat had made the situation an even greater issue, which is forcing them to make a decision. It was not a straightforward issue. After that, Hyunjong went into deep thought, closing his eyes as he contemplated the significance of selecting the fundamental technique. He was under the impression that this decision would determine the future course of the Mount Hua sect. After giving it some thought, Hyunjong instructed Ungum to pay attention. In his role as head of the Mount Hua sect, he gave the command to Ungum that the equilibrium sword technique should once again serve as the primary fundamental technique. Ungum obeyed the directive by dropping to one knee instantly after hearing it. In addition to that, Hyunjong declared that they will reevaluate not just the equilibrium sword technique, but also each and every one of the Mount Hua sect's other techniques. Therefore, he conveyed to Ungum that the significance of his part in this endeavor cannot be overstated, and Ungum solemnly accepted this assessment. They cannot accept the role of a powerless group as their destiny. As long as they carry the name of the Mount Hua sect, they have an obligation to constantly work toward becoming the most powerful. Those who identify themselves as belonging to the Mount Hua sect are tasked with doing this duty as part of their sect duties. As he looked at the children, he couldn't help but think of the children as the sect's future. They belong to the Mount Hua sect. It is possible that they will not accomplish their goal in their lifetime. When those youngsters take over as leaders of the sect, the name of the Mount Hua sect may once again enjoy widespread recognition. On the other side, Chung Myung was feeling aggravated. He was thinking that they were pathetic because they even asked him, and he questioned if they really needed to ask them that for them to know it. He was so agitated that he had to calm himself by striking himself in the chest. What exactly did he anticipate they would do for him? They are completely incapable of doing anything correctly. Chung Mayang had the opinion that they were most likely going to botch whatever it was that they were doing at the moment. As a consequence of this, Chung Mayang reasoned that he should most likely travel to the Huaam prefecture as soon as possible. He reasoned that they were most likely wreaking havoc on the commercial enterprises located in the Huaam prefecture as well. After that, he made a remark to the effect that their sect is really lost without him. This was not received favorably by the other disciples, who thought that Chung Mayang was spouting nonsense. Mount Hua sect had endured a great deal of suffering over a protracted period of time, but they had finally achieved peace. The last problem, which had been the most significant obstacle for the Mount Hua sect, was totally eliminated, and new strategies were developed in order to advance the Mount Hua sect into the future. The temple was filled with everyone's laughter, which is exactly what was supposed to happen. Nevertheless, from Chung Mayang's point of view, all he sees is pandemonium. He was looking at a Mount Hua sect property that housed one of their enterprises. After that, Chung Mayang made a request to speak with Zhou Gul. During their conversation, Chung Mayang mentioned that he had been told that Zhou Gul was the youngest son of a wealthy merchant family. However, Zhou Gul denied it and claimed that he was merely the son of a modest merchant family. Then, while making a circle in the air with his finger, Chung Mayang stated that he ought to at least have eyes to observe the predicament that they are in. Because, after all, doesn't it work like that? Most of the time, the youngest boys of notable families have behavioral issues, yet behind their difficult exteriors is some hidden strength or ability. After that, Zhou Gul and Chung Mayang turned around, and they could hear the customers complaining here and there. Chung Mayang questioned Zhou Gul about what he believed the root cause of that commotion to be. Zhou Gul responded by saying that he had a bet that the people who had been in charge of that location, in the beginning, had at least a good reputation among their former colleagues because the majority of those employees had left before those people were chased out. Chung Mayang's expression changed to one that was equal parts bewilderment and disgust as he processed the information that the con artists in question had a respectable track record. Zhou Gul added that, to be precise, rather than a good reputation, they appeared to have brought their personal ties there because the majority of those who had joined them were their families or relatives, and after a while, they just left. After hearing this, Chung Mayang felt that it was a waste of time. Chung Mayang followed up by asking Zhou Gul if he meant to imply that what was occurring was the result of the employees' actions. Zhou Gul said that this was one of the reasons, so Chung Mayang questioned if there were any others. Before responding to Chung Mayang, Zhou Gul took a careful glance in his direction and then said that it was because of the higher-ups of the Mount Hua sect. He stated that there was a problem with it due to the fact that they lacked the necessary business abilities to run a company. It was comparable to placing a pearl necklace around the neck of a pig. After that, they did not hear customers making complaints, rather, they heard disciples arguing with one another about what they should do here and there. According to what Zhou Gul has said, managing a company is not an easy undertaking. They are required to select and decide upon each and every item and component. They will not generate a profit if they select a material that is of exceptional quality. But if they go with the inexpensive options, they won't be able to bring in customers. And if they employ someone to handle things for them, that person will grab all of the profit, leaving them with nothing of their own. Chung Mayang then asked Zhou Gul what would happen if they learned how to manage a business immediately. Chung Mayang responded awkwardly that it was evident that he would not teach 40-year-old geezers various martial arts skills when Zhou Gul asked him if he would teach martial arts techniques to 40-year-old geezers if he was requested to. Zhou Gul proceeded by saying that this was not the only issue, they would have trouble even when they tried to purchase stuff. As a result of this, Zhou Gul could not help but let out a frustrated sigh. Zhou Gul inquired once more about what Chung Mayang believed would take place in the event that an ignorant Taoist attempted to purchase the products. If Chung Mayang were to imagine it, they would most likely take advantage of them. On top of that, they would most likely exploit everything else that they had access to. Hearing about it gave Chung Mayang the impression that they would soon be living on the streets as beggars. Zhou Gul was worried and stated that that would not work and that it was doomed to fail right from the beginning. Chung Mayang then looked up, thinking about his senior, and shared with him that he had at long last come to terms with his own brilliance. He was unable to stop himself from crying, despite the fact that everything was running smoothly while he was there. Chung Mayang uttered a curse and stated that he would not continue to endure such suffering. Chung Mayang took a deep breath through his nose before turning to Zhou Gul and asking what the answer was to the problem. Zhou Gul yelled at him and stated that he had already informed him that he did not know and that if he had the ability to solve problems of that nature, he would have been a prosperous businessman by that point. Even his own father was stumped by that problem. Chung Mayang questioned Zhou Gul over the matter's seriousness, and Zhou Gul responded by recommending that they give up their efforts altogether. He told Chung Mayang that if he were to run a large business like that, He would want the majority of the things to have some kind of traditional heritage. However, it was not present at that location. Then, with solemnity in his voice, Zhou Gul added, if only Elder H. Wang was doing well. After that, Chung Mayang questioned who exactly he was talking about. Zhou Gul boasted about how successful a trader he was without any hesitance. He was known as one of the most successful businessmen who operated in Shaanxi province during that time. H. Wang was not only involved in the trade of goods from the East Sea but also goods from the Unnam and the western regions. In addition, he has been the sponsor of the Mount Hua sect for a significant amount of time. H. Wang enjoyed a good deal of notoriety in that region. In the end, it was largely because of him that the Mount Hua sect was still active. When Chung Mayang learned that H. Wang supported the Mount Hua sect, he questioned Zhou Gul as if it were a ridiculous question about what H. Wang saw in their sect and why he supported them. They don't have anything outstanding, not even the disciples. Because of this, Zhou Gul quickly became irritated because, after all, he is one of the disciples that Chung Mayang wanted to refer to. However, due to the fact that he feared Chung Mayang would beat him up, he was unable to even deny the claim. As a result, when Chung Mayang asked him whether he wanted to go in a round because of the expression that was on Zhou Gul's face, he immediately turned away. Then, after feigning a cough, Zhou Gul proceeded by saying that he did not know what H. Wang was doing in the Mount Hua sect, and that he had just heard that H. Wang sponsored more than just the Mount Hua sect and other places. But that is not the point. The issue would not exist at all if that man were present, since they could have solicited his counsel and sought his assistance in resolving the matter. Chung Mayang, who was present and listening to him, made the suggestion that they should go check it out if that turned out to be the situation. However, Zhou Gul instantly stated that they were unable to do so because H. Wang had been bedridden for the past year due to illness. In addition to that, there is a whisper going around that he is unconscious. After that, Chung Mayang was referred to by his name, and Unam was present and searching for him. Chung Mayang quickly retorted that he was present. After that, both of them offered a respectful bow to Unam. Chung Mayang was taken aback when Unam told him to go to Mount Hua so quickly. He couldn't believe how brazenly they were acting by asking him to scale such a treacherous peak like it was nothing more than a simple hike. As a result of this, Chung Mayang questioned Unam about why he was forcing him to carry out that responsibility when there were a lot of other seniors that Unam might have asked instead of him. Chung Mayang reasoned that as the youngest and most inexperienced of them all, he must also be the most helpless. But before he could finish, Unam interrupted him with a worn-out expression on his face as he told him that he, too, was not doing anything. Unam did nothing but gaze at Chung Mayang, who was feigning laughter as he attempted to defend himself by claiming that he had swept the front yard a little bit. But that only lasted for a short while, so he quickly questioned Unam about why he had been dispatched there. Unam gave him an envelope and informed Chung Mayang that he needed him to deliver a letter to the leader of the sect or the agency that deals with finances and the economy. Unam wanted Chung Mayang to do this for him. He went on to say that it was of the utmost importance and that they should not wait any longer. When Zhou Gul, who was observing the situation from the side, learned that the letter had been sent by the Yunhe Merchant Guild, he was taken aback. He instantly lets Chung Mayang in on the secret that the Merchant Guild in question is the same as the Merchant Alliance that Elder H. Wang is a member of. Chung Mayang stared at the envelope that Unam was handing to him after hearing this information. Unam informed him that they did not have a lot of time left, so he needed to make haste. Chung Mayang responded by saying that he would offer it with the utmost seriousness and work as quickly as he could. However, as Chung Mayang ran, he first looked behind him to determine if he had traveled a sufficient distance before he tucked the package inside his clothing. When he first looked at it, he noticed a golden seal that prevented him from seeing the contents of the letter. However, he soon realized that it was not odd for him to be curious about what was contained in the letter he was obligated to deliver, and his expression changed accordingly. He even inquired of his senior in heaven, asking him whether or not he was in agreement with him. But he was already able to feel the scowl on the face of his senior without even seeing it, and he thought that they were indeed the polar opposites of his senior. Chung Mayang looked at the back of the paper and noticed that it was a letter sent to their sect head. However, of course, he was unconcerned about this information because he was not interested. He reasoned that the only possible interpretation of receiving a letter from a man who was only partially conscious was that something significant had occurred to him. While maintaining a suspicious expression on his face, Chung Mayang infused some kai into one of his fingers and got ready to cut the letter open. During the time that he was slicing open the seal, he had the thought that they ought to assist one another during these difficult times and that he might receive a significant favor in return. After the envelope had been opened, Chung Mayang did not waste any time and read the contents of the letter. When he began reading the letter, he decided to skip the greeting because it was so lengthy, and went straight to reading the letter's primary topic. It appears that the younger H. Wang, who is the son of the elder H. Wang, was the one who wrote the letter, and the letter states that the reason the younger H. Wang sent the letter was that the condition of his father was deteriorating. According to the letter, it was a natural consequence of old age, but new symptoms, in addition to those that are naturally associated with aging, had been manifesting themselves recently. As soon as Chung Mayong read that statement, he got interested in what the letter had to say. After that, he proceeded to read it some more. He had arrived at the section in which it was stated that all of Elder Hwang's Kai veins had become red and that they had been behaving in an uncontrollable manner. He is unresponsive and unable to move since he has lost consciousness. Additionally, a dark light manifested within his glabella. Chung Mayong's mind went straight to the heavenly demon as soon as he finished reading that section. On the other hand, the letter went on. Although the Yunha Merchant Guild brought in a number of well-known medical professionals to assist in the treatment of his father, not a single one of them was able to correctly identify the ailment. As a result, as a last-ditch effort, he decided to send this letter to the people who were related to his father. The letter proceeded on to say that he urged them to let him know in any way that is most convenient to both them and the person who brings him information about how to treat his father's disease in any way that they know anything about his father's illness. This was stated in the letter as it continued. He guaranteed that the Yunha Merchant Guild would make good on their debt to them by offering them a large reward in exchange for their assistance. The letter was concluded by the son of Hwang, who said that he was looking forward to it and signed it with his name at the bottom, which was Jongwi Hwang, the master of the Yunha Merchant Guild. After Chung Mayong had finished reading the letter, he muttered an expletive in the air and stated that there was no way that regular doctors would be able to treat it. Chung Mayong had an intuition that it was the demon's flower, and he believed that this was the most likely explanation. Because the symptoms, when viewed from the outside, are identical to those of severe poisoning, the medical professionals very certainly attempted to treat the sickness in a manner comparable to how they would treat poisoning. The demon's flower is a symptom that manifests itself when Chung Mayong is attacked by particular tactics practiced by the Heavenly Demon sect. This is the most important reason why Chung Mayong is acting nervously right now. As his anger toward the demon sect grew, Chung Mayong gritted his teeth and tightened his jaw. He talked as he crumpled the letter in his hands and said that he believed that the majority of them had been eradicated in the Killian Highlands, which led him to believe that their lifeline was still active up to the present day. But that was not the only issue at hand. Not only were they still alive, but Chung could tell from the very marrow of his bones that they were hatching a conspiracy somewhere in the Zhongyuan region. As his irritation level remained the same, Chung Mayong cocked one of his eyebrows to the side. He pondered the possibility that they harbored some sort of ill will toward the Mount Hua sect. After that, he raged at them, moaning about why they continued to cause them trouble. They had to pick Elder Hwang to attack out of everyone in the entire Zhongyuan region. Chung Mayong took another look at the letter, heaved a sigh, and muttered that the news was not good. Simply by reading the description of the letter, he is unable to determine with absolute certainty whether or not it was, in fact, the demon's flower. First, he must verify it with his own eyes, and Chung Mayong beamed with excitement as he recalled that the letter indicated the enormous reward. As a result, he insisted that he go to them as soon as possible. Chung Mayong is unable to conceptualize how impressive the tremendous reward would be since, according to Joe Gull, the Yunha Merchant Guild must have an impressive amount of riches. If such a guild is offering the reward, Chung Mayong is unable to fathom how impressive it may be. And if the Zhongyuan and the demon sect had not engaged in conflict throughout those 100 years, he would still have been gone. The existence of the demon's flower can be unknown to a significant number of people. Chung Mayong continued to think while he used his Kai to replace the seal on the letter so that it could be closed. On that day, the heavenly demon massacred anybody in the Killian Mountains who might have known about it. But who can say for sure what might have taken place? There is still a possibility that someone is aware of it. Chung Mayong's blood began to boil the moment he considered the possibility that those individuals might read this message. He cannot allow that to take place. Chung Mayong started running once more with one idea preoccupying his mind. He cannot afford to give anyone else the opportunity to steal his prey, no, his patient. If it was about money, no, in accordance with the Tao, he needs to assist him. Some third-class disciples of the Mount Hua sect who were climbing back complained that they were becoming tired of doing it every day back at the sect. And Zhou Guo, who was in a state of terror at the time, quickly shouted out to Yun Zhong, who was standing in front of the other third-class disciples, gasping for air. Yun Zhong, who was looking at Zhou Guo, was thinking to himself that he didn't understand why Zhou Guo was being so immature these days. After that, Zhou Guo yelled that there was an urgent situation. The moment Zhou Guo spoke the name, Chung Mayong, Yun Zhong's expression changed to one of grave concern. But Zhou Guo instructed Yun Zhong to simply follow him first, which Yun Zhong hastily did in response to Zhou Guo's instruction. The two of them eventually made it to Chung Mayong's room, and while inside, they noticed a message on the nightstand. Immediately after Chung Mayong disappeared, Yun Zhong inquired to Zhou Guo about his whereabouts while he stuttered. However, Zhou Guo stated that this was irrelevant to the discussion and instructed Yun Zhong to read the letter that was placed on top of Chung Mayong's bed. They then proceeded to open the letter and read the contents. Chung Myung's letter states that he will be gone in a few days because something unexpected came up. He requested them to come up with an excuse to their seniors and threatened them that if they skipped training, he would bend their backs backward. Even a sketch of his face showing him grinning broadly while clenching his hand tightly was included. Yoon-jong's expression became increasingly aggravated as he continued to read the letter. Jo-gul, who was observing Yoon-jong's angry shaking, inquired about the next course of action. Yoon-jong said that for the time being, they need to make sure that others keep their mouths shut about this, but Jo-gul argued that it would be awful if they were caught. After that, Yoon-jong crumpled up the piece of paper in his palm and stated that even if they told them about it, it would not make a difference. Chung Myung has informed them that he would leave in a few days, so they need to try to conceal this information as best they can while looking at the crumpled piece of paper he is holding in his hand with an unhappy expression. Yoon-jong reasoned that if their elders did not aggressively search for Chung Myung after all, there was no way the higher-ups would care about a third-class disciple. If they have enough luck on their side, they might be able to get away with this. On the other side, Jo-gul has stated that he is unsure of what he would do in the event that they were discovered. Yoon-jong then questioned Jo-gul if he was concerned about that because he was concerned about something else. Yoon-jong showed Jo-gul a serious face and said that he was concerned about whatever it was that had prompted Chung Myung to be away for a few days. They were left with little choice but to ponder how much more trouble Chung Myung was going to wreak this time. Chung Myung had strayed so far from the Mount Hua sect that he was now spending the night jumping from tree to tree. After Chung Myung had successfully landed on the ground, he began to breathe more heavily. He remarked that he has to take a moment to compose himself first. After completing the task of sprinting 300 lists in one go, beginning from the temple of the Mount Hua sect, his mouth felt extremely dry, and he was fatigued. He questioned whether or not it was still too much for his body at this point. After that, he began to believe that when he was at the peak of his athletic ability, a single leap was sufficient for him to vault over an entire mountain and that he could get across an entire river with just 2 hops. Even if he had walked at a leisurely pace, getting there would not have taken him very long at all. Chung Myung then wiped the sweat that was on his face and commented that it had been a while since he had been there. He was taking in the sights of the brightly lit city. It turned out to be the city of Zion. He made the remark that he, too, had many memories associated with that location. While he was drinking alcohol in the street, he was making the remark that there was nothing better than to avoid being spotted by his senior while he was drinking and acting recklessly. On the street, he accidentally caused one of the men who was walking in the street to drop his bottle of alcohol because he accidentally bumped into him. Chung Myung was then instructed by the man who had bumped into him that he was to apologize whenever he accidentally ran into another person. He also mentioned that he had a foul odor coming from somewhere, and it turned out that it was coming from the Mount Hua sect. When Chung Myung heard this, he did not appreciate it. While all of this was going on, Chung Myung remained mute while the alcohol that was already on the ground continued to be spilled there. Chung Myung made a statement and instructed the males to retrieve the alcoholic bottle. However, the man just laughed and stated that he guessed that everyone from the Mount Hua sect was the same. He continued by stating that he guessed that the members of the Mount Hua sect had no basic manners. They then proceeded to explain to Chung Myung that the Southern Edge sect would provide him with a brief education regarding the consequences that result from someone messing in their yard. Chung Myung then became very serious, kicking the bottle of alcohol into the air. Before any of them even realized what was happening, Chung Myung had already hit each and every one of them. And after it was all over, Chung Myung managed to get his hands on the alcohol while the other disciples from the Southern Edge sect collapsed. The Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect are practically considered to be mortal adversaries of one another. Why? Because it is only natural for large sects that are geographically close to each other to be bitter rivals, due to the parallels between the two, particularly the fact that they are both Taoist sects and that they both employ sword methods. There was a great deal of competition between the two, and every time there was a disagreement over which sect was more powerful, it instantly escalated into a sword fight between the two sides. Because it was a contest between two people's senses of pride. Those who belonged to the Mount Hua sect were aware of this fact, and as a result, they did their best to avoid a confrontation with members of the Southern Edge sect, which meant they should avoid going to Shaanxi. Despite the fact that this was not true for Chung Myung, he certainly seems to think so based on the smug grin on his face. Chung Myung had no choice but to go to Shaanxi because it was the best area for him to conceal his antics from his elders while he was in Shaanxi, and he had no other option. Even though he was involved in quite a few altercations, he was never the aggressor in any of them. They were only approaching him with the intention of picking a fight. When he thinks back on it now, he realizes that they were really persistent. They continued to circle back around to him, after being battered to the point where they were close to dying, as if getting pummeled was some kind of hobby for them. They were psychotic individuals who made a beeline for him the moment they determined that he belonged to the Mount Hua sect. And it's likely that this dogged determination was a significant element in the Southern Edge sect developing into what it is today. Because of this, he had the impression that a significant problem would arise if he confronted them. But Chung Myon, being Chung Myon, of course, laughed off his concerns as if they were nothing, insisting that everything would be alright in the end. It is not as though they are actively searching for him as they did in his previous existence. On the other hand, a physician who was examining Elder H. Wang's condition and advising Zhonghui that it would be difficult. After being informed of this, Zhonghui let out a deep sigh. He inquired of the physician whether or not he was claiming that even a doctor who hailed from the Sichuan Tan family, which was known as the Master of Poisons, was unable to treat his father. The physician said that it was indeed the case that his family's knowledge of poisons was unparalleled anywhere else in the entire world. According to what he shared with Zhonghui, however, Elder H. Wang's illness is not the result of poison. This shocked Zhonghui as well as the doctor, who continued by saying that even though it has the appearance of poisoning, it is not brought on by poison. He confided in Zhonghui that he had a sneaking suspicion that there was a more fundamental reason behind this. Zhonghui grabbed the doctor's sleeves in a desperate attempt to get his attention, and then he asked the doctor what illness he was considering. After Zhonghui understood what he had done, he immediately apologized to the doctor and explained that the motivation behind his actions was impatience. The physician also expressed regret, stating that he was unable to be of any further assistance to the patient. As Zhonghui sat on the chair next to his father, he was lost in deep concentration the entire time. What actions should he take in response to this? Even with the vast wealth at his disposal, he is powerless to improve his father's condition, which is rapidly deteriorating despite the fact that he is unable to take any action. His father had devoted his entire life to helping those who were less fortunate. And now, after a year-long battle with a mysterious illness, he is going to pass away. Isn't that a little too severe? As Zhonghui sat on the chair next to his father, he was lost in deep concentration the entire time. Despite the fact, he suddenly heard a voice from behind the door telling him that he would open the door. It was an elderly member of the Southern Edge sect named Moxun Kai. He entered the room and announced, without displaying any sign of emotion on his face, that he should accept the truth and that the only way to save Elder H. Wang would be through the performance of a Taoist ceremony. After a brief period of silence, Zhonghui broke it by stating that he was aware of what the other person meant but that he did not intend to rely on anything of the sort just yet. Moxun Kai then explained that it was not typical for the leader of the Great Southern Edge sect to volunteer to do the ritual himself and that the only reason they were given such treatment was because the patient was an Elder H. Wang from the Yunhe Merchant Guild. Zhonghui, on the other hand, did not back down even after Moxun said so to him. He denied that the letters that he had sent had not received any responses as of yet. Moxun clicked his tongue, overlaying what Zhonghui was saying, and claimed that it was pointless as Zhonghui continued to speak. In his state of fury, Zhonghui was powerless to do anything but maintain control over himself. While he was trying to calm himself down, he closed his eyes. It was rude, but the explanation for why he was powerless to take any actio, even after something like that, was straightforward. The reason for this is that this particular individual, Moxun Kai, is an elder of the Southern Edge sect, which has been well known for a considerable amount of time as one of the 10 great sects. And in more recent times, it has evolved into an unstoppable force that is leaving its imprint all over the world. It would not be an exaggeration to suggest that it will become one of the finest swordsmanship sects in the world if this practice is maintained for a couple more generations. In fact, it is already on its way to being one of the greatest. Since the beginning of recorded history, the Southern Edge sect has wielded an immense amount of power over Shaanxi. When an elder of such a sect is deliberating over a matter, the son of the guild master cannot in any way contradict what the elder decides. As Zhonghui continued to think, the thought that they would most likely seek fortune as payment for the ritual caused him to clench his fist in anger. In fact, though, the matter at hand was not one of financial concern. If it meant he could save his father, he was willing to give up everything he owned as a sacrifice. However, if they are so certain that the ritual can rescue his father, then they would have asked for money after they had successfully performed the ritual and saved his father. This indicates that they are after something else. Moxun started to speak and said that he found the situation to be very annoying. But before he could even complete speaking, someone shouted from outside the door, calling Zhonghui. After opening the door, Zhonghui asked the other person what the problem was. The reply from the man was that a member of the Mount Hua sect had arrived. This caused Zhonghui to be perplexed because the Mount Hua sect was the very last location to which he had sent a letter. Zhonghui's calculations suggest that it ought to have arrived not too long ago, and yet there is already someone present in that location. Moxun then spoke out and inquired as to whether or not they were referring to the Mount Hua sect that was on the verge of disintegrating. He went on to say that they must be conspiring about something, adding that talking to them would be a waste of time. Moxung attempted to stop Zhonghui by laying his hand on Zhonghui's shoulder as he proceeded by saying that there was no need for Zhonghui to meet someone like him and by asking Zhonghui if he truly believes that someone from the Mount Hua sect can cure his father. Zhonghui then looked at Moxung with conviction and stated that since they had come after receiving Zhonghui's call for assistance, he did not see how he could just send them away without at least offering them appropriate greetings. After being rendered speechless as a result of this, Moxung pretended to cough. After that, Zhonghui makes a hasty approach to the door where a member of the Mount Hua sect is waiting for him. Therefore, as soon as they open the gate from the front door, Zhonghui instantly apologizes for treating the guy who is waiting outside with disdain and then introduces himself. However, the individual stated that he was aware of the situation and that he did not go to that location with the expectation of receiving hospitality. Chung Mayang was the one who exhibited signs of boredom by scratching his ears. Zhonghui's reaction upon seeing Chung Mayang was one of surprise, and as a result, he questioned the man about the presence of any other individuals with him. However, Chung Mayang stated that he only came by himself, which caused Zhonghui to get perplexed. He continued by saying that he knew how to heal Elder Huang while flapping his right hand to indicate that he would lead the way, and that he would like to see the huge reward that was mentioned in the letter. He asked if that would be okay, saying that he would like to see it. This just served to further perplex Zhonghui, while Chung Mayang's expression became even more contorted at the thought of the reward. Because of this, Zhonghui was completely perplexed, and he questioned if the Mount Hua sect was looking down on the Yunhe Merchant Guild or not. Moxung chuckled sarcastically as he followed behind Zhonghui and mocked Chung Mayang, saying that he was foolish. He continued by telling Zhonghui that he had previously informed him that it would be a complete waste of time to speak with a member of the Mount Hua sect. He continued to make fun of them by claiming that despite the fact that they were ignorant, they were still determined to achieve something. On the other hand, given that they did not like to expose themselves to the possibility of looking like fools by coming here, they instead dispatched a youth. Chung Mayang, on the other hand, shrugged it off and thought that he was used to being treated in this manner because he looked so young. That being the case, he reasoned that he ought to ratchet up Zhonghui's anticipation even further. After bowing and apologizing for the tardiness of the greeting, Chung Mayang then introduced himself and stated that the letter they had delivered had been received favorably by the other party. In addition, he explained to them that the reason he was there was because he believed they knew something about the illness that Zhonghui's father is suffering from, based on the symptoms that were outlined in the letter. When Zhonghui heard this, he was taken aback. That is why he tried to question Chung Mayang a second time if what he was saying was actually accurate, since he could not simply believe it, to which Chung Mayang gave confirmation that he was right. Despite this, Zhonghui continues to find it hard to believe. It was the first time someone had ever stated something even remotely similar to that. Zhonghui could not help but shake as he thinks many well-known physicians and experts have previously visited them, but not a single one of them was able to talk about his father's condition even before they met him. However, even though Zhonghui had his doubts, he still hoped that Chung Mayang would be able to assist in his father's recovery. Yet, before Zhonghui could even say anything, Moxung had already walked forward and was laughing at Chung Mayang's statement. Moxung accused Chung Mayang of deceiving Zhonghui at such a young age. Zhonghui was informed by Moxung that there was no further information to obtain from Chung Mayang. He made a kindly suggestion to them that they should head back inside because they were wasting their time on some nobody. But it was when Chung Mayang excused himself and questioned Moxung, in an upset tone, who he was and why Moxung kept calling him brat, that he drew everyone's attention. He acted as if he was infuriated. As a result of this, both Zhonghui and Moxung were rendered incapable of speaking. Moxung found it hard to believe that Chung Mayang did not recognize him. As a result, he questioned Chung Mayang about whether or not the question was meant for him. In response, Chung Mayang asked Moxung whether or not there was anybody other than him who kept calling him a brat. As a result of this, Moxung felt enraged, and he expressed his displeasure to Chung Mayang by telling him how dare someone like him be unable to identify an elder from a Southern Edge sect. But before he could complete speaking, Chung Mayang also talked while picking at his ears. This cut him off before he could finish. He spoke with an expression on his face as if he did not care about Moxung at all and that he believed that he was a doctor or something, since he was acting like he knew everything there was to know about everything. Chung Mayang then said that if such were the case, then he should suppose that Moxung has a solution to heal Elder Huang's condition. This was his conclusion after Chung Mayang considered the situation. But Moxung did not say anything other than that Elder Huang was suffering from the ailment because he did not follow the way of the Tao, and that the only treatment would be to execute the Taoist ceremony. Chung Mayang said that it made sense and seemed reasonable. He advised them that if this were the case, they should not waste any time and contact the members of the Wudang or Kunlun sects because those groups are experts in issues of this nature. Moxung nervously protested that there was no need for it and was ready to add anything more. But Chung Myung cut him off again by stating that there was no one who didn't know that the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect do not specialize in those kinds of things. It was in everyone's best interest to delegate the performance of any rites that needed to be done to genuine Taoists. Chung Myung then turned to Zhonghui with a smug expression on his face as he inquired whether or not they desired it to be as cost-effective as possible because doing so would ensure that they were not taken advantage of in any manner. This sparked a notion in Zhonghui's head, but he chose to remain silent for the time being. While Moxung's anger toward Chung Myung grew even more intense as he yelled at him to be quiet, Chung Myung seemed not to care and just apologized in a manner that was completely insincere. Because of Chung Myung's behavior, Moxung had no choice but to feel an increasing amount of rage. He then turned to Zhonghui and requested that he drive Chung Myung away as soon as possible. This made Zhonghui want to let out an audible sigh. Zhonghui stared at Moxung with a serious expression on his face before responding. Moxung was visibly unable to respond after Zhonghui pointed out that he was at the Yunhe Merchant Guild and not in the Southern Edge sect. Zhonghui remarked that it was up to him how he should treat his guest. Zhonghui posed a few questions to Chung Myung, including one in which he inquired as to whether or not he could hear the specifics of the hint that could heal his father. As a result, Chung Myung responded by stating that, according to what he had heard, Elder H. Wang had traveled quite a bit in the past and that, before becoming ill, he must have traveled to the Kilian Mountains during one of his travels. However, contrary to Chung Myung's expectations, he was wrong, which led to him experiencing a great deal of confusion. Chung Myung continued to speak while stuttering and said that, as a result of this, Elder H. Wang must have been attacked on one of his previous travels. However, according to Zhonghui, it was not the case either. Zhonghui started having second thoughts about him as a result of Chung Myung's unclear judgments. Now not even a sliver of optimism that he had previously harbored remained. As a consequence of this development, Moxung is overjoyed beyond measure, and he stated that he has already informed them that the Mount Hua sect is a gang of thugs who con people out of their money. On the other hand, Zhonghui chose not to pay attention to Moxung's mumblings and instead simply told Chung Myung that he hoped the latter could comprehend the situation in which he found himself. He expressed his appreciation for his objectives, but he did not want him to know that he does not want to take the chance of having an amateur make his father's health even worse than it already is. Therefore, he requested that Chung Myung return. While the gate was closing slowly, he told Chung Myung that he would express his gratitude to the leader of the cult for taking his consideration into account. Despite this, Chung Myung had not yet given up and was attempting to prevent the gate from closing. In spite of the fact that he had not yet laid eyes on Elder H. Wang's corpse, he immediately started describing its state. His entire body begins to flush and grow even more icier. When someone presses on Elder H. Wang's skin, for a brief moment it turns slightly white, but it immediately returns to its normal red color. Before he lost consciousness, he experienced intense chills, as if he were encased in ice and imprisoned in a cavern. In addition to having black dots on his glabella, he also has them on the nape of his neck and on the top of his head. As a result, Zhonghui swiftly pulled back the door just as it was about to shut. In a shocked tone, he asked Chung Myung how he had obtained such information. Zhonghui's demeanor underwent a complete about-face, and he asked Chung Myung to accompany him inside with the promise that he would show him the location of his father. Naturally, Moxung attempted to mediate the situation. However, Zhonghui retorted that if they have such knowledge, then why haven't they treated his father yet? Moxung was unable to even deny the claim. Zhonghui has stated that this issue is exclusively their responsibility, thus, he has informed him that he would not permit them to interfere any further than is absolutely necessary, and he will take the required actions against the Southern Edge sect if they continue doing what they have been doing. Moxung became silent, and Chung Myung, who was standing in the background, wore a pleased expression on his face the entire time. Moxung's reaction was similar to that of a child having a temper tantrum. He turned aside in irritation. Chung Myung took back the blanket that was covering Elder H. Wang's body as soon as he entered the house where Elder H. Wang was located so that he could examine it. As soon as he saw the body, he had the impression that his condition was even more serious than he had first believed it would be. While he was combing Elder H. Wang's body, he was thinking that these signs seemed to be symptoms of the demon's blossom, but it would seem that it is an unfinished one. Elder H. Wang would not have lived through the year if he had been subjected to an attack with a high-level demonic art. Chung Myung then placed his hands on Elder H. Wang's crimson wrist and closed his eyes as he focused some of his Kai on the older man's arm. After that, he was certain without a reasonable doubt that it was lacking something. Zhonghui, having observed Chung Myung pondering something, inquired as to whether or not it would be challenging. Chung Myung's statement that it wouldn't be hard to treat his father was a surprise to Zhonghui, who expected it to be more difficult. After all, this was what each and every doctor who had come there had informed Zhonghui, thus this came as a great surprise to him. Chung Mayang reiterated that the process of curing Zhonghui's father, who appears to be in a state of great shock, will not be difficult. He stated that he had done several things to ensure his survival, such as taking some preventative steps. While he was saying that, Elder H. Wang's skin gradually got paler than it had been previously. This once again absolutely astonished Zhonghui, while Chung Mayang told him that he could cure him, but it would take some time since he needed to go through a few stages to prepare for it. Even though Zhonghui's mind was a complete mess, he persisted in asking Chung Mayang what kind of preparation it was. Chung Mayang retorted while grinning ear to ear that the two of them have to first consume some food for breakfast. Zhonghui questioned Chung Mayang once more about his earlier inquiry concerning the type of preparation that Chung Mayang was referring to, as Chung Mayang gorged himself like a pig. Chung Mayang responded while still chewing his food by saying that it was nothing significant as he gulped down the food first. He also mentioned that because it demands a lot of energy, it is essential for them to eat well, and he even remarked that the food is tasty. Zhonghui questioned whether or not he could put his faith in Chung Mayang. However, after seeing what the other person had done before, he had no choice but to trust what was being said. While Chung Mayang was eating, he made the statement that, if he was being completely truthful, Zhonghui's father was not the most pressing concern there. The fundamental issue at hand is determining what caused Zhonghui's father to become ill in the first place. Because of this, Chung Mayang indicated to Zhonghui with the chicken that he wanted to interrogate him and stated that he intended to do so. He inquired of Zhonghui regarding the individual who was the most close to his father, the individual who is always present with Elder H. Wang, regardless of whether he is awake or asleep, and regardless of whether they are traveling or not, or, at the very least, someone who would least be suspected, if anything were to happen, with him as an exception since he was the son. This perplexed Zhonghui, so he inquired of Chung Mayang as to the reasoning for his question. Chung Mayang responded by saying that he would just state that he required it for the purposes of treatment. Zhonghui gives some serious thought to who else might fit the description given by Chung Mayang in addition to himself. Because there were so many people who had worked closely with his father, he reasoned that he could not be certain of anything. He assured Chung Mayang that there would be at least 5 persons who would fall into the category of the person that Chung Mayang had mentioned. After that, Chung Mayang commented that it would be impossible to locate them at that time while he had just finished the last piece of chicken right down to the bone. Zhonghui spoke to Chung Mayang about what it is that he is looking for. Therefore, Chung Mayang stopped chewing the food that was currently in his mouth and questioned Zhonghui about whether or not he genuinely did not know, and continued by saying that Elder H. Wang was not attacked by anyone from the outside, based on how he was currently feeling. Therefore, to put it another way, it was the devilry of an insider, and as a consequence of this, Zhonghui could not help warning him to watch what he said. He asserted that everyone in the Yunhe Merchant Guild treats one another as members of their own families. They have spent their entire lives with them, and as a result, everyone has a lot of regard for his father. Chung Mayang set down his chopsticks and mumbled something to the effect that if it wasn't the devil, then it didn't matter what it was. What Chung Mayang stated to Zhonghui in an effort to calm him down was that they would suspect them, and if he were mistaken, then it would be a relief. Zhonghui agreed with what Chung Mayang said, but he still had reservations. But Chung Mayang advised him to take it easy and not worry too much about the situation since, after he investigates it, everything will become clear. He did this while picking his teeth with a toothpick. Taking into consideration Elder H. Wang's current state, it can be deduced that anyone who employed demonic arts in a way that was lacking has been continuously exposing the older to demonic Kai. Since there wouldn't have been any problems in the beginning, he must have been exposed to it for a very long period of time before it became an issue. Chung Mayang had just finished pondering all of that. Zhonghui interrupted Chung Mayang's train of thought by asking him how he intends to proceed with the investigation. Chung Mayang merely stated that it would be exactly the same as what they were doing at this very moment, and that all Zhonghui needed to do was sit and observe, given that a lot of exciting things are going to take place very soon. After that, Chung Mayang recalled that he needed Zhonghui to complete something, and he had something for Zhonghui to do. Zhonghui said that regardless of what it is, he will give it his all, and Chung Mayang chuckled as he asked for a bottle of Yonti whiskey to be brought to him. Moxiung, on the other hand, who was also eating at the time, broke his chopsticks in an angry fit. He began to babble with a disciple who was seated beside him about how it upsets him enough that a brat from the Mount Hua sect was given admittance into the Yun Merchant Guild, but his name just had to be the same as that moron's. He went on to say that he didn't understand why his name had to be the same. It was actually the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, which is just another name for Chung Mayang. The disciple sitting next to Moxung then questioned him whether he was talking about the Plum Blossom Saint. Songbik Li, a member of the Southern Edge sect and a disciple of the second class, was the name of the disciple. However, upon hearing the query, Moxung slammed his fist on the table and stated that the imbecile in question was not even worthy of a title as prestigious as the one he had. Songbik then let out an air to calm himself down from his fury. He wondered why the elder would constantly get so upset whenever the Mount Hua sect was brought up in conversation. Even though the Plum Blossom Sword Saint had been dead for close to a century at this point, people continued to talk about him. Songbik was curious as to what made that man seem so appealing. After that, he gave Moxung the assurance that he should not worry too much. Moxung, on the other hand, did not show any signs of calming down and instead stated that the brat was spreading rumors that he would heal Elder H. Wang, so how could he not be upset by it? After that, Songbik questioned his senior about whether or not he believed Chung Mayang was capable of actually achieving that goal. Moxung surprised him by telling him that Elder H. Wang's condition seemed to be getting better, which is the opposite of the response he was expecting. After that, Songbik arrived at the conclusion that this must be the explanation. Elder H. Wang adheres to a stringent policy regarding the repayment of his debts. Therefore, the Yuna Merchant Guild will not put the Mount Hua sect in a difficult situation if that youngster was successful in curing him. When Songbik gave this some thought, he came to the realization that Elder H. Wang would do everything in his power to protect the Mount Hua sect in the event that something like this ever occurred. Therefore, he makes up his mind and tells himself that he will prevent that child from doing it no matter what. When Songbik presented Moxung with his plan, he told Moxung that if he did not like the thought of the child being there, all they needed to do was chase him away. Songbik's suggestion was accepted. If the elder does it himself, it will be problematic. However, if the second-class disciples do it, there will be no cause for concern. This is because there is nothing improper about a second-class disciple of the Southern DGE sect engaging in a light sword duel with a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. After giving what Songbik said a lot of thought, Moxung responded by saying that if they did that, people would start spreading rumors that they were trying to intimidate a child. Songbik, however, disproved this and said that there is no one who is unaware of the continuous competition between the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect. Therefore, if they state that they happened to run into each other by coincidence and decided to fight, there won't be any problems, and the fact that the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference is coming up soon will serve as a good explanation. After that, Moxung stated that he understands what Songbik's point, but he still won't allow it. He explained that he won't allow it because the youngster that Songbik will be facing was merely still a third-class disciple, and using violence against a child does not fit the status of the Southern Edge sect. However, even after Moxung said that, Songbik simply smirked, took his sword, and declared that he would take what Moxung said, which was that he did not let it happen. Songbik's statement was followed by Songbik brandishing his sword. Songbik got to his feet, bowed his head before Moxung, and then continued by saying that if one of Moxung's pupils were to mess up, all they would have to do is take responsibility for their conduct. Moxung expressed his agreement and stated that he would discipline anyone who touched the child without his permission. Songbik, on the other hand, was fully aware of what his elder was referring to. He was aware that along with that punishment came an even more significant prize, hence, he could not help but smile. After Songbik left, Moxung was left to reflect on himself after being left alone. That Songbik was staring down on the Mount Hua sect was something that, in his opinion, did not come as a surprise to him at all. When he was younger, the Southern Edge sect did not even have a chance against the Mount Hua sect. This is because, by the time he was born, it was already in a state of collapse. Even now, the Southern Edge sect would still be lower than the Mount Hua sect if the Demon Sect's assault hadn't brought them down. Because of this, Moxung believed that it was his responsibility to ensure that such times would never occur again. Moxung persisted in his line of reasoning and came to the conclusion that, given the fact that the child in question had traveled all the way there from the Mount Hua sect, it was probably safe to conclude that they had restarted their efforts to expand their influence. And there he believed that he had trodden on them sufficiently to prevent them from being able to stand back up. Because of this, the glass that was on his hand had only barely survived the force that Moxung was applying to it, and was on the verge of breaking. Moxung then had the thought that he would discuss this matter with the head of the sect as soon as this event was resolved. Songbik and the other disciple who was going with him were, on the other hand, outside and traveling in the direction Chung Mayang was. Wigo, one of the Southern Edge sect's disciples, approached him and inquired about what would happen to the child. Songbik responded by suggesting that they should try to persuade the child to return. Although the concept of persecuting a youngster did not sit well with him, he reasoned that the situation would appear even more serious if one of the more experienced members of the group carried it out. As the two of them continued to walk and converse at the same time, Wigo pondered what on earth the Mount Hua sect was thinking when they sent such a young child there by themselves. If the youngster had been a member of their sect, sending them there alone would not have been permitted. Songbik explained to Wigo that the conditions of each sect are unique and that each must have had their own motives for doing what they did. Then, Wigo recalled that the circumstances of the Mount Hua sect aren't all that wonderful, but Songbik merely shrugged it off and remarked that they only need to carry out their mission first. He advised him to keep in mind that assisting their senior is their top concern. Wigo then felt perplexed as a result of Songbik's unexpected stop. After then, Songbik gave a smirk and stated that it was no longer necessary to look for the child in question. Both of them were able to make out the child they had been searching for. Chung Myung, who is unaware of the two people's existence, was simply attending to his business. It was at that time that the two people greet him. Chung Myung turned his head to gaze at Songbik, who was formally greeting him by stating that he was pleased to see a disciple from the Mount Hua sect. But Chung Myung, on the other hand, didn't do much more than give a half-hearted bow and a hello, which made the mood unpleasant. Songbik then tried to strike up a discussion by inquiring as to where Chung Myung was going right now. Chung Myung didn't think twice before announcing that he was going to check on Elder H. Wang's health at the location where he was staying. As Songbik glanced at Chung Myung, he formed the opinion that he had a thick layer of skin. He was sure that there was no way a child like him could cure Elder H. Wang's disease when even elders and important physicians just shrugged their shoulders. And now that he watched the youngster talk as if he could accomplish it, he thought that this child was clearly not all that good-natured. Songbik put on an act of smiling and asked Chung Myung for a few minutes of his time, to which Chung Myung graciously consented. He told Chung Myung in a nice way that he may have already known that the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect had developed through sword fighting with each other since ancient times. This was something that he said the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect had done. Even in modern times, there is a gathering known as the Southern Edge and Mount Hua Conference, at which adherents of the two schools engage in combat with one another. However, in his response, Chung Myung stated that he was unaware of that because he had only recently joined the cult and it had not been very long since he had done so. Songbik mumbled something after that, indicating that this was what he had been considering, because he wouldn't be acting so superior to him right now if he had seen the Southern Edge sect and Mount Hua sect conference. After that, he relayed to Chung Myung that gaining exposure to the swordsmanship of the Mount Hua sect would be of tremendous assistance to his own training. He was inquiring about Chung Myung's availability to engage in combat with him. Songbik grinned and thought to himself that Chung Myung would turn him down because he had such high expectations for himself. However, contrary to his expectations, Chung Myung asked Songbik if he was indicating that he wanted to fight. Chung Myung was disgustingly disgruntled and asked Songbik this question. Songbik was taken aback by Chung Myung's attitude toward him, and it took him off guard. Songbik, on the other hand, asserted that it was not a battle but rather training in which the two participants exchanged various sword styles. However, Chung Myung did not trust him. When Songbik responded that it was not a fight, Chung Myung questioned him further by asking, "Then what is it?" In addition to that, he instructed him to stop beating around the bush. But Chung Myung simply ignored it because he relishes engaging in physical conflict at any time. Chung Myung continued to tell Songbik not to repent, despite the fact that the latter's expression became even more befuddled. Both Chung Myung and Songbik stood apart from one another, facing one another in the distance while the wind blew. Songbik then inquired about Chung Myung's monastic name, to which Chung Myung replied that he does not actually have one, but that his name is Chung Myung. Songbik continued to press for an answer. Songbik informed him that he would refer to him as such if it turned out to be the case. He instructed Chung Myung to pay attention to him and promised that he would offer him some guidance, despite the fact that Chung Myung is still a youngster. He explained to Chung Myung that although he could believe he was not doing anything wrong at the moment, the state of world affairs is not necessarily decided by whether or not a person is acting inappropriately. Chung Myung, on the other hand, merely glanced at him without showing any sign of curiosity. Songbik persisted in giving him advice, telling him that he need to go back to the Mount Hua sect before he ran into any more significant difficulties. Songbik was taken aback when Chung Myung inquired as to whether or not he planned to engage in combat prior to the conclusion of Songbik's speech. After that, Chung Myung remarked that he had a feeling that members of the Southern Edge sect would rather use words than swords. This infuriated Wehaigo, who responded by raising his hand in anger. However, Songbik was able to halt him while keeping his own anger under control. Songbik gripped his sword tightly and thought to himself that he was not yet psychologically disciplined enough since he couldn't help but want to beat the pulp out of that brat. Songbik was thinking this as he clutched his sword. Songbik tightened his grip on his jaw in rage as he considered the possibility that there was no longer any justification for him to hold back. Once more, Songbik positioned his hands in front of him and made an official challenge to Chung Myung to engage in a fight. However, in spite of all of that excitement, Chung Myung instructed him to wait, Consequently, Songbik became irritated and asked him what the issue was this time around. Chung Mayang responded by saying that he was not talking to him but rather to the person standing behind Songbik. He then asked Wigo to lend him his sword, which left the two individuals absolutely dumbfounded. Wigo pondered whether or not that was an appropriate statement for a follower of a well-known sect to make. The first thing that members of the swordsmanship sects are taught is to never allow anyone to lay their hands on their swords. Yet, Chung Mayang asked him to borrow his weapon, and he cannot believe that Chung Mayang would do such a thing. Since Wigo asked Chung Mayang how he could not carry a sword since he was a follower of a swordsmanship sect, Chung Mayang responded by saying that he never thought that he would have to fight in such a manner. Wigo was confused by Chung Mayang's response. Wigo's anger was further fueled by the fact that Chung Mayang turned around and told him that it was fine if he couldn't give it to him. He'd just pick up anything else that he could use as a sword instead. Songbik, on the other hand, ordered Wigo to lend Chung Mayang his sword. But Wigo was opposed to the idea. However, after Songbik threatened that if he did not lend it and people found out, the world would find out that they threatened a child from the Mount Hua sect to fight who did not even have a sword, Wigo could not say anything back to Songbik. He then summoned Chung Mayang and thrust the sword in the direction of Chung Mayang. But Chung Mayang was quick enough to catch it. As Chung Mayang said, "Shall we begin now?" Songbik questioned Chung Mayang about why he had not yet removed the sword from its sheath, despite the fact that Chung Mayang had not yet unsheathed it. Chung Mayang provided a response stating that it was not like they were trying to kill each other, and as a result, he does not see the need for it. However, Chung Mayang advised Songbik that he is free to draw his sword at any time if he so chooses. Songbik heaved a sigh to calm himself down and reflected that when he talked to Chung Mayang, he got the impression that all of his mental development up until this point had been for nothing. First, Songbik intended to frighten him away by frightening him a little bit, but now he thought that Chung Mayang would not listen to his words without a little lesson, and by lesson, he meant the battle. Songbik's original goal was to scare him away by terrifying him a little bit. Songbik's fury flared up, and he told Chung that he should make sure to keep his guard up at all times. He explained to Chung Mayang that by the time he recognized that he was not exhibiting any mercy to him, it would be too late for him to make a change in the situation. Chung Mayang, who was becoming increasingly irritated by the incessant babbling, suggested that they move quickly because they do not have the whole day. Songbik altered his stance and prepared to engage in combat. He moved forward with a single step, then leaped toward Chung Mayang and struck with his sword while it was still drawn. Nevertheless, Chung Mayang was able to successfully stop it. After the first blow, Songbik readied his sword for another strike and struck Chung Mayang again, which caught Chung Mayang again, but this time he was able to stop it. Wigo was standing outside of the arena when he got the impression that Songbik was probably feeling extremely upset, and that he did not want the battle to stop right now. Wigo, on the other hand, simply shrugged it off and stated that it was the child's fault from the beginning because he had gotten on Songbik's nerves. After that, he was of the opinion that Chung Mayang had selected the incorrect individual to carry out the task. It might have appeared as though he was holding off Songbik, but in reality, it was probably taking everything he had just to stay upright in the face of Songbik's assault. He believed that Songbik was holding back because if he finished the combat too quickly, people might complain that they needlessly mistreated a tiny child. He assumed that Songbik was holding back because of this possibility. Wigo was certain that Songbik was just using enough power on Chung Mayang to just barely defend himself against Songbik's assaults. In other words, he was instructing the child without so much as striking him once during the entire process. He simply prays that Songbik does not become overly worked up about the situation. However, after trading a couple more hits with one another, Songbik struck Chung Mayang once more, but this time he was aware that Chung Mayang had deflected his blow, despite the fact that he was using such a substantial sword. After giving it some thought, Songbik realized that his opponent had blocked even his first attack earlier as if he had anticipated the path that his sword would take. Songbik had a strong suspicion that Chung Mayang was following the route of his blade, and he questioned whether or not Chung Mayang could do that without also reading his mind. Even if he exaggerates his age, he appears to be no more than 15 years old, hence, he would be approximately the same age as Songbik's younger brother, assuming that Songbik has a sibling of that age. As Songbik makes his way once more toward Chung Mayang, he has a hard time believing that a child of that age could be capable of doing something like the such. While Chung Mayang readied his sword to make another defense, Songbik readied himself to make another attack. Chung Mayang moved his right foot to the back of his left foot and held the sword in his hand diagonally, just as Songbik's blade was about to hit Chung Mayang. This caused Songbik's stroke to be deflected once more. After some time, Songbik came to the conclusion that Chung Mayong was successfully avoiding each and every one of his blows. Chung Mayong made a backward leap to create distance between them, while Songbik was lost in a trance, looking at Chung Mayong. Songbik was confused since his swordsmanship was believed to be among the greatest in the Southern Edge sect, but he could not understand how Chung Mayong was blocking his blows. Songbik clenched his teeth in frustration as he let Kai pour into the hand that was clutching the blade. He encircled the sword with his Kai, thinking only of one thing: it was impossible for Chung Mayong to evade his assaults, and he just could not accept that fact. He encircled the blade with his Kai. After that, he looked across at Chung Mayong, who appeared to be terrified by what had just taken place. And just as he was going to strike the Chung Mayong envelope with Kai, Wigo yelled at Songbik to stop what he was doing and told him to stop. This prompted Songbik to focus his attention on himself and swiftly pull his Kai back. In the meantime, Chung Mayong did nothing but stand there and wait for the attack to take place. However, the attack did not take place because Songbik stopped it before it struck him. When Songbik was ready to breathe a sigh of relief when he thought that he would finally be able to stop before he went all out to Chung Mayong abruptly soared away, looking as if Songbik's strike had hurt him when in fact it had not. The rear of Chung Mayong landed right in front of the entrance to the Yunha Merchant Guild. Both Songbik and Wigo were taken aback when Chung Mayong spewed blood. Chung Mayong immediately fell to the ground following the incident, which caused the blood that was dripping from his mouth to spread across the ground. He is extremely perplexed. Songbik was sure that his most recent strike had not hit Chung Mayong in any way, and he cannot understand how this could have happened. After that, Songbik was mute for a little period of time until Wigo called him, at which point he was brought back to the present. Wigo was rushing toward Chung Mayong, who was lying on the ground, and screamed at Songbik about what he had done to the young boy. Songbik made an effort to speak, but the words wouldn't just come out. He was too shocked by what was happening to be able to say anything at that moment. At that point, Wigo had already grasped Chung Mayong in his arms, and Songbik could only stand there and watch from a distance, unsure of what action to take next. During the time that Songbik was able to get a distant view of Chung Mayong's face, he was able to confirm to himself that he had removed his Kai from the blade. In spite of this, he was not even able to scratch him when he was attacking him with all of his strength before. As a result, he is left wondering how it was even possible for him to fly backward like that when his sword hit him after Songbik had removed his Kai from the blade. At that very moment, Chung Mayong, who was at that point being held by Wigo, let forth another cough, a fountain of blood. When Wigo saw this, he was beyond shocked, and he was afraid, so, in a panic, he asked Songbik what they should do about the situation. Songbik, on the other hand, did not respond to him. Instead, he just stood there with a blank face, amazed at the fact that blood could flow like that from a person's mouth. He had never seen anything like that before. By that time, Songbik's expression had entirely changed, as he had realized that no matter how other people interpreted the situation, he was in the wrong. Songbik began to perspire merely from hearing Jongwi's voice when he finally arrived just in time at the scene. Jongwi was approaching as Wigo was clutching Chung Mayong, who was bleeding like a fountain. Wigo also noticed Jongwi's approach. They were able to see that Jongwi was exceedingly upset, which made Wigo look pale. Chung Mayong was then examined by a doctor, who performed the examination right there and stated that Chung Mayong's health is pretty critical. The doctor also stated that Chung Mayong's inside organs are a mess and that he has to be treated right away. While all of them were rushing to get out of there and treat Chung Mayong, Jongwi, Songbik, and Wigo merely stood there in the backdrop where Chung Mayong's pool of blood was. Songbik appeared concerned and was incapable of uttering a word. All he could do was ask himself if there was a justification for what he had done. Even Zhu Liang's grandfather was unable to offer a satisfactory explanation for what had taken place at this location. After that, Jongwi addressed them in a solemn manner and questioned how they could call themselves a prominent sect after employing such a harmful method on a youngster. When Jongwi added that he thought the Southern Edge sect was on the correct path, he gave off an air of bewilderment and remorse. As Jongwi moved closer to the pool of blood that Chung Mayong had spilled, he was able to see his furious reflection in the blood. He inquired of them how he might handle the scenario that had just taken place right in front of his eyes. After giving Songbik the cold shoulder, Jongwi glared at Songbik with a furious expression on his face and vowed that he would never forget what had occurred earlier that day. The next thing he did was ask Songbik to leave their place as soon as possible, which took Songbik by surprise. Moksoong's voice made Songbik jump when he heard it behind him inquiring about what was happening on there. Songbik recognized it as being his elder. After that, Moksoong questioned Jongwi about what was taking place, at which point Jongwi pointed out a pool of blood on the ground. After that, there was a return to the previous level of silence. Moxun quickly became aware of what had transpired at that location. Moxun cast a furious glance in Songbik's direction while thinking angrily about what an idiot he is. Right away, he made an attempt to make things better by suggesting that there must have been some sort of accident. Zhonghui, on the other hand, did not buy it and questioned how they could claim that it was merely an accident. Because the disciple from their Southern Edge sect came dangerously close to killing the boy who was tending to his father, Zhonghui questioned the other members of their group about how they could simply dismiss what happened as an accident. As each of the lines and creases on Zhonghui's face became more apparent, he became even more enraged. He then whispered that an accident is something that occurs via no one's deliberate action. After that, Songbik made a hasty attempt to justify himself by claiming that everything was just a misunderstanding, that he never used too much force, and that the fight was nothing more than a normal duel. But of course, Zhonghui did not let that pass and claimed that was not the issue there. He then asked him why he would ever lift their sword against a disciple from the Mount Hua sect in the first place, but Songbik was unable to say anything in response to Zhonghui's question. After that, Zhonghui talked about the sword duel. He stated that despite the fact that he was not very familiar with how things work in the Kangho, he did remember hearing that sword duels make sense only when they are between people of rivaling strength. This is the reason why Zhonghui was so angry, because they fought Chung Myung, who was just a child who had barely lived half of Songbik's age. After that, Zhonghui asked Songbik, "Is that how it is in the Southern Edge sect?" These were the words that struck a chord in Songbik's heart. After that, Zhonghui informed them that he had nothing else to say to them, and he instructed Moxung to take his student and depart from their location as soon as possible. Moxung was unable to do much more than look at Zhonghui with a discontented expression, because Zhonghui was functioning as the master of the Yunhe Merchant Guild at the time. Moxung then told Zhonghui the final things that he had to say. He said that he would do what Zhonghui instructed, but he also said that the Southern Edge sect earnestly wished for Elder H. Wang's full recovery despite what had occurred there. However, Zhonghui just walked away and claimed that he would retain what Moxung said in his mind. He continued as he passed by Moxung that he would keep that in mind, despite the fact that his tone of voice suggested that this was not the case at all. Moxung had no choice but to maintain his silence. After that, Moxung announced to Songbik that he would be going back to their place with Wigo without him, which both shocked and perplexed Songbik. He delivered the message to Songbik with a chilly demeanor that whoever was to blame for that situation must accept full responsibility for it. Before going back to their temple, Moxung instructed Songbik to remain there and do whatever it takes in order to gain the forgiveness of Zhonghui. Because of this, Songbik's face became more serious, and he clenched his teeth in preparation to comply with his senior. Chung Myung was found unconscious and lying down inside the mansion of the Yunhe Merchant Guild while someone was telling Zhonghui that Chung Myung's health was critical because his Kai veins had been fully depleted. The man continued by saying that the doctor had also mentioned that even though they had treated Chung Myung, it was not possible to ensure that she would make a full recovery. After that, Zhonghui questioned whether Chung Myung's life was no longer in danger, to which the man replied that he would presume that to be the case. After that, Zhonghui mumbled something about relief if that was indeed the case. The man said that it will take at least 2 or 3 days for Chung Myung to regain consciousness in response to Zhonghui's question about whether or not the doctor had said anything about when Chung Myung would regain consciousness. Zhonghui let out a sigh, looked at Chung Myung, and expressed his desire that his father's condition would not deteriorate before the scheduled visit. This boy is the only one who was able to improve his father's condition, and he did so single-handedly. It's possible that he's the only person who can save his father. Zhonghui was perplexed as to why they would assault a youngster of such a young age and beat him till he was unconscious. Zhonghui's train of thought proceeded with the idea that if those people had even the slightest amount of respect for the Yunhe Merchant Guild and his father, they never would have done something like that. Zhonghui tightened his grip on his fist as he contemplated the fact that the Southern Edge sect had become too haughty. The man then asked Zhonghui if he truly believes that Chung Myung could save Elder H. Wang because he is unable to bring himself to trust Chung Myung at this time. Songbik responded by saying that he does believe that Chung Myung could save Elder H. Wang. Chung Myung was able to enumerate all the signs of his father's illness without even seeing him in person, although Zhonghui responded that none of the numerous notable doctors they had brought were able to detect his father's disease. Lastly, his father's condition has shown significant signs of improvement. The other person didn't say anything, so Zhonghui continued by saying that his belief in Chung Myung is not without foundation, and that he interprets that as the heavens trying to assist him. After that, Zhonghui gave the man permission to do whatever it was he could think of to expedite Chung Myung's recovery to the fullest extent feasible. Then, in the middle of the night, an unknown stranger wearing a hood broke into Chung Myung's bedroom and looked at the unconscious body of Chung Myung. After that, he prepared a spell by raising his 2 index fingers. While he was saying that it was payback for getting in his way, the man in the hood's 2 fingers emitted a color that was a mixture of red and black. The fingers of the masked man then attempted to attack Chung Mayung, but they were unsuccessful. The hooded man was shaken up by this, but he was much more shaken up when he saw Chung Mayung awake and staring at him straight on. Chung Mayung grinned, and then he reached out and grabbed the attacker's arm, pulling it away from his neck. After that, he gave a sneering grin and said, "Gotcha." This caused the aggressor to become irritated, and he attacked Chung Mayung with his left arm a second time. This time, his hand was full of the same black and crimson energy that had been emanating from his 2 fingers previously. However, the attacker was unsuccessful once more when Chung Mayung rolled his body up into the air, causing him to avoid the blow. After that, Chung Mayung made a safe landing on the back of the person who had attacked her. After that, the man attacked Chung Mayung once more, but Chung Mayung avoided the blow by flipping and rolling to a high altitude. After that, the aggressor prepped another ball of energy in his hand and announced that he had Chung Mayung now, given that there was no way for him to avoid that while he was in midair. In point of fact, Chung Mayung did not avoid it, rather, he kicked it. This caused the attacker to be startled once more. Chung Mayung landed on the ground after what he had done. After that, he told the person who had attacked him that they had probably misinterpreted something. It was not Chung Mayung who came out on the losing end of this situation. Rather, it was him. "People, we made it there just in the nick of time, along with Zhonghui." Zhonghui then questioned the attacker about what he was doing there, and he mentioned the name of the attacker as if he were familiar with him, saying that the attacker's name was Jabok Bun. Jabok made an effort to utter anything, but he was unable to do so. While Chung Mayung was walking toward Zhonghui and the others who were there with him, he picked up a piece of cloth that was lying on the ground and put it as a tie on his hair. Chung Mayung smiled broadly as he observed the offender and proceeded to inform Zhonghui that he had previously informed him that the offender would reveal himself on his own accord. Zhonghui responded that even though he was a little dubious because of what he said, seeing how it played out, he does not have anything to say since the general is the last person he would expect to be behind this. The next thing that happened was that Jabok questioned Chung Mayung about why he suspected him, but Chung Mayung responded by saying that he did not suspect him. He stated that he had never anticipated that anyone would be the offender. He explained to him that he had merely believed that the villain would go after his life if he appeared to be hurt after he had shown that he knew how to treat Zhonghui. When Jabok followed up by asking what would happen if he did not show up, Chung Mayung simply responded that he had no other option but to show up. If he had been successful in killing him, he would have been able to pin the entire incident on the Southern Fringe sect. Chung Mayung was confident that the perpetrator would not pass up an opportunity such as that one. After that, Jabok leveled the accusation at Chung Mayung, stating that he must have conspired with the Southern Edge sect to carry out the plot. Chung Mayung responded by saying that this was not the case at all and that he was simply fortunate that they proposed a duel to him. Jabok then inquired about the extent of Chung Mayung's wounds, at which point the attending physician informed Jabok that Chung Mayung had lost consciousness due to internal injuries. However, Chung Mayung questioned Jabok, asking why he would ask something that was so self-evident. He shared with Jabok that he would not have consented to do that if he could not even fool a doctor with his deception. The conversation continued with Chung Mayung stating that it seems as though he has a lot of questions, but regrettably, they were not there to answer him. Because the most essential thing is that he fell into Chung Mayung's trap, and they now identify the person who poisoned Elder H. Wang. This is the most significant thing. However, even after Chung Mayung had finished speaking, Jabok continued to scoff and laugh, making fun of Chung Mayung. This led Chung Mayung and Zhonghui to wonder what was so funny about the circumstance that Jabok was laughing at. Just because Jabok had assaulted Chung Mayung, Jabok asked Chung Mayung if he was telling him that he was Elder H. Wang's poisoner. It was an attempt on his part to win Zhonghui's favor by convincing him that he should not believe what Chung Mayung had to say. Jabok explained to him that Chung Mayung was overlooking the most crucial aspect of the argument in his reasoning. In response, Zhonghui inquired as to the significance of the matter he was discussing. Jabok asked him how it was possible for him to do something so terrible to Elder H. Wang after the way he had treated him. He assured Zhonghui that he was certain that that was also the reason why Zhonghui would not believe Jabok was responsible for the crime. He said that he was sure of it. As he remained still, Zhonghui eyed Jabok with a serious expression on his face. After that, Zhonghui questioned Jabok on why, if that were not the truth, he would have attempted to assassinate Chung Mayung, and why he disguised the fact that he was a martial artist in the first place. However, the only response that Zhonghui received was an accusation that Chung Mayung had been tricking him. Jabok added that even the most renowned medical professionals were unable to treat Elder H. Wang, so it is difficult to fathom how a child of such a young age could ever be capable of doing that. Zhonghui responded by yelling at Jabok that if that was what he thought, then he should have tried to convince him, and he questioned Jabok if he really thought that he could use that as a justification for what he did. In response, Jabok stated that even if he made an effort to listen, he still would not because he had already lost his mind. According to Jabok, those who have been tricked do not pay attention to what others have to say. He reasoned that the only way to restore Zhonggui's sanity was to kill Chung Mayang, which he shouted while pointing his finger at Chung Mayang. In response, Chung Mayang looked at him as though he were insulted by the statement. Chung Mayang interrupted Jabok's babbling before even allowing him to finish his rambling. He grumbled at having to listen to his excuses for such a long time. Chung Mayang moved closer to him and encircled his fist with Kai as he did so. Chung Mayang has announced that he is going to defeat him easily and then call it a day. And when Chung Mayang was on the verge of reaching him, Jabok panicked and used his crimson energy to repel Chung Mayang's attack. As soon as that took place, Chung Mayang's palm began to turn red, and Elder H. Wang experienced the same thing. He instructed everyone to focus their attention on the hand he was holding up. Since Zhonghui cared for his father on a near-daily basis, there was no way that he could have avoided noticing that fact. He observed it as soon as it occurred to him. Chung Mayang told them that what they were witnessing at this very moment was referred to as the Red Demon Hand. In the event that they are struck by a high-level red demon hand, their entire body will turn a dark red color, and they will pass away within a day and a half. According to Chung Mayang, it was not a particularly potent one, but it was surely sufficient to kill a man. If their adversary was an elderly man who had no prior experience with martial arts, things would go quite well for them. As soon as Jabok was found out, his face changed into that one, making him look like a rat who had been caught in a trap. Chung Mayang gave Jabok a reassuring grin and warned him that he might change his mind about Jabok's guilt if someone other than Jabok were to come into close proximity with him and be able to infuse him with demonic energy. After that, Zhonghui yelled at the top of his lungs, giving the command to instantly grab Jabok and kill him if he resisted being taken captive. The others who were there at the time obeyed, and they pulled their swords out quickly. Jabok did not offer justifications any longer and instead prepared even more of his demonic power. He yelled that he would have been able to carry out his plans successfully if only Chung Mayang had not been in the way. On the other hand, Songbik was observed to be ruminating about something while sitting on the stairs of the Yunhe Guild, which was located someplace within the Yunhe Guild where the mayhem had not yet spread. When he thought back to what his mentor had instructed him, all he could do was sigh. He reasoned that his elder had most likely meant for it to be interpreted as a form of punishment for him rather than as an order. After that, he became aware of the noise and the cloud of smoke in the area where he had heard the noise. It was unclear to him what the conversation was about. At that specific place, Jabok attempted to assault Chung Mayang and Zhonghui by channeling his demonic force, but Chung Mayang was able to stop, blowing the wall off the chamber they were in. Chung Mayang then stated that because everything had been brought to light, Jabok might provide the missing information at a later time, as if Jabok would be willing to collaborate at a later time. But for the time being, Chung Mayang has stated that he simply desires to defeat him first and get this matter resolved as quickly as possible, given how exhausted he is now. It was impossible for Jabok to trust Chung Mayang, so he merely commented on his haughtiness. He inquired of Chung Mayang whether or not he truly believed that he could control the full strength of his Crimson Demon Hand. Chung Mayang then responded by saying that he was not talking to himself, which caused Jabok to get confused. Chung Mayang turned his head to look behind him, and Zhonghui did the same. Chung Mayang pointed his gaze in the direction of Songbik and said a hero from the Southern Fringe sect who had arrived at the perfect moment to vanquish the demon and remarked, "There he is." Songbik, who had just arrived, became perplexed when Chung Mayang questioned whether or not he came to save them. Songbik had a look of complete bewilderment on his face as he pointed a finger at his own face while asking why it was him. Chung Mayang then pointed Zhonghui beside him with his mouth. He made a very unattractive face, and it appeared as though he was trying to send a signal to Songbik. After taking a glance at Zhonghui, Songbik immediately understood what Chung Mayang had been getting at. It was the ideal opportunity for him to make amends for his previous behavior. After Songbik was made aware of this, he took a quick breath to calm his nerves and told himself that if this turned out to be reality, then he would make the most of this opportunity. Songbik grabbed his sword and ran toward Jabok, fully prepared to chop the latter down to size. After that, he advanced while yelling, "You will be defeated by the blade of the Southern Edge sect, demon." As he did so, Chung Mayang could only smile in response to this while he continued to watch the ongoing conflict. In the midst of the mayhem, Chung Mayang informed Zhonghui that they had resolved one of the issues, but Zhonghui did not believe him because the fight was not yet done. Chung Mayang assuaged Zhonghui's concerns by assuring him that the process would not be drawn out for very long. After all, Songbik is a disciple from a prestigious sect, and there was no way that he would lose to someone who had not practiced martial arts to a very deep level. Zhonghui is still skeptical about it, and he inquired of Chung Mayang whether or not that individual was not someone who had extensive experience in martial arts, considering that Chung Mayang had previously demonstrated Jabok's capabilities. Chung Mayang answered while he showed them his healing hand that he was not lying when he mentioned that Jabok is able to employ the Red Demon Hand. He said this while he was showing them his healing hand. He claimed that he was merely exaggerating the symptoms in order to demonstrate to them what Jabok was capable of achieving in the long run. While looking at Chung Mayung's hand, Zhonghui questioned him about whether or not Chung Mayung was a true Taoist. Chung Mayung did not dither before responding and asserted without reservation that he is, in fact, a Taoist with the most experience in the entire world. Later on, as the battle was still going on, Chung Mayung, who was growing weary of waiting, slumped down on the ground and yawned sleepily as he dozed off from exhaustion. Chung Mayung turned around and had a look at what was going on behind him. He was confused as to why they had been battling for nearly an hour at this point, and he lamented the fact that he had not defeated Jabok on his own. The battle had been going on for far too long. Finally, after everything that had happened, Songbik prevailed over Jabok, causing him to collapse to the ground while groaning. Songbik appears to be in a state of disarray as he takes in big breaths. After that, Songbik, who appeared to be on the verge of collapsing, notified Zhonghui and Chung Mayung, who were following him, that he had defeated the villain. In his response, Zhonghui told him that he had done a good job and that he would never forget the assistance that the Southern Edge sect provided. After hearing that, Songbik fell to the ground as if he had felt a burden taken off of his shoulder. While he was on the ground, of course, he thanked Zhonghui for everything. Chung Mayung stood by Zhonghui's side and remarked that the ordeal was finally done despite the fact that it had lasted for quite some time. Zhonghui remained silent as he gazed in the direction of Chung Mayung and thought to himself that he did not know how to characterize the current circumstances. Chung Mayung was able to find a solution to the issue that had been ongoing for more than a year in just 2 days. Zhonghui questioned whether or not a problem of that nature could have been solved with such a simple solution. But of course not. If it had been so easy all along, then anyone would have been able to figure out who the crook was. It is almost as if Chung Mayung conceals inside him the presence of a perceptive and knowledgeable specialist. After that, Zhonghui questioned Chung Mayung regarding the reason why the general targeted Elder H. Wang, Zhonghui's father. He was interested in Chung Mayung's perspective on the problem. Chung Mayung provided a response and unequivocally stated that he had none to offer. Chung Mayung stated, with a gleeful expression on his face, that it was the role of an official to determine the assailant's motivations and that he was merely there to find a solution to the problem and receive his reward. Zhonghui could only sigh when Chung Mayung questioned him about the reward. But it wasn't a sigh of irritation, rather, it was more of a sigh that meant it cannot be helped. But he nevertheless answered that, of course, he had his reward ready to go. After that, Zhonghui made Chung Mayung recall that he had not requested that he find the person responsible for the crime. Rather, he had requested that he heal his father. Zhonghui inquired of Chung Mayung regarding the possibility of him making that happen. Chung Mayung flashed a grin and said with self-assurance that he most certainly would. Zhonghui responded and extended his hands to Chung Mayung, saying that he would swear to help the Mount Hua sect if that were the case, even if it required him to completely upend the Yunhe Merchant Guild in order to do so. After hearing what Zhonghui had to say, Chung Mayung was taken aback to the point where he instantly grabbed Zhonghui's hand. Zhonghui was relieved to witness Chung Mayung's response, and he advised Chung Mayung not to let what he said affect him to the extent that it did. But the response that Chung Mayung gave was the exact opposite of what Zhonghui had anticipated. Contrary to what Zhonghui believed, Chung Mayung was not affected but rather angry. Chung Mayung inquired of Zhonghui as to whether or not he was joking with him. This was shocking to Zhonghui, who was taken aback by it. Chung Mayung exclaimed that he should be the one to receive the reward, so what the heck is Zhonghui trying to convey here? Chung Mayung questioned why the Mount Hua sect would receive all of the reward since he was the one who carried out all of the labor. Zhonghui was at a loss for words at this moment and could only look at Chung Mayung with soulless eyes. It wasn't until that moment that Zhonghui really understood that Chung Mayung was even more insane than he had previously believed he was. Chung Mayung sat down on the chair as he contemplated the fact that the only thing left to do at this point was to treat Elder H. Wang's illness. While he was engaged in serious thought, Chung Mayung's eyes were closed. This was not a very challenging task in any way, and he even enjoyed the fact that he was able to cause trouble for the Southern Edge sect as a result of his actions. However, there is a catch to this. After that, Chung Mayung opened his eyes and admitted to himself that, if he was being completely truthful, he did not feel very secure about what he was doing. Although he gave the impression that he was completely sure of himself in front of Zhonghui, Chung Mayung was actually uncertain about whether or not it was feasible to cure Elder H. Wang. After all, the man we know now is not the saint associated with the Plum Blossom Sword. If Chung Mayung makes a mistake that causes the demonic Kai that resides inside Elder H. Wang to begin acting up, Elder H. Wang will pass away instantly and quietly without uttering a sound. When Chung Mayung looked at the dead body of Elder H. Wang, all he could do was sigh as he stood there. Chung Mayung placed his hands on Elder H. Wang's arm. He had not yet given up hope of being able to save him. Nevertheless, no one can know for certain whether it is feasible without at least attempting it. It was as if Chung Mayung dove into water when he closed his eyes, and his awareness invaded Elder H. Wang's body. Once his boots touched the ground, he was able to see that his immediate area was infested with red snakes, which looked much more repulsive because they were all crammed into the same area. Chung Mayung kept staring at it, and eventually he realized that it was the evil Kai that was contained within Elder H. Wang's body. Chung Mayung was about to come under attack from the crimson snakes when they began to slither. Chung Mayung then made the observation that Elder H. Wang's physique contained an excessive amount of demonic Kai. He stated that even though the user had some demonic Kai lacking, it was still considered to be demon Kai. Chung Mayung was unsure whether or not his Kai would be effective, but he promised that he would try his best. Chung Mayung raised a sword into the air and braced himself to battle the snakes that appeared to number in the hundreds of thousands if not millions. Chung Mayung brandished his sword and severed the heads of the snakes from their bodies with a single swing of the blade. After that, he noticed an opening in the darkness that had been obscured by snakes. It gave him reason to believe that there was yet a chance to save Elder H. Wang. When he stopped to think about it, it was completely evident that he had only taken in the purest Kai possible. If Chung Mayung had not concentrated on that, he would have been able to collect at least 10 times more Kai than he actually did. Chung Mayung continued to cut the snakes to the left and right, and as he did so, the redness that had been covering Elder H. Wang's body became considerably lighter, and began to return to its previous form. This battle between Chung Mayung and the demon Kai has long since been resolved. The question now is how much longer Elder H. Wang will continue to cling on. Chung Mayung then slashed again and told Elder H. Wang to wait a bit longer, even though he wouldn't be answered. He guaranteed me, while looking intently at me, that he would finish what he was doing right away. After that, the snakes began to flee in the opposite direction, which left Chung Mayung perplexed. Chung Mayung's consciousness began to reassert itself in his own body as he questioned himself over the location of the snakes. After he took a look at Elder H. Wang's condition, he noticed that Elder H. Wang's head appeared as though it was about to blow apart. He suddenly understood that Elder H. Wang was being bitten by the snakes. It dawned on him that he needed to approach this situation with extreme caution because if he attacked them carelessly and stoked a conflict within his own mind, Elder H. Wang would not be able to live through it. If Chung Mayung does nothing to stop it, however, the demonic Kai will quickly spread throughout his body in an unstoppable manner. He is so busy that he doesn't even have time to consider this. Elder H. Wang will perish if he attacks, but even if he doesn't, he will still perish in the end. Chung Mayung was caught in a scenario in which there was no clear path forward. Taking that into consideration, he chose not to engage in either activity. To corner the snakes, he infused Elder H. Wang with his Kai energy, and then he placed Chung Mayung's hand on Elder H. Wang's head. This left the snakes with nowhere to go but Chung Mayung's hand, which he had placed on Elder H. Wang's head. Chung Mayung opened the door for the snakes and allowed the demonic Kai to enter his body. Groaning, Chung Mayung had a throbbing agony in his chest as he continued to take in the Kai of the demons that were being absorbed by his body. The fact that Chung Mayung had to land on his knees on the ground caused him a great deal of discomfort. However, he did not give up. Rather, he challenged himself by stating that there was no way that he would lose consciousness in the face of anything like this. He continued to fight. Even as his fingers scratched the floor and as his body suffered excruciating anguish, he would not give in. His pride in his role as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint would not allow it. However, he quickly noticed that he was gradually losing consciousness as his vision became increasingly blurry. But despite this, he did not give up. Instead, he reminded himself that he needed to get himself together because once he lost consciousness, it would all be over. Even if his body is youthful, it won't be able to keep going for very much longer. Because of this, Chung Mayung was able to enter his consciousness and tell him that he had to do this as soon as possible. It was possible for him to see the snake's eyes flame red before it suddenly moved forward toward him in an attempt to attack. Chung Mayung sidestepped the oncoming snake and jumped onto its back, where he used it as a footing to scale the wall and reach closer to the top. Chung Mayung jumped off the back of the snake he was walking on and slashed the many snakes that were on top of the mountain. After he successfully delivered that blow, one of the large red snakes consumed him in its entirety, and while Chung Mayung was still inside the snake's mouth, he slashed its interior and reaped its head from the inside. Chung Mayung turned around and noticed that the remaining fragments of the snake's body that he had slain had fallen behind him. At that moment, he recognized that their pace had abruptly risen in an unnatural manner. All of a sudden, the snakes began to pursue him, but he continued to stab at them. Because of this, it became increasingly difficult for him to track them with his eyes, which resulted in him being attacked by a large number of them all at once. However, he killed the snakes that were attacking him all at once by moving his blade in a left-to-right motion. When the snakes were still inside Elder H. Wang's body, things were handled differently. They are throwing everything they have at it, and it appears as though they are aware that there is nowhere else for them to go. As Chung Mayung considered this, he began to perspire heavily and experience an increase in fatigue. Because he had not gathered a significant amount of Kai, he was already feeling exhausted. Because he allowed this to go on for such a long time, he put himself in a difficult position. The way things are going, it is possible that they will be successful in consuming Chung Mayung's body. After Chung Mayung had evaded one of the snakes that was attempting to consume him, another one of the snakes got him in its mouth while he was in midair, causing him to sigh. Chung Mayung was ready to attack the snake that had him caught in its mouth when he was bitten in the arm by another snake, which caused him to drop his sword. Soon after that, there was no stopping any of the other snakes from joining in, there was no escape. The snakes now had Chung Mayung in their custody and were preventing him from moving about. Now that it had come to that, he realized that there was nothing else he could do other than that, the activity that he would want to keep away from if at all possible. Even though he knows that if he makes a mistake, his body and consciousness will be destroyed. He has no other option. Kai began to flow outward from Chung Mayung's body at the location of his two fists. There is only one way to purge his body of all of the evil Kai that has been residing within it. It was to disperse the Kai that was stored in his Danshin throughout his entire body so that it could blast all of his internal organs at once. As a consequence of this, the bodies of the snakes that were assaulting him disintegrated. When he did that, anguish spread throughout Chung Mayung's entire body. He moaned in agony and clenched his teeth to get through the discomfort. The pieces of his body were beginning to fall apart. After that, a cloud of blood-red smoke emanated from his body. This was the Kai of the demon. After that, his body fell to the ground, and clear smoke emanated from his body as it lay there. Chung Mayung eventually came to and instantly began clutching his chest upon regaining awareness after a period of time. When he thought about it, his heart was beating so quickly that he almost didn't make it. He made a pact with his conscience that he would never act in such a way again. It was pure luck that he was able to control a demonic Kai at his level. In all likelihood, he would not have been able to do so. And at that moment, Elder H-Wang finally opened his eyes as Chung Mayung was mumbling to himself. Elder H-Wang then asked Chung Mayung who he was before looking at him with blurry eyes and noticing that Chung Mayung had noticed what had happened. Elder H-Wang was questioned by Chung Mayung about his level of consciousness. According to Chung Mayung, he was a Zion, which in Taoism indicates that he is spiritually eternal. Elder H-Wang immediately thought that Chung Mayung had arrived in hell following his death based on what he heard from Chung Mayung. The problem at the Yuna Merchant Guild was soon resolved after Elder H-Wang regained consciousness and took control of his surroundings. If it weren't for Chung Mayung, Jabok Bun's schemes would have been a success, the H-Wang family would have been wiped out, and he would have acquired all of their fortune. But Chung Mayung stood in the way, along with other reasons that were intended to make them feel sorry for him. Jabok Bun disclosed the fact that he is the son of a merchant who was formerly the rival of the Yuna Merchant Guild. He also disclosed the fact that he is a merchant himself. On the other hand, Chung Mayung did not give a damn. Everyone on this planet has their own personal history to tell. However, this does not give you the right to avoid the consequences of your misdeeds in any way. Chung Mayung was only interested in one thing, and that was the manner in which Jabok Bun had obtained the Red Demon Hand. However, even the method itself was something that he discovered when traveling through the highlands and had found on a dead body. It was plain to read on Chung Mayung's face that he was feeling a great deal of dissatisfaction. Consequently, he chose to disregard it and reason that if the demon cult had been responsible for this, it would not have been that simple, because it is their specialty to get rid of everybody who causes them even the least amount of trouble. In any case, now that Chung Mayung had apprehended the perpetrator, cured Elder H-Wang of his illness, and discovered that the demon sect had not been engaged in this at all, it was safe to declare that everything had a happy ending. Because of this, the Yuna Merchant Guild treated him like a VIP, and by VIP, the man meant a very prominent person. This was all thanks to him. He had a feast filled with delectable cuisine and, of course, alcoholic beverages. While Chung Mayung was gorging himself on food as if there was no tomorrow, an anxious and concerned voice came from the direction of his father. The sound came from the outside. Elder H-Wang and Zhonghui, who were both concerned about him even after seeing him, entered the room in which Chung Mayung was eating and said that they were relieved to hear that he was feeling better now. Elder H-Wang questioned Chung Mayung on whether or not it was correct for him to assume that Chung Mayung was he. Chung Mayung said while his mouth was still full of food that he was correct and that he was the one that Elder H-Wang saw when he woke up. Chung Mayung then tried to make an excuse for himself by claiming that the reason he probably did not know him was because he had eaten too much. The two only looked at him with lifeless eyes, and from Zhonghui's point of view, it was easy to see how Chung Mayung could have become twice as plump in just 3 days. After that, the chubby Chung Mayung inquired as to whether or not they had any commercial dealings with him. Elder H-Wang then asked him for forgiveness, saying that he was sorry if he was being impolite, but he had a request to make of him. Elder H-Wang got down on his knees, put his hands on the ground, and bowed his head toward Chung Mayung. He then instructed Chung Mayung to accept his bow. Elder H-Wang, although hearing the sounds of uncertainty emanating from his son, would not budge from his position. He explained to Chung Mayong that the reason he couldn't reciprocate the favor was because Chung Mayong had saved his life. Chung Mayong, who was still stuffing food in his mouth, nonchalantly told Elder H-Wang to get up. Elder H-Wang, on the other hand, gave no indication that he was about to move and instead continued speaking as if he had nothing else to say. He shared with Chung Mayong that he learned everything that took place during this entire ordeal from Zhonghui, and as a result, he promised that if there was any way that he could repay this kindness, he would do everything that he can to make it up to Chung Mayong. The favor that Chung Mayong had done for Elder H-Wang was being asked to be repaid, so this request that Elder H-Wang was talking about was actually an opportunity to do so. While still chewing the food that was in his mouth, Chung Mayong glanced at Elder H-Wang as he listened to what Elder H-Wang had to say. Chung Mayong then responded in a tone of indifference by saying that Taoists do not receive awards for assisting other people and that if the sect found out about his actions, he would be in trouble. After all, he went there against the sect's wishes and without their approval. Elder H-Wang reiterated what Chung Mayong had said to him as if he wanted to verify whether or not it was true. Chung Mayong added that the reason he did not seek permission from his sect was because this matter was so important. Once Elder H-Wang confirmed what Chung Mayong did for him, his eyes glistened and were moist from tears that were about to burst out, but he pushed them back. Chung Mayong thanked Elder H-Wang for his assistance. He was deeply moved by Chung Mayong's decision to go so far away from him. Elder H-Wang lowered his head once more and stated that if this was the case, he owed him an even greater amount of repayment, and he had to pledge that his sect would not find out. After that, Chung Mayong interrupted him and asked Elder H-Wang for confirmation that he had actually promised that he wouldn't inform his sect about him. Elder H-Wang responded yes to Chung Mayong's question. Both Elder H-Wang and Zhonghui looked over to see what Chung Mayong had pulled out of his clothing, and it was a book. Elder H-Wang then asked Zhonghui to assist him in getting back on his feet. Chung Mayong explained to them that it was nothing more than something he had written down since, as he gets older, his memory becomes more foggy. Both the father and the son were perplexed as to why Chung Mayong would refer to himself as old, given that he is still only a child at this point in time. Who could ever have imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that the youngster standing in front of them at this very moment was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint 100 years ago? After that, Elder H-Wang inquired about what Chung Mayong had written. Chung Mayong responded by stating that it was a list of the things that he desired. Elder H-Wang's expression became one of confusion as a result of this, while Chung Mayong's round face lit up in a delighted grin. Following that, Zhonghui expressed his concern to his father by asking him how he is currently feeling. Elder H-Wang responded while putting down the cup of tea he was sipping by saying that it was hard to believe, but he genuinely felt like his body was so light that he could fly. He noted that it was hard to believe because he was drinking tea at the time. It was almost as if he had lost 10 years of age overnight. Zhonghui spoke after giving his father a wary look and then looking away briefly. According to what he said, a strange occurrence took place. Immediately, Elder H-Wang questioned what the situation was while maintaining a very solemn expression on his face. Elder H-Wang cautioned Zhonghui that time is of the essence and requested that he explain the purpose of his visit. Instead of addressing Elder H-Wang as his father, Zhonghui addressed him as his guild leader. Zhonghui started off by saying that he had heard that he instructed them to minimize their transactions with the Southern Edge sect and that he promised to provide the Mount Hua sect with quite a substantial quantity of awards. He added that he had also heard that he had promised to give the Mount Hua sect quite a significant amount of reward. When Elder H-Wang confirmed it, Zhonghui fell silent as he realized what the man had said was correct. Zhonghui told the leader of his guild that it was extremely risky for his guild to disassociate themselves from the Southern Edge sect and support the Mount Hua sect because the Southern Edge sect governs over Zai and is also prominent in Shaanxi. Zhonghui reminded his guild leader of this fact. Zhonghui continued and reasoned that he understood that he was grateful to Chung Mayong, but the reward that he promised him was excessive. Zhonghui also added that it was dangerous to deepen their relationship with the Mount Hua sect when they were already invested in the Southern Edge sect. All of this took place while Elder H-Wang sipped on his tea again in a relaxed manner. Zhonghui, I understand that you are grateful to the young disciple, Chung Mayong. Zhonghui then told Elder H-Wang one final thing, saying that if he had already determined everything, then he hoped that he would at least let them continue their transactions with the Southern Edge sect in the same manner that they had in the past. This was the final thing that he said. Elder H-Wang then looked down at the reflection of his face in the tea and lowered his cup as he did so. Zhonghui was taken aback when Elder H-Wang asked him out of the blue what the responsibility of a merchant is, which threw him off guard. After giving some thought to what he should reply to, Zhonghui responded by stating that it is the responsibility of a merchant to manage an honest firm, cultivate healthy business relationships, and continue to develop while making positive contributions to both their home country and the rest of the world. Elder H-Wang responded with laughter and told Zhonghui that he was pretty good at talking, and that it sounded remarkable. This came after Zhonghui had finished his statement. Elder Huang advised Zhonghui to refrain from speaking in such a pompous manner in front of him and said that it was unnecessary. Elder Huang was unequivocal when he stated that making money was a merchant's primary responsibility. In order to pursue wealth, a merchant frequently puts themselves in situations where they must violate the law. Elder Huang went on to say that if you want to be upright, do it with the money that you earn, and that if you want to help others, you can help them with the money that you earn. He did this while playing with a coin on his finger. As Elder Huang proceeded, Zhonghui was framed inside the hole of the coin on Elder Huang's finger as he stated that there was no right or wrong when it came to a merchant earning money. Elder Huang concluded his speech by expressing his earnest belief that efficiency is the only factor that should be considered. The next question that Zhonghui posed to Elder Huang was regarding whether or not he was implying that he was going to benefit the Mount Hua sect, which was nearly gone. However, rather than providing an explanation, Elder Huang questioned Zhonghui on whether or not he could still recall how he established the Yunhe Merchant Guild. After that, Zhonghui recalled it. The wisdom gained from working in retail. To spend money on something that isn't being recognized or paid attention to by anyone just yet. This holds true for the sect as well as any other merchant guilds. Elder Huang, Zhonghui's father, used this strategy to elevate the Yunhe Merchant Guild to the position of the preeminent merchant guild in Shaanxi. However, Zhonghui was still unsure and stated that he still did not comprehend the rationale for the investment in the Mount Hua sect. He stated this since, from what he could tell, there was nothing that justified their investment. Elder Huang refilled his cup with tea and took another sip before telling Zhonghui that he had already observed it for himself. When Elder Huang said that, it brought Zhonghui's memory back to Cheng Maiyang. After that, Elder Huang stated that Zhonghui's current issue was that the Mount Hua sect is not comparable to the Southern Edge sect. Elder Huang proceeded by saying that if the Mount Hua sect were able to live up to his expectations and keep up positive connections with them, he would be satisfied. He checked the reflection of his eyes in the tea as he did so. They would have an enormous amount of success as a direct result of it. And there, it was clear to Zhonghui that it was indeed the business acumen of a merchant. But even after that, Zhonghui argued that he still could not understand, citing the fact that it would be a significant setback for them if they were unable to advance in any way. Because of this, Elder Huang whispered the word foolish whenever he spoke to Zhonghui. As he spoke with Zhonghui, he explained that a merchant is not someone who waits until they perceive the basis for growth. It is up to you to establish that foundation. Elder Huang stood up from where he had been sitting and announced that they would not be waiting for the Mount Hua sect to expand. Elder Huang has made it clear that they intend to work toward expanding the Mount Hua sect in some way. Elder Huang continued by stating that over his life, he had talked to a large number of prosperous business people and martial arts experts. However, that young man was the only one who was able to throw him off his game and leave him in wonder. Elder Huang explained to Zhonghui that those individuals who are born to dominate the world are incapable of being comprehended by those with a typical perspective. Therefore, he counseled Zhonghui while placing a hand on his shoulder to refrain from attempting to comprehend anything, and instead only witness it. Because if he continues to act in that manner, there will come a moment when he will have no choice but to accept it. Elder Huang continued by saying that the Merchant Guild would not suffer any losses if the treasure that he had given to Cheng Maiyang remained in his heart forever and became unbreakable shackles that connected him to them. Elder Huang gave Zhonghui a reassuring grin and remarked that if that was all it took for them to remain good friends with him for the rest of their lives, then it was actually a modest amount to pay for such a privilege. After that, Zhonghui politely spoke to his father about whether or not that was a truly insignificant cost to bear. Because of this, Elder Huang went into a silence that seemed calm before the storm. He eventually broke his silence and admitted that the fact was that they paid him 5 times more than he had anticipated being paid. Elder Huang scolded Cheng Maiyang for being a snake-like boy while he was contorting himself, but he failed to notice that he had already crumpled his son's garments. After that, Zhonghui gave his father a resigned smile, as if he had already given up, and added that it appears as though his father will not be changing any of his decisions. He stated that if his father believed that way, then he would trust him and follow him, and as a result, the expression on Elder Huang's face changed to one of happiness. But Zhonghui acknowledged that he is still skeptical at this time, which is why he is committed to conquering his own uncertainties through his own efforts. He made the announcement that he intends to expand the Mount Hua sect. Elder Huang beamed with pride as he looked at his son and complimented him, telling him that what he had to say was music to his ears. Cheng Maiyang was lost in thought as he lying around somewhere inside the Yunhe Merchant Guild. He was certain that Elder Huang was doing something, as he was certain that Elder Huang would not give him all of those jewels simply because he was grateful to him. Cheng Maiyang was certain that Elder Huang was planning something. Cheng Maiyang, on the other hand, shrugged it off as irrelevant while he relaxed and smiled with his pudgy face resembling as if it had been attacked by bees. He reasoned that it did not matter what he wanted from them because he had no intention of offering those things to them. If he had been a real child, he would have felt obligated to do things for him. But unfortunately, he was just an ancient fossil that was so old that it was completely obsolete. If he had been a real child, he would have felt obligated to do things for him. After that, a foot that looked identical to the previous one moved closer to where Chung Mayang was. Chung Mayang investigated the source of the sound and found that it originated from Songbik's feet. Therefore, Chung Mayang inquired as to what the problem was, but Songbik simply maintained his silence. Chung Mayang was given a wooden sword by Songbik, signaling that they were to engage in combat, and Songbik stated that he did not intend any harm. Songbik is reported to have stated that he would like to reduel with Chung Mayang if he were allowed to do so, and he pleaded with Chung Mayang to take the fight with him seriously when it took place. Songbik told Chung Mayang, who was still lying on the ground, that he already knew that he tricked him this time so that he could handle the incident this time quickly, and because everything ended pleasantly, he could understand why he did it and handed him the wooden sword. Chung Mayang continued to lie on the ground as Songbik finished his explanation. After that, Chung Mayang stood up and stated that Songbik had said something weird despite the fact that Songbik was the one who had truly deceived him. Songbik did not offer a rebuttal to the claim and instead simply stated that this is the reason why Chung Mayang was not attempting to place blame on him for the incident. Chung Mayang arrived at the conclusion that Songbik must be a peculiar young man. Chung Mayang questioned what all of that had to do with the match they were having. Songbik responded while still handing Chung Mayang the wooden sword, saying that it did not matter if Chung Mayang got embarrassed, if the entire situation contributed to resolving the incident this time, or if Chung Mayang danced on the palms of his hands, none of it mattered, since each one of them was a direct result of his lack of expertise. When Songbik mentioned that the thing that truly gets to him is the duel that they had before the issue blew up, he looked quite serious as he said it. Songbik stared intently at Chung Mayang's pudgy face as he spoke, and he stated that he was still unable to comprehend what had occurred to him at that moment. After that, Chung Mayang asked Songbik whether he truly wanted to duel with him, and Songbik responded without any hesitation that he did. Songbik confessed to Chung Mayang that, despite the fact that it was difficult for him to believe, he was already aware that Chung Mayang was superior to him in terms of martial arts ability. He explained that all he wants is to comprehend what took place for him throughout that period of time. Chung Mayang smiled at Songbik as if he were adorable and thought to himself how amazing it was that Songbik knew that he was dancing in Chung Mayang's palm but still wanted to battle him. Songbik was dancing in Chung Mayang's palm. When Chung Mayang had a look at the wooden sword, he began to have doubts about Songbik's claim that he just wanted another beating because it was entertaining. Chung Mayang warned Songbik that he would definitely regret it, but Songbik couldn't help but smile and remarked that even if it turned out that way, he still wanted to do it. Chung Mayang said that Songbik would surely regret it. A brief amount of time later, the two of them are already positioned to engage in combat with one another. Songbik, who was positioned on the opposite side of the arena, was able to glimpse Chung Mayang and make the observation that Chung Mayang appears to be quite petite. In addition to this, he came to the conclusion that Chung Mayang was probably 10 years younger than him and was, at the very least, a generation younger than him. Despite the fact that this was the case, Songbik was unable to stop shaking and was covered in sweat all over his body. He was experiencing a tremendous amount of strain on Chung Mayang. It was almost as though he were duking it out with one of the more seasoned warriors. At that time, Songbik was beginning to question whether or not he was hallucinating or whether or not the pressure he was feeling was actually coming from a child like Chung Mayang. Songbik did not retreat. He met this challenge head-on, stating that he needed to verify this information with his own eyes. Chung Mayang appeared to be enjoying himself. Chung Mayang analyzes Songbik's state and concludes that even though Songbik does not appear to be afraid, he is on high alert, even though he has come face to face with a tiger. Chung Mayang gave Songbik the compliment of thinking that he was very perceptive. The more acute your senses are, the more clearly you can perceive the circumstances, and this is directly proportional to one's potential. Chung Mayang murmured something under his breath about how Songbik was one of those people who developed slowly. Chung Mayang had the notion that the more training Songbik did, the more he would progress in comparison to other people several times over. He was under the impression that Songbik had the potential to develop into the Southern Edge's supreme sword. Because of this, Chung Mayang made the decision to provide Songbik with a brief education. When Chung Mayang commanded Songbik to attack him, Songbik immediately prepared himself to do so as soon as he heard the command. Chung Mayang noticed that Songbik's sword had dropped a white petal while it was being swung, which led him to believe that Songbik's sword was an illusion. Because of this, he began to question when exactly the Southern Edge sect began using illusion swords. Nevertheless, Chung Mayong quickly emerged from his thoughts when Songbik cautioned him to be careful. In response, Chung Mayong stated that he was aware of his own inadequacy. He announced, while maintaining a very solemn expression, that because of this, he would give it his all right from the beginning. Songbik swung erratically in all directions and declared that he would fight him with the Southern Edge sect's newest form of martial arts, which was known as the 12-movement Snowflower Sword. While Songbik did so, Chung Mayong's face became dark, and the anger that he was feeling caused his face to become covered in veins and wrinkles. Songbik, on the other hand, was oblivious to this fact and continued on utilizing the strategy that he had described previously. Songbik was knocked backward, and both of their swords snapped before Songbik could even make it to Chung Mayong. It was finished in the blink of an eye. Even before Songbik had a chance to hit the ground, Chung Mayong had a firm grip on his collar, which caused Songbik to cough even more than he had done before. As Chung Mayong glanced at Songbik and asked him where he had learned that method from, he was filled with a great deal of rage. Songbik, who was still hacking up blood at the time, inquired as to what Chung Mayong meant. Songbik was unable to comprehend Chung Mayong, yet Chung Mayong was quite familiar with Songbik's situation. 12-movement Snowflower Sword. You ask? They might be able to fool everyone else, but Chung Mayong is too smart for them because Chung Mayong is exceptionally skilled in that particular sword art. It was the sword art that included the very essence of Mount Hua, one of the strokes of the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword technique. The 24-movement Plum Blossom sword method has been lost even inside the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayong was frustrated by the mere fact that it had been lost. Therefore, it is unclear why he is utilizing it. As Songbik watched his palm, which was now tainted with his blood, he thought to himself, if this is the gap between Chung Mayong and me, then it must be this wide. It was as if he were experiencing the terror of coming face to face with an evil spirit. As Songbik began to lose consciousness, he could not help but wonder aloud whether or not he was going to pass away. Songbik gradually recovered consciousness in a room, and while his wounds were bandaged and healed, he questioned who was responsible for what had happened. After that, he was taken aback when someone unexpectedly told him that his previously jumbled internal organs were gradually beginning to reorganize themselves. Chung Mayong has expressed confidence that he will make a speedy recovery from his wounds. Even though they weren't facing each other directly, Chung Mayong gave Songbik a hostile look when he asked if the martial art that Songbik demonstrated was the new one that the Southern Edge sect had developed. Songbik took a deep breath to calm his nerves before stuttering out his response that the other person was correct. Because there is no one in the Mount Hua sect who remembers the 24-movement Plum Blossom sword method. Chung Mayong became increasingly upset as he thought that the Southern Edge sect probably assumed that the Mount Hua sect would not recognize it even if they employed it openly. This caused Chung Mayong's irritation to increase. They made fun of the Mount Hua sect in their speech. After that, Chung Mayong questioned Songbik by asking who is taught that sword skill, to which Songbik promptly responded, despite the fact that he stuttered while doing so, by stating that it was the second-class disciples and higher. Chung Mayong inquired as to whether or not the only people who were aware of this sword skill were the seniors, first-class disciples, and second-class disciples. However, Songbik claims that the masters are not required to acquire that particular sword style, hence, only the first and second-class followers are familiar with it. After being informed of this, Chung Mayong became even more agitated, giving off the impression that he was about to detonate at any moment. If, at that time, one of the elders had developed that method, they would have certainly transmitted it to the first-class disciples, who are one level below them. This indicates that the individual who succeeded in mastering this sword style is still a member of the Mount Hua sect. When he thought about it, his blood couldn't help but start to boil with anger. There was no reason to investigate what had taken place. Chung Mayong still had vivid memories of the burning Mount Hua sect, which occurred during the invasion of the Mount Hua sect by the Heavenly Demon sect. The vast majority of its people were powerless to stop themselves from being obliterated by the never-ending, huge mountains. Children make up the majority of the members of the Mount Hua sect that are still alive, and it was likely at that point that they received assistance from them. He is able to picture the Southern Edge sect coming to their aid when the majority of the members of the Mount Hua sect had been defeated. The strengthening of the group that operates along the southern perimeter. Chung Mayong had anticipated that the Jinghu would blame them for doing nothing while a nearby sect was being attacked by the Heavenly Demon sect. If they had simply stood by and done nothing, the Jinghu would have criticized them. The problem is that some of them simply pretended to be helping when they were really stealing martial arts manuals from the Mount Hua sect. This is the source of the problem. Then, Chung Mayong made the incorrect assumption that perhaps the Heavenly Demon sect was not responsible for setting fire to the Mount Hua sect. They put their lives in danger 100 years ago to save the Jianghu from the crisis, but those guys did not reward their assistance and instead considered them as their sworn foes instead of showing gratitude for their assistance. Even if one of them allowed their greed to cloud their judgment and made a mistake as a result of it, it is the responsibility of an orthodox sect to conduct itself in the proper manner. Chung Mayang clenched his teeth in annoyance as the notion crossed his mind. The fact that the Southern Edge sect had the audacity to create a new martial art that was based on the martial art practiced by the Mount Hua sect and name it Snowflower in order to make fun of the Mount Hua sect infuriated him to no end. Songbik saw that Chung Mayang stood up, and he was about to do the same when Chung Mayang turned to look at him and advised him against learning that method. Songbik was about to get up himself when Chung Mayang turned to look at him. Because of this, Songbik began to wonder why Chung Mayang had forbidden him to learn it, which resulted in Chung Mayang giving him a pat on the back for his attempt to ask him about it. Chung Mayang broke the quiet after a brief pause by informing Songbik that this is a form of martial art that he would never be able to learn. This statement only served to further perplex Songbik. Chung Mayang was thinking to himself as he looked at Songbik that since Songbik was a member of the Southern Edge sect, it was only natural for him to want to kill him. But it was also because of Songbik that Chung Mayang was able to discover the existence of the 12-movement Snowflower sword technique. Chung Mayang clicked his tongue and explained to Songbik that the martial arts practiced by the Southern Edge sect are all about maintaining a balanced training regimen and not deviating from the fundamentals. He continued by saying that despite the fact that it can look like basic sword skills include slow movements, the more you grind and train them, the stronger you will become. Chung Mayang then indicated that in order for Songbik to fully master the sword techniques of the Southern Edge sect, he must give up the 12-movement Snowflower sword technique. This was due to the fact that the techniques of the Southern Edge sect sword techniques were more advanced than the techniques of the 12-movement Snowflower sword technique. Chung Mayang told Songbik in a straightforward manner and without hesitating that a dazzling technique like that with a large number of various steps does not mesh well with the sword style used by the Southern Edge sect. As soon as Chung Mayang had finished speaking, Songbik was incapable of responding in any way, and was merely frozen in shock. However, after that, he still did not fully comprehend what Chung Mayang intended to say. Chung Mayang gave himself a facepalm in response to this news because he simply could not believe that a member of the Southern Edge sect would be ignorant of their own sword style. He began to ask himself why it was that he was the one instructing a member of the Southern Edge sect when he himself was a member of the Mount Hua sect. Again, Chung Mayang found himself becoming irritated as Songbik appeared to be completely insane. Then, it struck Chung Mayang like a bolt of lightning. Chung Mayang made the unsettling assumption that it was probably because of him that the Southern Edge sect was acting in this manner. Chung Mayang's mind was racing with a lot of different ideas and concepts. Chung Mayang suspected that he was the person responsible for this tragedy due to the fact that he always had such an easy time defeating members of the Southern Edge sect. Since Southern Edge has always been one of the 10 great sects, it is likely that they have always taken great pride in the sword methods that they have developed. But ever since then, a man from the sect that was located next door swept the floor with them. They were powerless to prevent themselves from questioning their own abilities. Chung Mayang couldn't help but sigh as he considered the likelihood of it occurring. He knew that if he was a member of the Southern Edge sect, then he would be referred to as the Southern Edge Supreme Sword. Therefore, what is important is not the martial art in and of itself but the skill level of the individual who practices it. Chung Mayang could not believe that the Southern Edge sect would accomplish anything like that without even being aware of it. But Chung Mayang was also of the opinion that there was no use in revealing his thoughts to Songbik because Songbik was not the one who initiated this entire ordeal. Chung Mayang made the decision to go, but Songbik was able to stop him. This occurred when Songbik was preoccupied with his own concerns. Chung Mayang's response, which he gave without even turning around to look at Songbik, was to tell him to dismiss everything Songbik had said because he was the only one who could predict the direction in which he would be heading. Chung Mayang stated that it was up to Songbik to decide whether or not the advice that he provided would be of any use to him. Whatever Songbik hears, whether it is from the elders of his group or from Chung Mayang, they are only words. Chung Mayang was implying that Songbik should figure out what is required for his own personal development, and then take the necessary steps to achieve those goals. After Chung Mayang had completed speaking, Songbik's facial expression changed, and it appeared as though he had gotten some kind of insight. As a result, prior to Chung Mayang leaving the room, Songbik got out of bed, stood up, and properly thanked Chung Mayang for his direction. After Chung Mayang left, Songbik was left alone with his thoughts, and he accidentally voiced what he was thinking aloud. He spoke about the sensation he got from Chung Mayang, which was similar to the emotion he would have if he encountered a god. Chung Myung, who was standing outside while trying to control his rage, lamented the fact that if it were up to him, he would have rushed to the Southern Edge sect now and obliterated everything there. Chung Myung then asked his senior brother in heaven if he needed to overlook that as well, given that these ungrateful fools were doing something similar rather than rewarding them for assisting the Jonghu. Chung Myung was referring to the fact that these ungrateful fools were doing something similar, and Chung Myung was well aware of the fact that his older brother was making fun of him. He grew even more upset and began to whine that he wished he was as powerful as he was back then. In that very instant, he made the decision that he could not allow this to continue and that he needed to get stronger more quickly. Because of this, whoever is strongest in Jonghu is the one who gets their way in whatever situation. Chung Myung glanced off in the distance and made a proclamation as if he were giving a warning to the Southern Fringe sect from where he was standing, stating that they had messed with the wrong person and that they would pay for what they had done. On the other hand, there are two individuals who can't help but be concerned about the situation within the Mount Hua sect, which is home to disciples. They have been worried about Chung Myung's whereabouts for the past week, and they were fidgeting and stamping their feet as a sign of their uneasiness. Jong Young was attempting to convince Joe Gul and himself, including himself, that there must be a reason why Chung Myung had not been back yet. Joe Gul was already biting himself as he could not contain his anxiety while stomping his feet repeatedly behind Jong Young. Jong Young was trying to convince Joe Gul and himself that there must be a reason why Chung Myung had not been back yet. Joe Gul then said, although he was sweating profusely, that the reason Chung Myung gave must be something that the elders would be okay with. As a consequence of the fact that Joe Gul informed Jong Young that the sect leader had once more requested the presence of Ungum, at some point, they started to be concerned that this might lead to difficulties for them in the future. While this was going on, Hyeon Young was yelling about how impudent Chung Myung was being, while Ungum was just being silent. Hyeon Young's anger persisted as he stated that it had been 7 days already, that it was inappropriate for a third-class disciple to remain absent for 7 days without receiving any authorization to do so, and that it was a violation of the terms of his training. After that, Hyeon Young inquired about the leader of the sect's viewpoint on the situation, while Hyeon Sang advised Hyeon Young to calm down because it was possible that Chung Myung had been involved in an accident. Hyeon Young dissented, stating that nothing bad could happen to Chung Myung while he was within the Mount Hua sect, and even if something did happen, it would be his own responsibility to leave the Mount Hua sect. Thus, he questioned why they should be concerned with Chung Myung in the first place. Hyeon Sang suggested that Chung Myung's concerned expression may have contributed to him losing his balance. Hyeon Sang turned to Hyeon Jong and asked him whether or not they ought to look through the mountains. Hyeon Jong agrees in a non-committal manner that they could not possibly rule out the possibility. After that, Hyeon Young questioned Hyeon Jong on why he had agreed to Chung Myung's demand regarding being permitted to go out of Mount Hua in the first place. In response, Hyeon Jong simply answered in a hazy manner by stating that there was a scenario that warranted that decision. Hyeon Young then asked Hyeon Jong why he had done this. On the other hand, Hyeon Young did not buy that explanation. He rose up and, in an angry tone, explained that the regulations had been established after taking a variety of circumstances into consideration, which is why they must be adhered to. Hyeon Sang made another attempt to interfere, but Hyeon Young persisted in stating that this matter would shatter the roots of their organization. Hyeon Young questioned why they gave Chung Myung extra privileges and asked why they did so. But Hyeon Jong did not respond to him and instead told him to stop talking by suggesting that they should not continue. After that, Hyeon Young promptly apologized while settling down and taking a seat after what had just occurred. Hyeon Jong let out a sigh and wondered if he had made an incorrect evaluation of Chung Myung. This young man, Chung Myung, is not the type of person who would get himself into a situation like this. Ungum then stated that he would organize a search squad consisting of a group of disciples that he had assembled. Ungum was about to continue what he was saying when suddenly, from the outside, there came a resounding announcement that Chung Myung had returned. The leader of the cult promptly opened the door and inquired about who had returned. The response that they gave was that Chung Myung was on his way back to the Mount Hua sect. While Hyeon Jong and the other Hyans, accompanied by Ungum, hurriedly made their way toward Unum with worrisome emotions on their faces, the leader of the sect, Hyeon Jong, inquired of Unum concerning Chung Myung's well-being. Unum said that Chung Myung was fine, but Hyeon Jong did not believe him and walked past him while saying that he needed to personally witness Chung Myung's condition before he could make a decision about what to do. Then, Hyeon Young stopped Hyeon Jong, who was rushing to see Chung Myung. Hyeon Jong turned his head toward him and asked what the problem was. Hyeon Young warned him not to spoil Chung Myung by adoring him too much. Hyeon Young then responded that he understood that Hyeon Jong cared about Chung Myung, and that it was impossible for them not to adore him when he had done so much for them. He advised that while incentives and punishments should be doled out in the appropriate manner, in the midst of this process, they must not lose sight of the goal of training pupils to behave morally. He went on to say that if they did not discipline Chung Mayang, the youngster would not be able to understand what it was that he had done wrong. He told him that the more compassion he exhibited for Chung Mayang, the more disciplined he ought to be with regard to Chung Mayang. Hearing this, Hyeon-jong seemed as if he had only recently come to that conclusion. Hyeon-jong heaved a sigh and then told Hyeon-young not to worry about anything because he was the one who cared the most about Chung Mayang maturing into an upright position. Hyeon-jong sighed. Unam interrupted Hyeon-young just as he was about to continue what he was saying and stated that that would not be acceptable since disobeying orders and refusing to return is a significant infraction. Hyeon-young was about to finish what he was saying. According to Ungum, they will have no choice but to lock Chung Mayang up in the building for a penitence period of 6 months. Chung Mayang, according to Hyeon-jong, was not an adult and should be treated as such. Despite this, Ungum stands by what he stated since he believes that Chung Mayang would have received a harsher punishment from him if he had not been a third-class disciple. Ungum made a sincere request to the leader of the sect, Hyeon-jong, to execute a penalty that was proportional to the gravity of the offense that Chung Mayang had committed. Ungum made it clear that he would take on the responsibility of Chung Mayang's punishment in the event that the sect leader did not comply with his demand. After asking the Hyuns if this was indeed how they felt at that time, Hyeon-jong discovered that they wholeheartedly concurred with his assessment. After that, Hyeon-jong gave his permission. Unam, who was standing off to the side, let out a sigh as he pondered the reason why Chung Mayang would act in such a manner and what he should do next. Chung Mayang makes his way back inside the Mount Hua sect while the other 4 begin to make their way toward where Chung Mayang is. Chung Mayang spotted Hyeon-jong approaching them with a serious expression on his face once the other disciples in the area started greeting him. However, he also made sure to welcome the leader of the sect first and foremost. After that, Hyeon-jong questioned Chung Mayang about the motives behind his decision to abandon Mount Hua. Chung Mayang responded by stating that he, in fact, had. But Hyeon-young yelled at him before he even had a chance to finish what he was saying. Hyeon-young reprimanded him, asking him why he was being so impudent and telling him that if he did not have a valid reason for leaving, he should get ready for the consequences of his actions. Immediately after that, Hyeon-jong demanded an explanation from Chung Mayang. Once more, prior to Chung Mayang, who appeared to be having difficulty being able to speak, Hyeon-young yelled at him to stop stuttering and begin speaking. After that, Hyeon-young turned his head in the direction of the voice, and he is still unable to believe that it belonged to who he thought it was. Elder Hwang was the one who pleaded with them not to reprimand Chung Mayang. Hyeon-young was eventually able to give a reaction when it finally dawned on him that it was actually Elder Hwang. Elder Hwang graciously welcomed the emotion, and he even greeted Hyeon-young and the other individuals. Hyeon-jong then walked near Elder Hwang while explaining that it had been some time since they had last seen each other. After hearing that they had gotten a letter stating that he was ill, Hyeon-jong questioned Elder Hwang as to how he was able to be there in such a state of uncertainty. Elder Hwang responded without the slightest hint of hesitance by stating that it was all because of Chung Mayang. When Elder Hwang told them that it was Chung Mayang who rescued him, the 2 Hyuns in the picture didn't know whether they should be shocked or amazed, maybe both. Meanwhile, Chung Mayang smiled as if he had already known that something like that would happen. After that, Hyeon-jong turned to Chung Mayang and asked him directly whether what Elder Hwang had said was accurate. Chung Mayang gave a grin. No, he smirked, and responded in the affirmative while maintaining an air of total purity. While Chung Mayang was on his knees with his hands raised, Hyeon-jong was inside a residence in the Mount Hua sect, asking, or more like interrogating, Chung Mayang about the specifics of how he cured Elder Hwang. Hyeon-jong was doing this while Chung Mayang was inside the residence. Chung Mayang replied in a disinterested manner that there was a plant known as the 5-yin plant. From the outside, the plant appears to be mugwort, however, it is highly poisonous. Chung Mayang utilized his history as a beggar to bolster the credibility of his lie and make it appear more plausible. He stated that beggars who eat anything that they can find are occasionally getting poisoned due to the 5-yin plant. This is because beggars consume anything that they can find. Chung Mayang warned that if you consume it, you will experience severe illness over a protracted period of time and eventually pass away. The process of cleansing the body of the toxin is less complicated than one might think. It was in order to provide them with radish powder. Hyeon-jong questioned Chung Mayang about whether or not he was suggesting that the 5-yin plant was responsible for Elder Hwang's poisoning. The response from Chung Mayang was positive. Chung Mayang stated that he tried giving Elder Hwang ground radish, and after that, Elder Hwang began to heal from his condition. The symptoms were fairly comparable. After that, Hyun Sang stated that he had already heard something very similar, and that the Beggars Union is quite knowledgeable about poison. When Hyeon-jong questioned them for confirmation as to whether or not Chung Myung was really telling the truth, Chung Myung, whose hands were still up in the air, smirked on the inside and thought arrogantly that even if they asked the beggars' union on the street, they would not find out that he lied because it really happened due to his experiences in war. Chung Myung's hands were still up in the air. He was of the opinion that everything would be alright, even if it had nothing to do with the red demon hand. Chung Myung was confident that everything would turn out appropriately because he had already coordinated his narrative with Hwang Muniak. After that, Eun-gum remarked that who would have anticipated that something like this would actually take place. He was now very certain of the reasons why Chung Myung had not come back during all of this time. Eun-gum then suggested that if Chung Myung was telling the truth, then they should reward him instead of punishing him, which the sect leader totally agreed with. Still, Eun-gum does not think the same and intervenes, saying that, even though Chung Myung did this out of good intentions, what he did was still a grave offense, disobeying the sect leader's order and not returning to the Mount Hua sect. Eun-gum expressed his viewpoint to Hyeon-jong and requested that he deal with this issue in the appropriate manner and not ignore it. As Hyeon-jong reflected on what Eun-gum had said, he approached him with a question: were his orders more important than a person's life? Hyeon-jong questioned him as to whether or not he was supposed to commend a student for returning, even if doing so would result in the death of another individual. As Eun-gum contemplated Hyeon-jong's statements, he found that he was at a loss for words. However, Hyeon-jong persisted in his assertion that the Mount Hua sect is an honorable sect and asked what else could possibly be more important than assisting and preserving the life of another person. Hyeon-jong's eyes were fixed on Eun-gum as he spoke, but his question seemed to be directed at the group as a whole. He was inquiring whether his seemingly small commands were more essential than maintaining their honor. After that, Eun-gum did not make any further statements on the topic and apologized for his lack of foresight. Eun-gum let out a sigh of relief. The reason why he had actually done that was to let the other elders witness the fury of the sect leader so that the rest of the elders wouldn't be able to discuss about Chung Myung's offense. Eun-gum hoped that the sect leader would realize what he was trying for. Hyeon-jong got up from where he was sitting and proceeded to go to the location where Chung Myung was. After that, he got down on Chung Myung's level and patted him on the head. After that, he told Chung Myung in a kind tone that he had done a nice job. Chung Myung, on the other hand, did not take this in a favorable manner. Rather, he grew irritated when Hyeon-jong did that to him. However, he did not allow his irritation to show and instead clenched his teeth in order to maintain his composure. After the conflict was resolved, they opened the door for Elder Hwang. Elder Hwang then proceeded to tell each and every one of them that the Yunha Merchant Guild has a significant debt to the Mount Hua sect and, more specifically, to Chung Myung, who had saved him. He explained to them that, despite the fact that this was the case, Chung Myung continued to give all of the credit to the Mount Hua sect. They felt a sense of pride, especially the leader of the sect. Nevertheless, Elder Hwang did not stop with a simple thank you and instead told them that, as a token of his gratitude, he wanted to invest in the Mount Hua sect. Hyeon-jong's reaction was one of astonishment, but Elder Hwang explained that he did not intend to make an investment in them but rather to provide assistance for them. Since the act of investing is predicated on the idea that there would be returns, this would not be relevant in the case where the term in question is support. After that, Hyeon-jong responded in a shocked voice and said that they had already shown their gratitude to him for everything that he had given to them. Elder Hwang continued by stating that if that was all he was going to do, then he would not have brought his people all the way there in the first place if he thought that was all he was going to do. Elder Hwang continued by saying that he would like to give the Mount Hua sect ownership of everything that is now in his possession. Hyeon-jong did nothing except watch Elder Hwang talk while he focused on the words that emerged from Elder Hwang's mouth. Elder Hwang also stated that he has brought along employees from his guild, and he requested for them to discuss carefully because they want to know what the Mount Hua sect demands and what they can provide for the Mount Hua sect. After everything that happened, Hyeon-jong could only offer his gratitude to Elder Hwang. He then turned to look at Chung Myung by his side, and the expression on his face revealed that Hyeon-jong was overjoyed and proud of what Chung Myung had accomplished. Even when he was giving orders that the Finance and Economy Agency, as well as Eun-gum, should remain while the rest of the people should depart, it appeared as though flowers had begun to sprout around him. As the rest of the people left the building, Hyeon-sang gave Chung Myung a celebratory slap on the back and complimented him on the job that he had done. Chung Myung was irritated by the gesture, and he could still feel the palm that slapped him on his back. However, he did not demonstrate any evidence of it and simply stated that he did not do anything that was particularly noteworthy. However, Hyeon-sang was adamant that Chung Myung did an outstanding job. Following that, Hyeon-sang walked away while he laughed happily and announced that a lucky star had fallen in the Mount Hua sect. After that, Chung Myung had the thought that he was that lucky star, while the others were content to simply go with the flow. Following that, Eun-gum called out to him from behind. He mentioned that Chung Myung had been successful in his endeavors, but he also mentioned that Chung Myung could have managed the situation more effectively, particularly the portion where he departed Mount Hua without informing anybody else. After Ungum pointed out to Chung Myung that what he had done was inappropriate, Chung Myung promptly apologized and explained that the situation required him to act quickly and prevented him from thinking too far ahead. Chung Myung was reprimanded by Ungum for disregarding the directives given by the leader of the cult, and Ungum told Chung Myung that he could always make the excuse that he had no option. On the other hand, Chung Myung was of the opinion that Ungum was such a stickler. Then he saw it. Chung Myung glimpsed the lips of Ungum's smile, which was trying so hard not to appear. After that, Ungum left before he had even had a chance to put a smile on his face and told Chung Myung to keep doing the good that he had been doing. After noticing that Ungum was making an attempt to flee, Chung Myung did nothing except stare at him in a condescending manner. As he saw the other two go, he heard Hyan Sang's voice declaring once more that the luck of the Mount Hua sect was finally turning around. Chung Myung answered in his head that the good things that are happening to the Mount Hua sect are not owing to luck, but rather it is because of him that these things are happening. Chung Myung could only sigh and wonder when he would be able to revive the Mount Hua sect with these greenhorns. By greenhorns, Chung Myung meant the elder members of the sect. But despite the fact that he was being negative, he couldn't help but crack a smile. After that, he recalled his senior brother and mentioned that his back was beginning to hurt as well. A gathering was taking place in one of the rooms belonging to the Mount Hua sect, with the leader of the sect and the other members present. They recalled what the elder Hwang had said to them. He had stated that he would be in charge of Hua's companies from this point forward, and he had also stated that he would ensure that they would no longer need to be concerned about the financial state of the Mount Hua sect. Elder Hwang did state, however, that he does have two conditions. He held up one finger and stated that the first condition was that they should not save the money that they made but rather use it in its entirety for the development of the Mount Hua sect. Hyan Jong responded by saying that he was also thinking that the current Mount Hua sect is not at a stage where they should be acquiring fortune. The second requirement was that they had to give Chung Myung favor over other people. This brings them back to the present, at which point Hyan Jong was wondering what Elder Hwang meant when he said that he was showing Chung Myung favor because the word favor is so ambiguous. Think long and hard about this. Hyan Jong thinks deeply and hard. Chung Myung is already taking advantage of special privileges that a follower of the third class ought not to have. He was thinking about what other things he could provide Chung Myung at the time. At that precise moment, Hyan Sang made the suggestion that they give Chung Myung the opportunity to study the top-secret martial arts manuals that he had uncovered earlier than the others. It was stated by Hyan Sang that he was alluding to the Sword of Falling Petals as well as the Blade of Seven Plum Blossoms. In the moment that Hyan Jong was ready to say that that was a nice proposal, Hyan Young interfered and rejected the notion, which caused the leader of the sect to sigh. Hyan Jong gave Hyan Young an irritated expression before asking him if he had a problem with it again. So it came as something of a surprise to Hyan Jong when Hyan Young questioned them about how they could call that a reward and suggested that it should be something else instead. Hyan Young criticized the residents of the White Plum Blossom boarding house, claiming that they had an unhealthy preoccupation with martial arts and questioning how a gift in the form of martial arts could be given to someone who already practices it on a daily basis. When Hyan Sang and Hyan Jong saw him in this way, they had the impression that it was an entirely unanticipated development. Hyan Young lost his cool and smacked the table with his palm, saying over and over again that this was not the appropriate way to hand out an award. According to what he said, a genuine reward is one in which the person who gives it away also experiences some degree of reluctance or even sorrow in doing so. Because of this, Hyan Jong began to wonder why Hyan Young was suddenly behaving in such a different manner, especially considering that, up until the most recent gathering, he was so adamant about doling out punishments. Hyan Jong, who had wandered off into his own thoughts, was taken aback when Hyan Young abruptly stood up from where he had been sitting and began shouting that Chung Myung's accomplishment was not insignificant. He added that it was because Chung Myung saved Elder Hwang that money is going to the Mount Hua sect now, but then he corrected himself and said that he meant that a lot of wealth fell into their hands. Elder Hwang even said that he would be taking care of their enterprises. He said that he would be taking care of the Mount Hua sect's businesses. Looking at Hyan Young, who appeared like thin air to Hyan Jong while spitting out his saliva like raindrops, he came to the conclusion that the reason Hyan Young was behaving in such a manner was due to the fact that Hyan Young is the leader of the Finance and Economics Agency, which is in charge of looking after the Mount Hua sect's financial matters. Therefore, the events that took place in the past at that location are to blame for Hyan Young's current behavior. Back then, at the finance and economics firm, Hyan Young and his staff were working very hard to find ways to save money, and there were times when Haiyan Young wanted to just give up and declare bankruptcy. They were put through the ringer. Haiyan Zhang believed that it had to have been a living hell for them to be responsible for the financial management of a group that was on the verge of extinction. The leader of the agency, Haiyan Young, put in a lot of effort to ensure that the sect was able to keep up its outward appearance. As a result, the sect was successful in doing so. Now, Haiyan Zhang was able to comprehend every aspect of Haiyan Young. Up until this point in time, the one thing that was at the top of Haiyan Young's wish list was to be in a position where she could pay for the things that she needed every month, and yet have money left over. In the same manner as their current circumstances, Chung Mayang was the one who made it feasible for him to achieve that goal. What an incredible blessing Chung Mayang must be for him. After that, Haiyan Young stated that they ought to appropriately reward Chung Mayang so that Chung Mayang would go out and accomplish something even more. When Haiyan Zhang heard that he disproved the notion that qualities are about earning rather than contributing, Haiyan Young chose to ignore it and instead stated that Chung Mayang is a deity of fortune. While Haiyan Zhang listens, he just gives him an awkward look with his eyes. Haiyan Young proceeded by stating that they ought to reward Chung Mayang appropriately and keep sending him out into the world so that he can get additional achievements. When he was complimenting Chung Mayang, he was becoming more and more aggressive, saying things like, "Unlike those other guys who just eat and have no idea how to earn money." They are unsure at this moment whether Haiyan Young was still trying to commend Chung Mayang or whether he was just irritated about something. After that, Haiyan Sang gave Haiyan Young a firm hug from behind while smiling in spite of the fact that he was holding Haiyan Young so tightly. Even as he was being dragged away, Haiyan Young persisted in arguing that they ought to give Chung Mayang a significant award. After the door was closed, there was a brief pause followed by silence. At that point, Haiyan Zhang breaks the stillness by expressing his wish that the group would be able to look past Haiyan Young because he has a lot of pent-up feelings. Unum and Ungum both stated that they comprehended what the head of the sect was saying as the three of them looked troubled toward the location where Haiyan Young had disappeared. Unum then voiced his opinion, which was that he concurred with Haiyan Young and stated that they ought to provide an appropriate award for Chung Mayang. The disciples would have realized, as a result of this scenario, that the Mount Hua sect recognizes and honors those members who have achieved significant success. As a result of this, Haiyan Zhang questioned Unum over the kind of award they ought to bestow upon Chung Mayang. Unum responded by suggesting that since Chung Mayang enjoys escaping Mount Hua's domain, perhaps it would be best to let him serve as the point of contact between the Yunhe Merchant Guild and Chung Mayang. But Haiyan Zhang said that doing so would be the same as offering Chung Mayang to go at the library and take the top-secret martial arts manuals, or whatever he likes. Unum responded by saying that because Elder H. Wang has such a strong preference for Chung Mayang, he will be given a lot of respect there. Haiyan Zhang affirmed that to be the case. After some additional deliberation on what present to offer Chung Mayang, the door opened once more unexpectedly, revealing Haiyan Young yelling for someone to simply give Chung Mayang some money. Haiyan Sang, who was standing just behind him and grinning like a god while covering Haiyan Young's lips to prevent him from spewing out any more words. Haiyan Zhang could only look at it with his dead fish eyes once the door had been relocked, and he couldn't help but think that the Mount Hua sect was becoming increasingly bizarre on a daily basis. Chung Mayang praised Elder H. Wang for his outstanding performance while they were high up on a surface from where one could see the Mount Hua sect. After this point, Elder H. Wang stated that they are currently in the same boat. But Chung Mayang modestly rejected it and claimed that he simply got lucky by saving him. He would not dare say that he was worthy of being in the same boat as the guild master. Chung Mayang humbly denied it and said that he just got lucky by saving him. Chung Mayang continued by saying that Elder H. Wang should talk to the sect leader rather than with him from this point forward. Elder H. Wang said that he does not want to go the same path as the Mount Hua sect at any point in the foreseeable future. To be more explicit, he says that he has no interest in the Mount Hua sect, which does not include Chung Mayang. Chung Mayang laughed and told Elder H. Wang that he was exaggerating his capabilities, which Elder H. Wang took as a compliment. Elder H. Wang laughed before stating that he had spent his entire life working in the commercial sector, and would most likely keep doing so until the day he passed away. He claimed that as a businessman, he possesses only one advantage, and that is an eye for people. Elder H. Wang proceeded by saying that he would not have been successful in business to this point if he had not been adept at judging people. Elder H. Wang warned him that even if he continued to ride his luck up to this point, he would inevitably fail at some point. There was nothing dishonest about it, and Elder H. Wang would have no reason to be sorry about it. As Elder H. Wang continues to talk and look at Chung Mayang, his eyes begin to sparkle as though he were staring at something that someone of regular intelligence would be unable to see. He stated that if he was correct, then the Mount Hua sect and the Yunhe Merchant Guild could only look forward to favorable outcomes in the future. After that, Chung Mayang assured Elder H. Wang that he was not mistaken in his assessment of the situation. but he continued to stress the need to avoid phrases like being on the same boat since the way they come out of his mouth bothers him. Because of this, Elder H. Wang became inquisitive, so he inquired Chung Mayang the reason he disliked it. Chung Mayang replied in a nonchalant manner that those who make statements such as that typically wind up betraying you in the end. Chung Mayang thought to himself as he reflected on the past that there was no way he would ever appreciate such sayings. Even though there were many people who wept for them, complimented them, and advocated on their behalf, there were also a great number of other people who had the intention of destroying the Mount Hua sect. Elder H. Wang subsequently responded by stating that he, too, despises making statements of that nature. A boat is something that can be boarded and disembarked from, as viewed from the perspective of a merchant. On the other hand, if both of their destinations are the same, there is no reason to get off the boat. After all, if the two of them row the boat together, they will arrive at their objective in a shorter amount of time. After Chung Mayang heard that, he turned to Elder H. Wang and remarked that he was pretty sure there wasn't any damage to be done by doing so. Elder H. Wang now knew without a doubt that he and Chung Mayang were heading in the same direction. Elder H. Wang was certain that with Chung Mayang's assistance, the benefit to the Yunhe Merchant Guild would be ensured, and they had a strong chance of benefiting from helping the Mount Hua sect. As he glanced at Chung Mayang, he was certain that the Mount Hua sect was already making progress in his mind. He was confident that Chung Mayang had already made the decision to resurrect the Mount Hua sect as his life's work. Elder H. Wang marveled at the remarkable assurance of the younger man. Elder H. Wang continued his speech by stating that the Yunhe Merchant Guild would do anything to support the Mount Hua sect, and he hoped that Chung Mayang understood what he meant by that. Chung Mayang retorted that Elder H. Wang was referring to the fact that he had made the decision to become adversaries with the Southern Edge sect. Elder H. Wang provided a response to Chung Mayang and confirmed his assertion that he was correct. Chung Mayang then asked Elder H. Wang, with some degree of skepticism, whether or not he was going to ask for things as a price for his support that they had not yet addressed. He said that Elder H. Wang would be completely without shame if he did something like that. Elder H. Wang laughed and told Chung Mayang that he did not desire anything in return and that he simply wanted Chung Mayang to be aware of that fact. After that, they both laughed together as if nothing else concerning the situation had occurred. They were literally mocking one another in their heads while they were doing it. It was a wonderful friendship between the two people. Elder H. Wang gave Chung Mayang the compliment of saying that he was outstanding and that there was probably no one else in the world that was like him at his age. Both of them laughed to hide their genuine motive as they made the statement. Chung Mayang, on the other hand, only glanced at Elder H. Wang with an expression that betrayed a lack of interest as he reasoned to himself that it was not as though he was remarkable for his age, but rather that there was quite literally no one else in the world who was like him. After all, who else could come back to life after having been dead? Chung Mayang, who had been absorbed in his own thoughts, was taken aback when Elder H. Wang advised him to conceal himself from the outside world. The world is a terrifying and dangerous place. There is a diverse assortment of specters and evil spirits. Many of them would resort to murder to further their personal interests. According to Elder H. Wang, Chung Mayang is analogous to a nail that is protruding from the surface. When people find out about Chung Mayang, there will be a significant increase in the number of individuals coming after him. Everyone's attention was focused on him, and everyone was reaching out to grab him. But after hearing this, Chung Mayang smiled and modestly stated that Elder H. Wang is thinking too highly of him and that he was merely a child. Chung Mayang said this with the reasoning that he was only a child. When Elder H. Wang saw this, he was really amazed. After that, he gave Chung Mayang a respectful bow and said his goodbyes for the time being. Elder H. Wang was about to go when Chung Mayang urged him to stay for a moment longer than normal. He requested that Elder H. Wang locate a few items for him to use. After that, Elder H. Wang left immediately, and as he down the steps, he looked up at Chung Mayang, who was standing where he had been earlier in the conversation. As he stared at Chung Mayang, he reflected on the fact that Chung Mayang had requested him to carry out a number of tasks, and admitted to the fact that he really is unable to read Chung Mayang's mind. Even now, he is unable to determine if Chung Mayang's displays of childlike behavior are genuine or staged. After that, he reflected on the Mount Hua sect, where Chung Mayang was a member, and Elder H. Wang came to the conclusion that he might as well refer to it as a dragon's lair. Elder H. Wang was the first person to notice the dragon's presence in the Mount Hua sect after he made the remarkable discovery that it was residing there. Elder H. Wang was confident that if he made effective use of this information, it may assist the Yunhe Merchant Guild in rising to the position of becoming the most successful merchant guild in the world. After that, Zhongri arrived and inquired to his father about the quality of the conversation he had with Chung Mayang. Elder H. Wang then shared with Zhongri that, as he was looking at where Chung Mayang is, he had another brief moment during which his thoughts had shifted slightly, and as he looked over to where Chung Mayang was standing, he noticed that Chung Mayang was also looking in his direction. Elder H. Wang, who witnessed this, remarked that there is a great deal of work to be done. They need to establish the scene right now. Elder Huang boarded what appeared to be a transit vehicle. Chung Myung, on the other hand, was preoccupied with his own thoughts as he watched Elder Huang go away. He believed that it was true what other people said, that as one gets older, they become wiser. He was under the impression that interacting with Elder Huang was on a completely different level than interacting with the elders of the Mount Hua sect. He reasoned that perhaps it was due to the fact that Elder Huang had spent his entire life in the business sector, where he was constantly negotiating and debating with other people. It was inconceivable that Elder Huang would hold the same beliefs as Taoists. Chung Myung let out an exhalation. He had removed the most significant barrier that the Mount Hua sect faced, which was their financial situation. The issue that was stopping the Mount Hua sect from making a reappearance in its previous incarnation. He reasoned that it was not the time for him to feel angry toward the Mount Hua sect because the circumstances were not ideal. It's possible that members of the Southern Edge sect have lost touch with their origins and morphed into a different group, but the Mount Hua sect has entirely abandoned its former self. Chung Myung came to the conclusion that it was high time for him to start devoting more of his time and energy to martial arts. Indeed, the Yuna Merchant Guild is a prominent organization. Despite the fact that not a single member of the Mount Hua sect was successful in doing so, the merchants in the Huam were able to quickly achieve financial stability for their enterprises. Within a short space of time, they have all undergone a transformation that has made them look attractive and alive. Because of this, the head of the agency that deals with finances and the economy, Hyan Young, is perpetually happy and smiling like a Buddha, the steadiness that has at long last been achieved after a period of 10 years. The atmosphere in the Mount Hua sect is as tranquil as the flow of water. On the other hand, there are those individuals who are not enjoying a calm time at all. It was the disciples who had reached the 3rd class. Under Chung Myung's direction, each and every one of them continues to exercise at night. They were working up a good sweat as they performed push-ups while carrying a substantial boulder on their backs. And just as they were about to reach the final tally, Chung Myung instructed them to carry out the procedure one more time. The disciples of the 3rd class grumbled here and there that they were going to perish if they proceeded further with their journey. But Chung Myung just pretended not to hear their complaint and declared that no one had died yet, so he ordered them to do it again. The 3rd class disciples were powerless to do anything but grumble in frustration. When the boulder that Chung Myung was sitting on suddenly began to move up and down, he was left in a state of bewilderment. When he peered down, he could see that Jogul was following his instructions. He worked himself to his limits by pushing himself up and down in the dirt. Seeing Jogul in such a state brought a smile to Chung Myung's face. On the other side, Jong Young watched as Jogul pushed his limits and laughed to himself as he followed Chung Myung's orders. He couldn't help but think it was strange to recall the first time Chung Myung had trained the two of them. When they first began the dawn training, Jong Young was filled with a great deal of apprehension. The reason for this is that Jong Young was unclear as to whether or not a straightforward physical training session like that would be successful, due to the fact that the sword techniques practiced by the Mount Hua sect are built on fast speed variations and feints. He was of the opinion that a training strategy that focuses solely on increasing one's physical strength would limit their application. It came as a surprise to everyone because as their bodies became stronger, the sword's speed and sharpness increased by a factor of 2, the change that could not go ignored at any point in time. The workouts became more fun as time went on thanks to this. In the past, everyone was looking forward to the end of dawn training, but these days, they stay longer to get in additional practice. They are now able to talk about climbing to the summit of the mountain in a casual manner and even compete with one another to see who can get there first. They are presently distinct from one another. However, there is a catch to this. Jong Young looked across at the two disciples of the 3rd class who were flexing their biceps and considering adding another rock. He is unable to shake the nagging impression that the Mount Hua sect is gradually developing characteristics that are analogous to those of a mountain bandit's cave. Jong Young advised the two that they should return home, eat breakfast, and then get their morning workout started as soon as possible. After that, he inquired of Jogul regarding whether or not Chung Myung had still not shown up today. The question was asked, and Jogul responded in the affirmative, saying that Chung Myung has not been showing up for training as of late. Jong Young confirmed that they have not seen Chung Myung since they began their individual practice of martial arts. They are aware that Chung Myung does not sleep in, as he is the person who wakes up the earliest of the group. After that, they questioned what Chung Myung was doing with his time and where he was spending it. After then, Jogul suggested that Chung could have gone to the Yunha Merchant Guild because, ever since the Mount Hua sect was stabilized, he has been frequenting that location quite a bit. Chung has been going there rather frequently, and if they were being completely forthright, they would admit that Chung Myung was the most active member of the Mount Hua sect. The conversation then shifted gears as Jogul asked Jong Young whether he was feeling it and how much stronger they had gotten. After that, Zhang Yung provided a more in-depth response. He stated that everyone's strength is related to one another, and as a result, one does require some way of evaluating how much they become. But, because everyone became stronger together, it is difficult to measure how much each individual has grown. After that, he went on to say that despite the fact that it was like that, he was positive that they are at least twice as powerful as they were before Cheng Mayang showed up. Zhou then inquired once more, supposing that he had misunderstood the first time, as to whether or not they had truly just become twice as powerful, all the while twitching his chest muscle as if to imply that they were not merely twice as strong as they had been before. When Zhang Yung witnessed this, he was unable to bear it and immediately requested that Zhou put an end to it. Zhang Yung stated that he truly did not know, that he was unable to discern how much stronger they got, and that the information was quite hazy. However, Zhang Yung stated with self-assurance that he was certain that he was able to easily take on 3 versions of his previous self right now. Then Zhou responded that she did not think that was sufficient. The next thing you know, Yunzhang is perplexed as to why Zhou would say that. Zhou brought to Yunzhang's attention the fact that the conference will be held very soon. Conference held in the southern tip and on Mount Hua. Zhou had mentioned to him that they ought to work on improving their strength. In response to this assertion, Yunzhang flashed a grin and said that if it turned out to be true, then the wolf should ask Cheng Mayang to instruct them further when he returns. Cheng Mayang awoke just as dawn was breaking and continued to sleepily wander out into the jungle. While he was doing that, he said to himself, why does he have to avoid them and do this every dawn? Even though he knew it would help him become stronger, he couldn't understand why he had to go through the trouble. It was not as if there was some kind of hidden technique involved in that form of workout. It consisted of swinging the sword as hard as you could while simultaneously minimizing the discord that existed between your mind and your body. It was an approach that was really straightforward and uncomplicated. The term for this technique was body and sword unification. Cheng Mayang was able to achieve the unification of his body and sword in a previous incarnation, which explains why he is able to do it to a certain level today. However, he is unable to do it perfectly at this time. After attempting to reproduce it in an incomplete manner, Cheng Mayang also experienced some of its negative side effects. That being the case, in order for him to achieve his goal of becoming more powerful, he must train consistently and forge a close bond with his sword as quickly as is humanly possible. The issue is that he is unable to openly train with his sword techniques or utilize them in front of those other individuals. After all, should they observe him practicing, the Mount Hua sect could descend into anarchy. As Cheng Mayang reached a firm footing, he uttered a comment out loud, saying that he would rather die than see that happen. Because of this, he has been arriving to the summit of the falling petals at dawn to practice sword skills, and then he has been walking back down. When this occurred, Cheng Mayang became aware of the presence of another someone who should not have been there. It turned out to be a woman wielding a sword. Cheng Mayang regarded the girl as a stunning vision of the night. Sword dance that is graceful yet imposing, dazzling yet sophisticated, and fragile yet unflinching. This blade is beautiful, much like a plum flower. After that, Cheng Mayang made the connection between the events. It never occurred to him that he would see the historical sword techniques of the Mount Hua sect displayed in a girl's sword dance performed under the moonlight. He believed that he was the only person who remembered it, and that everyone else had moved on. Cheng Mayang is witnessing sword arts from the past of the Mount Hua sect that can't be seen by anybody else being used right in front of his eyes. As Cheng Mayang pondered the situation and let his thoughts to continue to flow, he was of the opinion that the only thing that mattered was not the sword techniques one learned but rather how one used their blade. And while he was concentrating on his thoughts, he was watching. The young lady was aware of him and turned her attention to look at him. After that, she went to the location where Cheng Mayang was and prepared to murder him with her sword. She got to Cheng Mayang and brought the sword up close to where Cheng Mayang was holding his neck. But Cheng Mayang did not even flinch, rather, he was disappointed in himself that he had been discovered by a child such as she. The stunning woman inquired about his identity once more. While Cheng Mayang was under the impression that he was meant to be asking the question to the girl, all he did was glare at her with contempt. After then, he looked at her and noticed the flower insignia that was on the left side of her chest. Cheng Mayang was immediately able to determine that the woman was a member of the Mount Hua sect. But Cheng Mayang could also tell, as he glanced at her face, that due to the fact that she is so lovely, she might easily attract a lot of men's attention. Cheng Mayang has lived in Jianghu for almost 80 years in his former life, and during that time he has never met someone who is as gorgeous as she is. It's possible that if Cheng Mayang had been older, he might have been head over heels in love with her. Despite the fact that a sword was still at his neck, all that Cheng Mayang could think about was how attractive the woman in front of her was. After that, the girl asked him to provide his identification while the sword came considerably closer to him, causing him to suffer a cut on the back of his neck. Cheng Mayang answered and explained that the uniform of the Mount Hua sect, pointing to his left chest where the flower insignia was embroidered. Cheng Mayang was a member of the Mount Hua sect. even though she instantly recognized that Chung Mayong was a member of the Mount Hua sect. The girl continued to question him about why she had never seen him before and inquired about whether or not he was a third-class disciple. The girl continued by saying that it is banned for third-class disciples to leave the group after sundown when Chung Mayong confirmed her answer with yes. Chung Mayong subsequently responded by stating that he had the authorization of the sect leader. Nevertheless, the young lady maintained her skepticism and inquired as to whether or not the head of the sect had in fact granted a follower of the third class permission to venture outdoors. Therefore, she argued that Chung Mayong was spreading false information. Chung Mayong stared at him intently and his gaze did not waver as he spoke boldly to corroborate what he had just stated to the head of the sect. After that, he told her to put the sword away from him and warned her that it was hazardous while he used his 2 fingers to push the sword away from him. He then requested her to put it away. The young lady drew her sword, sheathed it, and then informed everyone that it was against the rules to watch other people practice their skills. As Chung Mayong felt the wound he had gotten on his neck, he angrily responded that he had been training there every day up until yesterday. He claimed that the girl had been the one who had suddenly emerged, and now she was blaming him for it. What kind of a response was he expected from her? The girl said that Chung Mayong ought to have emerged from the shadows the instant he caught sight of her. Chung Mayong answered that in the event that he came across a person that he had never seen before loitering about the region of the Mount Hua sect, he ought to identify that person first. The next thing that led to Chung Mayong's confusion was when he observed the girl's face distorted, and she bit her lip. He was curious as to whether or not she was upset. Chung Mayong laughed at the situation while the girl ignored him and turned her back on him. He had the impression that she was not too good at words. Her weapon could be sharp, but her mouth is not quite as dangerous as her sword. Chung Mayong was of the opinion that, given how she looked, she needed to avoid getting into a lot of arguments because the world is such a ridiculous place. After that, the young lady questioned Chung Mayong about his identity, prompting him to reveal his name to the young lady. When Chung Mayong informed her his name, she assumed that he had already been given his Taoist name. However, Chung Mayong clarified for her that he has not yet been given his Taoist name and that his genuine name is simply Chung Mayong. She went on to inquire as to why he had not yet been given his Taoist name despite the fact that his name begins with Chung, just like the names of the third-class disciples. Chung Mayong got even more perplexed as to the motivation of her question. He stated that even if he were to obtain it, it would be exactly the same as his true name even if he did receive it. After Chung Mayong said that, the young lady exhibited a look that suggested that she had only recently come to that conclusion. At that very instant, Chung Mayong had the impression that the girl she was talking to was stupid, undeniably stupid. Following that, the young lady presented herself as Yu Isol, a second-class follower. She continued by saying that if Chung Mayong was in fact a disciple of the third class, then she would be his senior. After then, Chung Mayong had the realization that there was actually a beak nearby. The names Chung, Mayong, Hyun, Beak were listed in succession. Therefore, it was only reasonable that there would be someone with the surname Beak after Having said that, I have not encountered anyone else who possesses it ever since he has returned. Chung Mayong was under the impression that nobody possessed it because the situation in the Mount Hua sect was so precarious. Isol then asked Chung Mayong if that was all he had to say, and since she was the more senior of the two of them, she requested him to greet her. That's when Chung Mayong started getting irritated, but he managed to keep it in check and bring himself back under control by telling himself that Isol is just a spoiled child. After he had collected himself, he flashed Isol a friendly smile and greeted him in the manner of an appropriate third-class disciple greeting their senior. After saying hello to his senior, Chung Mayong's head began to race due to the fact that the sun was about to rise, and he had not yet trained himself due to a particular someone taking up his space on the training ground. He was going wild in his mind. Isol started to leave as she was telling Chung Mayong that she would check with the sect leader to see if they were really telling the truth and that he should be ready for the penalties if he was lying. She also warned him that he should get ready for the repercussions if he was lying. She turned around for one more glance at Chung Mayong before continuing to walk away, and while she was doing so, she said that Chung Mayong was an odd youngster, and Chung Mayong was left bewildered after not receiving any response to his question about whether or not she was genuinely referring to him. At that point, he began to realize that he needed to look for a new place to train. At the meal shared by third-class disciples, everyone around Chung Mayong, with the exception of Zhou Gul and Yun Zhong, was either looking downcast or groaning. Chung Mayong was confused after seeing this and wondered what the deal was with them. Since Chung Mayong flipped the White Plum Blossom boarding home on its head, this was the first time the environment had been made to feel quite so melancholy. Yun Zhong was questioned by Chung Mayong about what was going on with them, and he responded that they had learned that their elders would be returning. Chung Mayong questioned whether or not Yun Zhong was referring to people whose names include the word beak. He inquired as to what the big deal was with regard to their return. Yun Zhong cautioned Chung Mayong against referring to them as beak. He warned him there would be consequences if anyone heard him saying such. Yunjong claimed that all of the top members had left the Mount Hua sect in order to participate in their own private training. Chung Myung inquired as to the reason why they were behaving in such a manner. Specifically, he inquired as to whether or not it was possible that their seniors all had unpleasant dispositions and beat them up. Yunjong also instantly chimed in, saying that in contrast to someone, they do not assault anyone. Of course, he was referring to Chung Myung when he said this. Therefore, when Chung Myung questioned who the other person was, Yunjong instantly sidestepped the question and suggested that they should move on from that topic. After that, Jo Gul responded to Chung Myung's earlier question by stating that the reason was due to the conference. The conference was held at the southern tip and on Mount Hua. It was a competition in martial arts where members of the Mount sect and the Southern Edge sect got together once a year to show off what they'd accomplished in the previous year. Yunjong continued by saying that the conference used to take place once every 5 years with the goal of bringing both sects into closer proximity with one another, but now those goals have been altered. He stated that despite the fact that it is still considered an experience exchange between the second and third class disciples, in reality it is more similar to a competition in the field of martial arts. Then, after some hesitation, Yunjong continued by saying that it's also not exactly a competition either. One of the disciples, who was not present but was nearby and listening in on their conversation, remarked that it seemed more like one side was beating up the other. Instantaneously, each and every one of them entered the discussion while maintaining a more pessimistic disposition. One of them mentioned that the wounds they had from being beaten up 2 years ago still hurt today. Another person commented that they were perplexed about how they were going to get through the rest of this year. Conversations with a negative tone are now present everywhere. The expression on Chung Myung's face darkened as he talked, and he questioned whether or not what they were saying was that the whole issue would become too large of a concern if the elders got involved. So only the second and third class followers were going to battle. And on top of that, they have been subjected to one-sided defeat throughout this entire process. Yunjong told Chung Myung that he was correct in his response to her. It was the reason that all of the seniors left for training behind closed doors in order to protect themselves from being humiliated again, and now they are coming back. One conclusion that might be drawn from this is that the conference will soon begin. After hearing all of this, Chung Myung greeted the news that they would be fighting the Southern Edge sect with a wicked smile since he was happy about it. When the Mount Hua sect was weakened, Chung Myung's thoughts turned to a question. The competition for martial arts was something that did not exist during Chung Myung's time, but it does now. Chung Myung thought that members of the Southern Edge sect were looking down on them, which caused the chopsticks in his hand to become crushed. This caused him to become irritated. He made a promise to himself that regardless of how much of a mess the Mount Hua sect was in, he would see to it that they would not let these people get away with what they had done. Chung Myung, who was angry, asked them if those seniors they mentioned who were coming back after their closed-door training could beat the Southern Edge sect. Yunjong replied that the fact that they have to do closed-door training for martial arts competitions means that things aren't looking too good for them. He continued that no matter how much they were able to achieve during that time, it was hard to guarantee that they would win. After Yunjong had finished speaking, Chung Myung got to his feet and made a fist with his hand, declaring that if that was the case, the third-class disciples were the ones who needed to come out on top, and they would do whatever it took to ensure that happened. He got their attention by asking in an upbeat manner whether or not they were willing to do all it took to come out on top, even if it means they have to ingest poison or break their limbs or legs to get what they want. As Chung Myung continued to speak, the expressions on the faces of the other disciples in the class began to change to ones of concern. Chung Myung, however, did not stop shouting and asked them once more whether they were going to do whatever it took to reduce the Southern Edge sect to a pulp. After that, he told her not to be concerned since he was going to make them despite the circumstances. Unam was reporting to Hyeonjong that the second-class disciples were currently on their way back to the Mount Hua sect when they were inside the sect leader's quarters. He stated that several had already arrived at Hua, while the rest were on their way there and would reach there shortly. After that, he inquired of the head of the sect, with a concerned expression on his face, as to the reason why the meeting, which was due to be conducted a half-year later, had been brought forward far ahead of its original timetable. Hyeonjong responded by saying that a letter had been sent by the Southern Edge sect. It was stated in the letter that they desired the conference to take place a few weeks sooner than usual this time around. After hearing that, Unam became aware, with a sinking feeling in their stomach, that there was nothing they could do to change the situation. But despite the fact that he acknowledged its validity, he countered that the Mount Hua sect is currently flourishing. He stated that everything is going well, and on the bright side, they no longer have to worry about whether or not they will have enough food to eat, which is a relief considering that all of this transpired only a few months ago. It shouldn't have come as a surprise to learn that individuals are keeping tabs on them, and Hyeonjong was of the same opinion. However, Unum was not yet completed, and he remarked that they are still a martial arts sect at their core. Although they are uncovering and learning new forms of martial arts, it is not yet time for them to see the results of their efforts in the field. He went on to say that even the ones that they currently possess are not yet at the level where they could compete with the Southern Edge sect. Unum was scared that if the outcomes of the conference between the Mount Hua and Southern Edge sects this time were the same as the ones from the last time, the kids who were just starting to have some hope would think that the Mount Hua sect can't make it and will go back to having a mentality of a loser. He was worried about this. As a result of this, Haiyan Zhang questioned Unum regarding whether or not they, the children, would be able to keep their optimism alive if they avoided the Southern Edge cult. The disciples would assume that even the leader of the cult does not have faith in their capabilities if they did that. After hearing that, Unum was speechless and remained silent. After that, Haiyan Zhang stated that he was aware that it would be challenging for them to achieve strong results during this particular round of competition. The distance that separates them from the sect on the southern boundary has become unacceptable. Haiyan Zhang clarified that it was not a humiliating experience to come out on the losing end of a contest. If they gave it their all and were still defeated, then there is nothing more that can be done to change the outcome. They only need to work harder than each other. Then he went on to say that it would be an entirely different story if they avoided fighting due to the fact that they did not want to come out on top. He stated in a loud and unequivocal manner that it was something that ought to never take place. Unum then apologized by admitting that he was being short-sighted, to which Haiyan Zhang responded that he indeed was being short-sighted. After that, he instructed Unum to get some delicious food and alcohol ready for the returning disciples because he was confident that they had put in a lot of effort in their training, and Unum gave the appropriate response. As soon as Unum had departed and Haiyan Zhang was left to his own devices, he stood up and opened the window so that he could take in the view of the blossoming plum trees. After that, the thought occurred to him that it felt as though there was a prickle in his heart. It hurts with each breath he takes, and the pain keeps getting deeper and deeper to the point that it is preventing him from breathing. While this was going on inside the dormitory, Yun Zhang and Zhou Gul went to Chung Myung's room and questioned him about whether he was suggesting that they have a chance of winning against the Southern Edge sect. On the other hand, Chung Myung stated that it is not yet. After that, Zhou Gul remarked that they had gotten much stronger than they were before, and Chung Myung did not contradict that. Rather, he illustrated with his hands how strong they were by showing how strong they were. They can see that Chung Myung was leaving a space between his hands that measured around an inch if they were to measure it, and Chung Myung told them that they were stronger by that amount. When Chung Myung stated that Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang could not believe it and could not say anything, Chung Myung said that he was only kidding and reassured them that their growth was not so little. Yun Zhang and Zhou Gul simultaneously let out a breath of relief. When Zhou Gul saw this, he grumbled about how there was a discrepancy between that and what had happened earlier. Chung Myung had put a distance between his hands once more and stated that it was approximately that amount. He complained that they worked out so hard that they felt like they were about to pass out, and he questioned how it was logical that they had just gotten that much stronger after doing so. But Chung Myung merely laughed at him and questioned what they expected after exercising for only a few months. He declared that he could feel the change in his body, but Chung Myung asked what they expected. He stated that despite the fact that the acorn had grown to be 3 times stronger, it still could not compete with an oak. When Chung Myung said all of that, Zhou Gul had an expression on his face that suggested he couldn't believe it, but he was unable to say anything in response. Chung Myung kept his gaze fixed on Zhou Gul as he contemplated the alarming rate at which third-class followers were advancing in rank. He had never before witnessed men gain strength to this extent. But in comparison to the third-class disciples of the past, as well as those of the Southern Edge group, they are still a long way off. Chung Myung continued to think that if they had been preserving their strength all this time, then there was currently no one among their third-class disciples from the past who could win against them. This was while Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang stood there in frustration. Chung Myung fixed his gaze on Zhou Gul and thought to himself that if he had to choose just one man, it would most likely be Zhou Gul. If the cards fall in his favor, there is a possibility that he will come out on top. And as his eyes shifted to Yun Zhang, he had the impression that he would require a contest that was even less difficult. Chung Myung was under the impression that there was no need to give the other people any thought because they were the only ones who existed. After that, Zhou Gul questioned Chung Myung about how they would prevail, and Chung Myung responded without hesitating, without telling a falsehood, and simply by stating the fact that they needed to improve their strength. Yun Zhang then stepped into the argument and pointed out that there were only 15 days left until the conference. He then presented the question, if they can't win after training for months, how are they supposed to catch up in 15 days? Yun Zhang then left the conversation after his intervention. After that, Yun Zhang spotted a smile on Chung Myung's face as he questioned them about whether or not they were ready to die. Disciples of the third class are overheard conversing all around the area outside of the White Plum Blossom Hall. The topic of discussion is Chung Myung's statement that he wished to change the style of instruction. They were confused as to why they were contacted in the middle of the night, and they also questioned whether or not the new approach to their training would be significantly more challenging than the previous one. After the door had been opened and Chung Mayang had been exposed to them, everyone fell silent as he inquired as to whether or not all of them were present. The response from Yoon-jong was that they are, in fact, as he requested. The thud that was generated by Chung Mayang's wooden sword coincided with Yoon-jong's question about the manner in which they were going to practice this time. Chung Mayang then drew another sword from his sheath, but this time, it was a legitimate blade that had the potential to kill someone. Chung Mayang swung it, which startled every single disciple in the third-class group. They were concerned about what Chung Mayang might do with the real sword that they saw in his hand when they saw him holding it. Chung Mayang started talking and indicated that there wasn't much to the new training style that they would be using going forward. Chung Mayang leaned the sword against his shoulder while his eyes changed into terrifying ones, and he grinned in a way that made it eerie as he told them that they just needed to experience death once in their lives. The third-class disciples were thrown into disarray, and because they believed that Chung Mayang had lost his mind today, they were warned not to look him in the eyes. Chung Mayang swung the sword with such force that it made a whooshing sound, and he said that he would rather die than see them come out on the losing end. He vowed that he would not allow them to be defeated by the Southern Edge sect while his eyes displayed a psychotic expression. The mere act of looking into Chung Mayang's eyes was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the third-class disciples. Chung Mayang encouraged them all by saying that they had a chance to win, and then he changed his tune and added that they ought to be the ones who do. He made the announcement that he would ensure their victory in every way he could. The next thing that happened was Jo Gul stuttering and claiming that if they could win, then they would do anything Chung Mayang said. After that, he questioned Chung Mayang about what he meant when he stated that they should all die. Chung Mayang then gave the impression that he was earnestly contemplating something by humming, and then he instructed Jo Gul to take the first step forward toward him. Jo Gul became pale as a result of this, while the others averted their gazes because they did not want to become involved. Even when Jo Gul gazed at Yoon-jong, he quickly turned his back on him to avoid being caught up in the situation. Jo Gul was left with nothing but betrayal after dealing with them. After that, Jo Gul was unable to stop crying because of the lack of friendship among them. Chung Mayang repeated his call to Jo Gul to come quickly. As soon as Jo Gul came to a stop in front of him, Chung Mayang replied that if he was being honest, it would sound unusual, but they were already powerful enough, which caused Jo Gul to become perplexed. Chung Mayang continued by explaining that the individual had been implying that all of their training over this entire time had not been in vain. So Jo Gul, who was bewildered, interjected, stating that he said that they have no chance against the Southern Edge sect. Chung Mayang responded positively, and Jo Gul became even more confused, so he asked him what the true response was, which was whether or not they had gotten stronger. Chung Mayang then considered Songbik, reasoning that if they consider him to be one of the more powerful members of the Southern Edge sect, then their expectations are essentially the same as they were in the past. As he glanced at the disciples, he thought that it was not impossible to win against them, but Yoon-jong would need some luck on his side in order to do it. However, as his attention was drawn to the people who were following Yoon-jong, he knew without a doubt that they would be defeated, barring the occurrence of a miracle. But after giving it one more thought, Chung Mayang was convinced that even if a miracle occurred, they would not be able to emerge victorious in this competition. The next thing that Chung Mayang said was that the reason they are unable to win is not because they are incapable of winning. He claimed that their bodies had received sufficient training at this point. Nonetheless, they were still behaving in the same manner as they had in the past. In response to Chung Mayang's statement, Jo Gul inquired as to whether he was implying that what they were doing at that moment was somehow inappropriate. However, rather than providing an explanation, Chung Mayang questioned the individuals, inquiring as to why they had chosen to study the sword. After Jo Gul heard that, he became convinced that the Mount Hua sect had just one correct response to any question: to take control of your body through the use of the sword and eventually achieve enlightenment. The only purpose of learning how to use a sword in a Taoist sect is so that you can achieve enlightenment through its use. However, he was certain that Chung Mayang would not accept such a response as the correct one. Therefore, he answered with some trepidation that it was to triumph over rivals. Chung Mayang scoffed at the remark but thought it was a nice one. He commented while shaking his head that it was an answer that was completely unsuitable for a Taoist, and was more characteristic of an answer from the dark side. He liked it a lot. Upon seeing Chung Mayang in that state, Jo Gul immediately regretted his response and reflected to himself that he should have simply given the most obvious answer. After that, Chung Mayang admitted to Jo Gul that he was partially correct and that the motivation behind their actions was to secure victory. Following that, he inquired further with another question. He questioned them about the requirements they needed to fulfill in order to triumph with the sword. Zhou Gul responded in a reluctant manner, saying that all he needed to do was get stronger. Cheng Maiyang made a threatening gesture with his sword against Zhou Gul and stated that they would prevail if they were more powerful than their adversary. With that, he whirled his blade around. According to what he said, this indicates that things will be different. Zhou Gul inquired as to what he meant, at which point Cheng Maiyang threw the wooden sword that he possessed at Zhou Gul. In response, he stated that it was not difficult. He stated that they would be sparring with him from this point forward, which stunned Zhou Gul and caused him to freeze on the spot. Cheng Maiyang continued to point his sword at Zhou Gul while telling him that he should use all at his disposal, but he also declared that he would only swing downward with his sword. Zhou Gul was fixated on the wooden sword that he was holding in his hands. He believed that he already knew it was impossible for him to win against Cheng Maiyang, but he believed that if Cheng Maiyang would only strike downward, he could at least put up a fight. He thought that he already knew it was impossible for him to win. Zhou Gul prepares himself for combat by raising his wooden sword and adjusting his stance. However, Zhou Gul could not help but inquire as to whether or not Cheng Maiyang intended to actually use a genuine blade. The response from Cheng Maiyang was yes. Zhou Gul was concerned that Cheng Maiyang would truly cut him, so he begged him to guarantee that he wouldn't be cut. Cheng Maiyang responded in a nonchalant manner by saying that he would guarantee that Zhou Gul wouldn't be cut. When Cheng Maiyang did not provide an adequate response to him, he could not help but become concerned. Zhou Gul took a deep breath to calm his nerves and only comforted himself by saying that Cheng Maiyang most likely had a plan in mind that he was unaware of. After that, Zhou Gul asked if he could begin at any time, which left Cheng Maiyang feeling quite encouraged. Zhou Gul responded to Cheng Maiyang's remark that Zhou Gul must have a great deal of self-assurance by saying that it was owing to him that they had been working so hard to improve their fitness. However, Cheng Maiyang could see Zhou Gul's hand shaking when he looked at it, which showed that he was proud of Zhou Gul. Zhou Gul jumped up off the ground and yelled at Cheng Maiyang, telling him to brace himself. He made the assertion that his strike had nothing to do with him personally, despite the fact that he vividly recalled all of the pain that Cheng Maiyang had caused him. However, the strike did not land on Cheng Maiyang, but rather on the ground, and despite the fact that Zhou Gul had already stated that it was nothing personal, he could sense that it was absolutely personal, and he pondered what he had done that was so wrong. Zhou Gul's eyes began to flame crimson as he turned toward the location of Cheng Maiyang. After that, he employs a different approach that enables him to immediately close the gap between him and the opponents. However, even with all of that, it was not enough to go to Cheng Maiyang. When Cheng Maiyang observed Zhou Gul mixing a technique he used to shorten the distance between them with another technique he used to cut him down, it was a turning point for Cheng Maiyang. Cheng Maiyang had a sense of pride upon witnessing this, as he believed that this demonstrated Zhou Gul's potential. If we are talking about how talented he is, then Zhou Gul is most certainly not lower on the totem pole than Li Songbik. He is finally able to comprehend the reasoning behind Zhou Gul's unshakable self-assurance. Despite this, even after that, he is still able to avoid every strike that Zhou Gul throws at him. When viewed through their eyes, the other disciples were able to see this. They were under the impression that Zhou Gul was forcing Cheng Maiyang into a corner in a unilateral manner. Yunzhong, on the other hand, does not believe this to be the case and explains that it most likely only appears that way on the surface, given that it appears as though Zhou Gul is forcing Cheng Maiyang into a corner, despite the fact that he has not yet landed any hits at all. Yunzhong kept an eye on them and conducted some observations. There is no unique movement style or anything else of the sort being utilized by Cheng Maiyang. He is merely executing the necessary steps in the appropriate direction in order to avoid all of Zhou Gul's slashes. It almost seems as though they are doing a planned sword dance when you look at them like that. It's possible that Zhou Gul isn't hitting Cheng Maiyang on purpose, but it still looks like he is. As he continued to watch, Yunzhong began to have doubts about himself. Is it possible that he is able to read Zhou Gul's move, and that is why this is taking place? Yunzhong has been there for a few months, but Cheng Maiyang hasn't sparred with anyone else up until this point, which is surprising to Yunzhong. Even though Cheng Maiyang is only dodging all of the slashes and not hitting at all, he is still feeling the effects of the battle. The magnitude of Cheng Maiyang's advantage in terms of strength as compared to theirs made Yunzhong think to himself once more, this time wondering how many of Cheng Maiyang's actions he would be able to read if he were the one battling at this moment. Cheng Maiyang retreated as Zhou Gul unleashed a powerful blow that was quite a distance from him. Zhou Gul thinks to himself with heavy breathing, just 1 inch, while Cheng Maiyang dodges just enough to be 1 inch away from his slashes. Cheng Maiyang is 1 inch away. It appeared as though he was aware of where Zhou Gul would strike next and was able to easily avoid his sword. He thought he had trained to the point of death, he thought he had improved, and he asked himself in hopelessness, is this all he can do? Zhou Gul felt despondent as his hand shook. He thought he had trained to the point of death. It was beyond Zhou Gul's capacity to comprehend. Then, Yunzhong was taken aback when he realized what had happened. Zhou Gul was utilizing the sword's Kai at that moment. Every one of them was taken aback by the news. They were startled to learn that Zhou Gul possessed the ability to sword Kai. Zhou Gul then moved toward Chung Mayang at a pace that was significantly quicker than before, and he struck Chung Mayang with a powerful slash, which caused damage not only to the wall but also to the ground. However, it was still unsuccessful, and as Zhou Gul gasped for air, he could see the heat in Chung Mayang's eyes and the blade in Chung Mayang's palm. It appeared as though Chung Mayang was getting ready to kill Zhou Gul. Then, in order to keep his pledge, Chung Mayang simply cut in a downward direction. Zhou Gul did not have time to react, but he was able to watch the blade strike directly in front of his face. It stopped there, but the impact caused the air around it to scatter because it was so close. After that, Zhou Gul was able to sense that his entire body was shaking, as if he had just witnessed his own death. But Chung Mayang disregarded it and asked Zhou Gul how she was doing about feeling like she was going to die, and all Zhou Gul could do was cuss in Chung Mayang's face while smiling devilishly. After that, Chung Mayang instructed Zhou Gul to sit down for a time and look toward to other disciples telling who's next. As soon as he did that, each and every one of them jerked in response and became rigid, knowing that one of them would be next in line. Yunzhong then made an attempt to get out of being the next disciple by telling the other disciple that he believed Chung Mayang was calling for him. Chung Mayang then spoke up and advised Yunzhong to take a moment to consider before continuing. Yunzhong was confronted by Chung Mayang, who wore a threatening attitude and warned him that he would approach the other individuals if Yunzhong did not approach him first. Chung Mayang suddenly sprang from the ground and charged toward them while brandishing his sword. After that, mayhem broke out all over, and by the time it was through, every follower had either passed away or simply passed out from exhaustion. Chung Mayang then questioned Zhou Gul why they weren't able to block him, despite the fact that he had earlier informed them that he would only be striking downward as if he were testing him. Zhou Gul replied that he would only be striking downward. The response from Zhou Gul was one of exasperation. He explained to Chung Mayang that it was due to the fact that he was quick, so quick and strong, that they were unable to defend against his strikes even when they were aware of them. Chung Mayang followed up by inquiring whether or not they were aware of that and, if so, why they did not make use of it. As a result of Zhou Gul's confusion, Chung Mayang performed the demonstration once more. He brought his sword down with a swift and powerful swing. Chung Mayang stated that it was straightforward, and Zhou Gul was able to see that it was. Therefore, he questioned whether or not that was the strategy that Chung Mayang actually employed against them. Zhou Gul remarked that he believed that it was much faster than that, and he asked Chung Mayang, in doubt, if he had gone easier with that blow just now. Zhou Gul stated that he could not believe Chung Mayang. Chung Mayang gave the response that it was only logical that the sword that was flung down at Zhou Gul appeared different from the one that Zhou Gul saw from a distance. Chung Mayang explained to Zhou Gul that this would imply that everyone who trains their body to the same level as him would be able to get the same results as him. He went on to explain that the first would be the component that was located underneath. Their entire being must be firmly anchored to the earth in order to prevent even the slightest tremor from occurring. Following that, they would be able to let go of the power with their hands. Chung Mayang repeated the demonstration he had given earlier and confirmed that the swing in question was the one in question. Zhou Gul started to think as he stared at the blade that Chung Mayang was holding in his hand. It was neither a lightning-fast blow that left him unable to follow its trajectory with his eyes nor a remarkable sword maneuver. It was merely a quick and straightforward downward swing that didn't involve any extra motion at all. Yunzhong then broke into the conversation and stated that he was following what Chung Mayang was saying and that he understood what he was saying. Instead of attempting to acquire fancy sword techniques in a clumsy manner, Chung Mayang is advising students not to do so, according to what he said. It would have been more beneficial for them to train their bodies and then use those bodies as a foundation from which to swing their swords in a straightforward manner. Chung Mayang, however, stated that they also need to have the resolve to strike their adversary with a single blow in order to be successful. The determination to avoid swinging the sword a second time in case it's not necessary. The determination tells you that you are doomed to fail if you are unable to kill an opponent in a single blow. Because of this, Yunzhong was finally able to see the reason why Chung Mayang wanted them to witness what he had done. It was for the purpose of allowing them to believe in themselves after witnessing the event with their own eyes. After all, there was a significant gap between actually experiencing something that had the potential to harm you and simply being informed about it. Yunzhong thought about the men who were lying behind him. They were third-class disciples, and he knew that they would not trust anything Chung Mayang said until they had first-hand experience with it. After that, he explained to Chung Mayang that despite what he had done, they were still disciples of the Mount Hua sect and that they should continue to battle their adversaries using the sword methods that were taught to them by their sect. He believed that this was the correct course of action. Chung Mayang replied, asking what's the first stroke of the six-fold combination sword method, and Yunzhong explained that it was a downward swing. After that, Chung Mayang led Yunzhong to the realization that the six-fold combination method is also a part of the sword skills practiced inside the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayang has stated that the six-fold combo sword method is one of the fundamentals of the Mount Hua sect, the base of the sect. As Chung Mayang has described, the third-class disciples are getting up one at a time, realizing that Chung Mayang's assertion is true. He went on to say that the phrase sixfold combination is at the beginning and conclusion of everything in the Mount Hua sect. After slashing the ground with his sword, Chung Mayang then proceeded to reprimand the other individuals. He stated that they aren't even capable of using that technique to its full potential, but they are already attempting to use methods such as the falling petals sword and the Ursa Major steps. If they can't even master the sixfold combo, then there's no use in trying to learn any other sword skills, Chung Mayang said, with a very serious look on his face, that they should retain his words in their minds that there is no point in trying to learn any other sword methods. He then explained it to the disciples by using an analogy, saying that a building that does not have a solid foundation will always fall apart at the slightest blow of wind. The disciples were thus able to comprehend what he was trying to convey. After all, the sixfold combination serves as the foundation for each and every one of the sword skills taught by Mount Hua's many sects. After that, he advised them to first become proficient at freely applying everything that they had learned. As Chung Mayang spoke, the followers of the third class joyfully shook their heads in agreement. Jogul stood up and stated that he could now see the significance of the sixfold combo, but he still has his doubts, stating that they are not the same as Chung Mayang, who can employ the sixfold combo to that extent. Because of how tightly he was gripping his fist, Jogul's hand began to shake as he continued to speak. Instead of the strength that they can only gain in the far-off future, he said that what they require is the strength with which they will be able to overcome those Southern Edge guys right now. He admitted that this could sound ridiculous to some people. After all of that chit-chat, Jogul approached Chung Mayang with a question. After all of that talking, can we really win against the Southern Edge sect if we do as you say? Jogul's brows furrowed in concentration as he glanced at Chung Mayang. But Chung Mayang gave no indication that he was thinking about anything other than looking at him. But then he grabbed Jogul's shirt and warned him that he would break his head wide open, which is something Jogul doesn't know why Chung Mayang would do. Chung Mayang stated that the reason he was annoyed was because Jogul had admitted to having thought that they would lose to them, the Southern Edge sect. This was the reason why Chung Mayang was irritated. Chung Mayang made the assertion that a person like that does not merit to continue living. Chung Mayang became increasingly irritated and upped the volume of his voice as he maintained his grip on Jogul's collar. He said that it was unbecoming for a disciple of the Mount Hua sect to lose to members of the Southern Edge sect. In addition to that, he yelled that he had already assured them that he would ensure their victory. He went on to say that there is no such thing as a beautiful defeat and that the only thing that matters while you are competing is winning. Jogul's face became whiter as Chung Mayang's yelling became even more intense. Chung Mayang then exclaimed that all that matters is that they come out on top, regardless of whether that means pulling their pants down or rubbing sand in their eyes. After that, as a result of the pressure applied by Chung Mayang, Jogul fell on his behind. Jogul had fallen to the ground, but Chung Mayang paid him no attention and stated that there was no such thing as cowardice. He questioned each and every one of them, inquiring whether or not they would be able to accuse others of being cowards in the event that they were beheaded on the battlefield. After hearing this, the disciples in the third class were rendered speechless, amazed, and surprised all at the same moment. He encouraged them to do whatever it took to win, and as he glanced at Jogul, he proclaimed that he would transform that corrupt mentality of theirs by starting from the inside and working his way outward. After that, he gave them the command to take out their swords and told them that they would begin by performing 10,000 swings. Someone in the past relayed some information to the current head of the sect, who also happens to be Chung Mayang's senior brother. Someone remarked that if Chung Mayang did not take on disciples, then they would not be able to pass on their techniques to future generations. This is due to the fact that the techniques that Chung Mayang learned are extremely powerful. After that, the sect leader stated that he shared the same concern. However, he stated with a sigh that he must also remember that he is a human being and not merely the head of a sect. He reasoned that he could not permit anyone to become Chung Mayang's disciple since no children had engaged in behavior that was sufficiently deviant to warrant such a sanction being meted out to them. Chung Mayang is the kind of guy who would claim that if you beat up a dog enough, it will learn to perform handstands for you someday, according to the sect leader, who spoke about Chung Mayang as if he really understands his character when he stated that Chung Mayang is the kind of guy who would say that no self-respecting person in their right mind would engage in behavior like that. He stated, with a concerned expression on his face, that a genuine Taoist should never say something so inhumane, and as he said all of this, Chung Mayang was behind him, but, of course, he did not care about this at all. The sect leader pretended not to know what was going on when Chung Mayang protested that he had been standing in the same place ever since. When present-day Chung Mayang thought about what happened in the past, it made him feel quite insulted. The thought then occurred to him that he should be asking himself what was wrong with him, given that he was instructing the disciples so effectively. It was almost identical to teaching children how to walk, although there was a slight difference from holding them for each and every step that they took when they were learning to walk. Chung Mayung heaved a sigh of exhaustion and reflected that the followers must endure hardship in order to comprehend. As Chung Mayung walked, he had the notion go through his head that he didn't need the kind of success that would lead the Mount Hua sect to fall apart in the event that he wasn't there. He desired to establish the Mount Hua sect in such a way that it would endure even after he was gone, and he imagined that its wealth would be enchanting and lovely, much like flowers. Their mentality is comparable to the hidden roots of a tree, which are responsible for the tree's continued existence. Despite the fact that Chung Mayung is aware of all of this, he is conscious of the fact that it will not be simple to carry through. When Chung Mayung went to his regular training spot, which was also the place where he had previously met Isol, he scanned the area to make sure Isol had not arrived there. As Chung Mayung's eyes reflected on his sword, he thought that regardless of how obsessed Isol was with training, he seriously doubted that she would come to the mountains between the hours of 1 and 3 in the morning. After that, Chung Mayung swung his sword in all directions while thinking just about a single thing the entire time. It is imperative that he gains as much strength as he can. It is not just to return to the level he had reached in his previous existence. Doing so would not be sufficient, given that he was unable to prevail over the heavenly monster in that incarnation. If those who climbed up to the huge mountains had not worn down the heavenly demon with their ascents, then he would have never been able to stand up to him. Chung Mayung may have referred to himself as the ultimate blade, but he was well aware that he was nothing more than a loser who was powerless to prevail over the heavenly monster on his own. Everyone's life could have been spared if Chung Mayung had been successful in defeating him on his own. Everyone in the family, including his senior brother and his junior brothers, would have been able to return home safely and continue living their normal lives. Chung Mayung laid the blame for everything that had happened to himself because he believed that if he had been more powerful, he could have prevented it. There was no assurance that someone with the same characteristics as the heavenly demon would never show up again. In point of fact, it's possible that one day, someone even more terrifying than the heavenly demon will go after the Zhonghu. In order to safeguard the Mount Hua sect from the threat that was presented, Chung Mayung came to the conclusion that it was up to him to get stronger and more powerful than everyone else in the entire globe. More powerful than he had ever been in the past and more powerful than the celestial monster. The heavenly demon is responsible for destroying all that the person once considered to be true. It appeared as though he was making fun of Chung Mayung for his naive belief that all that was required of him was to walk in the footsteps of the saints. Chung Mayung sat himself back down and resumed this line of thought. He needs to break free from the constraints that have previously held him back. Isol was located some distance away from Chung Mayung. Initially, he believed that she would not be there at that time of the day. Isol was able to see the plum flowers that grew from the end of Chung Mayung's blade. Chung Mayung took a glance at the sword he was holding and had the thought that he needed to find his own art that would help him advance to a higher level. Although he had the impression that he was on the right track, he was well aware that he had a significant distance to travel in this endeavor. Chung Mayung then decided to close his eyes and reflect on the fact that breaking through to an entirely new level does not require the creation of a brand new sword technique. Therefore, it was not a surprise to him that it would not be simple. Isol's face was staring at him as he opened his eyes, and he was surprised to see it. Because he was so taken aback, he muttered an expletive and jumped some space away from her. As he stared at her, he realized that this was the girl from earlier, but he was having trouble remembering her name. After a moment, he suddenly recalled that her name was Yu Isol, and he smiled. After that, he went into a panic and questioned how she could have materialized out of thin air without him recognizing her. Chung Mayung is experiencing some kind of mental breakdown. He may have been engaged in intense concentration, but there is no way that he would not have been able to detect the presence of another person. When he considers the past, he realizes that she was the same way then as well. In addition to this, despite the fact that Isol was standing right in front of him, he observed that her presence was oddly non-existent. Because of this, Chung Mayung began to question if Isol had some kind of training in assassination skills or something like that. Chung Mayung started to perspire as he tried to figure out how to address the problem while also wondering how much Isol had seen. Therefore, as soon as Isol pronounced the two words plum blossom, he knew without a doubt that she had seen everything. When Chung Mayung was about to lift his blade so that he could welcome her, Isol thought that Chung Mayung was trying to kill her so that he could get rid of the proof. Chung Mayung had decided to act normally and pretend as if nothing had happened. When Chung Mayung heard her say that, he questioned whether or not she was sane, asking why he would kill her if she was mad. Chung Mayung quickly put his hand over his lips after realizing what he had just spoken as soon as he came to that realization. A breeze had just passed by at the very moment when the unpleasant scenario arose. Chung Myung knew that he couldn't act normally and that there was only one way for him to get out of this situation, so he covered his lips. Chung Myung gave a bow and then promptly announced that he would be leaving while maintaining an upbeat demeanor as if nothing had gone wrong. Isol nonetheless cautioned him to hold on, but by that time, Chung Myung had already jumped a considerable distance and vanished. Isol was left to his own devices once Chung Myung vanished, and he continued to murmur to himself about the plum blossom. Chung Myung, who was still fleeing with all his strength, remarked that Isol had truly given him a fright this time. Chung Myung was still sprinting away. After that, he convinced himself that because there was only one witness this time, no one would believe her even if she informed anybody about what had happened. Nevertheless, if multiple people were to talk about what had occurred, then some people might think it to be true. He came to this conclusion after realizing that there was only one witness this time. When the Beak disciples return, he needs to use a greater degree of caution. After going that fast, he was able to slow himself down by utilizing the heels on his feet, which dug into the ground and created a mark. When he saw the mark, he recalled that there was something he wanted to do before they came back. As a result of that, his path took a different turn. He made the decision to get that out of the way first before returning to the Mount Hua sect. At Huam, you could hear the buzz of people chatting as they went about their business. And inside one of the restaurants, there was Chung Myung, grinning while drinking wine and eating food. He remarked that it was excellent in every way. After he had consumed all of the alcohol that he had discovered in the cave, Chung Myung continued to live in this manner because he reasoned that the sect leader had granted him such privileges, and he believed that he needed to put them to good use. As he continued to eat, he grumbled about how the Mount Hua sect had so many rules to follow despite the fact that Taoism emphasizes letting things unfold as they will. When that, he moaned about the ascetics and the rules that they had, and when he gorged himself on food, he drank alcohol once more, and this time it created a popping sound. He then conjured up an image of his senior brother being there and contradicting what he had just stated by asserting that he, too, was also an ascetic while simultaneously referring to him as a rascal. Chung Myung truly claimed that he was talking to him and responded by saying that he was a little different because he was already over 100 years old. Chung Myung's act was all in good fun. Then, though, as he was putting the alcohol down while looking at his reflection in it, he lamented that the taste of the alcohol was not the same as it was before. He claimed that the nicest flavor came from when he was trying to conceal the fact that he was drinking it from his senior brother. Chung Myung downed the booze once again. He had never before in his life considered the possibility that he may pine for someone who sat across from him while he drank. He questioned himself, what exactly is going on here? If the senior brother saw him behaving in such a manner while he was by himself, he knew that he would make fun of him. That's the kind of person his senior brother was, after all. It didn't matter if others called him a Taoist or a living divinity. He was nothing more than a goofy old man. Chung Myung pretended that he was still having a conversation with his senior brother while looking at the alcohol that he was holding in his hand. He stated that, to his knowledge, there is nothing of that sort of thing located like that above. After he'd had a few gulps of it, he remarked how refreshing it felt. He persisted, with a flushed face, in questioning what was so different about this location compared to the location where the gods were. After that, he informed his senior brother that he would not be moving there with them and encouraged him to have a happy life on his own there in the foreseeable future. The restaurant that Chung Myung was in was then visited by 3 men dressed in all black. Chung Myung took notice of the men who had just walked into the restaurant, and he overheard them referring to each other as senior brothers. He estimated their age to be somewhere around 30 years old, and he noted a design on their chests that resembled plum blossoms. This led him to speculate that they were Beak disciples. He reasoned that being associated with them would be a pain in the rear, so he made the snap decision to eat as quickly as possible and then left the location. After that, the Beak disciples started talking to one another, and one of them asked the other where their junior sister Yu was. This was because they had previously decided that they would meet at Huam. The gentleman with brown hair provided the response, stating that it seemed as though she first went to Mount Hua. One of them, the one who wore the pink hair tie, approached one of the staff members present and made a request for one of them to bring the most delectable dishes and beverages for them to share. Chung Myung, who was looking at them with his bombastic side eye, clicked his tongue in his mind and believed that they were merely second-class disciples. However, the fact that they were already drinking openly in the center of Huam surprised him. Chung Myung continued to watch them while thinking about how children in today's society lack any sense of self-control. After that, he turned his attention to the man in the midst of the group and concluded that he was most likely the oldest of them all. The person in the middle spoke and complimented them on their hard work while simultaneously offering the cups into which he had just poured the booze. The gentleman on the left reacted with humility, stating that it was him, his senior brother, was the only person who worked as diligently as he did, and that no one else came close. The man in the middle grinned at the remark, and he thanked the other individual for his kind words. When Chung Mayong got a good look at the man's face for the first time, he could only think of one thing: the man was quite attractive, to such an extent that even Chung Mayong, a male, had to accept it. It had reached this degree. Chung Mayong drew a parallel between the appearance of the man in the middle and that of a warrior from one of those groups. The charming young man continued talking and assured his two buddies that he knew better than anyone in the world that they were the ones who had put in the most effort since he had seen it firsthand. After that, he informed them that he would pay for the drinks out of his own wallet and instructed them to drink however comfortably they pleased. In response, the two complimented him for his generosity. Chung Mayong's ears began to twitch when he overheard them asking the dashing guy how much they had improved their strength. He was listening to their pointless chat at the time. After putting in a lot of effort, the guy queried the attractive guy in a voice that suggested he had some reservations about whether or not they would end up being victorious in the conference. The dashing man stopped talking and set down the cup he had been using to sip from. He was straightforward in his response, admitting that he had no idea. After all, the Southern Edge sect is one of the 10 great sects, so it is not surprising that they have a lot of power. The two people who were with the attractive man who was continuing to reason went stiff as he spoke. He stated that at one time they were a part of the 10 great sects, but now the distance between them and the Southern Edge sect is so enormous that their sect cannot be compared to the Southern Edge sect. He also stated that in the past, they were a component of the 10 great sects. However, the dashing young man said that this is only what people believe, and what people believe does not necessarily correspond to what they are actually capable of. When he said it, the expression on the face of one of his friends suddenly brightened. He then continued by saying that even though they had previously lost to the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect, he insisted that they had not fallen too far behind the competition. He displayed his palm, which was covered in calluses, and explained that they had prioritized their training to the point that they had given up sleep. He also stated that they had overcome the challenge of training behind closed doors and had trained continuously by themselves. As the two glanced at the calloused palm, the dashing guy assured them that they had worked hard and that hard effort would never forsake them. The hunky guy continued by saying that they could possibly be on par with the Southern Edge sect at this point. They proceeded to chat about it, and at one point, they heard a trapped laugh that cut in on what the attractive guy was saying. Chung Mayong is the one who has food stuck in his mouth at this point. Chung Mayong accidentally established eye contact with the attractive man. As a result, Chung Mayong was forced to pull a really strange look and come up with an excuse involving the insect flying away. Chung Mayong questioned whether or not the attractive person had actually been fooled by his faultless acting based on the fact that the handsome guy's countenance remained serious throughout the entire interaction. The dashing young man put down his drink at that moment and inquired about Chung Mayong about his identity. The dashing young man approached Chung Mayong and inquired about his name and which sect he belonged. But Chung Mayong was speechless and could only think that things were going to turn out very badly for him this time. When the good-looking guy stood up and glanced at Chung Mayong, he thought to himself, "Who is that spoiled brat?" As he continued to look at Chung Mayong, he came to the conclusion that it was most likely due to the presence of that child that he had the impression that something was oddly out of place when he first entered the inn. While he was looking at the luxurious food on Chung Mayong's table, who appeared to be no older than 15 years old, he had the thought go through his head that, according to what he knows, there aren't any sons, high-ranking officials, or businessmen in Huam, at least not around the age that Chung Mayong's estimated age is, so the good-looking guy could only ask himself who this brat really was. After that, Chung Mayong made an effort to flee while concealing his appearance as much as he could. He explained that he was merely passing by, and he pleaded with them to ignore him so that he might eat his supper in peace. Although the dashing man received Chung Mayong's explanation with a lot of composure, this does not imply that he has already forgiven Chung Mayong for his transgressions. The good-looking guy dragged his chair and brought it to where Chung Mayong was seated. He then mentioned that since it was fate that they met there, he asked whether they should introduce themselves to each other. Of course, this was not a question, he was only asking out of courtesy. As soon as he sat down next to Chung Mayong, he promptly introduced himself as Baek Chun, a disciple of the second class of the great Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayung's thoughts were all over the place, and he kept asking himself why that attractive guy was being so obnoxious when it's not even like he can beat them up, either. After that, he responded to Baek Chung in a roundabout manner so that his face wouldn't be visible. Baek Chung took notice of this and remarked that it was a bit improper for him to conceal his face when speaking to another person. Because Chung Mayung is unable to respond to him verbally, he simply answers the question in his brain. He was mystified as to why Baek Chung would insist on referring to himself as a gentleman despite the fact that he was an ascetic. Chung Mayung then stood up while covering his face with his sleeves and attempted to make an apology for himself by claiming that he had something more important to attend to. Chung Mayung stammered as he responded that he was not interested in mingling with them and tried to leave again, but it failed again when Baek Chung tried to grab Chung Mayung. But Chung Mayung dodged this and got away from him. However, Baek Chung did not let him leave and stated that he would like to talk to him for a bit longer. He rushed as fast as he could, which left Baek Chung completely bewildered. He could not believe that Chung Mayung had avoided his joint lock grasp technique, especially since he had not even seen it coming. The question was then posed to Baek Chung by one of his other companions, who wanted to know why he had released the youngster without knowing the full story. In his embarrassing response, Baek Chung explained that he simply had the impression that it was inappropriate for a Taoist to bully a child. He reasoned that he must have accidentally let go of his hand. There is a significant age difference between individuals whose surnames begin with un and them. The Chungs. This is one of the primary reasons why Chung Mayung has been unable to live a quiet existence up until this point. This was the thought that was going through Chung Mayung's head as he imbibed the booze he had obtained after escaping the inn. He continued to ruminate. The most terrifying individual for a new soldier who has enlisted in the army is not the general or the emperor, but the leader directly above them, he thought to himself. Chung Mayung was completely unprepared for the possibility that he might not have a direct superior to report to. The next thing you know, Chung Mayung is lamenting the fact that he shouldn't have laughed just now since it's such a shame that they have to go before they can finish all of that food. But on the other hand, how could he hold back his laughter when Baek Chung was saying such foolish things? It was consumed. When Baek Chung said that he would be victorious over the Southern Edge sect, Chung Mayung found it hard to trust what he was saying. He laughed at him and said that for someone who couldn't even compete with Joe Gull, it was ridiculous for them to talk so large. Even the joint lock grasp technique that Baek Chung tried to use to capture him but failed to do so was made fun of by him. His countenance was too strange as his hand wriggled as if to emulate Baek Chun's hand when it had been used previously. As he walked, he remarked that this was even more of a surprise to him than the first time he had seen the third-class disciples. It seems unlikely that the third-class followers mastered a significant amount of martial arts. Even if they had gained some knowledge, it would have been for nothing more than show. But a disciple of the second class is different. This is due to the fact that they should already be in a position where they are improving themselves through training, having already finished the fundamentals required to become a disciple of the third class. Chung Mayung's head started to hurt as soon as he started to think about it. He then turned his attention to the bottle of liquor that he was carrying and stated that he had no business squandering his time in such a manner. He set the bottle of alcohol down by the side of the road and pondered the time frame in which he would be able to instruct these groups of people in proper martial arts techniques. Within the White Plum Hall, one of the third-class disciples shouted out to Joe Gull and informed him that the entire third class should meet up at the training area. They also informed Joe Gull that the seniors, also known as the second-class disciples, had returned. While he was tying his belt, Joe Gull said that he would be leaving in a short while. He then remembered Chung Mayung, and he asked himself if Chung Mayung had returned. When he went to his room, he saw Chung Mayung lying on the bed, wasted. Joe Gull was unable to resist the urge to hide his nose as he was rousing Chung Mayung from his sleep. He then had an idea that would get him into trouble, and Joe Gull gulped before shouting at Chung Mayung while he was sleeping. However, he was unable to finish his sentence because, as soon as Chung Mayung woke up, he immediately changed what he was about to say. Joe Gull gulped. Chung Mayung noted while stretching his arms that all he intended to do was rest for a little while, but he ended up falling asleep instead. Joe Gull only glanced at Chung Mayung while still covering his nose so that he would not be able to smell the alcohol. He then told Chung Mayung that their seniors were back and they were gathering them, so he advised Chung Mayung to wash up quickly because he totally reeks of alcohol right now. Joe Gull only looked at Chung Mayung while still covering his nose so that he would not be able to detect the alcohol. After Chung Mayung pinched his nose and exhaled smoke from both of his ears, Joe Gull saw that the odor of alcohol was no longer present. Chung Mayung had removed the odor. Chung Mayung then engaged in wordplay by asking Joe Gull how dare he utter such things as alcohol toward a sacred and pure Taoist like him. Chung Mayung's response was to play with words. Joe Gull could only keep his mouth shut. Chung Mayung questioned Joe Gull about why they were required to wait outside for the return of the second-class disciples while he and the other two were alone. Joe Gull said that they should at least welcome them back because they had just finished an intensive training session in isolation. Joe Gull argued that this was justified because the soldiers had just finished the training. Chung Myung could have easily mocked when he heard the word arduous, but he instead groaned in response. He was under the impression that they were probably doing something along the lines of shutting themselves in the dilapidated Repentance building while swinging their swords and thinking to themselves, "Oh, what a good workout I had." While they were swinging their swords, they each took a bigu pill, and because they deemed it to be difficult, they went to drink until they were completely inebriated. Chung Myung questioned his own sanity and thought to himself, how dare they talk about training? Joe Gull then spoke for his seniors as if he knew what Chung Myung was thinking. Joe Gull acted as if he knew what Chung Myung was thinking. He stated that in order to be successful against the Southern Edge sect this time around, their training has been quite rigorous. They are determined to do so. In addition to this, he cautioned Chung Myung to watch his behavior toward the seniors and stated that the senior Baek Chun was very stringent, so if Chung Myung continued to act in the same manner as he typically does, he would be penalized. Chung Myung, on the other hand, paid no attention at all. Everyone, even the more senior members of the Mount Hua sect, has assembled in front of the sect's gate. In addition, the second-class passengers came almost simultaneously with Chung Myung and Joe Gull. As the gate opened up gradually, it also gradually exposed people on the other side who were dressed in black uniforms. As they gazed at the disciples of the second class, they heard compliments and praises all around. Everyone cheered and rejoiced at their arrival back together. When Chung Myung viewed Baek Chun's face for the second time, the first thought that sprang to his mind was how lovely he was. But when Chung Myung considered it, despite the fact that in the past, he had been complimented on his excellent looks to the point where he was sick of it, Chung Myung believed that he was more attractive than the other person. Chung Myung could hear his older brother pleading with him to have some sort of moral compass as he shook his head in agreement with his own views. After that, Baek Chun became aware of Chung Myung and started walking in his direction. He proceeded to make Chung Myung unsure of what was going on by flapping his sleeves in front of his face. It was at that time that Baek Chun chuckled and whispered that he knew it. He then asked Chung Myung if they had met previously. But of course, it was not a question he really required an answer to. As they face each other with their own eyes, Chung Myung considers whether or not he should really just beat Baek Chun to a pulp as they meet each other. Based on the manner in which he looked at him, Baek Chun then provided confirmation that it was truly Chung Myung who was the brat that they had seen at the inn. However, when Baek Chun mentioned this, Chung Myung denied that he was familiar with him. Baek Chun pretended not to understand the situation when he accepted Chung Myung's statement. After being asked when he became a member of the Mount Hua sect, he responded by saying that it was weird since he had the impression that they had already met in the past. Yoon Jong, not Chung Myung, was the one who broke the news to him, stating that Chung Myung had joined the group while they were gone on a training excursion. Since it has not been that much time since then, he explained to Baek Chun that he could not possibly have known Chung Myung in the past. Baek Chun then remarked that, in spite of that, from where he stood, it appeared that they were relatively close. Despite the fact that they had just met for the first time, he commented to Chung Myung that he recognized him immediately, and that it seemed as though the two of them had some sort of history together. The next thing he did was ask Chung Myung, who was still frowning, what his name was. Of course, Chung Myung answered and told Baek Chun his name, and Baek Chun did the same thing. He then asked Baek Chun what his name was. However, their conversation did not continue for very long since Ungum contacted them and informed them that the leader of the sect was waiting for them. Before he went his own way, he cautioned Chung Myung to remember his name in the event that they crossed paths again in the future. He anticipated that this would be the case. After Baek Chun had left, Yoon Jong questioned Chung Myung about whether or not they had previously met, to which Chung Myung promptly replied in the negative. Chung Myung was then given information by Yoon Jong regarding Baek Chun. Yoon Jong stated that Baek Chun was also known as the most brilliant member of the Mount Hua sect. It is considered that Baek Chun is the individual who has the ability to assist the weakened Mount Hua sect in regaining its footing. When Chung Myung first heard the phrase Mount Hua sect's greatest genius, he was immediately intrigued. He reflected on his background and recalled that it was common practice for others to refer to him in that manner when he was just a young brat as well, despite the fact that they stopped doing that not long afterward. Chung Myung could still recall his older brother pulling his mouth back and forth like an elastic band while he was giving him a lecture about his habit of cussing and drinking alcohol. But then he said, wasn't Joe Gull the Mount Hua sect's greatest genius? Joe Gull was taken off guard and got embarrassed by it, which caused Chung Myung to wonder why Joe Gull was acting so ridiculously. Joe Gull said that he was not someone who would be capable of catching up to someone like Baek Chun, who was senior to him in the company. But Chung Myung was merely making fun of him when he said so, which caused Joe Gull's face to flush with shame. Chung Myung felt it was great to hear, but it could also mean something completely different as he gazed at Baek Chun's retreating back. Although it was nice to hear, it could also indicate something else. It was only natural for birds of the same feather to congregate together, but if an animal like a crane tried to force its way into a flock of chickens, things could get awkward. Then, it would be terribly artificial and out of place. In the majority of instances, this would indicate that there was a defect of some kind somewhere. One individual was the very last one to arrive at the party. That would be Yu Isol. When Chung Mayang saw her, he understood that she was also a beak. In light of the fact that Chung Mayang was gazing at Isol, Jogul then remarked that he had the impression that he, too, was unable to tear his gaze away from Isol. He responded by saying that he understood, given that Isol was, after all, too lovely. After that, before he even continued to blabber more about Isol, Chung Mayang and Yoon Jong had already plugged their ears with their fingers, and Chung Mayang gave the impression that he was going to throw up as a result of this. As a result, Jogul felt a great deal of embarrassment. Jogul contended that a person like Isol has the potential to be regarded as Shaanxi's most beautiful beauty. Chung Mayang let out a sigh as Jogul made his statement. He then tapped Jogul on the shoulder and told him that if he had the time to be interested in other people's love affairs, he should just use that time on sword practice so that by now, he could be known for being a good martial artist. After that, Jogul advised Chung Mayang to tone down his forthrightness, while Chung Mayang advised Jogul not to engage in conversation with him. The senior members of the sect then gave a salute to their sect leader, Hyan Jong, with a loud thud being heard coming from their direction. Baek Chun took the initiative in the salute. Hyan Jong looked warmly at the second-class disciples and complimented them before asking them about the difficulty of the training. In his capacity as the spokesperson of the second-class disciples, Baek Chun provided the answer on their behalf, stating that it was in no way difficult. He said that because the Mount Hua sect had provided them with a significant amount of resources to support their training at the expense of the sect itself, it was unreasonable for them to complain about the organization. When Hyan Jong asked another inquiry about whether or not they had achieved good achievements, his steady, friendly gaze remained fixed on them. Baek Chun responded once more on behalf of the second-class disciples, stating that they had realized that there is no end to studying the path of the sword but that, despite this, they had accomplished the outcomes that would make their previous selves from before they began training look like a joke. After that, Hyan Jong turned to Hyan Young and requested that the two of them organize a party in order to reward the second-class disciples for the effort that they had put in. Hyan Young gave a dissatisfied expression as she responded, asking why they should be given a party if they had not accomplished all that much. When the leader of the sect questioned Hyan Young a second time, he gave the same response as before, acting as if he hadn't murmured anything and stating that they should, in fact, need to celebrate their efforts. He also mentioned that the preparations had already been finished, so they might depart at this time. However, as soon as he turned his back, he grumbled and said that if they knew that their training was at the price of the Mount Hua sect, then they shouldn't have utilized so much of it. After everything that took place with the Yunha Merchant Guild, Hyan Jong was perplexed as to why Hyan Young continued to say such bizarre things. After that, he turned to Unam and gave him orders to allow the second-class disciples to relax and settle in, given all that they had been through up until that point. After that, he called Chung Mayang and requested that he come to his quarters with him for a while, explaining that he had something important to discuss with him. Chung Mayang mumbled and asked why again. When Baek Chun heard that, he trembled and turned to stare at the sect leader and Chung Mayang, wondering whether Chung Mayang had just said that to the sect leader. However, Baek Chun witnessed the leader of the sect continue joyfully asking for Chung Mayang and even tempting him with snacks so that Chung Mayang would come to his room as if he were already accustomed to Chung Mayang's behavior. Chung Mayang, who heard the food as a bribe, accepted it as if there was nothing else he could do. Baek Chun was at a loss for words for a short period of time as he looked at the leader of the sect, as well as Chung Mayang, who was moving further away. After that, he stuttered his way through, asking Ungum who on earth the boy was who was standing next to the leader of the sect. Ungum's response was as if he had already given up on the issue. He stated that ignoring the boy would be beneficial to Baek Chun's mental health and suggested that Baek Chun should do so. He then walked away, leaving Baek Chun very bewildered after he tapped Baek Chun on the shoulder and said that ignoring Chung Mayang would be the wisest course of action, especially considering that it was him. Baek Chun couldn't help but ponder whether or not this was the same Mount Hua sect that he had encountered in the past. In the dining hall, they are each given an entire chicken as their main course. One of the second-class disciples, Baek Chun, was among those who were taken aback and wondered how they had acquired the financial means to have meat sent to them. The disciple who sat on his side then remarked that in the year that they had been absent, many changes had taken place not only in the pavilions but also in the restaurants. He stated that he believed it was because they hadn't been there in a very long time, yet despite this, everything seemed as though it had been polished to a shine. Another one of them pondered the possibility that a god of fortune had somehow appeared in their midst. Then, Baek Chun turned his attention to the area where the third-class disciples were eating and overheard what they were saying. One of them commented that he was becoming tired of eating meat, while the other inquired as to whether or not they could acquire something different to eat, such as a fish or something else. When Beak Chun heard this, his first thought was, what the heck are they saying? He was surprised to learn that they were sick of meat because, after all, they had been unable to consume meat for a considerable amount of time. He was of the opinion that the terms in question were not appropriate for the Mount Hua sect for a number of reasons. The Mount Hua sect is the world's poorest sect, the one and only sect that is so impoverished that it may be compared to the beggar sect. In fact, not even the beggar sect is as destitute as the Mount Hua sect. Even if they are nothing more than a collection of beggars, that does not imply that their sect as a whole is impoverished. Despite this, Beak Chun is still taken aback by the fact that their sect, the Mount Hua sect, possesses wealth. When Ungum saw the look on Beak Chun's face, he turned to ask him if the food was not to his liking. Ungum was sitting directly opposite from Beak Chun. Beak Chun has stated that this is not the case, rather, he claims that he is simply perplexed and unable to comprehend what is being done. After that, he inquired to Ungum concerning the state of the Mount Hua sect while they were absent. Ungum hummed with contentment as he said that the tale was too lengthy for him to tell at this time and that he would, at some point in the future, learn the specifics of what had happened. He told Beak Chun that the only thing that was important for him to know right now was that the Mount Hua sect had been bestowed with a lucky star. The door suddenly swung open with a loud bang just as Beak Chun was going to ask Ungum about the lucky star he was talking about, disclosing that Chung Myung was the one who kicked the door, causing it to break open in such a manner. Chung Myung was the focus of everyone's attention. Even Beak Chun couldn't take his eyes off of him. Chung Myung was making a lot of huffing noise, and his irritation could be seen written all over his face. The sounds of Chung Myung's weighty footfalls reverberated across the dining room as he walked. As he makes his way to the area where the third-class disciples are dining, everyone's gaze is fixed on him. After that, he sat down in front of Yoon Jong and Jo Gul, oblivious to the fact that their gazes were still fixed on him. Beak Chun, who was present and saw what was going on, was perplexed as to what was going on with him. At the same time, he was perplexed as to why none of the other third-class disciples were saying anything to or reprimanding Chung Myung, who was the youngest among them. Even his senior brother, Ungum, who places a high premium on good manners, remained silent throughout the entire conversation. It appeared as though they were accustomed to the setting at this point. Following this, Beak Chun formed the hypothesis that Chung Myung was likely grabbing all of the third-class disciples by the throat. Chung Myung was also seated with Yoon Jong, the most senior of the third-class disciples, and Jo Gul, the most powerful of the third-class disciples. This can only imply that Chung Myung possesses the power as well as the prestige on both of his left and right flanks. Beak Chun frowned as he glanced at Chung Myung and couldn't help but wonder who on earth that young man could be. Yoon Jong inquired of Chung Myung what had caused him to become so enraged. Chung Myung responded by stating that they were requesting that he return to the Yunha Merchant Guild. He was upset about the fact that he was being used like a carrier pigeon and considered it to be unfair. Yoon Jong chuckled and said that Chung Myung had mentioned to them that he liked the situation in its current state. Chung Myung said that he only liked it for the first handful of times that he tried it. Beak Chun kept a close eye on them and listened carefully to what they had to say. In spite of the fact that he was unaware of Chung Myung's activities, he was now aware that he was the one in charge of the third-class disciples. Because he has seen Yoon Jong show respect to those who are of a higher position or are older than him, Beak Chun anticipated that Yoon Jong would have bowed his head at this point. However, it appears that this is not the case. He was under the impression that he would have to schedule a time to speak with Yoon Jong. The disciple who was sitting next to him then inquired as to whether or not he planned to eat. In his response, Beak Chun explained that he had simply been momentarily sidetracked and was thinking about something. Then, before he could even pinch a piece of chicken meat, he realized that Isol was still not there, and he asked the other person next to him where she was located in order to find out where she was. The latter responded by saying that he did not know. Nonetheless, he was confident that she was present when they went inside the dining hall. After that, Beak Chun, who was now wearing a solemn expression on his face, recommended that they go search for her. He stated that it had been quite some time since they had all been in the same place at the same time, so it would not be good if anyone was absent. He questioned how they would manage to eat without her presence. The latter responded that there was no one who could locate her at this time. He explained to Beak Chun that he should already be aware of the fact that Isol cannot be located if she does not wish to be located. As a result of Beak Chun's frown, the other person could only sigh. When it came to anything else, Beak Chun was always cool, but when it came to her, he lost all composure. The sound of light footsteps then followed, and Beak Chun was aware of this. When he turned around to see who it was, he spotted Isol, and an instant smile spread across his face at the sight of her. He did not waste any time in calling her and waving at her, but Isol did not even bother to look in his direction. She appeared to be scanning the area from left to right in the hopes of locating something or someone when all of a sudden, she halted. She paid no attention to Beek Chun and proceeded to the location where she discovered the thing or person she had been searching for. Aisol made a beeline for the spot where Chung Mayong was seated and politely inquired as to whether or not she might join him there. Everyone else in the area reacted as if the world were about to end when they heard Aisol speaking to a male, and some of them even wondered when the last time was that she even talked. Aisol's words caused quite a stir. Chung Mayong awkwardly gazed at Aisol before turning away from her and responding with a no. And when she asked Chung Mayong if she could talk to him for a minute, he quickly said no. He waved her farewell without even looking at her, and then he told her that he did not want to see her, and requested her to leave. The disciples went utterly insane as a result of Chung Mayong's statement because they had not been prepared for this circumstance. Jo-gul was perplexed since he had never witnessed his senior sister, Aisol, interacting with another person, much less going out of her way to initiate a conversation with another person like Chung Mayong. He wondered what the heck was going on. Jo-gul had a pale face as he looked at Chung Mayong's back while the seniors were behind him, fuming in madness. Because of that, he cautioned Chung Mayong in his head to be respectful when chatting with Aisol. Aisol did not give up and continued to try to persuade Chung Mayong that it would just be for a short period, despite the fact that Chung Mayong was adamant about continuing to refuse her. But it was to no use, as Chung Mayong continued to refuse to go with her and yelled at her that he had nothing to talk about with her. All the while Jo-gul stood in the background facepalming in exasperation at Chung Mayong's behavior. However, Aisol remained adamant in her assertion that she had something to say, which enraged Chung Mayong. As a result, he yelled at her once more that it was so unpleasant that he couldn't even finish his meal in peace without her interfering with it, and he added that she was being a pain in the neck. Aisol fell silent and looked at Chung Mayong for a brief period of time before moving on. After that, she proceeded to sit down next to Chung Mayong and informed him that she would merely wait till he finished his meal before continuing her own. Chung Mayong was taken aback when she did that, but he made it clear to her that he would not accompany her in any of her endeavors. He reasoned that because he had a lot on his plate, it would be best for her to look for somebody else rather than him. Even after that, Aisol would not back down, and she insisted to Chung Mayong that she had come to see him because he was the one she was looking for. But just as Chung Mayong was going to ask Aisol why she needed him, Beek Chun gave a loud false cough to catch their attention. Beek Chun got to his feet and shifted his gaze to Chung Mayong as soon as he realized that everyone's focus had shifted to him. Beek Chun explained to him that based on what he had heard, it appeared as though Chung Mayong had been tasked by the sect leader to go to Xian quite regularly so he could understand why he was exhausted. Beek Chun told him that he could understand why Chung Mayong was tired because he had been going to Xian quite frequently. After that, Beek Chun shut his eyes, gave a brief smirk, and reasoned that even though he understood him, his senior was insistently asking him for a favor, he should do it despite the fact that he was exhausted as a junior disciple. When Beek Chun thought that he had given a decent speech and had everything under control, Chung Mayong shattered his fantasy by asking him why he should do that with an annoyed attitude. Beek Chun had trouble keeping his temper under control, which caused him to scratch the table that he was resting his hand on. Even though it was obvious that he was becoming increasingly agitated, he managed to keep his cool and make an effort to smile. Beek Chun was yelling at himself to keep his cool since he knew that if he lost his anger in that situation, things would go badly for him. Therefore, rather than losing his composure, Beek Chun simply responded to Chung Mayong's inquiry. He advised that courtesy be shown to others because it is something that ought to be expected of everyone who belongs to the same sect. As soon as Chung Mayong heard the phrase courtesy, he cut off Beek Chun, who was still talking, and pretended that he was unaware that the words coming out of Beek Chun's lips were directed at him. And as if he meant no harm, he suggested to Aisol that she should apologize. He explained to her that Beek Chun had informed him that she was impolite. Aisol pointed to herself and asked Chung Mayong whether he was talking about her. Chung Mayong responded by telling her that he was, in fact, talking about her and that she needed to apologize as soon as possible. During the party that was intended to honor the return of the second-class disciples, he told her that Beek Chun was reprimanding her right now because she was attending to a personal matter while everyone else was celebrating the return of the second-class disciples. Aisol immediately realized her error upon hearing that, and she promptly apologized to Beek Chun while bowing her head to him. This caused Beek Chun to become confused and stutter out the fact that it was not like that, and that was not what he meant. After that, Chung Mayong advised Aisol that rather than apologize to Beek Chun, he should apologize to the Grand Seniors. Aisol swiftly complied with what she was instructed to do and apologized to the Grand Seniors, which Ungum did not take offense to in the least. After that, there was complete silence from Beek Chun, and he clenched his fists into a fist, which resulted in the table being scraped even more. While Yoonjong and Jo-gul could only express concern about how hazardous the situation was getting, Chung Mayong couldn't help but smile when he saw Beek Chun acting in such a manner. Yoonjong promptly attempted to calm Beek Chun by congratulating them on their homecoming. Gul assisted him by adding that today was a celebration, so they should get the party started. This was Yoonjong's attempt to calm Baek-chun down. Before Baek-chun ever exploded, the two of them were using all of their efforts to find a solution to the problem. After releasing his breath and bringing himself back under control, Baek-chun whispered Chung Myung's name. Yoonjong and Gul, who were present and saw what happened, were under the impression that Chung Myung was doomed. After that, Gul said a silent prayer in his head, pleading with Chung Myung not to exacerbate the issue any further than it already was. While he was intently looking at Chung Myung, he yelled in his head to Chung Myung to behave himself and be courteous just once. After that, Chung Myung stood out and informed Baek-chun that he seemed to be exhausted after having trained for such a prolonged period of time. When Yoonjong and Gul heard him say that, they started to feel a glimmer of hope. But what Chung Myung said after that dashed any semblance of hope they had. Yoonjong and Gul had very little hope to begin with. Chung Myung continued by adding that Baek-chun was repeating the same thing, so he informed Baek-chun that he should probably rest with a gesture heading to the door as if he were instructing him to get out of there. Baek-chun thought that Chung Myung was telling him to leave the room. Because of this, Yoonjong and Gul let go of the food they were holding with an expression on their faces that suggested the end of the world had just occurred. After that, Baek-chun questioned, in a chilly tone and bearing, whether or not Chung Myung had in fact previously encountered him. He advised Chung Myung that if he were to be truthful, things would go much more smoothly. Chung Myung, on the other hand, did not appear to be the least bit fazed. Rather, he merely smirked maliciously and claimed that he had never seen him before. The response provided by Chung Myung caused Baek-chun to frown. Baek-chun didn't want to take it to this extreme, but he reasoned that if he didn't humiliate Chung Myung now, then people would look at him like he was a joke in the future. Baek-chun paid his respects to Eun-gum and then informed him that he needed to report an issue. Baek-chun began by stating that, according to what he was aware of, it was forbidden for a disciple of the third degree to leave Mount Hua by themselves and must have another person follow them at all times. It would be far more concerning if they were dressed in their personal attire rather than in the sect's uniform. He mentioned that not too long ago, he came across a disciple of the third degree who was wandering through the Hua prefecture by himself, wearing his own clothes. After that, he gave Chung Myung his whole attention and said that the person in question was the boy. When Eun-gum questioned Baek-chun about his certainty, Baek-chun responded that he was certain that Chung Myung was responsible for the crime. Baek-chun was then caught off guard when Eun-gum stated that it was fine and cut off his attempt to say that he would research the topic to prove it. Baek-chun had tried to claim that he would examine the situation to prove it. The second time that Baek-chun questioned Eun-gum about what he had said, Eun-gum simply responded that everything was fine and continued eating. Baek-chun is unable to comprehend what he has just heard, and as a result, he is under the impression that there is something wrong with his ears on this particular day since he is hearing things nonsense. It is incomprehensible to him that his senior, Eun-gum, who has consistently been sensitive and stringent, would suggest that it is okay for a student of the third class to breach the rules. Baek-chun was informed in a composed manner by Eun-gum that Chung Myung had been given permission to depart the Mount Hua sect without first requesting it. As a result of his surprise, Baek-chun stumbled over his words as he spoke. He questioned Eun-gum over the legitimacy of such authority being granted to a third-class disciple. Eun-gum said that the leader of the group did, and he questioned Baek-chun about whether or not he had a problem with that. When Baek-chun heard what Eun-gum had to say, he was taken aback to the point where he inquired once more for confirmation. And all that was required of him to realize that what Eun-gum had said was accurate was for Eun-gum to remain silent. After that, he cast a peek in the direction of Chung Myung, who was masticating his food quite loudly. The sight of it made him much more enraged than he already was. Then Hyun-young showed up, and Baek-chun was the one who observed his entrance. He made up his mind that, since it had come to that point, he had no choice but to see it through to the very finish. He has absolutely no plans to release Chung Myung from his custody. He proceeded to approach Hyun-young and was the first to meet him. Hyun-young laughed it off and assured everyone that everything was okay and that they should not worry about it. He stated that he had just arrived there to check on them and that he could tell that they were having a good time there. After that, Baek-chun informed him that he had something important to discuss with him. He asked for forgiveness for what he was going to say and explained that he had witnessed a third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect consuming wine in the middle of the day at Hua-um's restaurant. He asked for forgiveness for saying what he was about to say. When Hyun-young heard that, he immediately began to feel a growing sense of anger. He began to rage at Baek-chun, asking him whether he had actually seen it correctly and who the third-class disciple was that he was referring to in his statement. In his response, Baek-chun stated that he was confident in what he observed. Baek-chun had the notion that Chung Myung should not blame him because it was he who had initiated the conflict between the two of them in the first place. He said this to himself as if he were speaking to Chung Myung. He then turned to Chung Myung, who was cramming food into his mouth, and informed Hyeon-young that he was the third-class disciple he was referring to. Baek-chun was pleased with himself, however, in contrast to the response that Baek-chun had anticipated from Hyeon-young. Hyeon-young did not reprimand Chung Myung, but rather questioned him. He responded with, "So what?" He inquired of Baek-chun regarding his role as a disciple of the Mount Hua sect and whether or not he was the one who decided the regulations. After that, he inquired as to whether or not there was a law among the rules that Baek-chun mentioned that said unequivocally that it was forbidden to leave Mount Hua in order to consume alcoholic beverages. The situation went completely against what Baek-chun had envisioned for how the table should be arranged. Even now, he is completely unable to keep up with what Hyeon-young is saying. He said that there were so many worthless people in this place that they couldn't even make a single coin. So what does it matter if Chung Myung uses his own money to drink some wine, which is also being used to feed the other people in this place? Hyeon-young persisted in asking Baek-chun whether he believed that he should reign over his juniors simply because he had become a second-class disciple. Hyeon-young's line of questioning continued. After that, Hyeon-young began to grumble that they did nothing but swing their swords and eat while they were at meals. He said that the fact that they were able to purchase all of these foods was due to the money that their youngster had earned. A hand quickly covered Hyeon-young's lips to prevent him from spitting out any more words as he continued to yell in a furious manner. It was Hyeon-sang, smiling as if he hadn't just put such a firm grasp on Hyeon-young's mouth. Hyeon-young's face was red from the exertion. Then, while still holding Hyeon-young, Hyeon-sang turned aside and invited Hyeon-young to come with him for a bit so that they wouldn't disturb the children. He stated this in a jovial tone of voice. They were all left speechless, as if a violent storm had just blown across the area and dissipated in a matter of minutes. They couldn't help but glance at Chung Myung, who was cramming his face with food, with one question running through their minds: what in the world could have just taken place? Within the confines of the Mount Hua sect, one of Baek-chun's subordinates approached him and inquired as to whether or not he was likewise perplexed by the event. They weren't talking about the leader of the sect, rather, they were discussing Elder Hyeon-young and Senior Un-gum. According to what he said, it seemed as though they were taking the side of that child, Chung Myung. This was being listened to by Baek-chun, who had just consumed a mouthful of tea from a shattered glass. After that, his subordinate proceeded, saying that the situation was the same with Isol. She approached someone in order to have a conversation despite the fact that she only occasionally interacted with them. He has never before witnessed anything like that tea take place. After that, Baek-chun requested his subordinate, Baek-sang, to stop it and not get furious over nothing, to which Baek-sang instantly apologized for. Baek-chun then asked Baek-sang to stop it and not get angry over nonsense. However, he reasoned that the reason he felt this way was because it was unfair. They put forth a tremendous amount of effort for an entire year of training. But not only were they not accepted, but the veterans were courteous to a newcomer rather than them. During their conversation, Baek-chun was seen pouring tea into his broken glass. He stated that they had moved on from the phase in which the elderly were courteous to them. After that, Baek-sab responded by saying that Baek-chun was aware it wasn't what he meant. Baek-chun answered while looking down at his cup of tea and stating that he did, in fact, know. He was way too familiar with the subject. It seems to him, and he can't help but agree with him, that Chung Myung is in charge of this establishment. The Mount Hua sect that they were a part of before departing for their period of isolation training and the Mount Hua sect that exists today are two very different things. Everything was in disrepair, including the cracked cup that he was holding in his hand. Within the Mount Hua cult, there were also people who had lost their enthusiasm for life, worn-out furnishings, and dilapidated buildings. Everything was going downhill rapidly. The hope of the deteriorating Mount Hua sect lay in its second-class disciples, and among those pupils, Baek-chun stood out as the most promising prospect. However, the Mount Hua sect that he returned to after a year had undergone a significant amount of transformation, to the point where it would be impossible for anyone in the world to recognize it. Baek-chun believed that broken things, such as the cup he was holding at the time, possessed a certain beauty all their own. But as I think back on it now, he really seemed rather pitiful. Although Baek-chun was unaware of the actions Chung Myung took to win the favor of the sect's senior members, the Mount Hua sect was still considered to be his. In the same way that Baek-chun wouldn't let go of the Mount Hua sect, he gripped the shattered cup hard in his hand as if he wouldn't let go of the cup either. He cast an ominous glance at the broken cup and thought to himself that he must be the sole one for whom everyone in the Mount Hua sect had aspirations and the person who would restore the Mount Hua sect to its former splendor. Baek-sang questioned Baek-chun about whether he planned to overlook this matter and permit Chung Myung to act in whichever manner he saw fit. In response to Baek-sang's question, Baek-chun asked Baek-sang what else he could do. If they let these things slip, everything in the Mount Hua sect would be turned upside down. Baek-sang suggested that they ought to teach Chung Myung a lesson. After that, Baek-chun advised him to be quiet for the time being. He stated that it was not as if he did not desire it, but there are things that they must find out first. He did not indicate what those things were. He told Beek-sang that there is always a reason as to why things are the way that they are and that things are never just a coincidence. They have a responsibility to investigate the reasons for the elders' support for Chung Mayang. Beek-sang questioned Beek-chun on whether or not he had already given some thought to the manner in which he was going to approach it. After that, the sounds of approaching footsteps could be heard. Beek-chun turned his attention to the entrance and beckoned to the person who was hiding behind the door to come inside. As soon as Yoon-jong entered the room, he was the one who greeted the other people there. It was impossible for Beek-chun to suppress his wicked grin. Beek-chun began by expressing his compassion for Yoon-jong by stating things like Yoon-jong must have had a great deal of hardship while acting in his role as the most senior disciple in their absence, and trying to look after the seniors. Yoon-jong responded as Beek-chun was pouring a drink by saying that he was simply carrying out his responsibilities as a student of the Mount Hua sect. Beek-chun told him that he was certainly right and that it was something that he needed to do, but that there were things happening in the Mount Hua sect that shouldn't be happening because of some kid. After that, Yoon-jong questioned Beek-chun by inquiring whether he was being circumspect when discussing Chung Mayang. The next thing he did was apologize to Beek-chun, telling him that it was his fault as his senior brother because he was unable to properly instruct him, and he requested that Beek-chun to punish him, Yoon-jong, if Chung Mayang had irritated him. But rather than doing that, Beek-chun just questioned him about the events that took place during the period that he was absent. He said that he would decide what he would do after he heard that. Yoon-jong was silent as he thought back on the things that had happened before he went there. He then informed Chung Mayang, who promptly flopped down on his bed, that their senior, Beek-chun, had requested a one-on-one meeting with him. Chung Mayang gave a response that indicated he was uninterested and simply advised Yoon-jong to leave. Yoon-jong questioned Chung Mayang a second time if it would be truly okay for him to leave, since if he left, everything they had done would be for naught, and Chung Mayang just responded by waving his hand and telling Yoon-jong that he should just leave already. Yoon-jong was confused by Chung Mayang's response. Yoon-jong's anxiety level increased as a direct result of Chung Mayang's lack of a significant response. He placed the responsibility on Chung Mayang, stating that he would not have felt as anxious if Chung Mayang had instructed him on what to do. He blamed Chung Mayang for the situation. Yoon-jong believed that it would be appropriate for him to reveal the information to Beek-chun due to the fact that Beek-chun is an older person, yet, if he did that, he couldn't help but feel as though he was betraying Chung Mayang. Before continuing, Yoon-jong inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. After that, he proceeded to speak and said that if he were to begin, he would need to start from the time when Chung Mayang initially joined the Mount Hua sect. After Yoon-jong had finished telling Beek-chun everything, Beek-chun questioned Yoon-jong once again for further explanation since he was having trouble believing what he had just heard. He asked if Chung Mayang, that boy, really found their sect's treasure and martial arts books, and on top of finding the account books and paying off all of the debts of the Mount Hua sect, he also seized back their businesses. He also asked with an uneasy voice if Chung Mayang really cured Elder H. Wang, the Yunha merchant guild master, and now they're looking after the Mount Hua sect's finances. After Yoon-jong provided an affirmative response, Beek-chun was speechless for a little moment out of surprise before he stated that he understood. After that, he mentioned to Yoon-jong that he may leave, to which Yoon-jong replied that he would, and shortly thereafter, he stood up from his seat, whilst Beek-chun just remained silent for a while longer. Yoon-jong's departure prompted Beek-chun's silence. Right after Yoon-jong left, Beek-sang spoke and said that what Yoon-jong basically meant was that Chung Mayang fixed all of the problems that the Mount Hua sect was having. Beek-sang made this statement immediately after Yoon-jong had left. After that, Beek-chun stated that he had finally comprehended the reason the elders dealt with Chung Mayang in such a manner. It was not a matter of making a big contribution. Beek-chun came to the conclusion that so long as Chung Mayang was engaged with the Yunha Merchant Guild, he would only increase in importance as the Mount Hua sect made more money owing to them. This was the conclusion that Beek-chun came to. In a fit of frustration, Beek-chun bit the inside of his mouth. He has finally realized why even the sect head was meeting with Chung Mayang in private. After that, Beek-sang stated that if Beek-chun considers it from a different perspective, it might not be seen to be such a significant contribution. Beek-chun was confused by Beek-sang's response. Beek-chun questioned Beek-sang what he meant by it, and Beek-sang responded that since the Mount Hua sect is a martial arts sect, it does not make sense for the elders to prefer a kid who simply earns money unless the Mount Hua sect is turned upside down. It could not have been conceivable. Beek-chun then gave Beek-sang a stern warning about what he had just said, explaining that if their seniors and grand seniors overheard it, they would be quite upset about what was said. As soon as Beek-chun said that, Beek-sang's voice lowered, and he clarified that he had not intended it to be interpreted in that manner. But Beek-chun also remarked that Beek-sang's statement was not incorrect because it is true that the Mount Hua sect is a martial arts sect. This is what Beek-chun meant when he claimed that Beek-sang's comment was not incorrect. No matter how much money a person makes, so long as they do not belong to a merchant guild, the thing that should be prioritized the most is martial arts training. As he spoke, Beek Chun brought the cup up to his lips and said that the conference on Mount Hua and the southern edge would take place very soon. He warned Beek Sang that when their elders discover that the conference is getting closer, they won't be able to continue paying attention to third-class disciples. He explained that this is because the conference is so important. He finished his drink and then suggested that they ought to concentrate on their martial arts training for the time being. Beek Chun assured Beek Sang that after some time had gone, he was positive that everything would undoubtedly go back to the way it had been before. Beek Sang then had an idea and recommended that because the third-class disciples were also going to be attending the conference, they shouldn't just train the second-class disciples but also the third-class disciples so that they don't have to feel ashamed in front of their peers. Beek Chun made it a point to pay attention to Beek Sang and encouraged him to share more information with him. Beek Sang told them that focusing on their personal training would be appropriate if they were only thinking of themselves, but as the seniors of the third-class disciples, they should not do that. Beek Sang made the suggestion that they should overlook the individual instruction of the disciples of the third class. After a brief period of silence during which Beek Chun did not provide any kind of response, he eventually let out a sigh as though he was unhappy with the recommendation. On the other hand, rather than dismissing the notion out of hand, he complimented Beek Sang for being someone who values and considers the Mount Hua sect the most. Then, Beek Chun's eyes become icy as he considers the fact that it will not be sufficient to simply get back the attention of their elders and that if they leave things as they are, the third-class disciples will most certainly climb over their heads. So Beek Chun came to the conclusion that they should teach them a lesson before that happens, the lesson where seniority matters and why they ought to lower their heads in their presence. When Beek Chun added that he hoped that Chung Myung was also skilled in martial arts, he smiled an icy smile as he said it. If Chung Myung did not have martial arts talent, then what Beek Chun was about to do to him would be pretty difficult for him. Yoon Jong was there in Chung Myung's chamber, where he was observing the latter while he slept. Yoon Jong let out a sigh of relief as he came to the realization that he had been needlessly concerned. After that, Chung Myung's voice was heard in his slumber, and he requested one more cup of wine. When Yoon Jong saw him in this state, he couldn't help but wonder what happened to the dignity that he should have had as Chung Myung's senior brother. Yoon Jong was asked by Jo Gul, who was seated on the side of Chung Myung's bed while lifting large stones, how it went with their senior brother, Beek Chun. Yoon Jong responded to Beek Chun's question by sitting down on the bed in between Jo Gul and Chung Myung and stating that he had been asked about what Chung Myung had been doing up until this point by Yoon Jong. In response to what Jo Gul had asked, he inquired of Yoon Jong as to whether or not he had spilled the beans, which caused Yoon Jong to feel insulted. He asked Jo Gul if that was the tone he should take with him, his senior brother, and Jo Gul merely became confused at what Yoon Jong was saying. At that time, Yoon Jong simply let out a sigh and gave up trying to maintain his dignity as a senior brother. Yoon Jong's expression soon changed to one of grave concern, and he explained to Jo Gul that there was no purpose in concealing the information from Beek Chun. Jo Gul concurred and stated that Beek Chun would discover the truth sooner or later, regardless. Jo Gul then inquired as to how Beek Chun responded, and Yoon Jong responded by stating that it was clear because Jo Gul quickly grasped what he meant. They then turned their attention to Chung Myung, who appeared to be sound asleep despite the fact that earlier he had caused a ruckus in which not only the second-class disciples, but also the grand seniors were present. They recalled the incident and thought about how Chung Myung had acted as if he were a mad punk. And when Yoon Jong reflected on his senior, Beek Chun, he began to experience apprehension. Yoon Jong is unable to predict how things will turn out for them now that things have deteriorated between him and his senior, Beek Chun, who did not have a reputation for being very tough with the third-class disciples. Jo Gul then declared with a concerned countenance that he could guess that crap would be falling onto them, and Yoon Jong could only agree with him. The two of them then let out a joint sigh as they were beginning to feel anxious. After that, Yoon Jong claimed that they ought to have anticipated this much when they heard that their seniors were going to return. After that, he gave Jo Gul instructions to round up the other third-class disciples and warn them that they would be held accountable for their actions beginning the following day. Even if it isn't anything particularly noteworthy, if they are able to pick holes in it, the seniors won't be able to ignore it. As soon as Yoon Jong finished speaking, Jo Gul instantly stood up to do what Yoon Jong had instructed him to do. Jo Gul promptly followed Yoon Jong's instructions. Nevertheless, before Jo Gul left, he questioned Yoon Jong about who, in his opinion, would emerge victorious between Chung Myung and their senior, Beek Chun, in the event that the two engaged in combat. After that, Yoon Jong thought about it in his thoughts, and the very thought of it sent shivers down his spine. He admonished Jo Gul to quit babbling incoherently and to simply carry out the instructions he had given to him. Jogul made a clicking sound with his tongue, and Yoonjong reflected to himself that Jogul was another source of concern. Instead of treating him like a senior brother, Jogul was now treating him more like a friend from the neighborhood. Yoonjong heaved a sigh for the umpteenth time, looked at Chung Myung, who was sound asleep, and murmured quietly under his breath that it appeared as though there would no longer be tranquility at the Mount Hua sect. Inside the sect leader's residence, Ungum was reporting to Hyeonjong that everything was just as the sect leader had said. There's a strange atmosphere between the second and third class disciples now as compared to the past. Hyeonjong then thought that it was only a matter of time before things would explode. Right now, the second and third class disciples are too similar in age. The youngest of the second class disciples, Yu Isol, is almost the same age as the oldest third class disciple, Yoonjong. Even though they are not at their best, they are still one of the reputable sects. They tried to be selective about who they accepted as disciples, but their financial situation became dire and it got hard for them to do so. In the end, they started accepting all the children of families who were supporting them. If there is a big age gap between the second and third class disciples, they don't see each other as competition. But if they are only 10 years apart or even less, then rivalry between them is inevitable. Hyeonjong could not help asking himself if they rushed things too much. He asked Ungum if what he was saying was that the third-class disciples, who could not do anything against the second-class disciples, were now different, to which Ungum replied yes. Hyeonjong looked at the cup he was holding and thought that what he was worried about but which did not happen was now taking place. But the difference between now and then would be the change of the central figure. When Yoonjong and Jogul were the most important members of the third-class disciples, in fact, they were the only disciples who belonged to the Mount Hua sect. However, now that they are centered on Chung Myung, it seems as though they are planning to take action and do more than they have in the past. Ungum then pointed the finger at himself, stating that the reason why this was happening was because he was failing as their educator, but the leader of the sect told him that it was not his fault. After all, it was he who suggested that they construct the White Plum Blossom Hall as a standalone structure in the first place. Hyeonjong continued by saying that they did that because they foresaw this problem occurring when they started accepting third-class followers earlier than they should have. They intended the disciples of the second class to live apart from the disciples of the third class so that the first-class disciples could teach the second-class disciples while the third-class disciples trained with their peers. It was only natural for the third-class disciples to grow apart from the second-class disciples because the third-class disciples could not teach the second-class disciples anything. After that, Ungum questioned Hyeonjong about the next steps he planned to take moving forward. Hyeonjong responded with composure as he took another drink of his tea. That's just the way people are. It's not a huge deal if they have disagreements every once in a while. After that, he stated that everything would be fine in the end. Ungum, however, was unable to let go of his concerns because they pertained to their disciples. The leader of the sect forced him to pause and look him in the eyes before telling Ungum that they should trust them. Ungum was unable to let go of his anxieties. Hyeonjong flashed a grin before continuing, saying that Baek-chun was not the type of person to cross the line. After Hyeonjong made that statement, Ungum had the sudden realization that the head of the sect had absolutely no idea what was going on. It is not Baek-chun who is the issue, rather it is Chung Myung. Ungum is also aware that the leader of the Mount Hua sect, despite the fact that he pays a lot of attention to Chung Myung, has never taught him directly before, and as a result, he views Chung Myung as the lucky star that dropped upon the Mount Hua sect. After that, Hyeonjong let out a chuckle and declared that he had complete faith that Baek-chun would bring everything to a satisfactory conclusion. As the sect leader had instructed, Ungum's only option was to pretend that everything was operating normally. Ungum took a sip of his tea, avoided making eye contact with the leader of the sect, and thought it was unfortunate that the events were about to happen. Even though the sun had already reached its full height, the third-class followers could be seen lying on the ground, looking either lifeless or utterly spent. They are pleading with Chung Myung to have mercy on them, and stating that they are unable to move their bodies at this point. Chung Myung, on the other hand, disregarded their entreaties and stated that just as iron only becomes more durable when it is struck, so too do people only become more powerful when they are beaten. He continued by saying that people who are beaten do not have moss grow on them. When the third-class disciples heard that, they mentally rebuked Chung Myung for saying such a thing because moss does not normally grow on people in the first place. The third-class disciples, who appeared to be zombies, appeared perplexed when the second-class disciples arrived, and one of the second-class disciples shouted a question about who told them they could lie down during training. The disciples of the second class explained that they came to check on them because they were frightened. But when they arrived, they saw that no one was overseeing them and realized that the first-class disciples were definitely slacking off. They then inquired as to whether or not they ought to be unwinding in such a manner given the proximity of the conference. When that happened, they gave the followers of the third class the command to clean everything up and make certain that there was not even a single speck of dust left in their sect when the training day was over. They claimed that this was the discipline that the disciples of the third class deserved for their slothful behavior. After the second class disciples had left, a breeze came by, which left them perplexed about what had just taken place. Then, Joe Gull overheard Chung Mayang wondering what was wrong with the second class disciples all of a sudden, and he inquired whether or not they had eaten something they shouldn't have. Joe Gull was completely dumbfounded by Chung Mayang's behavior and could not believe it for a second. As he contemplated the fact that Chung Mayang lacked any sense of morality, all he could do was stare at him. The lines when you're walking, keep your knees straight and keep in step, or when you want to drink water, get permission first, were repeated over and over again by Joe Gull as he paced back and forth inside the White Plum Hall. It was a trivial reminder of their seniors. Joe Gull has indicated that he has become accustomed to getting beaten up, but he cannot put up with this kind of abuse. Joe Gull cannot handle it. He had no idea that their seniors were the kind of people they were. In fact, he had a great deal of respect for them. Yun Jong then responded by saying that it seemed as though their superiors attempted to intimidate them by employing outdated rules. In addition, according to Joe Gull, a disciple of the Mount Hua sect is not allowed to release their grip on their sword under any circumstances. He questioned Yun Jong if this meant that they had to wear their swords at all times, including when they were eating, bathing, or sleeping. On top of all of that, it bothered Joe Gull that they gathered them together to reprimand all of them whenever they pleased, even if just a single person had done something wrong. Joe Gull then stated that they ought to do something about it, but Yun Jong could not help but respond by asking what they could do about it. Joe Gull then stated that they ought to do something about that. Joe Gull then exclaimed that it was too much and that they were not even attempting to hide the fact that they were bullying them in an overt manner. Yun Jong let out a sigh and looked over at Chung Mayang, who was still resting with his eyes closed but was still aware of his surroundings. He inquired of Chung Mayang as to whether or not they ought to take action over this matter. However, Chung Mayang recently inquired, to do what? Yun Jong stated that they were discussing the senior members of the sect. Yun Jong stated that it was already abundantly clear what they desired. Yun Jong said that he already knew how Chung Mayang was, so he wouldn't ask him to kneel down to them. However, he reasoned that if he allowed them to act this way, things would go wrong. Chung Mayang opened his eyes while Yun Jong spoke. Next, Chung Mayang gave Yun Jong's statement a disapproving look when he said the term "act the way they want." When Yun Jong saw Chung Mayang reacting like that, he realized he had made a mistake and claimed that he had stated it incorrectly. Chung Mayang spoke to his senior brother in a hushed tone when he called him. He got out of his seat and stated that the solution he was providing was not the best one available, and that he knew of a better one. As he passed Yun Jong, he announced that it was a solution that would genuinely solve all of the problems and take care of everything. Yun Jong questioned Chung Mayang what kind of solution he meant, and Chung Mayang proudly responded that he was going to beat the crap out of them. After opening the door, there was complete silence, as if a lull had occurred before a storm. When Yun Jong discovered what Chung Mayang was saying, he instantly ordered the disciples outside to stop Chung Mayang from escaping. However, before they could even react, Chung Mayang had already passed by them and gotten away. Everyone put out their utmost effort in the pursuit of Chung Mayang. Unfortunately, he was much faster than they were, and they were unable to catch up to him fast enough to even touch the bottom of his shirt. Someone also tried to catch him by surprise, but it also did not work, and Chung Mayang evaded them all, who tried to do the same. Just as Chung Mayang was ready to step outside the residence, the door opened, showing two additional disciples who were attempting to catch up to him. This time, they eventually succeeded in stopping him by grabbing him by the arms and pulling him back, while the others did the same with his legs. After several failed attempts, they were finally successful in bringing him down when Joe Gull leaped and fell on Chung Mayang's back. Chung Mayang let out a furious yell and demanded that they release him from their grasp. On the other hand, Joe Gull was arguing the complete opposite. He yelled in an urgent manner that Chung Mayang must not be allowed to go under any circumstances. Chung Mayang yelled out in rage as they used their bodies to bind him down, denouncing the second-class disciples for doing things that they did not even do 100 years before. This occurred as they were tying Chung Mayang down. Chung Mayang began to recover his former stature, which surprised those around him, who had been holding on for dear life up until that point. Chung Mayang yelled that he only needed one hit, and he assured the disciples that he would only hit the second class once. As soon as Joe Gull discovered that Chung Mayang was beginning to get away from them, he instantly instructed the others to restrain Chung Mayang in a more secure manner. After that, he advised Chung Mayang to take a deep breath and relax. He warned Chung Mayang that he would be kicked out of the sect if he ever assaulted one of the senior members. Chung Mayang, on the other hand, did not care and grumbled loudly as he tried his best to get away from them while he did so. Yun Jong arrived at the scene and made an effort to get Chung Mayang to stop using words, but Chung Mayang did not let him and instead outspoke him. Chung Mayang yelled at them to let him go before he beat them to a pulp and said that there was no such thing as a good time for doing things like that. Yoonjong then yelled at Chung Mayang to let him know that the conference at Mount Hua and Southern Edge was getting closer. He explained to the irate Chung Mayang that their senior Baek Chun was going to represent the second-class disciples and that if Baek Chung wouldn't be able to fight after being beaten up by Chung Mayang, then there would be nothing they could do about it. Chung Mayang then responded by saying that if such were the case, all he would need to do is beat Baek Chun up in such a way that he could still fight afterward. This was his area of expertise. Yoonjong heaved a sigh and reflected to himself that he already knew it because of the several times that Chung Mayang had treated him in such a manner by this point. Yoonjong, however, did not retract what he had previously stated and informed Chung Mayang that he could not permit him to act in such a manner. He told Chung Mayang that if he allowed him to beat them to a pulp, their seniors would no longer have any pride in themselves. His wish was that Chung Mayang holds it in and be patient. He informed Chung Mayang that even though things are difficult for them right now, it is better for them to receive this from their senior Baek Chun rather than be embarrassed by those Southern Edge sect freaks. Because the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference is such a significant event, he advised Chung Mayang that it would be best for him to just let it go and ask that it be overlooked just this once. Chung Mayang did nothing but stare at him in silence while Yoonjong begged him again and again. The way Chung Mayang exhaled seemed to indicate that he was going to pay attention to what was being said. When Jo-go looked at Yoonjong and asked if he should let Chung Mayang go, Yoonjong nodded in response. After releasing Chung Mayang, they seemed more wary than before, giving the impression that they were worried that he might cause them harm in some way. Chung Mayang then questioned in a level-headed manner whether he simply needed to suppress his emotions until the conclusion of the conference. Yoonjong responded in the affirmative and stated once more that all he needed to do was wait until it was over. Yoonjong was relieved beyond words, and Chung Mayang nodded in agreement as he sat on the ground nearby. Chung Mayang, on the other hand, questioned Yoonjong about what he ought to do in the event that they were the ones who started a fight with him. Yoonjong responded with some hesitance, saying that if that were the case, he could do anything he liked. After all, Yoonjong would not know what to do if something like that occurred. While Chung Mayang was speaking, he flashed a grin, and his eyes turned a bright shade of crimson. He added that if that was the case, then it was fantastic. Baek Chun was observing the Mount Hua sect from a vantage point on top of a cliff where they could see it. Baek Sang, who was standing behind him, informed Baek Chun that Chung Mayang had not responded, and Baek Chun asked Baek Sang what they should do in response. He went on to claim that he was positive that Chung Mayang was extremely irate but that it was impossible to tell because he was not acting in any way, and was not even saying anything that could potentially provoke a conflict. After that, Baek Chun had the notion to himself that this was not what he had anticipated. He had anticipated that Chung Mayang would respond in a significant manner even in response to a minor provocation. Baek Chun intended to provoke him just enough to incite him to disobey orders to a limited extent so that he could turn his disobedience against him and put a stop to any more rebellions. However, since Chung Mayang's doing a good job holding it in, it startled him. Baek Chun questioned whether or not they were putting sufficient pressure on them, and Baek Sang responded that it would be hard for them to do any more than that. In the event that they continue, it will appear as though they were the cause of the issue. Baek Chun let out a sigh and reflected that he had finally realized that Chung Mayang was more than simply an irascible fool. After that, Baek Chun questioned what the situation was with the other third-class disciples, and Baek Sang responded that, except for having to endure some strange training, there weren't any other problems. Then, Baek Sang went on to say that they can't just allow things to continue to drag on. He said that because they don't know when their seniors will start displaying indications of displeasure with them and the fact that there is not much time left before the conference, they need to begin preparing for it as soon as possible. While looking away from Baek Sang, Baek Chun informed Baek Sang that he was aware of the fact already. He stated that now that they had done enough to shake things up, it was time to go on to the next step of the process. He remarked that it was time to proceed. Under his bangs, Baek Chun flashed a grin and added that, contrary to what Baek Sang had been led to believe, the third-class disciples are, in fact, rather kind individuals. Before they embarked on the solitary training, they possessed a really sweet and innocent demeanor. They cannot believe that in the period of 1 year, they have undergone such drastic changes in both their physical appearance and their personality. Baek Chun explained to Baek Sang that a man can be judged by the company he keeps, and since Baek Chun believed that Chung Mayang was the only one responsible for the issue, there was no need to penalize the other third-class disciples. When Baek Sang asked Baek Chun what his objectives were, Baek Chun looked at the Mount Hua sect and responded that the only way to do it was to protect the ways that their sect practices. He stated that Chung Mayang was his dear junior, and as such, he ought to take good care of him since, despite the fact that Chung Mayang was a little haughty at times, he unquestionably had a lot of potential. After that, Baek Sang inquired about the best way to go about doing that. Baekchun said that he would prefer not to do things the difficult way if it were feasible, but given that they do not have enough time right now, they do not really have much of an option in the matter. He reasoned that there will always be moments when they need to be a little rough, and in response, Baeksang stated that their juniors will eventually comprehend his good intentions in the context of the situation. Baekchun smiled and said with a nefarious look in his eyes that he was correct, but that for the time being, they would need to go through some misery first. Chung Myung, who was going to leave the White Plum Pavilion at night, first looked around to make sure that no one else was nearby before venturing out into the night. After sneaking out of the house and checking to make sure no one was around, he headed outside. As he moved through the woods, he had a conversation with himself in which he vowed never to return to the location where he had first encountered Isol. Even though he has already been caught twice, he is not going to allow it to happen a third time. Anyone with a clear head wouldn't let it happen. Chung Myung let out a sigh as he reflected on the fact that he was putting up with all of these difficulties for the sake of a child. He kept on stating that, on the other hand, if he had to put up with Baekchun nagging him down his neck with laws he had never even heard of, he would rather die. Chung Myung had the thought go through his head that he wished he could flip everything on its own. But then he recalled what Yoon Jong had said, and what's even stranger is that Yoon Jong had been acting a lot like his older brother as of late. To be more specific, the similarities between them lie not in their physical appearance, but rather in the responses that they provide. He believed that whenever he caused any kind of problem, he would produce that expression of helplessness and frustration, which made him feel oddly bad for being the cause of the problem. When Chung Myung came to that realization, he reassured himself again and over that he would be able to keep it together until the conference was through. In the end, despite the fact that he has a strong desire to reduce the disciples of the second class to a pulp, he has an even stronger desire to kill the members of the Southern Edge sect. After Chung Myung found a location that was appropriate for his training, he stopped moving around. However, just as Chung Myung was ready to draw his sword from its sheath, he heard a sound. When he looked in the direction from which the sound emanated, he did not find anyone there. He heaved a sigh and expressed his exasperation by stating that he truly was unable to relax his guard. Regardless of whether or not Isol is a senior, he is powerless since she always follows after him. When he was with other third-class disciples, she would make an effort to control herself, but as soon as she noticed that he was by himself, Isol would constantly annoy him by trying to talk to him. She would try to do this even when he was with other third-class disciples. If he could detect her presence, all he had to do was avoid her, yet curiously enough, doing so was not as simple as it seemed. Chung Myung had reached the stage when she began to question whether or not she was seeing a ghost. Chung Myung, however, disregarded that notion and instead came to the conclusion that she was not one. In all of his 80 years on this planet, he has never once witnessed a ghost. He reasoned with himself that there are individuals who have a weak presence, and as a result, it is more difficult to perceive them. Nevertheless, Isol's presence is particularly weak. Isol had suddenly materialized in front of him, her face reflected in Chung Myung's blade, and immediately after he had that idea, he was startled to hear his name being called from behind. The feeling of being in her presence was eerily eerie. Chung Myung experienced chills in response to the unexpected arrival of Isol, and even let out a piercing scream at the top of his lungs. Chung Myung was aware that his heart was beating so rapidly and strongly that it was on the verge of bursting through his chest. He was seriously scared. Isol was reprimanded by Chung Myung as a consequence of this for not making Chung Myung's presence known prior to her arrival. Isol looked disapprovingly at this. She then pointed at herself and stated that she was the senior, after which she pointed at Chung Myung and stated that he ought to be more courteous because he was the junior. Chung Myung, on the other hand, did not give much thought and simply raged at her, questioning why she continued to follow him. Isol frowned at the manner in which Chung Myung was asking him, so Chung Myung lowered the tone of his questioning a little bit, even though it made him irritable, and asked the same question again. It irked him to think that his senior brother would make fun of him if he ever saw Chung Myung in such a state and laughed at him in front of him. He had no idea that he would be required to address someone of such a young age in such an official manner. Even though he was still irritated, all he could do was let out a sigh. Chung Myung took a look at Isol and thought that it was irrelevant, even if she was pretty, because people had no idea what she was even considering at any given time. While Chung Myung was thinking about Isol, she told him about a sword technique called Where Plums Bloom. However, Chung Myung pretended not to understand what she was talking about and said he had no idea what she was talking about. He explained to her that it was possible that she was misinterpreting what she saw. However, Isol interrupted him and begged Chung Myung to instruct her instead. Chung Myung was taken off guard and could not believe what Isol said, so he made her repeat what she said, and Isol requested him to teach her the sword technique Where Plums Bloomed. When this occurred, Chung Myung formed the hypothesis that she was most likely following him, and he anticipated that she would inquire as to whether or not he was practicing a form of magic or martial arts that were not associated with the Mount Hua sect. Because of this, Chung Mayang was on the verge of making a mistake when he asked her if she was aware of it. However, he swiftly sidestepped the issue by claiming that he actually had no idea what she was talking about. Aisol pursed her lips and warned Chung Mayang that he would tell her seniors, but Chung Mayang was not the least bit frightened by it and even chuckled while telling Aisol that she could do so. He was confident that their seniors would not believe what she'd tell them. Aisol threatened Chung Mayang by claiming that he would inform her seniors. But she did not give up, and she threatened Chung Mayang that she would tell their sect leader too. But Chung Mayang did not display any trace of fear at any point. Instead, he encourages her by taunting her to carry it out. He was convinced that no one in their right mind would believe her claim that a novice who had just lately joined the Mount Hua sect was able to employ a sword technique that covered the sky with plum blossoms. He had just recently joined the Mount Hua sect. He was successful in getting her to recall what she had said to him. He began by pointing to Aisol and said that she was the senior member of the group. He then turned his attention to himself and stated that he was a junior member of the group. He explained to her that a sophomore could not possibly teach anything to a senior, and he went on to say that he was the one who ought to be the one learning from her rather than the other way around. Aisol subsequently informed Chung Mayang that it was acceptable for her to be taught by Chung Mayang. However, she emphasized that there was no hierarchy in regard to learning. Chung Mayang rolled his eyes at her obstinacy and told her that he couldn't tell what she was seeing, but that it was likely that she was dreaming or that it could just be her imagination. He vehemently protested that he actually did not know what she was talking about and pleaded with her to leave him alone. Despite this, she did start to waver and remark that she was familiar with what she saw because she had seen it before. After hearing this comment, Chung Mayang was completely taken aback. A method of swordplay that caused plums to blossom. The technique is known as the plum blossom sword. It was one of the few sword methods of the Mount Hua sect that, unlike many others, actually caused plums to bloom rather than just giving the appearance of plum blossoms. This made it unique among the techniques of the sect. The plum blossom sword technique has never been written down and has only been handed on from one person to another under the supervision of those who already possess the skill. To master that sword technique, you would need to first be a disciple who is picked to study it, and then you would need to advance to the senior rank to learn that sword technique. On that day, however, on the battlefield in the endless, huge mountains, all of the Mount Hua sect's elders were killed. As a result of the fact that none of them had anticipated that the Mount Hua sect would be wiped out, they had not taught the sword method to anybody else. However, at this moment, Aisol is claiming that she witnessed someone other than Chung Mayang causing plums to blossom. Chung Mayang furrowed his brow in annoyance and could only consider one possibility. He asked Aisol in a hushed tone how she was connected to the Mount Hua sect, as his face appeared to be bursting with veins that were about to burst at any second. Aisol looked perplexed when the Southern Edge sect was suddenly brought up, while Chung Mayang readied his blade while looking at her with the intention to engage in combat. On the other hand, he could see bewilderment in her expression that appeared to be real, so he questioned whether or not she was acting it out. He was also skeptical that someone as boring as she could pull off seeming as though she was ignorant of everything to such a high standard. Chung Mayang let out a sigh as he tried to regain his composure and reasoned that even if she discovered the technique in the Southern Edge sect, it would only be at the level of the 12-movement Snowflower sword technique. They were not going to be capable of employing the plum blossom sword method in the correct manner at all. After all, in order to make proper use of it, you are required to possess the internal energy that is unique to the Mount Hua sect. Aisol was then questioned by Chung Mayang regarding what she meant when she stated that she had witnessed it in the past. He inquired in particular about the location and the time it took place. While Aisol was explaining that she had seen it a long time ago, her eyes began to show signs of sadness. After that, she requested that Chung Mayang once again instruct him, and in response, Chung Mayang stated that he truly did not comprehend the reason why she was stating that. The next thing that happened was that Aisol's head began to droop, which led Chung Mayang to speculate that perhaps she had finally given up. Aisol then removed her sword from its sheath and informed Chung Mayang that he did not have a choice, which caused Chung Mayang to become flustered. Because Aisol was getting ready to battle Chung Mayang, he couldn't help but question whether there was something mentally wrong with her. Aisol, who appeared to be very serious as she responded to Chung Mayang's question, inquired as to the reason why Chung Mayang is accurate in his assumption that she pulled her sword. She was an older classmate of his, making him the younger of the two. Aisol put more distance between her feet, pointed her sword at Chung Mayang, and said that because she was Chung Mayang's senior, she would show her how to behave properly. Chung Mayang could only stare at her with a confused face as he thought that this was probably the reason why the second-class disciples aren't close with her because she's out of her mind. Aisol narrowed her gaze and leapt toward Chung Mayang while preparing to stab him with her sword. Chung Mayang, on the other hand, easily sidestepped the attack by bending his body backward and leaping away from her. After that, she altered her trajectory by spinning while aiming for Chung Mayang's lower half, but Chung Mayang was able to dodge that as well. Chung Mayang was forced to come to the conclusion as a result of this that Isol had the intent to murder her with that gesture. Isol responded to Chung Mayang's question with a solemn expression on her face and told him that the reason a senior would fight a junior with a real sword was because he was stronger than she was. Chung Mayang then cried out why a senior would fight a junior with a real sword. Isol repeated her sword swing, and Chung Mayang was able to confirm that it was identical to the one he had witnessed earlier, with deceptively nimble and quick motions that give the appearance of being an illusion. Chung Mayang observed that Isol continued to assault him and concluded that she aims to exploit the weaknesses of her opponent. The sword moves that are most consistent with the founding of the Mount Hua sect are not taught to disciples of the third or even the first class, hence they are not taught to the general public. Chung Mayang was then on the verge of being eliminated when Isol unexpectedly spotted an opportunity. Chung Mayang's fear was exacerbated after his hair was cropped. Chung Mayang formed the opinion as a result of this that Isol must be completely insane. He explained to her that if he hadn't been able to avoid the blow, he might have lost his life. Isol, on the other hand, asserted that there was no way that he would not get around that, which left Chung Mayang perplexed as to why Isol was so sure in his capabilities. Isol then attempted to strike Chung Mayang once more, however. Chung Mayang was able to stop her assault this time due to the fact that he was concerned that if she was not connected to the Southern Edge sect, he would be cast in a negative light if he hit her. As a result, he was only able to block her attack and did not attempt to strike back at her. Isol, on the other hand, has no intention of holding back and charged Chung Mayang with the aim of killing him. Chung Mayang yelled at Isol to stop and dubbed her a Hellcat, which prompted Isol to remind him once more that he was the senior member of the group. Chung Mayang shot back at her by asking what type of senior would try to kill her junior. It was at that time that Chung Mayang noticed that Isol's pupils were dilated. He became aware that Sei had been drinking much alcohol. It seems as though she has entered a trance, considering that she was prepared to kill him with each move that she made. She was searching for the route that her blade would take while she was in the trance. If you engage in disruptive behavior toward a person who is in this condition while things are in a chaotic state, you run the risk of preventing that person from achieving enlightenment and, in the worst-case scenario, you may even cause them to experience Kai deviation. Even though she was swift, the more consecutive attacks she does, the larger her openings get. A normal person wouldn't dare to interfere and would try to stand down immediately. Despite the fact that she was fast, however, the typical person wouldn't dare to interfere. At that point, Chung Mayang had the realization that he needed to approach her in an oblique manner by coming at her from the sides, in the same manner as what he did just now. Chung Mayang was astounded by the fact that Isol was able to enter an enlightenment while phased despite the fact that they were in the thick of a battle. While Chung Mayang was focusing his attention on Isol, a thought came to his mind that Zhou Gul was the member of the group who possessed the most talent regarding the sword technique that the members of the Mount sect are trained in, but he is also disheartened by the fact that he cannot even come close to competing with Isol. In the meantime, Isol started hitting Chung Myung again while Chung Myung was staring at her and thinking about her while Isol was doing the same. He then began to have a conversation with his mind, telling it that although Isol is fast, her arm should be raised in order for her to be able to generate enough force to successfully sever someone's neck. Isol resumed her assault and swung her sword, and Chung Mayang observed that the angle at which Isol swung her blade was once again inadequately low. He thought that it ought to be higher, so he raised his sword, which had been blocking Isol's assault, a bit higher as if directing her to where she should aim it. His goal for Isol was successfully accomplished, as her attack level immediately increased after that. Unbeknownst to the two of them, a man suddenly materialized on top of a cliff close to where they are right now. This man was looking at them while he discreetly observed from a distance above the cliff. After another split second, Isol's attacks came to an end, and she began to breathe hard. Chung Mayang was able to observe that Isol was gradually feeling better despite the fact that this improvement was only transitory. He was also able to discern that Isol was in a trance that was quite profound. Suddenly, a booming voice could be heard coming from the direction of the sky, asking Chung Mayang what he was doing. This caught Chung Mayang off guard, giving the impression that he was astonished by what happened. When he looked up, he was able to see him, more specifically, he was able to see his senior brother, Baek Chun. Baek Chun stared at Chung Mayang with cold eyes before taking his sword from its sheath. He then plunged from the cliff, ready to chop Chung Mayang down while calling him a rascal. Baek Chun's eyes remained cold during the entire exchange. Chung Mayang was taken aback, but his shocked countenance gave way to one of severe concern almost instantly. He sprang from the ground to reach Baek Chun, who was in the air, and countered Baek Chun's sword with a leg covered with Kai, which produced a significant influence on the environment in which they were fighting. When Chung Mayang countered his sword almost immediately with his leg, Baek Chun was taken aback. Literally, he was sent off, crashing to the ground by Chung Mayang. Chung Mayang also went back to the ground. He then looked at Beek Chun and clicked his tongue, thinking it could have been dangerous since Beek Chun used Sword Kai. After that, he thought about Isol, and he said to himself that this was extremely significant for her as a martial artist since she lapsed into a trance while fighting. If she woke up from it due to that blast, it could be dangerous. Then Chung Myung came closer to Isol and started staring at her, at which time he thought that it was nice that she did not wake up from that. At the same time, he gazed at her as if she were some strange species, and he thought to himself how boring she was. After that, he let out a breath of relief and thought to himself how relieved he was that she was dull since it would have been such a waste if she had woken up from the trance as a result of their argument. After that, it came as a shock to him when Beek Chun suddenly spoke out and questioned what he had done. Beek Chun's comment caught him off guard. Beek Chun yelled at Chung Myung and asked him in an angry tone if he realized how crucial a trance is to a martial artist. Chung Myung could only stand there and stare in silence while he pondered the reason why Beek Chun attacked them despite the fact that he was already aware of it. Beek Chun then continued yelling that despite the fact that it's true that he doesn't like him, the idea that he would be such a rascal as to try and tamper with his senior, who was in a trance, did not cross his mind at any point throughout their continuous fights. Chung Myung could only reply in his head that he was not messing with her but actually helping her. He then asked Beek Chun why someone like him, who knows how important a trance is, would pull out his sword and attack them. Beek Chun was taken aback and couldn't think of anything to say. Chung Myung looked at Beek Chun as if he were stating something obvious. He pointed his thumb at Isol and asked Beek Chun what he was going to do if he hurt her amidst all that. And Beek Chun's only response was to blame Chung Myung, saying that if he had not counterattacked him, then it would not have happened. Chung Myung then asked Beek Chun if he should have just let himself get killed. Chung Myung could only wonder if all of the second-class disciples were as crazy as Beek Chun. However, it appears that the opposite is true with our second-class worshippers, as the vast majority of them are just regular people, and there are only a few psychos mixed in with them. Beek Chun frowned as he shouted, stuttering that it was not like he was trying to kill him. Chung Myung, of course, did not take Beek Chun's words for it. It was obvious by looking into his distrustful eyes. He then spoke, analyzing that, taking into account his voracious appetite for blood and the fact that he employed Sword Kai, it was obvious as a clear day that he was actually aiming to kill him. As he mentioned, it is true that Beek Chun did have bloodlust and that he did use Sword Kai, but he could not help wondering how Chung Myung was still standing there without a single scratch even after that. After that, Beek Chun confronted Chung Myung with an angry expression on his face. Beek Chun told Chung Myung that he wouldn't ask anymore about what he had been doing. But Beek Chun ordered him to put his sword down because if he didn't comply, he would fight him not as his senior but as a martial artist. He said that while pointing his sword at Chung Myung with a serious look on his face. Chung Myung then thought that he would be thankful if Beek Chun did that and looked at Isol, who was still in a trance, and thought that although he was thankful for Beek Chun for deciding like that, he would find it wasteful if he didn't help Isol right now because they could truly achieve some good results. Chung Myung takes into consideration the likelihood that some individuals will never have an experience of enlightenment, even if they wait their entire lives for one, and that she is extraordinarily fortunate to have him in front of her as she enters into a trance. Such good fortune will most likely never occur again. After that, he stares at Beek Chun and wonders why, of all the times when things were difficult, this strange person had to show up now. Nonetheless, there is nothing he can do about it now other than blame his own fortune. It is terrible that they may lose someone who has the potential to lead the Mount Hua sect in the future, but there is nothing that can be done about it at this moment. There is nothing they can do about it. On the other hand, exacting a beating on the person who was ultimately blamed for the mess of everything is a distinct matter. Chung Myung then asked Beek Chun if he was really going to be alright, which Beek Chun said not in a good light. So before Beek Chun could even finish what he was saying, Chung Myung already cut him off and said that it was not what he meant. Chung Myung sighed in annoyance and said that he was just worried. That's all because they are seniors and juniors, so it could tarnish his reputation as a senior fighting a junior like Chung Myung. Beek Chun then asked in an angry tone why he would worry about that in the place where they are right now. Beek Chun thought that it was an insult to ask him like that. Also, he told Chung Myung with a smirk that he is mistaken if he thinks that their seniors or the elders can protect him in the deep mountains. Beek Chun then declared that he would just accept his punishment later, and what he meant by that is that at that very moment, there wasn't anyone who could save Chung Myung from him. Chung Myung answered with a confused face. He said that was the manliest thing he had heard in a while, but he had a better idea in mind. He asks Beek Chun if he wants to hear it out. At that moment, Beek Chun frowned and asked Chung Myung what scheme he was plotting this time. Chung Myung then said that there's no such thing, that it's just a pledge between them, and that he won't tell anyone else in this world about what's going to happen there. Chung Myung was saying with a grin on his face that what he was saying was that he wouldn't tell anybody, even if Baek Chun beat him up. He told Baek Chun that he wanted to fight him like the man he was. Baek Chun just silently stared at Chung Myung as he listened and wondered about what Chung Myung might be planning. Then he pointed the finger at Chung Myung and accused Chung Myung, saying that it appeared as though Chung Myung was simply attempting to get out of that situation. Then he warned him that he wouldn't go easy on him. While he was in the middle of talking, Chung Myung cut what Baek Chun was saying as if he had enough. Chung Myung sighed and told Baek Chun that what he was saying was that they should just fight each other without being bothered, whether they were seniors, juniors, or fellow sect members. He told Baek Chun that it was better that way for the both of them so that they would not need to hold grudges against each other after the fight. He also told Baek Chun that he would never tell the higher-ups no matter what happened to him, and that if he did tell them, he'd do whatever Baek Chun wanted him to do in the future, and that, of course, that rule also applied to Baek Chun. Baek Chun could not help but smirk, thinking that the conditions were in his favor. He agreed with Chung Myung and complimented him, even though he did not mean that he had a manly side to him. He then continued saying that if that's what he liked, then they would make a pledge. He said that as if he couldn't help it. Baek Chun promised that he wouldn't tell anyone what would happen there. Both of them exchanged an extremely evil grin. Baek Chun continued talking and pointing his sword and said that with that pledge, none of them would have any grudges after they'd finished fighting. And he also said that on that sparring, he was not Chung Myung's senior anymore and Chung Myung was not his junior. And with that, all the animosity he has to Chung Myung will be erased. He then said that until that happens, their sparring will never end. Chung Myung then smiled and asked Baek Chun why he was talking about sparring. He then said to stop joking because they were not going to spar. Chung Myung declared to Baek Chun that he was dead meat with an expression that looked like an angry bull. Baek Chun was surprised by what Chung Myung was saying and doing. He started asking himself, hasn't Chung Myung joined the sect less than half a year ago? He then shouted at Chung Myung and told him that he must have really gone crazy, but to his surprise, Chung Myung said no. He then asked what Chung Myung was saying no to. Chung Myung answered that he was not the one who was crazy, it was Baek Chun. Because if not, why would he pick a fight with him? That got Baek Chun very angry. He said, with veins popping out all over his face, that it looked like Chung Myung had a death wish. So he started attacking Chung Myung, swinging his sword here and there. While Chung Myung was standing still and observing Baek Chun's movement, he could see that Baek Chun was using an unrefined illusion sword. As Baek Chun charged forward toward Chung Myung, he thought to himself that the illusion sword is a technique where swords move in clumsy manners, and the way it happens is similar to the Southern Edge's way of righteousness. He was amazed that Lee Songbik was able to copy the illusion sword of the Mount Hua sect, while Baek Chun ended up copying the Southern Edge's style. It was pathetic. Meanwhile, Baek Chun was already coming near him while saying in a loud and angry voice that today he would teach Chung Myung a lesson. He then swung his sword with all his might against Chung Myung. But Chung Myung was able to avoid that attack. Chung Myung readied his fist, wrapping it with his kai. He then declared to Baek Chun that no one had been able to teach him lessons before. He then proceeded with a full-blown punch to Baek Chun's face, which made him fly all the way away from Chung Myung. Baek Chun hit his body against the wall, and the center of his face turned red, with his nose bleeding. He then flops down on the ground as if he had lost all the energy he had in his body. But Baek Chun refused to give up and tried to lift himself up even when his body was already shaking in so much pain. Chung Myung then told Baek Chun, with a serious tone, to get up. Baek Chun could not help asking Chung Myung, how did he do that with a pained expression? However, instead of answering, Chung Myung asked Baek Chun instead. He asked him if he really did not think that there wouldn't be any weakness to a sword style that was based on changes that he made depending on what he wanted. Baek Chun then refuted that no one had been able to spot any gaps before, and Chung Myung answered that it was because those guys he fought were as lousy as he was. Baek Chun bit his lip in frustration and got up again. He then asked Chung Myung if there was something wrong with his sword technique, to which Chung Myung did not hesitate to answer that there indeed was wrong with it. Chung Myung added that although Baek Chun was ahead of others, it was only a little bit, so his juniors would probably catch up to him soon. However, Baek Chun was distrustful since Chung Myung just entered the Mount Hua sect just recently, so he asked him how he would know something like that. Chung Myung then observed that Baek Chun was making the same mistake as Lee Songbik did. That was not something strange, though. 100 years ago, numerous people probably committed these same mistakes, too. He just wasn't able to foresee the consequences. Chung Myung was only starting to see things clearly with my current experience. Chung Myung started walking toward Baek Chun while he stretched his wrist. He continued talking, saying that he would love to beat him to a pulp with his fist, but Beek Chun was still a precious disciple of their sect. So, if he was going to beat him up, he told Beek Chun that he might as well do it in a way that helped him grow. He told Beek Chun not to worry since he would beat him up with his sword and not his fist. Beek Chun could only wonder what Chung Myung meant. Chung Myung continued talking by saying that some say that the objective of a Mount Hua sect sword technique is to look like the plum blossom. And that's what people who don't know the sword techniques of the Mount Hua sect say. Their sect sword technique does not simply imitate plum blossoms. Silence then suddenly filled their surroundings for a moment before he asked Beek Chun if he understood what he had heard. Beek Chun could only stare. Chung Myung then told him that he would now understand that while getting beaten up, Beek Chun could see it. He could see many hands all around him because of how fast Chung Myung was swinging his sword. Chung Myung first hit his lower body, which caused a lot of pain in Beek Chun's leg, making him wince. The next one was his shoulders to his wrists. It was so painful, but all he could do was groan. After that, Beek Chun's waist to his knees to his ankles, which made him kneel on the ground uncontrollably. Chung Myung then hit Beek Chun's shoulder again, making him appear as if he was bowing to Chung Myung. However, Chung Myung did not stop there, even though he could see that Beek Chun was shaking from all the beating he had already given. He smiled, not caring what Beek Chun's state was, and readied his sword to strike Beek Chun again. Chung Myung then struck Beek Chun's head, which almost made Beek Chun's eyes pop out. But he did not stop in only one strike. Chung Myung repeatedly struck Beek Chun's head. After that, Beek Chun felt that he would faint, but before he fainted, he asked himself, wondering why Chung Myung hit him 6 times when he only shouted 5 times. After some time, Beek Chun was found lying on the ground, all beaten up. Although he was conscious, his vision was blurry while he breathed heavily. But not even a minute later, Chung Myung suddenly popped into his line of sight, making him surprised. Beek Chun immediately felt pain in his whole body, especially in his head, after he was shocked to see Chung Myung right after he woke up. Chung Myung then smiled and told him not to be so surprised, but Beek Chun could only think as he looked at the smiling Chung Myung that he had lost so badly that he would be so embarrassed to even talk about it. As he breathed heavily, he told Chung Myung that he had a question. He asked Chung Myung with clear eyes, that had no malice whatsoever, how he got so strong. Chung Myung was amazed at how Beek Chun could face reality so quickly, even after experiencing something ridiculous. He could not even imagine how someone like Beek Chun was someone who was prideful. Chung Myung then walked toward Beek Chun and squatted down to match Beek Chun's eye level. He put his finger on Beek Chun's chest and told him that it was not that Chung Myung was strong. It was that he was just weak. Beek Chun became angry at that statement and shouted at Chung Myung not to look down on him. Even in the state he was in, Beek Chun was confident that he was not weak. He explained that he was a second-class disciple and a martial master. He also declared that he was someone who would be the next sect leader of the Mount Hua sect. Chung Myung just casually accepted that notion, as if he had just let it pass by. However, he asked Beek Chun if he had any proof that he was not weak, and Beek Chun could only stare at Chung Myung in silence. Chung Myung then pointed his finger at Beek Chun and stated the phrase frog in a well, which made Beek Chun confused as to why Chung Myung said that. Chung Myung then explained that it was the most apt phrase for Beek Chun. He told Beek Chun that he was the frog that was croaking with such a small well that none of the other frogs passing by would even think of going in. Beek Chun became so offended that he was called a frog by Chung Myung that his body even leaned forward unconsciously as if to defend himself. But that only made it painful for him. During the conversation, Chung Myung gazed towards Beek Chun. He inquired as to whether or not he was aware that the Mount Hua sect was in a precarious position. But Beek Chun was unable to provide any information in response. After a brief pause, Beek Chun responded to Chung Myung's question by taking a deep breath and saying that it was evident that he already knew it. And because he has labored so diligently up until this point, Chung Myung listens to him in complete silence. He insisted that he must make another attempt to bring it back to life, regardless of the circumstances. Chung Myung questioned him about when and how he planned to carry out his plan. Because of what he observes, he is under the impression that Beek Chun is not taking any action to address the situation. Therefore, he continues his isolated training with the other individuals, plays a little house with them, and then enjoys a great, refreshing cup of drink on the way back. While Chung Myung is uttering these words, his thoughts are taking him back to a time when Beek Chun was having a good time with other members of their sect. And then, he recalled how the seniors in the school bullied the juniors in the school. He claimed that even though the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference or whatever was coming up, they were still bullying their juniors. He inquired of Beek Chun whether or not this was what was meant by the term working hard. it would appear that he is unaware of its significance. For him, putting in hard work means denying himself the freedom to do as he pleases and instead devoting the rest of his time to some form of physical exercise. On the other hand, it calls for him to carry out a smaller portion of what he desires. But he didn't put in any real effort at all. He simply desired to exert his authority over the Mount Hua sect as though it were a little palace and he was the king. After all, there isn't much in the way of competition, and there isn't anyone looking down on him and nagging him. And the only individuals who have effectively fought against him are possibly the guys from Southern Edge. Beek Chun pays careful attention to what he has to say. Chiang Mayang followed by stating that in Jianghu, there are second-class disciples who are significantly stronger than them and that Beek Chun thought he was strong because he had 1 or 2 good moves. Beek Chun's comment prompted Chiang Mayang to reply that Beek Chun was correct. After that, Chiang Mayang took the time to thoroughly explain to Beek Chun that there was no need for him to be fooled into thinking that Chiang Mayang was strong, since the reality is that Beek Chun is weak. Chiang Mayang said this because the truth is that Beek Chun is weak. After a brief pause, Beek Chun turned to Chiang Mayang and questioned, "How many other guys in the other sect are more powerful than him?" Chiang Mayang was taken aback by his query and responded by asking, "What nonsense is his question?" He told Beek Chun that it was him all along and that he was the one who possessed the most strength. Chiang Mayang had told Beek Chun that he was the strongest, but Beek Chun looked at him with some skepticism about what he was saying. Then Chiang Mayang started talking again and informed Beek Chun that the reason he lost was not because Chiang Mayang was powerful, and that he wouldn't be able to confront the guys from Southern Edge right now, either. Chiang Mayang continued by saying that at this current time, Beek Chun is not in a position to compete with the folks from Southern Edge. And of course, the scenario is the same with families like Shaolin, Wudang, and Namjung, where there are prodigies all over the country in different locations. And even if one tried, it would be impossible to place him in the same category as them. Chiang Mayang clarified that the message he was trying to communicate was that it was possible for Beek Chun to be knocked down and placed face down on the ground, not only by him but also by pretty much anyone else. He asserted that this was the meaning he was going for when he made his statement. The result of this is that Beek Chun's expectations were somewhat exceeded. When he finally revealed to Chiang Mayang that he was aware of that information, it was a particularly embarrassing moment for him. He went on to say that even if he was a member of the Wudang or Namgun families, there was nothing that could be done to help him because there was nothing that could be done for him. All he can do is put a lot of work into whatever it is that he already has, and that is all he can do. Beek Chun received a blow to the head from the handle of Chiang Mayang's sword, and Chiang Mayang yelled at him, telling him that he had just admitted that he had not put any effort into the fight. Beek Chun responded by saying that he had just admitted that he had not put any effort into the fight. Not only that, but the way that he is going about approaching it is also the wrong way to go about it. Did he sincerely believe that if a person worked hard enough, they might reach the same level of proficiency as a master? As a result, he suggested to Beek Chun that over the next 500 years, he should beat anything, including a scarecrow, in the expectation that he would pick up some wisdom as a result of the experience. Beek Chun paid close attention to Chiang Mayang while he was speaking, and once he finished, he questioned him about how he should go about his training and how he should approach it. Chiang Mayang was the one who informed him, as expected, and at the very least, in a more efficient manner than he did. After giving the issue a great deal of thought, Beek Chun went up to Chiang Mayang and asked him if he could make him stronger. Chiang Mayang responded by saying that he wasn't sure. Chiang Mayang hailed his response with a big smile and assuaged Beek Chun's concerns by assuring her that it was truly achievable. After hearing that, Beek Chun gathered all of his strength and stood while saying that if that was the case, "Please make me stronger." He then requested that the other person do so. After that, he asked the other individual to carry out the action. He was pleading with Chiang Mayang and telling him that he would fulfill whatever demand that was placed on him. Chiang Mayang and Beek Chun were having a serious conversation, and Beek Chun was telling Chiang Mayang that he wouldn't mind learning from his junior if he could get stronger and that he would treat Chiang Mayang as his senior or master if that was what Chiang Mayang desired. But Chiang Mayang was uncertain and ultimately decided against it. Beek Chun is left bewildered and dissatisfied as a result. Suddenly, Beek Chun questioned Chiang Mayang about the reason, and the thought occurred to him that perhaps Chiang Mayang did not wish to assist him. He inquired of Chiang Mayang whether or not he had said so because he desired Chiang Mayang to instruct Beek Chun on how to improve his strength. Chiang Mayang gave a response to Beek Chun, asking why he would act in such a manner. That would create a lot of problems. It provokes deeper thought in Beek Chun as a result. Beek Chun did nothing but stare at Chiang Mayang as they stood there in the stillness of their environment, which left Chiang Mayang bewildered. Suddenly, Chiang Mayang began to rise up while they were having a conversation with him. He then contacted Baek Chun's senior and explained to him that he believed Baek Chun had a misunderstanding. Anything to consider there. Chung Myeon, who is currently standing in front of Baek Chun, has stated that he is not finished yet and that he believes humans have a self-centered side to them. It leads to an increase in Baek Chun's level of confusion. Chung Myeon resumed his rant on how humans never stop considering the consequences of their acts before unilaterally reaching an agreement with one another. Did Baek Chun consider it to be an adequate amount of compensation for what they had done? After that, Chung Myeon stood in front of Baek Chun with his sword drawn. He informed Baek Chun that he needed to pay for his wrongdoings and that what he had gone through might be enough to atone for bullying the third-class disciples in the past. Baek Chun is rendered mute and dumbfounded by this development. Then, after telling Baek Chun that for him, it was not enough to pay for making him annoyed, Chung Myeon laughed out loud, which could be heard in their surroundings. Chung Myeon smiled and said to Baek Chun that for him, it was not enough to pay for making him uneasy. When Chung Myeon questioned Baek Chun if he had already comprehended what he meant, he looked at Baek Chun with an eye as red as a devil's when he asked the question. Baek Chun experienced a feeling of terror and immediately responded to Chung Myeon by stating that he most surely understood and knew what Chung Myeon meant. But on the other hand, Chung Myeon didn't trust him and called him senior, telling him that he still hadn't fully comprehended it. This was due to the fact that Chung Myeon could see by the expression on Baek Chun's face that Baek Chun was still unclear about what was going on. Chung Myeon smiled once again and reassured Baek Chun not to be concerned about anything since the night would be long and he would have plenty of time to explain everything to him. The explanation for his lack of strength, his incompetence with swords, and his avoidance of conflict with Chung Myeon, the subsequent actions taken by Chung Myeon have left Baek Chun in utter disbelief. Chung Myeon swung his sword and began striking Baek Chun from all over his body. Baek Chun blocked each blow with his shield. Chung Myeon will be seen rising up and stretching his arms 1 minute after the scene begins. He is so overjoyed that he can't stop smiling while he's telling himself that he feels as though he's finally been cured of a 10-year case of dyspepsia. He is currently lying on the ground while laughing, and then he begins to sit down. He is still laughing. He looks over at Baek Chun, who is currently lying on the ground and has a number of wounds all over his body. All of a sudden, Chung Myeon reasoned with himself that it was not all that terrible. Despite the fact that he beat him like a madman, he did not do so in a way that would cause significant harm to Baek Chun. When he finally comes, he will be able to stand on his own. However, it is none of his business whether Baek Chun is harmed as a result of it or not. To believe that humiliating him can make him feel so good about himself is absurd. Chung Myeon became aware that he had squandered a significant amount of time considering his options. He recalled Isol and started walking in her direction. He adjusted his face in order to have a better look at Isol. After staring into her eyes, he yelled furiously at Isol in an effort to convey the impression that she was present. Isol then responded that she had already done so. Chung Myeon inquired as to when it took place, and Isol responded by stating that it occurred while he was assaulting Baek Chun. After a brief period of silence, Chung Myeon approached Isol with a question regarding whether or not she had witnessed what he had done to Baek Chun. Isol stated that it had been some time. Isol confronted Chung Myeon with a grave expression on her face and then inquired as to whether or not Chung Myeon intended to murder her. Chung Myeon stared deeply into her eyes as he assured her that he would never do something like that and that it would be too much responsibility for him. Isol noticed that Chung Myeon was staring into her head, so she made it a point to inquire as to the reason for Chung Myeon's behavior. Then, Chung Myeon responded by saying that he was merely wondering, whereon Isol he would beat her so that she would forget everything that she had seen. Isol was the one who asked the question. Isol informed him straight away that she had unexpectedly forgotten everything she had been instructed. Chung Myeon inquired of her about whether or not that was accurate, but Isol insisted that she had, in fact, forgotten all about it. Even when he resumed his conversation with himself, Chung Myeon maintained his gaze on the target. He believed that despite Isol's lack of intelligence, she still possessed her natural urge to survive. Isol requested that Chung Myeon instruct her in the aforementioned sword technique because she claimed to have forgotten it. Chung Myeon let out a sigh of exasperation and thought to himself, here we go again. After she has witnessed how he assaulted Baek Chun, it will be difficult for him to continue to behave in an immature manner. Chung Myeon is aware, however, that there is little he can do at this point. After that, he asked Isol the reason why she was attempting to understand it. Isol was hesitant to respond, and when he asked her why, she told him that she couldn't tell him the reason why but that she absolutely needed to master that sword style. Because Chung Myeon believes that it does not appear as though she is simply studying it because the plum blossoms are pretty. He inquires of Isol as to whether or not she truly desires to learn it. The answer is yes, Isol confirms. After giving it some more thought, Chung Mayang revealed to Isol that she had never needed to beg him for it. After all, it was a sword style developed by the Mount Hua sect in the beginning. And if she only has patience, Isol will figure it out in the end. On the other hand, Isol informed him that the Mount Hua sect no longer practices it. Chung Mayang was chatting to himself within his thoughts as he pondered the unbelievable fact that Isol already knew that. It would appear that Isol was cognizant of the fact that the technique he was employing was the Plum Blossom Sword technique. After that, he responded to Isol by stating that she was correct and that the Mount Hua sect currently does not do it. However, once the preparations are complete, it will return in a short amount of time. Preparations? Asked Isol. Chung Mayang is gradually getting up from his seated position. The next thing he did was point his finger at the sky, which at first left Isol bewildered. However, when Chung Mayang began to draw his finger in the air and generate a kai, she recalled the type of kai that he was generating. To her utter astonishment, she reasoned to herself that it must be a sword of the Yu Maiden, the sword style for which she had dedicated the greatest time and effort to practicing over and over again. However, she believed that it was distinct from hers in some way. And it's not just the movements, there's something even more fundamental going on here. She can't help but inquire to Chung Mayang about whether or not that is the sword that Yu Maiden wielded. Isol was still astonished at what Chung Mayang was doing at the time, but Chung Mayang went ahead and verified it. After that, he turned to Isol and inquired as to whether or not she realized what he was up to. But Isol groaned and informed Chung Mayang that she didn't understand a single thing. But she thought that she got what he was trying to get at, and that finding out what she didn't know was her part. And that unless she reached a certain standard, she wouldn't be able to learn it. Isol didn't get a single thing, but she felt that she understood what he was trying to get at. She inquired as to whether Chung Mayang wanted her to continue her current training and further develop her fundamental abilities. Isol may seem dim to Chung Mayang, but in reality, she possesses a good deal of intelligence. She reassured Isol that she was correct but warned her that if she disclosed to anybody else what had transpired there earlier today, he would not instruct her further. Isol affirms that she will not divulge this information to anyone. Chung Mayang complimented her on being a good girl. This causes her to feel some annoyance, and she expresses it to Chung Mayang by pointing out that she is his senior while he is still her junior. Chung Mayang stated that he knew it as he was walking through Isol and touched its head, saying that she was still a good girl. Chung Mayang said this while he was stating that she was still a good lady. Isol is experiencing a mild sense of embarrassment. Chung Mayang walks past Isol and then pauses for a second just to instruct Isol to throw Baek Chun into his room, saying that if they leave him there, Baek Chun will have a stiff neck. After that, Chung Mayang continues walking past Isol. He will now depart from Isol. Isol's mouth formed the term plum blossom while she continued to sit there and have a conversation with her head. She continued to do this for some time. She was suddenly taken back to the time when she was with her father, and in that instant, she vowed to herself that she would one day learn how to use that sword skill again. She had made up her mind that she was going to study it no matter what it took. And because the sun had not yet risen, Chung Mayang arrived back at their dormitory safely. Jo Gul and Yoon Jong, who had been anxiously awaiting his homecoming, were there to welcome him as soon as he walked through the door. Chung Mayang was taken aback by the fact that they were still awake, so he questioned them about whether or not their training was too simple, given that it was so late in the evening. Immediately, Jo Gul denied that it was anything even remotely similar to that. He revealed that their senior Baek Chun had gone missing and that the grand seniors had traveled to that location to look for him. After that, Chung Mayang was perplexed as to why they would return to their room after Baek Chun had vanished. He was also curious as to whether or not their great seniors believed that one of the residents of their dorm would kidnap Baek Chun. Chung Mayang found the idea to be intriguing due to the fact that he had never considered it before. If he had done that, things could have gone much more smoothly than they did. After that, Chung Mayang conveyed to the two that he was insulted by the fact that they were doubting people for no apparent reason. When Yoon Jong heard it, it was like music to his ears because he reasoned that since Chung Mayang had stated that, it was possible that he was not engaged in whatever was going on. In contradiction to this, Chung Mayang stated that the reason why Baek Chun was not present right now was because of him. The two could only grumble to themselves, wondering why Chung Mayang would feel insulted since he was the one who had caused the problem in the first place. Yoon Jong then made an assumption in his head and asked Chung Mayang whether he really did what he thought he did. But Chung Mayang simply responded that the answer depended on what he was thinking about at the time. Yoon Jong then made an assumption in his mind and asked Chung Mayang if he actually did what he thought he did. At this moment, Yoon-jong has a strong desire to ignore reality. Yoon-jong smiled and questioned as he stuttered whether Chung Mayong had beaten up Baek-chun or whether they had gotten into a fight because he had punched him first. Yoon-jong's question was followed by a stutter. After that, Chung Mayong informed them that he was no longer a child, which gave Yoon-jong reason to believe that Chung Mayong had not engaged in any criminal activity. However, when Chung Mayong explained that he did not only assault Baek-chun by beating him up, his hope evaporated like a sheet of paper and crumbled into ashes. He pulverized him with his beatings. Yoon-jong's expression changed as a result of what he heard. Nevertheless, before he recognized what Chung Mayong had said, he appeared as though he had vanished from the face of the earth. He simply wishes to vanish at this very moment. In and around the Mount Hua sect, one will be able to hear the voice of Yoon-jong. He was ranting at Chung Mayong, telling him how insane he was and that there was a limit to how psychotic he could be. Chung Mayong was not understanding what he was saying. He held Chung Mayong to his dress and faced him as he asked Chung Mayong whether he realized how grave an infraction it was to disrespect his senior. But Chung Mayong cut off what Yoon-jong was saying. Chung Mayong then instructed Yoon-jong to get lost. After that, Chung Mayong questioned Yoon-jong about whether or not he believed that he was insane. He assured him that he had handled it in such a way that there would be no negative consequences, that he didn't need to be concerned about it, and that he could relax about it if he understood what was going on. Despite the fact that he knew the truth, Yoon-jong would weep and insist to himself that Chung Mayong was the one responsible. He shoved his hands in his face and told Chung Mayong that even if he was mad, he ought to have some moderation in his behavior. He then asked Chung Mayong how he could beat up his senior. A human being is expected to respect certain fundamental limits and limitations. Jo-gul, who was also crying, expressed his displeasure to Yoon-jong on the fact that Chung Mayong had maintained such boundaries from the very beginning. Joon-young expressed his curiosity to Chung Mayong by inquiring about what their senior, Baek-chun, had to say, but he has a feeling that their senior can't talk just yet. Chung Mayong stopped moving, fixed his gaze on them, and then revealed that Baek-chun had requested that he make him more powerful. This boggles Yoon-jong's mind and takes him by surprise. He queried Chung Mayong on the matter. He turned to Jo-gul and asked him if he understood what had just been said. Jo-gul gave him a puzzled look before telling him that if he viewed it that way, it wasn't like it didn't make sense, and said that they were the same. Jo-gul scratched his head. In response, Yoon-jong stated that Baek-chun is, in fact, still their senior and that the three of them are senior brothers. That causes complete silence from all of them. He then turned around and questioned Chung Mayong about whether or not he concurred and what he might add. Chung Mayong revealed to them that this was not the case and that he had simply beaten him up with a neutral expression on his face. In a moment of shock, Yoon-jong and Jo-gul questioned him with the question, why? The reason for this is that he did not feel as though he had been appeased, so he continued to pound him until he did. They are startled once more as a result of it. Chung Mayong got up and started walking while telling them not to worry about insignificant matters and to get some rest instead. When they wake up, they will be able to comprehend it. He lets them know that he is going to leave. He gets up and starts walking before leaving. Both Yoon-jong and Jo-gul have not yet recovered from their astonishment. While they were watching Chung Mayong leave, they began talking to one another. Is it possible that Baek-chun was defeated by him? He inquired of Jo-gul, as he genuinely could not believe what he was hearing. Surely he was joking, right? It is said once again by Yoon-jong. After that, Jo-gul shared with him that if there was one thing he had learned about Chung Mayong, it was that he neither lied nor was crazy. What an amazing realization it is to make about him. Even Senior has been subdued by his tremendous madness. Yoon-jong finds it difficult to realize precisely how advanced the Mount Hua sect has become. The Mount Hua sect was having a lovely morning. The sun had risen, and the birds in the sky were singing joyfully as they flew. Between the two events, Yoon-jong and Jo-gul have awoken and can be seen standing in front of the gate. They are sitting back and waiting for other seniors to launch an assault on them. Yoon-jong is internally chatting with himself, curious as to the whereabouts of the other seniors. It seems like it should be about time for them to come and torment them, doesn't it? Chung Mayong was suddenly reminded of Yoon-jong, and he recalled the things that he had said about the situation the day before, including that he had taken care of it so that Yoon-jong would not have to worry about it and that there would be any ramifications. He wasn't sure what Chung Mayong took care of, but he figured everything might be fixed at this point, even though he didn't know what it was. He wondered whether Chung Mayong was serious. He had no idea that confronting your elders with physical force as a means of resolving conflicts with them might be effective. Jo-gul mentioned to Yoon-jong that day that there was an unusually low level of noise. He inquired as to whether or not that meant that Chung Mayong had actually prevailed over senior Baek-chun. Yoon-jong then responded that there was no way Chung Mayong would lie because if that were not the case, then it wouldn't be so quiet. Then Yunjong continued, "It would not be that quiet. If this is the case, we can deduce that Chung Myung is more powerful than Beek Chun, his senior." Yunjong then responded in an irritated manner, wondering why he continued to ask that question. He inquired about Zhou Gul. "Doesn't it go without saying?" Zhou Gul inquired once more about the potential behavior of Chang Myung if he were to face off against the Southern Edge sect. Zhou Gul continued talking and questioned Yunjong if he didn't think that Chung Myung would win even if he was up against them, because not only had Chung Myung defeated Senior Beek Chun, but he defeated him in a one-sided manner. Yunjong glanced at Zhou Gul, but he did not respond. Zhou Gul continued talking. Yunjong responded with a worried expression and stated that if Chung Myung participated in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference this time around, then, before Yunjong could finish his sentence, Zhou Gul spoke, asking what would change simply because Chung Myung won against them. Yunjong's response was received with a worried face. Wouldn't that make a difference? According to Yunjong, the presence of a martial master in a sect is certainly something that should be appreciated. However, he believes that Jianghu is not a location in which the presence of a single martial arts master would make a significant impact. He is confident that they would achieve some level of notoriety if this were to occur, but he also believes that the Mount Hua sect would be doomed to fail once more the moment Chung Myung vanished from the scene. Zhou Gul seemed to be paying close attention to Yunjong. If they are serious about reviving the Mount Hua sect, then they cannot simply rely on Chung Myung. Rather, they need to focus on improving their own strength as well. Yunjong questioned Zhou Gul on his belief that the true resuscitation of the Hua sect would not occur until all of its disciples were treated with equal respect and no one was able to look down on any of them. This time, Zhou Gul was pondering to himself, and then he confirmed to Yunjong that he was correct. Yunjong then gave him a grin and stated that, just as he had said to him, he was curious about the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conferences as well, and that he was certain that things would change when they took place. Zhou Gul inquired of Yunjong regarding the significance of his statement. Yunjong shared with him that it was likely that Chung Myung would end up being the hero who would bring about the transformation of the Mount Hua sect, or he could become a tyrant and dominate the small Mount Hua sect. Either way, this is a possibility. Suddenly, when Yunjong and Zhou Gul were deep in conversation, they heard the voice of Chung Myung yelling and screaming in a frenzied manner. In addition to that, they are able to make out the voice of Isol. Isol is being ordered to get lost by Chung Myung, who has previously informed her that there is nothing he can teach her. The Yu Maiden's sword Isol yelled that she was attacking Chung Myung at the same time that Chung Myung was fleeing from her. He instructed Isol to approach Grand Senior Ungum and inquire about the possibility of him instructing her. But Isol persisted in pursuing him while informing him that the swords of the Yu Maiden are a woman's sword skill, and that Ungum does not have any knowledge regarding that topic. When Chung Myung started to get irritated, he questioned Isol if he was a woman and whether she thought he looked like a woman. Isol disregarded all that Chung Myung had to say and insisted that she was the one who needed to learn from Chung Myung. Chung Myung was pondering how he had come to know such an individual. Yunjong and Zhou Gul were looking on while Chung Myung and Isol were having that interaction in front of them. Zhou Gul couldn't help but wonder if Senior Isol was always this talkative. Yunjong chose not to answer and instead advised Zhou Gul that they should simply continue with their morning workout. Beek Chun and Beek Sang observed Chung Myung and Isol chase each other while they were relatively close to one another. Isol is being warned by Chung Myung to keep her distance from him. Beek Sang questioned Beek Chun about whether or not he was indeed planning to leave them alone. He stated that it appears like Chung Myung did not reflect at all, and he asked whether or not it would be more appropriate for them to discipline Chung Myung a little bit instead. Beek Chun did nothing but quietly watch them, and then he asked Beek Sang how someone like him could have the intestinal fortitude to punish Chung Myung. Beek Sang is taken aback and acts as though he did not hear Beek Chun speaking. The fact that Beek Chun ordered him to forget about it caused Beek Sang to be perplexed. In his internal monologue, Beek Chun explained that he was unable to inform Beek Sang that Chung Myung had assaulted him, and when he touched the side of his body, he could feel the pain that he had experienced as a result of the assault. And he thinks that the more he thinks about it, the more silly it appears, and how could Chung Myung beat someone up so brutally but leave no external wounds? He is confused by this. Beek Sang inquired as to the reason behind his sudden warning to them not to interfere with the third-class disciples, and he responded by telling Beek Chun that he really did not comprehend what it was that he was attempting to accomplish. However, in Beek Chun's head, he doesn't really care what he wants to accomplish. All he wants is to stop getting beaten up anymore. He informed Beek Sang that there isn't much time left until the conferences at Mount Hua and Southern Edge. He merely came to the conclusion that he was far too myopic for a period of time such as that. Deek Sang gazed at him in a bewildered manner. Deek Chun proceeded by stating that although they are able to subdue disciples of the third class at any time, the Mount Hua and Southern Edge meeting is an important event that takes place only once each year. Although the internal issues of the Mount Hua sect are significant, the external affairs that have an impact on the sect's reputation are also quite significant. When he thought about what the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conferences represented, he came to the conclusion that they needed to focus absolutely everything they had on this one item and disregard everything else that was going on. Beek Sang shared the same viewpoint as his brother. According to Beek Chun, the Southern Edge rather than the third-class disciples is their primary adversary. He inquired as to whether or not Beek Sang had forgotten the reason why they had gone for the isolated training in the first place. According to Beek Sang, his brother was correct. He believes that for a little moment there, he completely lost his mind. But Beek Chun told himself that he was the one who lost his mind, but in any case, he was delighted that Beek Sang believed in his statements because he had nothing to say if Beek Sang told him that he was the one who began it all. But why is he being nice now? He expressed gratitude to Beek Sang for his understanding. After that, Beek Chun conveyed to Beek Sang that they should deal with the third-class disciples at a later time and instead focus their prayers on ensuring that they would have a successful performance at the Mount Hua sect and Southern Edge conference. He then gave the command to Beek Sang to communicate to the remaining second-class disciples that they should conduct one final evaluation of their martial arts and think deeply about them. Beek Sang obediently departed in order to fulfill Beek Chun's request as soon as he was given the command to do so by Beek Chun. While keeping his eyes closed, Beek Chun let out a long sigh. He then opened them once more to look at something, and as he was doing so, he had the notion that once the conference was over, they would not even worry about things such as the behavior of the third-class followers since by that time, they would have witnessed an unbelievable event. He was confident in this. He continued his thought by noting that they would not be the only ones astonished by what happened when he was looking at Chung Myung, who was being chased by Isol. The Southern Edge sect would be more astonished than they would be, according to Beek Chun's expectations. With a determined expression on his face, Beek Chun made up his mind that he was going to carry out the responsibilities that were assigned to him. Beek Chun has had the objective of demonstrating his worth in the Mount Hua and the Southern Edge meeting for the past 2,000 years, despite the fact that Chung Myung caused his plans to deviate slightly from their original course. Furthermore, if Beek Chun considers the people who will take part in it this time around, he realizes that he does not have any extra time on his hands. Beek Chun clenched his fist, turned his back, and thought to himself that this time, he would absolutely demonstrate that he was worthy of his reputation. Inside the pavilion that belonged to the leader of the sect, Ungum was having a conversation with the sect leader, telling him that today was the day that members of the Southern Edge sect would arrive. While Hyeon-jong was pouring the tea, he asked Ungum whether all of the preparations were ready. Ungum responded in the affirmative and added that there had been no problems whatsoever in the preparations to receive the Southern Edge sect as guests. When he looked down at the tea he had just poured, Hyeon-jong had the idea that in comparison to the times in the past when they had little food and the training site was in disrepair, it appeared that they would be spared the humiliation of experiencing that situation this time around. Out of the blue, Hyeon-jong revealed to Ungum that the more he reflected on it, the more thankful he felt to Chung Myung, who had assisted them, and that this gratitude was growing. Ungum can't help but crack a grin as he hears the leader of his sect laud Chung Myung's accomplishments. The conversation then moved on to Hyeon-jong inquiring about the flavor of the tea, to which Ungum responded with a grin that it had taken on a fuller flavor at this point. Because the tea leaves have been dried for such a long time, Ungum explained that he had the impression that the beverage would have a more delicate flavor. It is thought that plum blossom leaves that have been dried properly truly have a greater taste. But Hyeon-jong cut him off in the middle of his explanation and interrupted him. He explained that it was something that people only became aware of after tens of years had passed since they had dried them. Ungum was left wondering what Hyeon-jong was referring to after he continued by saying that it was the same for the Mount Hua sect. Hyeon-jong continued by saying that all he did was keep the sect operating, despite the fact that he talked about how he wanted to restore it to its former glory. The reality is that it was difficult even just to maintain it operating on a daily basis, and as he kept enduring all of the challenges, a shift for the better has finally occurred. Hyeon-jong also revealed that there were instances in which it was more effective to simply wait it out and maintain one's position than it was to devise complex plans in order to solve problems. At that very instant, Ungum had the epiphany that they were not the only ones who were exhibiting signs of improvement. Sometimes he gets the impression that the leader of the sect thinks that they've already reached their full potential, but he knows that people are designed to grow, and develop right up until the day they pass away. Taking into account that the head of the sect follows the Taoist path, Ungum was confident that Haiyan would also strive to become a better person right up until the moment he passed away. This caused Ungum to have an even higher regard for Haiyan, leading Ungum to believe that Haiyan was a genuinely trustworthy sect leader. Then, with a grin on his face, Ungum communicated to Haiyan that the Mount Hua cult was in need of its leader in order to regain its previous splendor. Then Haiyan responded by saying that so long as that was taking place, everything was going to be fine. However, he added that even if that was occurring, it was not achieved by his efforts. Ungum was perplexed as to why Haiyan was stating that it was not because of his efforts. He explained that it was all because of the hard work of their disciples. After setting his teacup down, Haiyan proceeded to explain that he was someone who was aware of the areas in which he was deficient. Haiyan revealed to Ungum that he would not currently be the leader of the Mount Hua sect if the Mount Hua sect had not seen a fall. If not for the fact that his senior brothers had abandoned the Mount Hua sect, he would have spent his days studying the Taoist canonical texts. Ungum then explained to Haiyan that the individuals in question had already disqualified themselves from contention for the position of sect head by abandoning the Mount Hua sect. Haiyan was overjoyed to learn from Ungum that he was recognized as the genuine leader of the Mount Hua sect. This news brought Haiyan a great deal of satisfaction. After that, Haiyan inquired about the second-class disciple Ungum, who replied that they had recently finished their training and were now relaxing. Haiyan then questioned Ungum about what was going on with the second-class disciples. After that, Ungum confided in Haiyan his concerns and admitted that, truth be told, he was feeling a little anxious about the situation. Hearing that, Haiyan already understood what Ungum was afraid of, so he questioned Ungum if he thought that the second-class disciples would not triumph against the Southern Edge sect. Ungum responded by saying that he did not believe it would happen. Ungum responded by saying that he, too, wanted to believe in them, but given what they already knew, it was possible that they might not win. After that, Haiyan inquired of Ungum concerning the third-class disciples. He said that, as they were all aware, the disciples of the third class would also be taking part in the conference. For this reason, he was also inquiring about how the third-class disciples' preparations were doing. Ungum was at a loss for words and could only respond that it appeared as though they were putting in a lot of work. He could not bring himself to explain what he observed. It involved much more than merely putting in a lot of effort and training. After that, he continued by saying that they had only recently joined the group, so he had reason to doubt them. Haiyan questioned Ungum about what he would do if there was a mountain in front of his eyes, and he was told that he had no choice but to move through the obstacle. If there was another route, he could go around the mountain, and if there was time, he could rest as he attempted to climb the mountain. However, Haiyan was explaining that Ungum was out of alternatives and that the mountain had to be traversed in order to complete the mission. Ungum responded by saying that he believed that he would not be able to cross it and then inquired if there was any way that he could just get around the mountain the next time. After that, Haiyan remarked that the conference was, at its core, an opportunity for discussion. It did not really matter if you won or lost. What did matter, as Haiyan said to Ungum, was who was able to benefit the most from this experience and grow the most as a result of it. After giving it considerable consideration, Ungum came to the conclusion that Haiyan was correct. When Haiyan saw that, he smiled and reminded Ungum that the Southern Edge sect were guests who had traveled a long way, so he needed to make sure that they received them well. Ungum said that he would keep that in mind, and Haiyan continued to smile as he watched. Ungum then stated confidently that because Elder H. Wang of the Yuha Merchant Guild had decided to help them out, there shouldn't be any difficulty. He was simply worried that the Southern Edge sect would find fault in this meeting. After that, Haiyan took a sip of his tea and encouraged Ungum not to worry about what had just occurred since he was certain that everything would go off without a hitch. Ungum bid goodbye to Haiyan and said that if that was the case, then he would do one last check on everything. Haiyan, who was left alone by Ungum, was still enjoying his tea and was deeply thinking that winning or losing was not important. He felt ashamed at the thought that, as a Taoist, he lied so blatantly like it was nothing. And if there was a difference between now and the past, it would be that they have the 7 Plum Blossom sword technique records. But it would probably be close to impossible to bring back the old glory of the Mount Hua sect with just it. He holds tight to his cup of tea and thinks that if only they had the Plum Blossom sword technique. And then he sighs and asks their predecessors to watch over the Mount Hua sect. In the meantime, life continues to move quickly for the residents of the Huam Prefecture. Jin Jumryong and his fellow second-class disciple of Southern Edge sect member Zhang Xiuhan have now arrived in Huam Prefecture. Zhang Xiuhan questioned Jin Jumryong over the authenticity of the Mount Hua sect status as one of the 10 great sects in the past. This was due to the fact that a location in their neighborhood that was once home to one of the 10 great sects appeared to be in disrepair and was far too small. Jin Gemryong explained to Zhang Xiuhan that what he was saying was completely incorrect, and that the only reason a hamlet of that size could have been formed was because the Mount Hua sect that was located there was so powerful in the past. Because it was so effective, they expanded the community to such an extent in order to provide lodging for travelers who came to Mount Hua sect for no other reason than to see it. Zhang Xiuhan's response to what Jin Gemryong informed him was merely a lackluster expression of curiosity. After that, he inquired of Jin Jumryong as to whether or not the Mount Hua sect had reached its lowest point. He stated that he had no idea why they were taking part in that pointless event, nor did he see the purpose of them trading swords with the Mount Hua sect, whose level was plainly quite low. He suggested that perhaps it would be more beneficial for them to just train on their own. Jin Jumryong responded by stating that he was confident that the elders in their sect had something in mind. That was the reason why they needed to do it. Therefore, he needed to be careful about what he was saying. After that, Zhang Xiuhan informed Jumryong that he was already aware of that fact and noticed Songbik standing behind Jumryong. He added that it would be fairly rewarding to avenge that humiliated guy. It was evident that he was plainly referring to Songbik. So he uttered enough for Songbik to hear that he understood that there was actually some sense in the Mount Hua and Southern Edge Conference after all. But after playing with remarks in such a way, he was unable to perceive any reaction from him, which left him feeling dissatisfied in some way. Since he was the one who had caused the significant event, Songbik had been unusually quiet, which annoyed him. After that, Zhang Xiuhan told his senior brother Jumryong that they should pay back the humiliation that they had experienced from the Mount Hua sect for the first time in 100 years, and Jumryong agreed with him. Zhang Xiuhan's statement was met with agreement from Jumryong. Songbik, on the other hand, took in his surroundings and found himself having very different thoughts than his two senior brothers. When he saw Mount Hua, in contrast to the carefree attitude he had when he came there the last time, he was suddenly reminded of Chung Myong. Songbik furrowed his brow as he considered the possibility that they were, in fact, about to enter a tiger's den at this very moment. After that, while at Mount Hua, the members of Southern Edge made the decision to construct a tent and take a rest before continuing their ascent of Mount Hua. One of them was Xiuhan, who had no idea what was going through the minds of the people who belonged to the Mount Hua sect when they made the decision to construct a Taoist hall in such a setting. Jumryong explained to Xiuhan that Taoists, in general, strive to be situated away from the mundane world in order to be closer to nature. Despite the fact that it was not necessary to answer Xiuhan's question because all he was doing was whining, Jumryong did so nonetheless. Jumryong proceeded by saying that it was natural to select a location that was not simple for people to go to in order to study the Taoist writings and to know oneself in peace without any interference from the outside world. Jumryong was referring to the fact that the location should be difficult to get. Then, as Xiuhan's sweat ran down his face from the heat, he answered, "It has nothing to do with the Mount Hua sect since half of them are not even Taoists." Jumryong agreed with what Xiuhan said when he said that he would understand him if he was talking about the Wudang sect rather than the Mount Hua sect. Xiuhan had said this to Jumryong. One by one, exhausted members of the Southern Edge began to voice their criticisms of the Mount Hua sect. They stated that if it was a place that one had to go through so much to get to, it should at least be enjoyable. But they could assume that they were probably just going to give them vegetables and put them to sleep in some rundown pavilion. The other person sighed and remarked that he already did not anticipate the Mount Hua sect to provide them with any decent meals. He simply hoped that they could sleep peacefully. After that, he relayed to his eldest senior brother, Jumryong, that it was about time to discontinue having that pointless meeting. They were merely suffering by coming so far. Jumryong smiled a reassuring grin and told them that he was aware of their discontent but that they needed to take a deep breath and calm down a little bit. They ought to have been aware of the higher-ups' feelings about the Mount Hua sect already. The latter then responded that he, too, could not see why the former were so fixated on a martial arts subculture that was on the verge of disappearance. Jumryong responded that it was only in case the Mount Hua sect had some type of hidden power, which caused the other man to chuckle at the words hidden power. He stated that if this were the case, then they would have already returned to the status that they had been at previously. After that, he questioned them on whether or not they were stating that they simply chose not to do that and that the area remained in ruins for about 100 years. The man proceeded while maintaining a mocking grin on his face, stating that all schools of martial arts had a time when they were thriving, but what was essential was where they were at in the present moment. The others who overheard that comment concurred with it and immediately began discussing it among themselves, saying various things that were intended to belittle the Mount Hua sect as much as possible. On the other side, Songbik, who was present during all of that discussion, was unable to concur, and suggested that they should avoid underestimating them to an excessive degree. He cautioned them that all it would take was one mistake for them to be embarrassed in front of everyone. After that, there was a brief period of stillness, but Siohen broke it by laughing, making fun of Songbik, and asking whether or not Songbik was referring to himself in his comments. He reassured Songbik not to be concerned, and Siohen stated that, in contrast to what he had done, they would not engage in any activity that would make the Mount Hua sect appear more favorable. Songbik clarified that he was simply stating that they should not let their guard down. But Siohen reacted that it would not matter even if they did let their guard down because they are just that Mount Hua sect. Songbik sighed and admitted that he had given up trying to convince them. He gave them permission to act in whatever manner they saw fit, but he cautioned them one more time that if they became careless, they would have to pay the consequences. At that moment, an elderly guy with a wound on his face intervened in their discussion and stated that Songbik was correct. It was an elderly member of the Southern Edge sect named Sima Seung. Sima Seung inquired of them as to whether or not they had already forgotten about the incident that occurred with the Yunha Merchant Guild. Jumryong then responded, speaking on behalf of all of the other disciples present, stating that none of them had forgotten. The conversation then continued, with Sima Seung stating that they were embarrassed because of a martial arts sect that was very close to extinction. He explained to them that the leader of their religious group was furious about it. Songbik, who was connected to the incident in some way, experienced feelings of remorse. Sima Seung informed them that the humiliation caused by the one occurrence was more than sufficient for them. They cannot possibly compete with a third-rate martial arts sect like the Mount Hua sect if their goal is to become the best in the world. Sima Seung then announced that the leader of their sect would like to completely sever their connection with them through the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conferences this time around. He warned them that he would never forgive them if they ever let their guard down for even a second and allowed themselves to be humiliated by the Mount Hua cult. Songbik, who had previously been subjected to similar humiliation, got the impression that the statements were directed specifically at him despite the fact that they were not. Sima Seung proceeded by stating that anybody who stands on the battlefield is obligated to do everything in their power to ensure that they do not have any regrets, just as lions give their hunts for rabbits their complete attention and energy. Sima Seung moved in front of them while keeping a wary check on them with his piercing eyes. He then proceeded to explain to them that the objective of their mission was not merely to win the conference against the Mount Hua sect but also to crush the spirit of their opponents. He advised the disciples that they ought to keep this in mind, and the disciples unanimously responded that they would. They traveled for a while before arriving at their destination, which was the Mount Hua sect. Xianha, who was standing next to Gemryong, appeared to be exhausted as she saw the gate of the Mount Hua sect and inquired as to why it was in such good condition. Jumryong, who was also looking at the gate, got the impression that he was aware of the fact that the Yunha Merchant Guild had made an investment in the Mount Hua sect, yet it had only been a short while since this development had taken place. Jumryong was adamant that it was impossible for the Mount Hua sect to have overcome their financial difficulties and reconstructed the gate he was observing at this very moment in such a short amount of time. He refused to believe it. Sima Seung stepped up and made a remark to the effect that it appeared as though the Mount Hua sect had successfully extorted a modest amount from someone in order to repair the main gate because it was the first thing that people saw. They were reassured by Sima Seung that there was no need to be concerned since even if they rebuilt the main gate, it would not fundamentally alter who they were. From their point of view, what the Mount Hua cult had done was something that was completely pointless. When the gate finally opened, it revealed Hyun Sang, who respectfully greeted whoever was at the southern edge. Sima Seung, however, overlooked it and instead inquired as to the reason why the leader of the Mount Hua sect was not present to greet them. This made Hyun Sang irritated, but he made sure not to show it to anyone else. Instead, in an effort to regain his composure, he exhaled slowly and then invited them inside to share a meal with him. He informed them that they had planned a reception meal for all of the disciples who had joined the Southern Edge cult. Sima Seung laughed and made fun of the notion that the members of the Mount Hua sect must view the conference as an opportunity to have fun and eat. After that, Hyan Sang calmly said that it was certainly not the case, as if he were allowing what Sima Seung said to come out of his ears. After that, Sima Seung instructed Hyan Sang to lead the route and informed him that he would first need to consult with the head of the sect. Sima Seung had the notion, as he was walking, that someone may ask how much funding they had received, yet it was evident that the interior of the Mount Huey sect must be in poor shape given that they had done things like renovating the main gate. Sima Seung continued to think about this as he continued to walk. On the other hand, he was taken aback when he realized that the terrain he was walking on was not a sand training area, as he had previously believed. After that, he proceeded to look around and noticed that everything, including the state of the buildings, was in much better shape than it had been previously. When this occurred, Sima Seung pondered if, or perhaps, the Mount Hua sect simply had not reconstructed their front entrance. When Hyan Sang saw how angry Sima Seung was glancing around the Mount Hua sect, he grinned to himself and then proceeded to smirk. After that, Sima Seung commented that he could tell that a great deal of progress had been made there. After that, he inquired as to whether or not the Mount Hua sect possessed such a large sum of money to effect such a shift, and he stated that he had doubts that this group, who view themselves as a respectable sect, would turn to steal. Hyan Sang, who was listening to what was being said, eventually lost his ability to control himself and yelled at Sima Seung, telling him that he could not refer to them as thieves. At that very moment, Hyan Sang's protest was interrupted by a voice. Chung Myung was the one who felt irritated as a result of what he had heard. It was a pile of rubbish, in his opinion, and he told Sima Seung to just give up and die. After that, there was complete quiet, and the only thing that anybody could hear was the tired voice of the third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect. After processing the things he had just heard, Sima Seung immediately felt very angry and asked Chung Myung what it was that he had said. Chung Myung then pretended not to understand what Sima Seung's inquiry was getting at by acting as if he had no idea what it meant. As a result, as Sima Seung questioned him once again, he turned around and glanced at Zhou Gul, who was breathing heavily from tiredness as if there were no more days to come. Chung Myung started a conversation with Zhou Gul, who was still not in his right mind, by asking him how he could wish to relax when he had not run that much. Zhou Gul did not respond to this question. Chung Myung continued the talk. Chung Myung kicked Zhou Gul and instructed him to stop talking nonsense and start running the right way. Zhou Gul had not said anything of the sort, and Chung Myung had told him to stop talking nonsense. Chung Myung beamed at Sima Seung, turned around, and gazed at him once more before commenting that it appeared as though Sima Seung had heard something embarrassing. Chung Myung's actions enraged Sima Seung, who understood the truth about the situation. Sima Seung was about to reprimand Chung Myung when Jumryong intervened and urged him to calm down first. He stated that getting into an argument with a child would accomplish nothing positive in the long run. After that, Jumryong turned his attention to Chung Myung and questioned the latter about his name. Chung Myung inquired of Jumryong while pointing at himself and asking if he was talking about him. After that, Chung Myung stated that even if he told him, it was not likely that he would recognize him. Even if he did so, a sneer appeared on Jumryong's face, and he insisted that Chung Myung tell him his name. Jumryong was taken aback when Chung Myung finally declared his name. That was clearly the name of the Mount Hua sect's pupil, who ruined the reputation of the Southern Edge sect, and Jumryong recognized it immediately. Jumryong was surprised to see that the man was a lot younger than he had anticipated. Jumryong could not believe that their commercial relationships with the top 10 companies in Shaanxi had been taken by a child of a young age who was currently scratching his ears. It was ridiculous. Jumryong continued by stating that it seemed as though Chung Myung had not acquired any manners whatsoever. Chung Myung puffed earwax onto his finger while Jumryong continued to speak, but he paid no attention to what Jumryong had to say. After that, he inquired of Jumryong what it was that he had spoken. He explained to him that he was unable to hear him because of the great distance between them, and then he requested that Jumryong go closer to them so that he could hear them. This took Jumryong by surprise because he had never anticipated being handled in such a manner. Jumryong questioned whether what he had heard was accurate by asking Chung Myung to repeat what he had just said. In response, Chung Myung insisted that Jumryong get closer to him while also suggesting that Jumryong might have a hearing problem. Jumryong's irritation level skyrocketed as he took in this information while glancing at Chung Myung's face. Jumryong couldn't understand how Chung Myung could have so much self-assurance to behave in such an arrogant manner. He had the opinion that Chung Myung was not nearly as skilled in martial arts as he appeared to be if it were true that he had been thrown to the ground and had vomited blood when competing against Lee Songbik. Jumryong was irritated by Chung Myung's attitude toward him because, despite the fact that Chung Myung was weak, he maintained such an attitude toward him. Despite the fact that he was irritated, Jumryong did not let it show on his face as he inquired of Chung Mayong about his status as a third-class disciple. Jumryong grinned and remarked that if such was the case, then it meant that Chung Mayong was someone who was similar to a senior to him. This was in response to the fact that Chung Mayong did not dispute the rumor. After that, he inquired of Chung Mayong whether or not he believed that it was inappropriate for him to issue commands to him in light of the new information. Chung Mayong was advised by Jumryong that he would be aware of that fact if even the tiniest amount of manners existed in him. Then, Chung Mayong reflected on it and stated that he believed it to be true. He was in total agreement with him. On the other hand, he stated that if such were the case, in his opinion, it is more courteous to command a senior such as himself as opposed to an elder of the Southern Edge sect directing their sect leader. It was at that moment that Jumryong turned into a person who was fully irritated, and he thought that contrary to what he wanted to do, he recognized that what he had said had been used to attack their senior instead of what he wanted to achieve. Still irritated by the fact that Chung Mayong had managed to trip him up over his words by leading the conversation without saying anything, Jumryong clenched his hand over his fist and tightened it as he thought. He was prepared to lash out at Chung Mayong for making fun of him and was about to do so when his more experienced brother Sima Seung intervened and stopped him in his tracks. The conversation then turned to Chung Mayong, and Sima Seung made a remark about him by stating that he certainly is a man of many words. After that, he assured Chung Mayong that he wouldn't hold him responsible for his rudeness since he could tell that Chung Mayong had done what he had done out of love for the head of his sect. However, he also stated that Chung Mayong's rudeness was not the same as his own, and he subsequently inquired of Chung Mayong as to whether or not he knew the reason why. Chung Mayong responded by saying that he did not know, and then Sima Seung explained to him that it was due to power. He explained that it was only impolite once it was brought to their attention. If no one draws attention to it, then it is just idle chatter, and the authority to draw attention to things comes from those in positions of power. Sima Seung gradually tightened his fist and continued by saying that while it is rude to be rude when one does not have power, it is not rude for him to be unpleasant because he has power. Chung Mayong did not say anything but remained silent and paid attention to Sima Seung. After that, Sima Seung let out a snicker and told Chung Mayong that in order for him to learn manners, the first thing he needed to do was learn how to control his tongue. After that, he gave Chung Mayong a chilly gaze and told him that despite the fact that youthful arrogance is often overlooked, it would eventually be the thing that causes him to lose his mind. Sima Seung then stopped talking to Chung Mayong, began walking, and urged Hyan Sang, who had been quiet since earlier, to come and guide them again, to which Hyan Sang agreed with a troubled heart. Sima Seung then continued walking. Chung Mayong then stopped talking to Sima Seung. Sima Seung then stopped talking to Chung Mayong. Chung Mayong was able to witness Songbik saluting him by bending his head ever so slightly when the members of the Southern Edge sect entered the building. This was greeted by Chung Mayong with a cheery smile. After that, he let out a long breath as he believed that he was already upset since those thieving bastards came to their sect. But they even dared to disrespect their sect leader in such a manner. After that, Chung Mayong gave a disapproving glance in the direction that Sima Seung was walking in. He continued to talk to himself in his head. He wanted to let things proceed calmly, but he recognized that those Southern Edge punks wanted to turn everything upside down from the start. He wanted to let things proceed peacefully. Immediately after that, Joe Gull yelled at Chung Mayong, demanding to know if he was insane and what, specifically, he was attempting to achieve. By stating and restating the fact that the person with whom Chung Mayong had a conversation was an elder of the Southern Edge sect, Joe Gull hoped to convey to Chung Mayong the severity of the consequences that would result from what he had done. Chung Mayong, on the other hand, did not give a hoot and kicked Joe Gull in the shin, which resulted in an excruciating amount of pain for Joe Gull and prompted him to let out a cry of agony. Chung Mayong then drew the attention of all of the third-class disciples and asked them whether they had observed what had transpired. After receiving their responses, he went on to explain who could hold back after seeing what had occurred. The following statement was made by one of the disciples: "We also don't want to hold ourselves back, but it's not like there's anything that we can do." Chung Mayong gave them a solemn expression before speaking to them and requesting that they pay close attention to what he had to say. He made an ominous gesture toward the Southern Edge sect and spoke in a hushed tone while pointing at them. He warned them that if they ever lost to these people, they would meet their end at his hands. When they heard that, the faces of the disciples in the third-class level turned pale with horror. On the other hand, Chung Mayong had not yet reached the end of what he had to say. Chung Mayong proceeded by saying that it does not bother him if they are defeated somewhere else. Even if he were to die, he would not want them to lose to the Southern Edge sect. He warned them to brace themselves for whatever was in store for those who were responsible for making him see things he did not want to see. Once more, the disciple stepped up and spoke on behalf of all the third-class disciples, saying that they lacked the courage to win. Chung Myung's irritation at hearing that prompted him to inquire as to the nature of the confidence they were referencing. He informed them that if they are confident enough to lose, then they are probably confident enough to die. Chung Myung threatened them by displaying his arm, which was covered with veins that were protruding from the skin, warning them that he would murder them in the same manner if they tried to lose. During that time, Seohan came to a complete stop and turned around to look in the direction Chung Myung was facing. After that, Jumryong approached him from behind and inquired if he was concerned about Chung Myung. Seohan said that it was more like he was shocked by what Chung Myung did and commented that Chung Myung did not even know his place. Then, Jumryong responded while also looking at Chung Myung to tell him to just let him alone. After all, making a huge fuss without knowing their place is a privilege that is only afforded to those who are weak. Jumryong continued by saying that a child who is unaware of how dangerous the world is will undoubtedly behave in an irresponsible manner. Jumryong assuaged Seohan's concerns by assuring her that there was no reason to feel disheartened because they will eventually have the opportunity to punish Chung Myung. The next thing that came out of Seohan's mouth was that he expressed a desire to find out whether or not Chung Myung's mouth could still pour garbage after it was dismantled. Jumryong laughed at Seohan's assertion and informed him that, as an orthodox martial artist, he had no right to make such a statement. Seohan shot back that they were the ones who started the conflict with them first, and Jumryong concurred with this assessment. Jumryong echoed what Seohan had said and stated that the Mount Hua sect was the first to start a war, but the side that currently holds the power is the side that is telling the truth. He went on to say that in the end, martial artists speak with their swords, and that it doesn't matter how excellent someone is at talking, it won't make a bit of difference in the outcome of the fight. Jumryong gazed at Chung Myung with a grin on his face, and the notion that the upcoming conference will be an intriguing one crossed his mind. Inside the pavilion that belonged to the sect's leader, Sima Seung was observing Hyan Zhong with a serious expression on his face. In contrast to the manner in which he had carried himself in earlier years, he noticed that Hyan Zhong was sipping his tea with a greater degree of ease. Sima too took a drink of his tea and pondered whether or not Hyan Zhong's relaxed demeanor might be attributed to the amount of money he had. He then turned his attention to his surroundings and noticed that Unem and Ungum were also quietly drinking their tea in peace. After that, he disregarded the thought that he had before and convinced himself that regardless of what it was, there was no way that they could have outdone the Southern Edge sect in any way, shape, or form. He then turned to look at the people sitting to his left and noticed that Hyan Sang and Hyan Young were doing the same thing while quietly sipping their tea. Because of this, Sima Seung became concerned about their lack of a foundational sense of responsibility. Following his consumption of a mouthful of tea from his cup, Sima Seung noisily set the cup down on the table, which prompted the leader of the sect to inquire of Sima Seung regarding the quality of the beverage. Sima Seung made the observation that the tea has a robust aroma that goes well with it, but he soon walked it back by saying that plum blossoms are not exactly his first choice. Because the plum flowers are the emblem of the Mount Hua sect, he is suggesting insinuatingly that he does not approve of the Mount Hua sect by employing the plum blossoms as an analogy. It was impossible for Hyan Zhong to refrain from inquiring about Sima Seung's aversion to the scent of plum blossoms. After that, Sima Seung responded by saying that it was natural for a forest to release a variety of scents. In the location where plums bloom, the only scent in the air is that of plums, including the fragrance of the soil, the smell of the trees, and even the smell of the dew. As he continued, Sima Seung stirred the tea that he held in his palm. The next thing he mentioned was that the perfume of plums is so potent that it drowns out all of the other odors that are in the area. Sima Seung once again slammed the cup down with a resounding thud and explained, as the tea reflected himself, that the world is a place where people are able to achieve harmony while living together, which is why he chose green tea with a light aroma over plum blossoms that disrupt the harmony. He stated that the world is a place where people accomplish harmony while living together. The things that Sima Seung was saying did not sit well with Hyan Sang. He was perplexed as to why Sima Seung would say such a thing, and he also questioned whether or not Sima Seung was making reference to the period of time when the Mount Hua sect was just interested in making money and refused to cooperate with the Southern Edge sect. However, Hyan Sang's thoughts did not progress any farther than that, since Sima Seung informed them that they should abandon the tea chat and move on to the primary subject at hand. He announced that the Southern Edge sect is now debating whether or not this conference should be the final one. This caused Hyun-jong to grimace, but he remained calm and collected as he evaluated the situation, acting as if he had previously anticipated it by asking Sima Seung the reason why the Southern Edge sect was considering holding their final conference. The response from Sima Seung was that it was easy. The reason for this was because the Southern Edge sect did not make any progress in their cultivation by engaging in pointless combat with the Mount Hua sect. They became enraged when they heard the statement come from Sima Seung's mouth. Hyun-young was going to react and yell at Sima Seung, but Hyun-sang stopped him, and the hidden rage in Hyun-sang's eyes was visible simply by taking a quick glance at it. On the other hand, Hyun-jong let out a sigh and then proceeded to explain that the conference was not simply a simple gathering that was for sparring. Rather, it was intended to develop amicable ties between their groups. But Sima Seung swiftly refuted that by stating that they were aware that what they had seen was really a performance because there had never been a time when the two sects were on good terms with one another. Sima Seung showed that he was certain that everyone who was currently present there probably wanted to crush him at that moment by raising both of his hands and directing them towards his right and left. He went on to compare their connection to the Mount Hua sect to broken china, saying that it would take a lot of effort to put the pieces back together, but that the flaws in the porcelain would still be there even if they were successful. After hearing that, Hyun-jong couldn't help but let out a sigh because he was beginning to believe that the Southern Edge sect had abandoned their plans to take part in the conference. It seemed as though they were stating that this time, they wanted to officially put the Mount Hua sect under their feet, which caused Hyun-jong to question whether there would be a greater level of humiliation than that. Unam then rapidly raised his voice to be heard, asking Sima Seung why he was informing them at this time. But Sima Seung just said that they should have done it much earlier. After seeing how angry they were, Sima Seung questioned Unam about whether or not he believed the current Mount Hua sect was strong enough to take on the Southern Edge sect as their adversary. Then, with a sneer on his face, Sima Seung proceeded by saying that they had already done enough for the Mount Hua sect, particularly in light of how well the Southern Edge sect had dealt with them. Unam's tolerance was finally worn thin after hearing that, and he sprang from his seat while yelling at Sima Seung that he was going too far with his comments. Unam felt that Sima Seung was saying too much with his words. Sima Seung then turned to Unam with a solemn expression on his face and inquired as to what he had done to cross the line of appropriate behavior. He went on to explain that they had moved past the grudge that they had in the past and had been of consistent assistance to the Mount Hua sect. Even though the conference has been hosted in the Mount Hua sect since the beginning, they have never once grumbled about it, and in fact, whenever they go there, they bring riches to give to the sect as a show of support. Sima Seung then inquired as to whether or not, with all of that deliberation, they were still planning to place the blame on the Southern Edge sect. Unam was unable to comprehend what Sima Seung was trying to convey, which caused him to scuff his hand against the table while making a fist. He was aware of the reality, which was that the Southern Edge sect planned to make fun of the Mount Hua sect by attending the conference in person to observe how far the Mount Hua sect had fallen and to demonstrate to the other sects that the Southern Edge sect had triumphed over the Mount Hua sect. This was the real reason why the conference was conducted at the Mount Hua sect. The assets that were presented to them under the guise of providing assistance to the Mount Hua sect were actually presented for the sole purpose of rendering it impossible for the Mount Hua sect, which lacked financial resources, to reject them. Although he said nothing, Unam made it clear that he disapproved of Sima Seung by the way he stared at him. After that, he turned his attention to Hyun-jong and concluded that he was certain that the head of the sect considered this to be ridiculous. However, the fact that they are unable to refute any of the evidence even after hearing it all makes them even more irate. Unam resumes glancing at Sima Seung while maintaining an annoyed expression on her face. But Sima Seung didn't give a hoot and informed Hyun-jong that if what he had said was too complicated to comprehend, he would explain it in a way that was much easier to grasp. According to what Sima Seung indicated, once this conference is over, the Mount Hua sect will have to publicly declare that they do not wish for it to take place ever again. Sima Seung stood up from his seat and stated that Hyun-jong should give it a lot of thought if he cared about the disciples of the Mount Hua sect. Sima Seung then left the room. After that, Sima Seung made his way toward the door, but Hyun-jong stopped him and asked him one last question before he could exit the room. He inquired of him whether or not the Southern Edge sect planned to sever all of its ties with other religious communities. Sima Seung came to an abrupt halt before responding that it was not up to him to decide the matter and then leaving the room. The Hyuns and Ums were left in complete silence. Nevertheless, Hyun-young broke the silence with a loud thump of his fist on the table, which caused his tea to bounce off the surface while he yelled about how impolite Sima Seung was. Ungum also shared his thoughts, adding that, despite the fact that he was aware that the Southern Edge sect had always behaved in a malicious manner throughout the conference, This was the first time that they had gone to such extremes. Unum, on the other hand, was unable to comprehend how a simple elder could behave in such a manner in front of their sect leader. As a result, he inquired of Hyeon-jong, the leader of their sect, as to whether or not they should express their unhappiness with the Southern Edge sect directly, but Hyeon-jong just responded that they should ignore it. He said that there are times when words are pointless since there is no use in using them to communicate anything because there is no goal. Hyeon-jong stated, with a grave and sorrowful expression on his face, that although they could tolerate any amount of humiliation, there was something else that bothered him more. He was significantly more concerned about the children. After hearing that, Unum thought about it more sensibly and decided to keep his mouth quiet. Hyeon-jong proceeded by saying that, taking into consideration that Sima Seung had personally informed them of that information, it appears that the conference that is taking place this time will be quite risky. Hyeon-jong let out a worried sigh and continued by saying that he didn't care if he got harmed or humiliated. He just genuinely didn't want to see their disciples suffer. Hyeon-jong continued to worry about the disciples. Unum then gives it a lot of thought and realizes that even though it will be extremely risky, there is no way that we can simply cancel the conference on Mount Hua and Southern Edge. Unum let out a breath of anxiety and continued thinking that if they gave up on the match due to fear before the fight started, then the shame would undoubtedly follow the children for the rest of their lives and it would be impossible for them to overcome it. They were speechless for a time after that, but Ungum eventually revealed to Hyeon-jong that there was more to the story than that. He added that he was certain that the Southern Edge sect intended to use the sparring this time around to clearly display the distance between them and us and that their goal must be to prove that the Mount Hua sect no longer deserved to be termed a reputable sect in the Shaanxi region. His certainty was based on the fact that he was confident that the Southern Edge sect wanted to clearly highlight the gap between them and us. He went on to say that it would be the final blow for their cult, whose reputation had already deteriorated significantly. Hyeon-jong could not help but concur with Ungum's assessment that this was most likely, in fact, their plan, but there was nothing that either of them could do about it. Ungum, however, proclaimed to them that they did not need any special arrangements because they could just win the sparring battle against them as they were more skilled than they were. Ungum pleaded with the leader of the group to have faith in their disciples, who had been toiling away so diligently. Ungum made a fist with his hand and added with a strained smile that their disciples might actually deliver them excellent news. He was referring to the possibility that their disciples had been lying to them. Ungum imagined that he was having a conversation with Chung Myung about how they needed to demonstrate their claim now that the time had come. While this was going on, Chung Myung was barking orders at the third-class disciples at the training grounds and threatening them to run even faster than they already were. These disciples were already running themselves to death. The followers of the Southern Edge sect are currently enjoying a portion of delicious food at the Mount Hua sect dining table in the meantime. Seo-hun shared that they did not anticipate that they would be treated to such an extravagant supper there. Jumryong has expressed his displeasure with the remark. The expression on Jumryong's face stiffened as he was saying that, so Seo-hun told Jumryong that it appeared as though the Mount Hua sect had become quite arrogant, and Jumryong agreed with him. Seo-hun noted that Jumryong's face hardened while he was saying that, but he also mentioned that, in the end, it comes down to whose martial skills are superior to the others. And even if they give the impression that they are succeeding in their endeavor, a martial arts cult that does not teach effective martial arts is nothing more than an empty shell. Jumryong assured him once more that he was correct, but that what he really desired was a win without any flaws. In the midst of making this statement, Gemryong lost his grasp on the chopsticks he was holding due to the extreme level of rage he was experiencing. He stood up at the table and stated that he intended to beat them in every single aspect, whether it be fame, fortune, or martial arts, and that he resented the fact that the fallen Mount Hua sect was even compared to them. He added that he wanted to beat them in every single aspect. This time, Jumryong loses control of his emotions and yells that there is no way that they can be compared to them at all. The expressions on the cheeks of the disciples of the Southern Edge sect indicate that they are perplexed by him. But Jumryong continued talking, and he asked them if they had forgotten about their resolutions and that their generations would make the Southern Edge sect the best sect in the world. Jumryong said this as he continued his monologue. He is now filled with rage and other negative emotions, and he tells them that it enrages him to watch them acting carefree as if they were on vacation. He pushed them to get their act together and not lose sight of the reason they had come to this location in the first place. If they failed to demonstrate to the Mount Hua sect the characteristics of a true follower of the Southern Edge sect, he vowed that he would teach them a lesson even before the elder did. All of the disciples of the Southern Edge rose to their feet and nodded in assent to Jumryong's assertion, stating that they would keep that in mind. During the course of the discussion, there was an abrupt hush that was observed, and everyone there was taken aback when their elder entered the room and began to applaud. He stated that it seemed like Jumryong had already said everything that he wanted to say on his behalf. Thus, he had nothing else to add to what Jumryong had said. Jumryong takes a vow and promises that he will show respect to his elders. As a result, all of the disciples of the Southern Edge sect show respect to their own elders. Jumryong expressed his embarrassment by stating that he would not have made such a remark had he been aware that their more senior members were on their way. However, his more experienced peers concurred with him and stated that it was an excellent speech. He explained that this was the proper attitude for a student of the Southern Edge sect to have, and he told him that he needed to keep doing what he was doing since it wouldn't be enough to win the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conferences on their own. They have to find a way to ensure that nobody in the Mount Hua sect will ever again have the audacity to utter the name of the Southern Edge sects. This causes Jumryong to get perplexed. His elder followed by explaining that when it comes to competitions involving martial arts, not hurting one another is one of the fundamentals, but their spirit is stronger than expected, and even if they are the Southern Edge sect, there is a limit on how much they can tolerate them. Jumryong is startled as a result, but his surprise is quickly replaced with a smile and a sense of anticipation. He questioned their elder to find out if there was a possibility that they could be harmed if they opposed the spirit of the Mount Hua sect. Even if the fight in and of itself is significant, it will be pointless if they allow their own people to get hurt in it. His elder concurred with him and stated that, of course, they would not allow such things to occur, and that, despite the fact that the fight itself is significant, they would not allow such things to occur. Their leader instructed them to pay attention during the battles this time and to take precautions to ensure that none of them were injured. If necessary, they were to break one of their adversaries' arms or legs to accomplish this goal. Jumryong experiences joy as a result of this, and he assures his elder that he will organize things in such a way that they will successfully complete this event. His elder shared with him that he had complete faith in him and would hand over everything to Jumryong. But there was one more he wanted to ask him. Jumryong stated that he was following the orders of his elders. His elder continued by stating that Jumryong was obligated to guarantee that he would treat that naughty individual with the utmost consideration. His elder considers the appearance of Chung Myung at this point in the conversation. Jumryong then inquired of his senior as to whether or not he was referring to the child, Chung Myung. His elder agrees with him, saying that Chung Myung, who is not yet 20 years old, had the audacity to talk and quarrel with him and that he can't tolerate the sight of such a child growing up in the Mount Hua sect. Because of this, they need to stop him in his tracks as soon as possible. Jumryong responded by saying that he would take that into consideration. Jumryong is called Seon Waryong. Seon makes a beeline for Jumryong in a hurry and makes a commitment to their senior leader. Jumryong then introduced Seon to his elder. Although Seon was relatively young, he was believed to be the best of the third-class disciples, and Jumryong told his elder that Seon would be their best card to teach Chung Myung a lesson despite the fact that he was quite young. During their conversation, Seon informed his elder that during the conference held by Southern Edge and Mount Hua the following day, he would ensure that everything went according to their elders' wishes. Their leader concurred, and he conveyed to Seon that he would put his faith in him. Seon is patiently listening in silence. While their elder has a thought on his mind, he believes that the Southern Edge and Mount Hua conferences will serve as the prelude to the golden age of the Southern Edge sect, which will begin after these conferences, and the Mount Hua sect will be obliterated completely in the process. The sunsets make way for the night, which is illuminated by the bright moon. The door of the White Plum Pavilion is opened by Jong Yoon, who may be seen there. He found Jo Gul gazing up at the night sky in silence. He inquired as to Jo Gul's purpose for being there. Jo Gul became aware of his presence when he approached from behind. He responded to Jong Yoon and informed him that he was unable to sleep. When Jong Yoon inquired about Chung Myung, Jo Gul responded by stating that Chung Myung was currently resting. Jong Yoon inquired of Jo Gul regarding whether or not Chung Myung possessed nerves of steel. He pictured Chung Myung lying down to rest. He reported to Jo Gul that Chung Myung was sleeping in an unnatural position, and that he was even making noises while he slept. In spite of the fact that he considers that to be insane, he cannot help but feel envious. Jong Yoon cannot believe that Chung Myung was able to sleep when the Mount Hua and Southern Edge meeting is scheduled to take place tomorrow. Jong Yoon and Jo Gul were deep in conversation when, all of a sudden, they heard the voice of Chung Myung saying that it wasn't that he had nerves of steel but rather that they were too feeble-minded. Chung Myung said this while Jong Yoon and Jo Gul were talking. They were keeping their gaze fixed on Chung Myung as he approached them. When Chung Myung came almost behind them, he spoke to them and questioned why they were not sleeping at that hour. He He said he was curious. Could it be that they were experiencing anxiety? The voice of Joe Gull can be heard in his head saying, "Here he goes again." He told Chung Mayong that he was aware that if he lost, he would pass away. But Chung Mayong didn't pay any attention to what Joe Gull said to him. Instead, he questioned them about whether or not it was anxiety that could only be experienced by those who were less well prepared. Both Joe Gull and Jong Yoon were taken aback and found themselves at a loss for words. In his timid response, Jong Yoon explained that he was only concerned that he might not be able to perform as effectively the following day. Chung Mayong questioned whether or not they would be able to set the clock back by 10 days. Did he believe there was anything else he could do to help the situation? Jong Yoon was so shocked that he was unable to respond. He questioned whether or not Chung Mayong intended him to continue with those insanity-inducing training sessions for another 10 days. He continued to speak in his thoughts, adding that he felt like throwing up simply from thinking about what they were doing in their training. He imagined that they were doing whatever it was that they were doing. Jong Yoon overheard Chung Mayong mention that there is no such thing as uneasiness in a person who has already done everything that he could. According to Chung Mayong, what Jong Yoon is feeling now at that moment is something different. Jong Yoon is a person who has already done everything that he could. If Jong Yoon is of the opinion that he is weak, then he just does not believe in himself. He recognizes his limitations but insists that what matters most is that he tries his hardest in all he undertakes. Chung Mayong questioned Jong Yoon on whether or not he had truly given it his all. Jong Yoon reflects in silence for a moment before telling Chung Mayong that he knows for a fact that he gave it his absolute best effort. Chung Mayong had faith in Jong Yoon and assured them that he would recognize all of the efforts they had put in, regardless of what the others had to say. Chung Mayong said this despite the fact that others had cast doubt on their efforts. Because of this, they do not need to squander their time on pointless activities such as that, and it is, therefore, preferable for them to head to bed because getting adequate rest the night before requires a certain level of competence and effort. Chung Mayong made a motion like he was going to leave. However, Jong Yoon questioned him about his destination. Chung Mayong has been quoted as saying that he is going to practice. Chung Mayong was about to continue, but Jong Yoon intervened and reminded him that today is the Mount Hua and Southern Edge meeting. Chung Mayong, on the other hand, has stated that it is not a major concern for him at this time because training is 100 times more vital for him. Joe Gull and Jong Yoon were left dumbfounded and perplexed as a result. After that, Jong Yoon communicated to Joe Gull that it appeared as though they did not need to be concerned. He went on to add that after observing Chung Mayong acting like himself despite the fact that it was the day of the conference, it made him feel silly about the problems he had been thinking about up until this point. After that, he conveyed to Joe Gull that Chung Mayong had been correct, and that they should make an effort to get some sleep if they want to be able to confidently tell themselves that they have worked hard till the very end. After that, Jong Yoon suggested to Joe Gull that they retire for the night. In response, Joe Gull sighed as if there was nothing that could be done and did as Jong Yoon instructed him to do. When Jong Yoon was finally left to his own devices by Joe Gull, he glanced ahead to the point where Chung Mayong had vanished and thought Chung Mayong was such a strange person. He finds it hard to comprehend that Chung Mayong's words could have such a calming effect on him. After that, he had a conversation with himself in which he assured himself that regardless of the results of the meeting, the third-class disciples would continue to improve in strength so long as they had Chung Mayong. But before he could finish his train of thinking, Joe Gull interrupted him and inquired if he was going to be there. Chung Mayong's head appeared out of nowhere among the bushes of Mount Hua's forest as he desperately attempted to conceal himself from someone. He was frustrated with Yu Isol because she managed to surprise him at every turn. He fervently hoped that she would not be there at this time because, if she was, he would make it a point to crack her skull and then toss her severed head off the edge of the cliff. Then he recalled that he was his senior, and because of that, he expelled a sigh of sorrow since he knew that he should not be bullying his seniors. He also understood that he should not be beating up his seniors. Because he was so upset, he ended up punching himself in the chest. Then, his senses were alerted to the presence of a person, and he quickly thought that it was most likely Isol because of this. When he took a closer look, however, he saw that it was Isol there, and that there were not just one but two persons there. Just the thought of it brings a grin to Chung Mayong's face, and he orders some tea. The event takes place deep in the mountains before dawn. Even from a great distance, he could detect the stench of a plot emanating from it. Chung Mayong took out in a hurry and flew to the location where he had detected the presence of two people. When he arrived at the location, he noticed Baek Chun, which left him perplexed as to why Baek Chun was there at that time. Chung Mayong began to speculate about the identity of the other man as a result of this, but he did not anticipate that it would be Jumryong from the Southern Edge sect. The first one to speak was Jumryong, who complimented Baek Chun on how well he was doing and referred to him as his brother while flashing an annoyingly attractive smile. When Baek Chun noticed that Jumryong was smiling, it caused him to scowl. Jumryong responded with a sarcastic tone that there was no need for him to be tense while calling Baek Chun by the name given to them by their parents, which was Dongryong. Baek Chun informed Jumryong that he looked relaxed, and Jumryong told him that there was no need for him to be tense. Hearing that made Chung Myung want to laugh so hard that he almost choked himself, but he restrained himself. Because of this, he was almost discovered by them, but he immediately covered his lips and concealed himself behind the tree before they could find him. Baek Chun turned to Jumryong after looking at the tree where Chung Myung was and ordered him to stop calling him by that name because his new name was Baek Chun. Jumryong then smirked, seeing Baek Chun's annoyed reaction. He told Baek Chun that he shouldn't throw away the name given to him by his parents because, no matter what Baek Chun or anyone else says, his name will forever be Jin Dongryong. Hearing that name again, Chung Myung could not help but laugh. However, as he laughed, he still covered his mouth tightly, or he would be caught. He then analyzed the situation while looking at the two men. He deduced that Baek Chun and Jumryong were brothers, one named Jumryong, which means Golden Dragon, while the other was named Dongryong, which means Copper Dragon. Because of their names, Chung Myung was intrigued to know who their father was, just to ask why he named the two like that. Just then, Baek Chun shouted once again with an angry expression that he had already said that he was Baek Chun. However, Jumryong, being petty, still refused to call him by that name and instead still called him Dongryong, making Baek Chun contort his face in annoyance. Jumryong then continued with a mocking smile on his face, saying that Baek Chun looked pretty nice. He could see that Baek Chun was doing well in the Mount Hua sect. Hearing Jumryong compliment him like that only made Baek Chun more annoyed since he already knew that his brother did not even mean it, so after that, he asked him what he meant. And Jumryong only replied that he just missed him. But he did not stop there. Jumryong continued and mocked Baek Chun while smirking at him by saying that he wondered how his useless little brother, who ran away from home and joined the Mount Hua sect to beat him, was living. Baek Chun then told his brother that he had already seen that 2 years ago, but Jumryong only replied that beating a loser like him would never bore him, no matter how many times he did it. Baek Chun could only frown in annoyance as he thought of how nasty Jumryong was, and as he thought of that, Jumryong smiled at him disgustingly, with his eyes practically glowing. Baek Chun cannot possibly be unaware of Jumryong's thoughts, given his vicious nature towards anyone he perceives as inferior to him. That was how Baek Chun had been treated, after all. As he thought of that, his handsome face formed creases all over it. He was being infuriated by it. Following that, his face contorted even more when Jumryong scoffed at him and said that if he were to beg on the floor, he could still accept him in the Southern Edge sect. Baek Chun's fist then tightened in anger, and he told Jumryong to stop talking nonsense. With his tightened fist, his jaw also clenched tightly as he shouted toward Jumryong to never say that to him again because his goal was to help the Mount Hua sect surpass the Southern Edge sect. He then added that even if he begged with his knees on the ground, he was sure that Jumryong would just laugh and feign ignorance as if nothing happened because that was the kind of person Jumryong was. On the other hand, Jumryong could not help but smirk at the thought that being brothers was such a bizarre thing because even though they lived separately, Baek Chun still knew him well. However, his face soon turns dark as he infuriates Baek Chun by saying that he chose the wrong option. He reasoned that he should have entered the Southern Edge sect if he really wanted to defeat him, because that way, he would have at least a small chance to achieve it. Meanwhile, Chung Myung, who was on the tree, just listened calmly to what Jumryong was saying and watched Baek Chun's reaction. Jumryong asked Baek Chun how he was going to defeat him by joining the sect that was almost done for him. It was then followed by his loud laugh and mockery, saying that even a dog would laugh at that. After seeing that, Baek Chun remained silent for a second to calm himself. He then replied with his sincere feelings that Jumryong was right. When he first joined the Mount Hua sect, the only thing that was on his mind was to get back at him. He thought that by joining the Mount Hua sect that Jumryong hated the most, he would be able to beat him, who hated Baek Chun. He was only naive at first, but now he truly likes that Mount Hua sect. Living as the most senior second-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect, Baek Chun was the most satisfying thing in the world to him right now. As Chung Myung listened to Baek Chun, he realized that was probably the story of why Baek Chun asked him to make him stronger. It is puzzling to Chung Myung that Baek Chun finds happiness in being a second-class disciple of a nearly doomed sect. Chung Myung finds himself surprisingly proud of Baek Chun. However, his thoughts were suddenly cut off by Jumryong's question to Baek Chun about whether or not he had gone crazy. Baek Chun then retorted not to look down on the Mount Hua sect, making Jumryong at a loss for words. Baek Chun explained that it may seem weird to Jumryong, But when he came to the Mount Hua sect, he came to the realization that having an extravagant lifestyle, fine dining, and fashionable clothing does not necessarily translate into happiness. Since the Mount Hua sect depended on him, he was able to set an objective to place it above others. It was the Mount Hua sect that gave Baek Chun purpose, he cried out, hitting his chest. It was also the place that gave him a warm embrace and affection. When Jumryong heard the word affection, he replied coldly to Baek Chun that, seeing him talk nonsense, he could only guess that Baek Chun still had not witnessed what reality was like. So he proceeded to say that he would tell him what it was like, and just like that, he declared with a cold expression on his face that Baek Chun was already done for. Jumryong continued, even though he could see how irritated Baek was. He stated that in exchange for Baek Chun's pathetic choice, he would live his entire life humiliated as a third-class warrior, and Baek Chun will just watch him become the sect leader of the Southern Edge sect from his pathetic position. Baek Chun then tried to retort what Jumryong said by saying that it does not matter because he's just living his own life. But Jumryong cut him off by mocking him, saying that it was a trash life, which was nice for Jumryong to spectate for. Jumryong then pointed his finger at Baek Chun, saying that he wouldn't make him wait for long because everything would happen today. Jumryong told Baek Chun that he made him see just how idiotic and worthless the life that Baek Chun had chosen was. At the end of his statement, Jumryong smirked and added that there was no better combination of a fallen sect and a fool. Hearing Jumryong ridicule the Mount Hua sect, Baek Chun could not hold back any longer and shouted in anger toward Jumryong to not insult the Mount Hua sect anymore. If he did so, Baek Chun threatened him that he would tear his mouth apart. However, Jumryong did not feel threatened at all and just smiled. He then lets his Kai out of his body while asking Baek Chun if he can really do what he said. Jumryong continued to smile as his eyes glowed blue while saying that Baek Chun was far too pathetic to do such a thing to him. He declared that after their conference today, the Mount Hua sect would disappear in Jonghu. After saying all that, he retreated his Kai and added while walking away that Baek Chun should look forward to it. Baek Chun felt Jumryong's power. Because of that, he started doubting whether he could make it. So he bit his lower lip in frustration and told himself not to falter. As he thought to himself not to be discouraged, a voice cut him off, coming atop his head. It was Chung Myung who finally revealed himself on the tree. He told Baek Chun that he was so proud of him. Seeing him made Baek Chun's heart almost faint. So he asked Chung Myung, who just landed on the ground, why he was there and how Baek Chun did not even feel his presence. But Baek Chun did not receive any answer to any of his questions because what first left Chung Myung's mouth was Baek Chun's real name, Dongryong. He cannot forget it, and it's still making him laugh. Seeing that, Baek Chun wondered if Chung Myung heard everything. Chung Myung was trying his best not to smile, but he failed as he called Baek Chun by his name, Dongryong, while saying that he was amazed by the admirable thoughts Baek Chun had for the Mount Hua sect. Baek Chun then asked Chung Myung not to tell anyone what he heard because people might think negatively of it. However, Chung Myung just asked if he was really Jumryong's brother for his own confirmation. From there, Baek Chun started babbling his soppy story, so before Baek Chun could even continue any further, he told Baek Chun that he did not have to hear such trivial things. He said that his life was predictable. He was born as the youngest and did not get treated well because of his talented older brother, and so on. Eventually, he ran away from home and entered the Mount Hua sect. Hearing such a summarization of his life, Baek Chun felt uncomfortable and told Chung Myung to stop doing that. He then closed his eyes and was about to retort some more, but he could not do so after hearing Chung Myung telling him that he did well. Baek Chun was confused by what Chung Myung was saying, and Chung Myung, who saw that, repeated to Baek Chun what he said and made it more clear. He told Baek Chun with a smile that he was saying that he made a good choice when he came to the Mount Hua sect. Chung Myung explained to Baek Chun that whatever his story was, as long as he came to the Mount Hua sect with his own free will, he was a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. He then promised Baek Chun that he would prove to him that he was not wrong in choosing the Mount Hua sect over the Southern Edge sect. Hearing that, Baek Chun thought that it was not something that a child should be saying, but for some reason, Chung Myung's words calmed his heart. After that, Baek Chun asked Chung Myung when he was going to do what he said. Chung Myung smiled at him, pointed at the sky, and replied that he would prove it today. The wind blows as if going with the flow of the atmosphere between the two men. Chung Myung smiled and told Baek Chun that it was time to crush the faces of those Southern Edge sect punks. With the sun fully risen, Hyun Jong began his speech with all the gathered disciples of the Mount Hua sect. He told them that he knew that they were nervous, but there was no need to be stiff. He told them not to dwell on whether they lost or won and to just use the conference as their stepping stone. because no matter what the result may be, they are still the disciples of the Mount Hua sect, and that would not change. Hearing Haiyan Zhang say that Chung Mayang thought that it was a lousy speech, not only did it not raise the morale of those who were going to spar, but it did not even give them the resolve to uphold the honor of the Mount Hua sect. However, those words gently relieved the hearts of the disciples, who felt burdened and tensed. Knowing that Chung Mayang could not help but smile, Haiyan Zhang said one final phrase, that he will be watching them while calmly smiling. The Mount Hua and Southern Edge sect members marched toward the stage where the spar of their disciples would happen. The two groups were separated on each side of the stage, while the sect leader and elders were placed where it was most suitable to watch. However, as soon as they were all seated, Haiyan Zhang noticed a noise coming from the front gate. He could hear Unam's voice, which was trying to stop the people who were trying to go inside the Mount Hua sect. And just like that, the people got past Unam. Haiyan Zhang then asked what was happening. So Unam informed Haiyan Zhang that there were people who had come there to watch the conference and were demanding entry. Haiyan Zhang then observed the people who came in and noticed that they were wearing luxurious clothes, and he even knew some of them. That's when Haiyan Zhang realized that they were the top 10 merchant association leaders and some other big shots in the local area. So it made Haiyan Zhang wonder why they would want to watch the Mount Hua and Southern Edge conference. He then remembered what Agum had told him and looked at Sima Seung with resentful eyes, thinking that it was a cheap trick of the Southern Edge sect. Because of that, Haiyan Zhang let out an angry shout at Unam, saying that outsiders could not enter without permission. More so when he knew that it was a scheme by those people, so why did he let them in? By those people, he was referring to the Southern Edge sect. Unam then tried to explain that it was not that, but Sima Seung interrupted him, explaining that they had not cooperated in advance with the unexpected visitors, which caused them more confusion. Haiyan Zhang looked at Unam and asked what the matter was, to which Unam answered with a timid posture that he did not know if the person who brought them was there. By then, another voice had interrupted the conversation. It was Elder Huang who greeted the sect leader politely. He explained to Haiyan Zhang that the reason he brought them was because he thought that things wouldn't be exciting without spectators at events like this. Sima Seung immediately agreed and said that it was not a bad idea. He reasoned that since this would be the last conference, it might as well be a festival in Shaanxi. Haiyan Zhang could only sigh at the turn of events, while Elder Huang, who invited the guests, looked in the direction where Chung Mayang was sitting. He then remembered the letter Chung Mayang sent him, as Chung Mayang noticed him looking at him. Chung Mayang was actually the one who asked Elder Huang to bring famous and influential people as spectators. Elder Huang and Chung Mayang smiled at each other as Elder Huang thought of that. After that, all the spectators finally sat down and waited for the conference to begin, seeing that Chung Mayang commented that the preparations were now all in place. After that, Unam proceeded to the arena and declared with a loud voice that the conference would now begin. He then called the first two participants, and it was Jumryong and Beek Chun. As that happened, the rest of the second-class disciples of the Mount Hua sect shouted their support for Beek Chun. Seeing the two people inside the arena, the spectators started talking among themselves. One said that he couldn't contain himself from what was about to happen, while the other commented that the result of the fight between the two would probably decide the result of this conference. The other agreed and then informed the latter that Jumryong was said to be a talented disciple of the Southern Edge sect and added a compliment that he looked like a hero from a story. While on that topic, the others also complimented Beek Chun and stated that he also looked great. They even said that the two look alike, not knowing that both of them are brothers. After the exchange between those two merchants, another man interrupted their conversation. It was a human pig, no, a man that looked like a pig, who was caressing his beard while wondering how Beek Chun could be any match to Jumryong, which caused the two to be confused. On the other hand, Jumryong was irritating Beek Chun, saying that he was impressed that he did not run away. Beek Chun immediately responded to Jumryong's mockery with his sword pointed at him. He said that he would never run away from the Southern Edge sect, especially from Jumryong. However, Jumryong was not even a bit fazed and just commented on how Beek Chun sure has a big mouth. After that, Beek Chun attacked Jumryong with his sword coated with his kai, but Jumryong easily avoided it. However, Beek Chun was still finished with his attack. He slowly lifted his sword and quickly sped up his sword, creating the illusion of more swords. This sword technique created a huge impact that could be clearly seen and felt by the spectators as the gust of wind reached their seats. The technique was named the Crouching Tiger Azure Yang Sword. This impressed both Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang. Zhou Gul had seen Beek Chun use this technique before, but he did not know when it became so intense. He could see that even Jumryong, who was said to be amazing, was being pushed back. Zhou Gul then wondered if that was the result of his senior's isolated training. As Beek Chun continued to attack, Even Hyun-jong had no idea when Baek-chun got to that level. Meanwhile, Yoon-jong, who was both nervous and excited about what was happening, was clinging to Chung Myung's clothes, saying that Baek-chun was pushing his opponent into the corner. Chung Myung, who was annoyed at what Yoon-jong was doing, slapped his hands away from his arm and said that he already hurt him. After that, Yoon-jong asked Chung Myung if Baek-chun could really win against Jumryong, seeing the things that were happening. Chung Myung did not hesitate to reply that it wouldn't happen, with his face stretched like an old man. Chung Myung explained that for Baek-chun to win, he needed to land an attack. He then asked Yoon-jong if Baek-chun's expression looked like he was winning. After all that attack, Jumryong did not even look harmed. He was not even out of breath, which frustrated Baek-chun, making him ask why he could not even land a single hit. Baek-chun tried to hit Jumryong again with the same technique, but Jumryong just dodged it again with an indifferent look on his face. Baek-chun tried and tried again, trying his best to even just land one hit. However, Jumryong just continued to dodge it easily. This agitated Baek-chun, and he kept asking himself why, on earth, he couldn't even scratch Jumryong. He was frustrated with himself as he thought of how far Jumryong was from him. It was like he was looking at the sky. In anger, he raised his kai more as he asked himself, where did all the effort and time that he spent go? Baek-chun then made multiple long-distance attacks, but they were still easily dodged by Jumryong. As he continued to do that, Baek-chun slowly closed the gap between them. Both of them raised their swords and attacked each other. However, it was only Baek-chun who was hit between the exchange of attacks. Baek-chun's knees were on the ground, and the consciousness in his eyes had not come back. However, since this was a spar, Jumryong did not wait for Baek-chun to regain consciousness and just mocked him with a large smile on his face and immediately attacked Baek-chun on his back. This left huge damage on Baek-chun, making him scream in pain, but it did not stop there because Jumryong stepped on him in the back right after hitting him with his sword. But what hurt more than the physical damage he got were the words out of Jumryong's dirty mouth as he looked down on Baek-chun and the Mount Hua sect, saying that no matter how Baek-chun trained on the Mount Hua sect, he would never defeat him. This especially resonated in Chung Myung's ear. Jumryong smiled and readied his sword to hit Baek-chun again while continuing that Baek-chun should realize just how foolish he was by what was about to happen in his body. Baek-chun's body flung away as soon as Jumryong's attack landed, and he thought to himself that the gap between them would become smaller. Baek-chun was on the ground, and his whole body shook in pain. But even then, Baek-chun could not give up, so he gripped his broken sword and stood with all his might, even as it felt painful. However, Jumryong did not give Baek-chun a chance to compose himself, and he attacked him immediately. Seeing Jumryong approach him, he quickly swung his sword in urgency, but Baek-chun's sword did not touch Jumryong's body because he slid right below it. After that, Jumryong twirled his body around Baek-chun and struck him again. Baek-chun felt in pain once again as he groaned, still asking himself why he couldn't reach him. But even then, Baek-chun could not give up and still fought, even though he already knew that it was useless. So, with his broken sword, he still tried to land a blow on Jumryong's head, but it was still dodged. In midair, all of them saw Baek-chun stabbed and bleeding. However, even though Baek-chun's blood was already splattered, he's still trying to stand up, even though he barely could with his shaking body. Jumryong, who saw this, sarcastically complimented Baek-chun on how tenacious he was for even trying to stand up, even though it was hard. He then said that was all there was, and Baek-chun would never be able to cut even a hem of his clothes. So Baek-chun asked him what he had been asking himself. He asked Jumryong why it was like that. Jumryong replied that he had already told Baek-chun many times that this was the difference between the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect. Jumryong said in a loud voice to everyone present that the gap between their sects was that big and declared that there was no way that the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect could ever defeat the Southern Edge sect's martial arts. He then advised Baek-chun, who was looking at the ground, beaten in both physical and mental terms, that he should leave the Mount Hua sect if he wanted to beat him. Jumryong then finished his monologue with an insult. However, even with all that, Baek-chun did not listen to him and told him that he would never leave the Mount Hua sect. This surprised Jumryong, adding to the fact that, as Baek-chun was saying, he was standing up with everything he had. He then spoke with resolve as he breathed heavily and as his body shook in pain, saying that he would never leave because he is a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Although what he said left an impression on Jumryong, Jumryong did not really care, and just smirked as he said, "That's how a man should be." But that does not mean that he will go easy on him and land another hit on Baek-chun. With that blow, Baek-chun finally lost, and as soon as that happened, the disciples of the Mount Hua sect quickly rushed to Baek-chun's side. When they saw Baek-chun's state, all of them raged, especially Baek-sang, who held Beek Chun in his arms. Beek Sang shouted at Jumryong that he had gone too far. He explained that this was just a spar, but he hurt Beek Chun too much. However, Jumryong was not fazed and just said that it was the reason he held back since this was just a spar. He stated that if he were holding a sword, then there would be nothing left on Beek Chun right now. He then added that to irritate Beek Sang more. He said that he was also taken aback by how weak Beek Chun was because he expected him to be able to match him, even just a little. After that, Beek Sang held himself back from saying anything anymore and just ordered his junior brothers to bring Beek Chun to the treatment hall. He then told Jumryong to let him experience the obnoxious sword technique of the Southern Edge sect. Jumryong did not decline the request, and he called Seo-han at the arena and told him to spar with Beek Sang. Seo-han obeyed his Jumryong and smirked at Beek Sang, who was looking at him with solemn eyes. Meanwhile, the spectators talked among themselves again, mostly praising Jumryong and comparing the Southern Edge sect and the Mount Hua sect. Since they are merchants, the only thing on their minds is their benefits, and seeing the result of the sparring match between the Jumryong and Beek Chun, they are more inclined to invest in the Southern Edge sect for more profits and their benefits. Hearing that, Eder H. Wang sighed as if he was tired of it all. He thought that, at the end of the day, merchants would remain merchants. Even though he was also a merchant, he found it disgusting how the merchants beside him acted because, even though they could see someone being carried to the treatment hall because of his hurtful state, these merchants could only think about money. But more than that, he was more curious about what Chung Myung was thinking since he was the one who asked Elder H. Wang to bring those people. He was sure that Chung Myung had something up his sleeve, but he was worried that if this went on, the Mount Hua sect would not regain its reputation but instead fall. He hoped that Chung Myung would not disappoint him. On the other hand, Yoon Jong asked Chung Myung while looking at Beek Chun in the distance. He asked him if Beek Chun was alright, and Chung Myung responded with a calm voice that he was probably not. He did not even bat an eyelash at where Beek Chun was. Seeing Chung Myung like this, Yoon Jong scolded Chung Myung with his attitude. He said that he knew that he didn't get along with Beek Chun, but he should not be too indifferent. He was still their senior, after all. As Yoon Jong scolded Chung Myung for his attitude, Chung Myung told him to calm down and asked Yoon Jong, with a cool voice, if he actually expected Beek Chun to win the match. Yoon Jong could reply with that. Yoon Jong wanted to at least preserve part of their pride because they had worked so hard, even if he did not think they would win the conference. And as if Chung Myung knew what Yoon Jong was thinking, he explained that if everything always worked out just because they tried hard, then everyone in the world could become martial masters. What he was saying was that it was not important that they worked hard, it was how hard they worked. Chung Myung told Yoon Jong to watch carefully because all the second-class disciples of their sect would lose. Yoon Jong was shocked by Chung Myung's sudden prediction and could not believe all the second class would lose. Chung Myung responded that there was one who could win, but it would seem that she wouldn't be participating. He was referring to Isol. Yoon Jong cannot believe that they would not even be able to make it a tie. So he asked Chung Myung if they were really going to lose terribly, and Chung Myung looked at him as if Yoon Jong were being ridiculous and answered that they would not lose, explaining that he was only referring to the second-class disciples. Chung Myung told Yoon Jong that he should warm up because they needed to be a little fancy in their fights. As soon as Chung Myung said that, Beek Sang fell to the ground and lost the spar with Seo-han, who was looking down at him. Seo-han then looked at Chung Myung and smirked at him while saying that they were just empty talk. After that, spar after spar happened, and the Mount Hua sect continued to lose. It was already 9 consecutive losses for the Mount Hua sect. Knowing that Hyan Sang could not bear to watch anymore and asked the sect leader to stop the match because he was also worried about the third-class disciples going through that hell. However, Hyan Jong replied that he could not do that with his face, as if he were dead. He cannot stop the match with all the merchants' associations gathered there. He cannot say that he was not able to say that they were no match for the Southern Edge sect. He cannot bring himself to declare the fall of the Mount Hua sect with his lips because it was not his honor that he wanted to protect. It was to defend the Mount Hua sect's slim chance of making a comeback one day. He cannot say anything that may jeopardize the situation. With that, all he could tell Hyan Sang was to look forward. Right after that, the last second-class disciples of the Mount Hua sect that will spar today finally lost, with a total of 10 consecutive wins for the Southern Edge sect. Sima Seung could not help but rejoice from his seat. It was a satisfying result. Sima Seung could also hear the conversation of the merchants beside him. They were discussing that the fights were too one-sided. They were saying how the Mount Hua sect was too pitiful and kept praising the Southern Edge sect. Hearing that, Sima Seung was extremely pleased. Since the general opinion favored the sect, Sima Seung thought all that was left to do was crush the roots of the Mount Hua sect so that they could never make a comeback again. Sima Seung thought how bright the day was. On the other hand, was not really having a bright day. He really wanted to get out of there, however, he could not do that. After that, he announces that the third-class disciples matches will begin. With those 10 consecutive losses, Yoon-jong thought they might have been confident because they trained hard, but seeing reality before their eyes, that confidence withered. However, as he thought of that, he did not notice the expression on Chung Myung's face until he turned his way. He was shocked to see an ugly beast. No, that would be rude for the beast. Chung Myung's expression was indescribably pissed. Yoon-jong immediately tried to calm Chung Myung down, but Chung Myung retorted with a monstrous face that scared Yoon-jong to death, saying that he could not do that. So when was about to announce the first participants of the spar between the third-class disciples, he stopped because of the commotion happening on his side. All of the third-class disciples were doing their best to stop Chung Myung from stepping inside the arena since he was supposed to be the last to participate. Unfortunately, even with all their strength combined, they were not able to stop Chung Myung from entering the arena. When Chung Myung landed inside the arena, became confused about why he was there, but he stopped immediately when Chung Myung shouted in anger at anyone from the Southern Edge sect. He doesn't care who it is, he just wants one to come up there already so he can beat him up. Seeing that, Sima Seung was taken aback and wondered what was going on inside Chung Myung's head. Jumryong, who also saw this, found it funny. He then called one of the third-class disciples, Waryong, to fight Chung Myung. As soon as Waryong was inside the arena, he declared to Chung Myung that he would rip that mouth of his, and when he was about to introduce himself, Chung Myung was already in front of him and was about to punch him. Just like that, before Waryong could even finish what he was saying, his face was already hit by Chung Myung. Sima Seung, who saw that, could not help but be shocked, while Yoon-jong and Jo Gul just paled. On the other hand, Chung Myung, who landed that punch, was still angry, to the point that he told Waryong to be prepared to die. Sima Seung could not believe what he was seeing right now. He could see Waryong twirling in the air as if he were in slow motion. As he watched that very moment, he could not help but ask himself in disbelief if he really missed Chung Myung's movement. After that, as soon as Waryong landed on the ground, Chung Myung took a wooden sword and slowly walked towards where Waryong was lying on the ground. When Chung Myung was finally on Waryong's side, he stomped his foot loudly and told Waryong to get up. After all, Chung Myung still has not used his internal energy, so he told Waryong to stop acting like he was in pain. Seeing what Chung Myung had just done, the disciples of the Southern Edge sect protested how despicable Chung Myung was for hitting Waryong in the middle of their conversation. Chung Myung found it ridiculous that they were getting angry at that, saying that in a war, it was not like you would shake hands and drink before starting to fight. Chung Myung could then see Waryong slowly trying to get up, so he told Waryong to hurry up and stand up because there was a limit on how long Chung Myung could wait for him. However, Chung Myung's face instantly turned into a worried one as he looked at Waryong's swollen cheek because of his punch earlier. Chung Myung could not help but ask him if he was actually okay, and Waryong, who was out of his wits, told Chung Myung with a shaking voice right after he said that his nose bleed out so much that it even created a small rainbow. This time, Chung Myung was actually worried that Waryong would die because of what he did because, even though he really wanted to kill them, for the first murder of his life, he thought that Waryong was bleeding too much from just a punch. He was freaking out right now. Seeing as the blood looked like it would not stop at any moment, Chung Myung asked if they should get Waryong treated first. However, when was about to call for help, Waryong ripped one of his sleeves and used it to stuff his nose so the bleeding would be blocked. After doing that, Waryong looked as if he were a raging bull. Chung Myung, who felt Waryong's determination to continue, felt proud of him even though he was from the Southern Edge sect that he despises so much. However, soon after he thought of that, Waryong called him a coward and continued to slander Chung Myung more, and as Waryong did so, Chung Myung also continued to be irritated. After Waryong said everything he wanted, Chung Myung took back what he thought about being proud of Waryong. Chung Myung said that he was feeling a little guilty earlier, but because of what Waryong said, those feelings have completely gone away. Chung Myung lifted his finger and told Waryong to come to him, and he told him he'd show him what it's like to be unable to reach his opponent. Waryong became agitated by that statement and yelled at Chung Myung, but then he heard a voice behind him calling his name. It was Jumryong telling him not to get agitated and underestimate his opponent. Hearing that, Waryong calmed down and looked back at Chung Myung, who had an indescribable look on his face. He told Chung Myung that he was really good at irritating people and pointed his sword at Chung Myung while telling him that he wouldn't show any mercy. Waryong then declared with confidence to Chung Myung that he would not be able to scratch him with his sword. However, Chung Myung said that he had already hit him. After that, Waryong did not waste any more time and immediately attacked Chung Mayong while shouting that he would kill him. Unfortunately, it did not happen as he wanted it to, and he was struck by Chung Mayong. However, Chung Mayong did not stop there. He did not stop striking Waryong, who hadn't even reached the floor yet, and for the final strike, Chung Mayong kicked Waryong right where it really hurt. He kicked him right into his balls. When Waryong landed on the ground, he could not help but reach for his balls, and Chung Mayong was still not finished there. Chung Mayong grabbed the 2 ripped clothes stuffed on Waryong's nose and then pulled them, resulting in the blood on Waryong's nose flowing like a fountain. Those bloody fountains out on Waryong's nose created yet another rainbow. Chung Mayong then smirked while letting go of the bloody piece of cloth as he spoke toward the disciples of the Southern Edge sect, especially Jumryong, to not be too surprised, which caused an extreme displeasure on Jumryong. However, the Southern Edge sect was not the only one who was surprised. The Mount Hua sect was also surprised, and right now, Hyan Young had just seen the match end and could not believe what happened. And when he was about to ask Hyan Jong about what just happened, he saw his bulging eyeballs about to pop out with his mouth wide open in shock. And when he also looked at Hyan Sang, who was usually the one who was always calm, his state was the same with Hyan Jong. In shock, they don't even realize what they are saying anymore. Hyan Sang was saying that Chung Mayong should not be that strong, while Hyan Jong was questioning the reality of why Chung Mayong won the match. Hearing that, Hyan Young shouted at them, scolding them. Why would they say that when Chung Mayong fought well? Hyan Young told them that if they were going to say that, they should have just told Chung Mayong to lose. After that, Hyan Sang smacked his face to calm himself down and turned to Ungum, who was right beside him, to ask him how long it had been since Chung Mayong joined the Mount Hua sect. Ungum answered that it had been 6 months since Chung Mayong joined the Mount Hua sect. This made Hyung even more shocked. He could not believe that Chung Mayong defeated a disciple of a Southern Edge sect after joining the sect after just 6 months. Hyan Sang asked Ungum again if Chung Mayong had learned any other martial arts before joining their sect, but based on what Ungum knew about Chung Mayong, he did not. However, he said that Chung Mayong still has not revealed what he is capable of. Hyan Jong, who was listening to their conversation, was amazed. He thought that Chung Mayong was just a lucky start they had stumbled upon. He felt it would be unthinkable for them to expect anything from Chung Mayong because he had already done so much for the Mount Hua sect. But the child's talent for martial arts was clearly well beyond what he demonstrated to them. Hyan Jong couldn't help but think of Chung Mayong as a genius. Hyan Sang then asked Hyan Jong if they reclaimed some of their dignity in this one win. However, Hyan Jong did not answer him, as he thought that it was not just on a level of regaining their dignity because they probably had found the person who could lead the Mount Hua sect for the next 100 years. On the other hand, at the tables of the merchants, they were discussing how the match was too one-sided and how shocked they were by the unexpected turn of events. Hearing the discussion among the merchants, Elder H. Wang could help but smile as he thought that Chung Mayong should be able to do that much, although he did not see his martial skill as he was unconscious. There was a reason why Elder H. Wang trusted and invested in him. It was because he was confident in Chung Mayong that he was not the type to fight a losing battle. As the merchants continued to discuss some more about Chung Mayong, Elder H. Wang thought that there was no way that they wouldn't notice that Chung Mayong was a big fish to catch. But Elder H. Wang let out a scoff and thought they should not even dream about it because he had already caught Chung Mayong as his big fish. After that, one of the merchants, who had not said a single word since earlier, told them it was just a one win, so if all the other third-class disciples lost, they could then conclude that Chung Mayong was really exceptional. After hearing that, Elder H. Wang clenched both his fists because he knew that they were not wrong, so he silently waited for what would happen, whether it was only going to end with an unexpected event or if the Mount Hua sect would be able to rise again. Meanwhile, at the seats where the third-class disciples of the Mount Hua sect were designated, Chung Mayong's happiness was written all over his face while saying that he felt so refreshed. Yoonjong and Jogul could only look at Chung Mayong with their eyes as if they were looking at something ridiculous. They cannot believe that Chung Mayong was saying something like that after beating up someone. Jogul wondered if Chung Mayong was actually a demon. However, as they thought of that, their senior brothers suddenly came into the frame and praised Chung Mayong for what he did. Baek Sang even said that Chung Mayong should have beaten Waryong up more. One after another, they excitedly shared what they felt when they watched Chung Mayong's match. 1 second later, Chung Mayong was immediately surrounded by his senior brothers, praising his left and right. However, Chung Mayong did not thank them and just told them to get lost because he found them annoying. Amidst that, as Yoonjong smiled at the scene, Chung Mayong called him, addressing him as his senior brother. With just one look, Yoonjong already knew what Chung Mayong was trying to tell him as he turned his face toward the arena. It was now his turn. Chung Mayang did what Yoonjong was supposed to do, no, more than what Yoonjong was supposed to do. Thinking like that, Yoonjong thought to himself that he needed to keep the current atmosphere, but from Chung Mayang's perspective, it just looked like Yoonjong was just staring into space. So when Chung Mayang told that to Yoonjong, Yoonjong became annoyed because Chung Mayang always did that when he had done something noteworthy. But Yoonjong could just sigh because it was not like he did not like that about Chung Mayang. Yoonjong then asked Chung Mayang if he had any tips for him, and Chung Mayang answered that even if he told Yoonjong what he knew, he would not be able to use it effectively, so he told him to just go inside the arena and just hit his opponent's face as soon as he saw it. After that, Yoonjong did not ask any more questions and picked up a wooden sword. As he walked toward the arena, Yoonjong could feel the eyes of everyone there filled with expectations that something awesome would happen, so he thought if he lost there, then it would be for naught. But as he thought of something like that, he heard Chung Mayang's loud mouth telling him that if he lost there, he would kill him. Yoonjong smiled at the statement Chung Mayang made, as he thought that the wind had started flowing in the direction of the Mount Hua sect. As soon as Yoonjong stepped inside the arena, he loudly stated his name, class, and the name of his sect as a form of formality, requesting a spar. On the other hand, Jumryong's expression on his face could be described as monstrous. If a look could kill, then Chung Mayang and the other disciples of the Mount Hua sect might be already dead. After that, he called Gong Jin in a loud voice and told him to spar with Yoonjong and crush him with all his might. Jumryong was talking to his mind while staring at Chung Mayang, saying, "How dare he put a scratch on his perfect victory? Chung Mayang is stronger than he thought." He was sure it was possible, but he thought that it would not be the same for the rest, and that their victory wouldn't be able to lead the Mount Hua sect to triumph at the end because he would not let that happen. Jumryong is full of anger and resentment. Yoonjong is now at the arena, it is time to face his opponent. He asked himself if it had been 2 years since he faced Gong Jin. He was not sure, but the past was recorded in his mind. When Gong Jin won their fight, he thought that today's result would be the same if Chung Mayang hadn't come to them. He always lost pathetically in his duels with Southern Edge sect and felt all forms of training were meaningless. That despair made him feel that no matter how hard he worked, he wouldn't be able to win. While everyone was slowly giving into that wall of despair, there was only one person who kept going on without yielding. It was his senior Baek Chun, and then some brat appeared in front of them out of nowhere. It was Chung Mayang. Because of him, they trained like hell for half a year, but thanks to him, they've managed to become the best version of themselves. Yoonjong wondered if they reduced the gap between them and the Southern Edge sect due to their training, although he couldn't be sure of that. But for him, no matter what the results are, he definitely won't go down easily. Yoonjong is now back in reality. He heard Gong Jin say that they don't need to say anything, and he would show him how easy he went on him in their last duel, saying that it would send shivers down to the core of Yoonjong's being. Yoonjong then said that he had no intention of thanking Gong Jin for that. It made Gong Jin angry, and he told Yoonjong that the sentence was rhetorical. He then starts to attack Yoonjong. Yoonjong was startled by his attack. He noticed that Gong Jin's pose was different from the last time. It was a fast and simple attack with a predictable sword path, and he had never been able to block his sword even a single time so far. However, this time, as Yoonjong squinted his eyes, he was able to block Gong Jin's attack. Seeing that he was blocked, Gong Jin recognized Yoonjong's effort, but he also told him that he still had no chance of beating him. Gong Jin came forward toward Yoonjong at a fast speed, and although it was quick and heavy, Yoonjong still blocked it. Yoonjong felt that Gong Jin was 2 times stronger than when he last fought him, and he wondered if this was the true strength of Gong Jin. But, although it was like that, Yoonjong also wondered why he could see all of Gong Jin's moves. After their many exchanges of attacks, Gong Jin was shocked that not only Yoonjong blocked his attacks but even pushed him back. On the other hand, Yoonjong was looking at his hands as if he could not believe what he had just done. So he asked Gong Jin, with no malice whatsoever, if that were all he could do. Even so, it still ticked Gong Jin to hear that. Yoonjong was seriously in disbelief, to the point where he kept asking if Gong Jin was actually going easy on him. However, even then, Gong Jin did not want to hear any of it and just accused Yoonjong of being arrogant, and attacked Yoonjong again. But when he did that, Yoonjong kicked Gong Jin in the stomach, which, just by looking at Gong Jin, is something he cannot accept. Meanwhile, Yoonjong was also shocked when he did that, making him wonder what Chung Mayang did to them to be able to do that. In anger, Gong Jin irrationally made the move of attacking Yoonjong with no plan. On the other hand, Yoonjong was calm as he told himself that he could do it because he had practiced it many times. It was the downward slash that Chung Mayang thought of them. He should not miss a single move, and when the critical moment comes, he must not have a single ounce of hesitation to strike down his opponents. Yoonjong remembered all Chung Mayang told him and struck down Gong Jin, who came below him with his eyes glowing with Kai. When Gong Jin saw that, he tried to evade it or even block it with his sword. But Yoonjong still reached him and even broke Gong Jin's sword. Seeing Gong Jin lose the match, who was a disciple of the Southern Edge sect, everyone present there has their mouth wide open in shock. However, after Yunjong ended the match by saying it was a good match, the Mount Hua sect disciples, who were shocked, immediately rejoiced in their loud voices. They were so happy that Yunjong won against the Southern Edge sect's disciple, and the sect leader, who was also watching the match, could not believe what was happening and ascended to heaven first while Hyan Sang was shouting his worries here and there with Unum behind him. Hyan Sang, who also witnessed that miracle, smiled to the fullest. When Yunjong got back down from the arena, he was greeted by his seniors, who relentlessly praised him for being amazing at the match. On the other hand, Zhou Guo, who was also amazed by him, asked Yunjong how he did that and what he also needed to do to win like that. Yunjong answered him with a smile, saying that he just needed to go out there. He then placed his hand on Zhou Guo's shoulder and added that he wouldn't even lose even if he tried to. After that, Yunjong asked Chung Mayong, with happiness written all over his face, what Chung Mayong did to them. Chung Mayong smiled back at Yunjong and answered that he did not do much. He just made them into individuals who could win. Chung Mayong then told him that the Southern Ed sect's disciples were very strong for their age. However, if they looked the other way, they could say that they were also very weak. This statement confused Yunjong as hell. He wondered how they could be weak and strong at the same time. Chung Mayong answered that the Southern Edge sect brats learn too much for their age. Yunjong wondered again why it's like that when it's good to learn many things. Chung Mayong replied to Yunjong that martial arts was like building a tower, it needed a strong foundation for it to be built higher. However, before those guys even finished the first level, they started building the second and third levels, too. So if a tower that has perfected the first level clashes with it, it falls apart. Chung Mayong continued that the foundation of martial arts is about perfectly using one's body to hit the opponent. The roots spread out from that foundation, the stalk grows, and the branches stretch out from it. Because if they did that, it would be faster, stronger, and more accurate. Chung Mayong said without looking at Yunjong that he simply made them focus on their roots. Chung Mayong then told him to look at Zhou Guo's movement, which was very different than before. With a steady lower body, clean sword strikes, eyes that can look at things calmly, and most importantly, the concentration to throw all of his strength into a single assault, as the opponent of Zhou Guo fell. Chung Mayong told Yunjong that all that he said was enough for now. Zhou Guo, on the other hand, looked confused. He could not believe that he actually won. Yunjong then asked Chung Mayong, if it were that easy, why don't the other sects train like that? When Yunjong said that, Chung Mayong thought that it seemed that their training was still easy for Yunjong, which Yunjong immediately denied. That's not what he meant, he just meant that the concept was too easy. Chung Mayong then used a lot of examples of how to be kind and asked Yunjong if he could live like that, to which Yunjong replied that he could not. Chung Mayong asked him why and said that if Yunjong lived like that, he could be a noble person. When Yunjong heard that, it dawned on him that everyone knows what it takes to be a noble person, but only a few people can truly do all of that and be called noble. Normal individuals are aware of this, but they have chosen a different path in life. Chung Mayong then told Yunjong and Zhou Guo, who just came back from the match, that there was nothing more important than putting in the hard work. Chung Mayong continued that many people just aren't able to train relentlessly, push themselves to their limits each and every time, and dedicate themselves to their training repeatedly. For this reason, their predecessors consistently stressed how important that was. Chung Mayong said as he observed the match in front of him that if someone can achieve something absurd, then that person is what they will end up being. Yunjong was then about to say that he now knew that that was what Chung Mayong did to them. But Chung Mayong cut him off and said that they were the ones who did that. The decision to declare victory was made at the point at which they had endured all of the training. Chung Mayong continued that birds that attempted to soar before their wings completely developed would now understand the importance of having a place to land. Yunjong then looked at Chung Mayong bewilderedly as he asked himself if that was the purpose of all the training they had done and wondered where Chung Mayong actually learned such stuff. His attention was then caught by the commotion. Yunjong looked at the arena and realized that they had won again, and it was already 4 times in a row. Yunjong observed what was happening and thought that except for him, Zhou Guo, and Chung Mayong, all the other disciples were around the same strength, so the fact that they continued to win meant that the next matches would not be any different. In other words, the Mount Hua sect will be able to win against the Southern Edge sect. And so, match after match, the third-class disciples of the Mount Hua sect really won every match until the end. Because of that, all disciples of the Mount Hua sect shouted and celebrated. Yunjong then concluded that the match's result was a draw since both the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect had 10 wins and losses, but it was obvious which side had better morale and a greater sense of victory. Yunjong was also excited by what was happening and shared his feelings of happiness with Chung Mayong, saying that they really won. However, Chung Mayong cut Yunjong off and asked with an irritated voice if they could actually call something like that a victory. Because of that, all the cheers on their side suddenly vanished as they paid attention to what Chung Mayong was saying. Chung Mayang told them that it was a draw, so they obviously did not win. Yoonjong tried to say that that was good enough, but Chung Mayang's menacing face and voice cut off what he was saying. Chung Mayang said with a grave voice that there was no word such as a draw in his vocabulary. Yoonjong could only look at Chung Mayang unpleasantly. However, Chung Mayang disregarded that as he picked up a wooden sword and said that if a draw ever happened to him, he would rather die than experience that humiliation. When he said that, Yoonjong and Jo-gul could only shed a tear and bite their lips in frustration, as they complained in their minds Chung Mayang should just enjoy the situation while the atmosphere was great. Chung Mayang, who did not know that, was so deep in thought that if he was going to settle it with just that, then he would not even start this whole thing. After all, Chung Mayang was still not done repaying the debts for the Southern Edge sect stealing their Plum Blossom sword technique. And more reasons why he can't send them off with just that, or because they dared to step on their backyard and even insult their sect leader in front of everybody. So obviously, Chung Mayang was so pissed that veins started bulging all over his face as his eyes glowed red. After that, Chung Mayang told Yoonjong not to miss anything about what he was about to do. Chung Mayang then walked toward the arena. Everyone observed him as though his statement had mesmerized them. That was the back they would see a great deal more of going forward. That was the back of the person who would head the Mount Hua sect, and Yoonjong could see it. Meanwhile, Hyeon-jong was looking at the sky after receiving a blow to his mental health as Hyeon-sang and Hyeon-young were doing their best to make Hyeon-jong comfortable. Hyeon-jong just cannot believe that the day they had been dreaming of finally came. Chung Mayang did expect that this day would eventually come. What he did not expect was that he would see it in his life. Hyeon-sang was different from Hyeon-jong, who was crying tears of joy. He was smiling happily as he shared his feelings with Hyeon-jong. Hyeon-jong then thought again. He is at a loss for words and can only respond with a repetitive yes. He was glad that he could finally stand tall in the afterlife and confront their ancestors. Just then, they noticed Chung Mayang atop the arena, walking. On the other hand, Sima Seung could obviously not be happy like the elders of the Mount Hua sect. He scolded the third-class disciples of their sect as he trembled in anger from his seat. He yelled at them about how useless they were to lose to the Mount Hua sect in front of so many people. As that happened, Jumryong, who was sitting as he trembled in anger that the perfect win of the Southern Edge sect had now turned into a pile of crap. It was at that moment that they heard a voice trying to get their attention by asking to excuse him. It was Chung Mayang who was raising his hand inside the arena, saying that he had something he would like to say. He turned to Elder H. Wang and said that they would be able to decide who won the conference since they had already seen everything, so he asked whose sect it was. Elder H. Wang then realized what Chung Mayang was doing. Chung Mayang has no intention of ending this conference with a draw. Elder H. Wang let out a breath happily and asked the other merchants beside him. Because of that, they started bickering, as they had different opinions on who should win the conference. So Elder H. Wang, who was aiming for that, told Chung Mayang that it was hard for them to make a decision. Chung Mayang then replied that he could see that, but he was sure that they would feel like this whole thing would be left unfinished if they ended it with a draw. That's why he said that he had a suggestion. He said that they should do something to decide who the winner is once and for all. He suggested that they let the ones who won the fight against each other, which left Jumryong feeling angered while the elders of the Mount Hua sect were bewildered. Yoonjong and Jo-gul, who heard that, were shocked because the ones who won on the Southern Edge sect side were second-class disciples while they were just third-class disciples. However, Chung Mayang added a condition. He reasoned that just one-on-one matches are pretty boring. He said that they should have a team match where they let the winner of the match stay in the arena to fight the next opponent, and the side with the last person standing wins. Chung Mayang, who could see Jumryong grit his teeth in anger, irritates him more by provoking him by saying that if they're scared, then they should bite the dust. After that, Sima Seung intervened, finding Chung Mayang's suggestion ridiculous. So he asked Chung Mayang what his position was to represent the Mount Hua sect and make suggestions to the Southern Edge sect. However, Chung Mayang did not care and just said that he should discuss it with his sect leader since Hyeon-jong was right beside him, so it was not like it was hard to do. Sima Seung, who was angered by Chung Mayang's attitude towards him, was about to scold him, but then he heard the discussion between the merchants. He could hear that they liked Chung Mayang's suggestion. Chung Mayang, who also heard that, said that it would seem that both sides just need to agree now, which infuriates Sima Seung. Hyeon-jong then asked Chung Mayang what he was doing, and Eun-gum, who was beside him, asked his sect leader to approve Chung Mayang's suggestion. Hyeon-jong was surprised by that and asked Eun-gum why he would allow such a ridiculous suggestion. Eun-gum reasoned that Chung Mayang was a smart kid. He said that although Chung Mayang tends to go overboard sometimes, he never thought of him as a thoughtless kid. On the contrary, he felt as though Chung Mayang had total control of his mind. Eun-gum told Hyeon-jong with clear eyes that there was no way that Chung Mayang did not know what he was doing right now and that he was sure that Chung Mayang had a plan, so they should trust him. Hyeon-jong looked at each one of them to see if any of them opposed the idea, but seeing as there was none, Hyeon-jong sighed and told Chung Mayang that the Mount Hua sect accepted the suggestion. Because of that, Sima Seung, who was put under pressure, also agreed with the suggestion. Chung Myung, who smiled after getting what he wanted, was confused when he was suddenly dragged away by Yoon Jong from the arena. Chung Myung asked Yoon Jong what was wrong, and Yoon Jong shouted in frustration, asking how they could win against them when they were second-class disciples, and Jumryong was even there. Yoon Jong also asked if he actually expected them to win against someone like that and questioned Chung Myung if they actually became that strong. Chung Myung, who was listening to Yoon Jong, finds it absurd. So he asked Yoon Jong if he was actually serious right now and said that they should not even dream about it because there was no way that they could beat Jumryong, which offended Yoon Jong a little even though he was the one who asked. Chung Myung then looked at Jo Gul and thought that if he pushed his limits, then Jo Gul might win against one of the second-class disciples, but the rest would be crushed because, whether they have the basics or not, Jin Jumryong is on a totally different level. Yoon Jong then became worried after Chung Myung told him that and asked if he actually had a plan. However, the moment he was about to say his plan, the scene was cut off and turned to the Southern Edge sect. Sima Seung was saying that he was sure that they planned to tire out Jumryong and lead Chung Myung to victory. Jumryong then replied that it does not matter how many opponents he should fight because the only thing they need to do is win. But Sima Seung did not agree with Jumryong because it was not like he would gain anything from defeating 10 third-class disciples on his own. That's why, instead of letting Jumryong fight first, he called another second-class disciple, Yu Beek, who obeyed. Back to the scene when Chung Myung was about to say his plan. Chung Myung held his wooden sword on his shoulder and said that there was no need for any plans because he was the plan. He then demanded the Southern Edge sect send his opponent there already, which surprised them. Yu Beek then went inside the arena and observed Chung Myung with serious eyes. Yu Beek thought that no matter how strong the Mount Hua sect had become, no one would acknowledge it unless it was proven. He rationalized that, whether they became twice as strong as they are right now, they would be the only ones to know. That's why Yu Beek thought that they should let Jiang Hu know that the Mount Hua sect was no longer the same. That was the only way that they could protect their reputation. And the fastest way to spread the Mount Hua sect's name was for them to defeat the second-class disciples of the Southern Edge sect because that would definitely be interesting. However, if all the third-class disciples of the Mount Hua sect crushed them, then it would surely become a legend that would come into the history of Jianghu. On the other hand, Chung Myung turned to Yoon Jong and told him to remember his words. After that, Yu Beek tried to lecture Chung Myung, but he was cut off when Chung Myung politely greeted him to request a spar, just like any disciple would, so Yu Beek could not help but do the same. That was when Yoon Jong noticed that Chung Myung's demeanor had changed because his usual playfulness was gone. It was as if he were a swordsman who was on a battlefield. That's why Yoon Jong said in his loud voice what Chung Myung told him, not to miss a single moment of what he was going to do. Jo Gul, who heard that, answered that he would. Just then, Chung Myung left a statement saying that today is the day that he will create a legend. Right after that, Yu Beek released a barrage of attacks that even Hyeon Jong could not recognize. However, even as Yu Beek attacked him, Chung Myung was not fazed and kept his calm. Chung Myung swung his sword and stopped Yu Beek's approaching strike, something that Yu Beek could not believe. Following that was another heavy blow that Chung Myung released, which made Yu Beek's hand tremble after stopping it. Yu Beek already realized that Chung Myung was not using any kind of sword technique but just basic sword art. However, it was heavy and fast, and that's why he could not see an opening to use the 12-movement snowflower sword technique. As Yu Beek thought that he needed an opening, he was continuously pushed back, and he did not realize that he was right outside the boundary of the area. But Chung Myung did not give Yu Beek a chance to redeem himself and struck his sword towards Yu Beek's face, finally pushing him completely outside the arena. Chung Myung let out a gust of wind that reached the whole area, but the wooden sword did not touch Yu Beek's face and just fell outside the arena, just like Chung Myung had wanted. Yu Beek fell on his butt right in front of the disciples of the Southern Edge sect. Chung Myung looked at them with a solemn expression and said to send his next opponent out. Sima Seung was left bewildered as he looked at Chung Myung, who was returning to the other side of the arena. He cannot believe that Chung Myung suppressed Yu Beek with just basic sword technique and that he did not even let Yu Beek counterattack, because that was not even something he could do. From that moment on, he started to wonder what Chung Myung's real identity was. Sima Seung started to fear what Chung Myung could become if he let them grow. His guts were telling him that if they let Chung Myung be, he would overshadow the Southern Edge sect one day, just like the Plum Blossom Sword Supreme did in the past. What he did not know was that Chung Myung was exactly the guy that he feared. So he called Seohan to spar up against Chung Myung next. He told Seohan that he should drag the match for as long as possible. Once Seohan was in the arena, he calmed himself and thought that he would not let his guard down and would not underestimate his opponent. Because if he did that, he thought that he would not lose like Yu Beek did. However, he felt it. The immense pressure that was coming from Chung Mayong made him feel little. And before he could even prepare himself, Chung Mayong was already in front of him, with his sword striking him. Seo-han immediately blocked it with his sword, but the strength was so great that it made him kneel. Right after that, it did not even take a second, and he was already out after Chung Mayong struck his face with his sword. Chung Mayong looked at the Southern Edge sect's disciples again and told them again that one word was next. Yoonjong and the others who were behind Chung Mayong were in a state of shock at what they saw because Chung Mayong defeated Seo-han with just one move. Chung Mayong then walked to his position again, as he thought that this was not enough. He was not satisfied with just them losing. He wanted to leave a scar that they would not be able to erase. A scar that would not disappear as long as the Mount Hua sect was still in this world, because the Southern Edge sect had done something unforgivable. The Mount Hua sect sacrificed all to preserve the world. Everyone chose to sacrifice their lives to stop the heavenly demon in the never-ending vast mountains, even though he tried to talk them out of it. The Southern Edge sect was a part of the world they sacrificed their lives to defend. Not only did they not return the favor, but they also mocked the Mount Hua sect, stole their sword skills, and are currently attempting to eradicate them with their small-minded schemes. For this moment, Chung Mayong needed to quiet his inner rage every single day. However, just like any other human being with boundaries, Chung Mayong is no longer able to contain them. Chung Mayong, with his infuriated face, let his voice ring as he told them to let his next opponent out. One of them finally stood up and faced Chung Mayong. After that, Chung Mayong readied himself to attack, and this time he thought that he had already shown all the basics. So this time he would show a sword technique of the Mount Hua sect, which was something Joe Gull immediately noticed. It was the falling sword petal as soon as he saw Chung Mayong's pose. Soon after that, Chung Mayong moved, and Seo-han did not even realize that Chung Mayong had already passed him and hit him. Because of that, Seo-han lost his composure and attacked Chung Mayong with no plan. But Chung Mayong did not let him and struck him one after another, and for the finishing blow, Chung Mayong went from his neck as if he were going to decapitate him. If it was a real sword, Seo-han's head would probably already be rolling on the ground. Yoonjong, who witnessed that, realized that the way Chung Mayong used that sword technique was completely different from how they did it. Yoonjong had no idea that their falling petal sword technique was such a magnificent martial art. He finds it hard to believe it was that powerful. It seemed as though Chung Mayong was informing them that the Mount Hua sect's sword skills could never be compared to those of the Southern Edge sect. Joe Gull, who also noticed the difference in how Chung Mayong used that sword technique, made a fuss in excitement as he shared it with Yoonjong. That was why Yoonjong told him again not to take his eyes off of Chung Mayong, because that would be the sword techniques that they would pass down to future generations. They then yelled at Chung Mayong to show them more, to show them how strong the Mount Hua sect's sword techniques were. After that, Chung Mayong continued to defeat the Southern Edge sect's disciples one after another, and right now, there were already 6 people who had fallen down his feet. At this point, the disciples of the Southern Edge sect started to worry that they would all lose to a single third-class disciple. They started pushing each other to go out there and fight Chung Mayong because they didn't want to fight him. Jumryong, who heard all that, was angry and said in a cold voice that they were truly pathetic because of how they feared a disciple who was 10 years younger than them. That was why he decided that he would go out there as Chung Mayong's next opponent. Because he cannot contain himself any longer, he told them to just stay there and watch him recover the name of their sect. He then looked at them disgustedly and contradicted what he said, saying that he did not even know if there was still time left for him to recover. However, as Jumryong was about to approach the arena, Sima Seung shouted, stopped him from proceeding, and ordered other second-class disciples to go out there. It was Manjiak. Manjiak was surprised that he was called. Nonetheless, he cannot disobey an elder. Sima Seung explained to him that he just needed to tire Chung Mayong out. After that, Sima Seung told Jumryong to go with him. Once they are far from the crowd, Sima Seung bluntly asks Jumryong if he thinks that the other second-class disciples could defeat Chung Mayong. Jumryong could not answer. He did not want to admit it, but he did think that Chung Mayong would beat the rest of the second-class disciples. Sima Seung told him that he was not wrong to think like that since Chung Mayong was indeed a monster. However, he quickly took back what he said, and Chung Mayong was not there yet. But if they left him be, then Chung Mayong might really become a monster one day. That would mean that Chung Mayong might stand in the way of the Southern Edge sect. Hearing that, Jumryong was confused. He was confused by the fact that Sima Seung was worried about Chung Mayong, although he did agree that Chung Mayong was strong for his age. He could not believe his ears when he heard that Chung Mayong would stand in the way of the Southern Edge sect in the future. He was also angry by that fact because that would mean that he was no match for Chung Mayong. It was then that Sima Seung said that Jumryong was indeed a genius, but there were many who were also like that in Jianghu. He bluntly told him that the people who fought over that title were not geniuses, they were simply called monsters. Monsters are those who overcome common sense, like breathing air, and use their strength to break the laws of nature. They are the ones who give the impression that talent is unimportant. As Sima Seung continued, Jumryong could only tremble in frustration, while, on the other hand, Chung Myung, who was called a monster, had already defeated another second-class disciple of the Southern Edge sect. So when Jumryong was about to let out his frustration, Sima Seung interrupted, stating that even though Chung Myung was a monster, he was still a child. Sima Seung then drew an example, stating that even a young tiger may die from being beaten by dogs. This made Jumryong wonder what Sima Seung was getting at. Sima Seung then told him, with menacing eyes, to kill Chung Myung. He told Jumryong that although Chung Myung was a monster, Jumryong could still beat him, so they needed to kill him before Chung Myung even reached his full potential. Hearing him say that desperately, Jumryong thought that Sima Seung had gone insane. That's why Jumryong tried to calm Sima Seung by saying that they should think rationally, but Sima Seung insisted, saying that if Jumryong did not do it, he would forever live in Chung Myung's shadow. When Jumryong heard that, he realized that Sima Seung was right, and Sima Seung continued that he should make his choice and that whatever happened, he would take full responsibility for it. Sima Seung reassured him that his plan was merely an error. Mistakes occur frequently when people spar. Sima Seung was then told by Jumryong that he would first clarify one thing. Chung Myung cannot overshadow him, he informed him. He did, however, threaten to halt Chung Myung at any cost if he would obstruct the Southern Edge sect's future. Sima Seung then smiled evilly and agreed with him. Meanwhile, Chung Myung was thinking that he would make these 10 consecutive wins, but he thought that it might be difficult. Although those frightened French fries are nothing, Jumryong will definitely appear last. As he thought of that, a familiar face appeared before him. It was Songbik. As soon as he was in the arena, Songbik told him that although he already knew that he would not be able to win against him, he could not stand back and watch his sect be humiliated. Chung Myung smiled at that and found Songbik's thoughts admirable. After that, they greeted each other and requested a spar. Chung Myung then started to feel strange. He finds it weird that Songbik is the only guy he does not hate among the Southern Edge sect. That's why he thought that it would not be bad to show Songbik something. It was the level that Songbik would eventually reach. He reasoned that it was entirely up to Songbik. If he succeeded, it would be to his great benefit. If not, it would have a detrimental effect on him. Though he could only demonstrate a small portion of it, Chung Myung believed that this was the caliber of swordsmanship the Southern Edge sect possessed at his time. When Songbik finally got to him, it was pitch-black surroundings. So Songbik was unable to see Chung Myung until he discovered that Chung Myung was behind him. Songbik was aware that what he was witnessing was not real because of his size and the size of his sword. But he was still curious about the power that rendered him entirely defenseless and unable to flee. After that, he was completely hit on the head and said, before fainting, that he saw it, the Sword of Unification. It was a level of swordsmanship where the swordsman became one with the sword. Finally, after defeating 9 people, Jumryong was the only one left. Chung Myung turned to where he was and told him to get over there. On the other hand, Hyun-jong was questioning himself if something like this had ever happened before in the history of the Mount Hua sect, because even when the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was still alive, the Mount Hua sect just had a better reputation. Hyun-jong did not even know when to begin about how long he had been waiting for this day when the Mount Hua sect could stand proudly before the Southern Edge sect. Hyun-sang was then about to say something, but Hyun-jong told him to stop and just kept on watching. He felt that Chung Myung would show something to them again. After that, as Jumryong was walking into the arena, his co-members were looking at him with expectations, which was something Jumryong was unfamiliar with. Jumryong worked his whole life for their recognition, but it all changed because of Chung Myung. It became a concern for him and a fear of losing to Chung Myung. Jumryong then asked Chung Myung sarcastically if he should compliment him for what he had done, and Chung Myung sighed and answered calmly, saying that there was a need for that since he had not done anything great. Because of that, Jumryong thought that Chung Myung was looking at them and immediately became irritated with him. But Chung Myung replied that it was not that Chung Myung was looking at them. Beating weaker than him was simply nothing to be proud of, taunting Jumryong even more. Jumryong had disliked him from the start because the way Chung Myung looked at him was as if he was on the same level as the others. After that, Jumryong informed Chung Myung that, as they say, being overly nice is the same as being disrespectful, and he could see that humility did not fit him. Therefore, those who hear that he tried to be humble will become enraged. He added that although he didn't want to acknowledge it, Chung Myung was capable of being conceited because his victory over him was sufficient to recognize him as an extraordinary intellect. However, according to Jumryong, sharing the same era of birth with him was not a fortunate thing. He then said that it was a pity that he chose the Mount Hua sect instead of the Southern Edge sect. He told Chung Myung that if he did, he might be able to surpass him. Chung Mayang then asked Jumryong why he thought that Chung Mayang would surpass him if he were in the Southern Edge sect and not the Mount Hua sect. Jumryong replied with confidence that it was obvious since the Mount Hua sect was still trying to regain the old martial arts they had in their glory. He told Chung Mayang that the Southern Edge sect was different from them because they don't look back into the past. He proudly said with a tense smile on his face that the Southern Edge sect always invents new martial arts and creates better systems. That was the reason that Southern Edge would never lose to the Mount Hua sect. Then, Chung Mayang believed that Jumryong was incredible. He not only possessed the skills and reputation to support his sect's beliefs, but he also had confidence in them. Chung Mayang was so impressed that he wanted the rest of his brothers to take lessons from him. That was, of course, only true if the thing Jumryong was referring to wasn't derived from the Mount Hua sect's stolen martial arts. He thought a great deal about the future of the Southern Edge sect. Those who betrayed them instead of returning their good will talk about what he should do for that future. He planted a seed in the Southern Edge sect some time ago. He has already done everything in his power as a fellow person, even if he has no idea if that seed will sprout. Chung Mayang thought that if Jumryong wanted to have the Mount Hua sect's sword technique, he should at least give his best at stealing it, for he would show Jumryong the true nature of those techniques he attempted to steal. The Plum Blossom Sword Supreme, Chung Mayang, will carry out what he is going to accomplish instead of the third-class disciple of the Mount Hua sect, Chung Mayang. He confidently turns to face Jumryong. He promised to give Jumryong a gift for the future. Chung Mayang keeps telling Jumryong that he will receive a gift that he won't soon forget, but Jumryong is surprised by it. The disciples of Mount Hua sect were silently watching Jumryong and Chung Mayang at the arena. Yunjong heard Baek Chun from behind, asking him to step aside. He turned his face and saw Baek Chun, full of wounds and unable to barely walk. But Baek Chun insisted that he needed to see the fight between Jumryong and Chung Mayang. Everyone who sees Baek Chun asks how he's doing. But he fell on his knees and thought that he needed to see this. As soon as he woke up, he learned that Chung Mayang had won 9 games in a row. And after hearing what happened, he cannot possibly lie down. Being the eldest of the second-class disciples, someone is shouting to give their senior Baek Chun a chair. But Baek Chun is still on his knees. He told himself that even though his body was in so much pain and needed to be treated, he must cheer Chung Mayang up close. He hopefully said in his mind that Chung Mayang to win the game. After that, a wind passed by, and both Jumryong and Chung Mayang prepared themselves to fight. As soon as it started, they both disappeared in the eyes of the audience because of how fast they were. They continued to exchange blows, and as they continued to exchange blows, Jumryong was slowly getting irritated while Chung Mayang remained composed. Jogul could not believe what was happening. He couldn't even see anything. They were just too fast for his eyes to see. After a few exchanges of blows, Jumryong finally used the sword technique that angered Chung Mayang. The 12-movement snow flower sword technique created beautiful white-colored petals, just like snow, and just as Chung Mayang had seen, it was similar, a breathtaking beauty with a hidden fatal attack within it. Chung Mayang could not help but scoff with ridicule hidden beneath his words, complimenting the Southern Edge sect, saying that it indeed looked different and they did a great job copying it. They did a great job imitating the 24 Plum Blossom sword technique, and since Jumryong was the one executing it, Chung Mayang thought that it was on a whole different level than Songbik. This sword technique, reminiscent of fantasy, will probably defeat someone who does not know any better. It is incredibly strong and devoid of any unnecessary movements. Even Chung Mayang was astounded by its beauty. Just then, Jumryong moved forward as he performed that sword technique. And once it reached Chung Mayang, it grazed him all over his body. However, he was not fazed and just wiped the blood on his cheek. After that, Jumryong told Chung Mayang that although the Mount Hua sect's sword technique also resembled a flower in the past, it was now part of the new sword techniques of the Southern Edge sect. He declared with confidence that the Mount Hua sect's sword techniques would be forgotten and theirs would be the ones that would be remembered. Jumryong continued that the reason their predecessors created that technique was to inform the world that the Southern Edge sect's sword techniques were better than those of the Mount Hua sect. Jumryong continued to mock the Mount Hua sect, and soon after that, he pointed his sword at Chung Mayang and said that he would cut off the last hope of the Mount Hua sect. Chung Mayang smiled and just asked what Jumryong could even do with their clown sword technique. Hearing that made Jumryong's eyes almost bulge in anger. Chung Mayang then explained that he was not insulting him, it was his sword technique that he was dissing. But Chung Mayang took it back because Jumryong seemed like he was greatly influenced by his sect. As Jumryong's face contorted like a beast, Chung Mayang cut him off before he could even say anything and asked him what was within the sword technique that he had. Jumryong asked Chung Mayang what he meant, and when he heard that, Chung Mayang said he was certain. He said that they did a great job copying the Mount Hua sect's 24 Plum Blossom sword technique and even called it the 12 Snow Flower sword technique. However, Chung Mayong said that it was not enough because the Mount Hua sect's sword technique is faster, sharper, and fancier. But Jumryong just shrugged it off as a pointless conversation and started to let his kai flow again. Jumryong said with a grave voice, bulging veins all over him, that he would no longer waste time and would kill Chung Mayong with that sword technique in his hands. Jumryong began unleashing his strength and told Chung Mayong that there was nowhere for him to run because the technique that he used would swallow him. After that, the hurricane of power grew large, and Baek Chun, who witnessed that, thought that it was stronger than he had anticipated. On the other hand, Yoonjong and Jo Gul were worried for Chung Mayong since he would be facing that giant power. However, Isol, who saw this, could only think that the technique that Jumryong was using was similar to the Plum Blossom sword technique but was also different at the same time. Chung Mayong, who was facing this, thought that this was probably what the demon sect had felt whenever they faced the 24 Plum Blossom sword technique, but it did not intimidate Chung Mayong because it was just a shell with nothing inside. After that, Chung Mayong's pose was ready for his technique, and it was the technique that Ungum knew and that all the elders knew. It was the 7 Plum Blossom sword. Hyun Seng, who saw that, shouted in concern for Chung Mayong that his body might not be able to handle it. However, Chung Mayong did not hear any of that and thought that the reason that the sword technique that the Southern Edge sect created was just an empty shell was because they thought that the only sword technique that could create a plum was the Plum Blossom sword techniques that they just copied. But it was not the only sword technique of the Mount Hua sect that could make the flowers bloom, because it does not matter what technique he used, as any sword technique of the Mount Hua sect can make flowers bloom. Not only can flowers bloom in beautiful forests, but they can also blossom on solitary trees placed on rocky cliffs. As long as the tree resists the wind, flowers flourish. It was then that Jumryong was shocked to see plum blossoms because, as far as he knew, they were long gone in the hands of the Mount Hua sect. It was the reason why people were saying that the Mount Hua sect may never rise again. After that, pink plum blossom petals touched the snow-white petals of the flower that Jumryong created, and as they collided, it was his that withered more than the plum blossoms. When Jumryong asked Chung Mayong how that happened, Chung Mayong answered that it was because what Jumryong used was an illusion. Right after that, Jumryong's sword technique was completely destroyed by Chung Mayong, which confused him. Jumryong was agitated by the fact that this sword technique that he did was already as perfect as it could be, and because he also believed that it was several times stronger than the Mount Hua sect's Plum Blossom sword technique of the past. So he could not understand just how it was defeated by Chung Mayong's sword technique. It was then that Chung Mayong asked Jumryong if he really thought that the sword techniques of the Mount Hua sect were simply creating the form of plum blossoms. All the different groups following Taoist beliefs around the world aim to be more like nature in how they express their beliefs and practice their teachings. For instance, there are various sects like the Wudang sect that focuses on Taiji, the Dianking sect that emphasizes the sun, and the Kongdong sect that centers around the 5 elements. However, among these sects, only the Mount Hua sect stood out for its association with plum blossoms. The presence of plum blossoms set the Mount Hua sect apart from other Taoist groups. People often viewed it as a powerful sect that possessed something captivatingly worldly, capturing the admiration of others. Chung Mayong, after dedicating his entire life to mastering the Mount Hua sect's sword techniques and reaching an unprecedented level, discovered something profound. He realized that these sword techniques weren't just about creating illusions of plum blossoms, they actually made the plum blossoms bloom. However, it wasn't merely about the specific flower, it was about the action of blooming itself. The plum blossoms appeared because they were abundant on Mount Hua. Chung Mayong understood that if a sword technique could bring forth new life, it didn't matter which flower it manifested. It went beyond being limited to a specific technique like the plum blossom sword technique or the 24 plum blossom sword technique. The original purpose of the Mount Hua sect's technique was the 7 Plum Blossom technique. This technique encapsulated the determination that those bearing the name of the Mount Hua sect should hold within their hearts. However, those from the Southern Edge faction became fixated on the allure of plum blossoms and enchanted by the sharpness of the sword techniques. Consequently, they failed to grasp the true essence of their sword techniques. They remained lost in fanciful thoughts indefinitely, much like what Jin Jumryong was currently experiencing. Chung Mayong conveyed to them, without explicitly saying it, that they should closely observe how their sword technique falters against his own. The defeat they experience against his technique will leave an indelible mark in their memories forever. Every time they wield their swords, they will recall this moment. It's likely that in their training, they'll unconsciously try to emulate what Chung Mayong did. Eventually, even what these individuals perceive as their strength will pale in comparison to Chung Mayong's mastery of this sword technique. It will bind them indefinitely and serve as Chung Mayong's ultimate retaliation against their malevolence. Chung Mayong passionately declared that even if they face betrayal from trusted allies, lose the sword techniques defining their identities, or confront their most formidable adversaries at their doorstep, the Mount Hua sect will endure and never fade away. Let things happen as they will. Eventually, the world will keep renewing itself forever. The teachings of Taoism that the ancestors of the Mount Hua sect tried to achieve are present in the blossoms. This is Chung Mayung's way of making amends for not passing on what was necessary. Even though it might be late, they should now witness it for themselves. This is what the Mount Hua sect has lost and what they will eventually regain. Chung Mayung wielded his sword and called out the plum blossom slash. He explained that this slash would transform into pillars, forming walls, which would then crumble into dust. The dust would be carried by the wind, swirling and growing into a massive whirlwind. Then, enchantment brought forth pillars of whirlwinds filled with plum blossoms, moving toward Jumryong as if they intended to engulf him. It was the ultimate 7 plum blossom sword technique, plum blossom whirlwind. Just like that, Jumryong was completely engulfed by these pink plum blossoms, finding them beautiful. As he was being swallowed, he pondered what set their sword techniques apart. Why wasn't his sword technique as beautiful? His headband split in half as he continued to seek answers to his questions. The headband reflected the sky as it fell on the ground, and once it fell down, Jumryong fell to his knees and finally landed his face on the ground. Baek Chun, who witnessed this, could not believe his eyes. After all, Jumryong was the wall he could not overcome, and Chung Mayung just did it. Just then, Chung Mayung opened his mouth, and all of them were silent as he looked at him, as if they were waiting for what they wanted to hear from Chung Mayung. So, as Hyan Zhong's tears welled up in his eyes, Chung Mayung announced with his mouth that the winner of that year's conference was the Mount Hua sect. After saying that, there were simultaneously different reactions to their victory. The disciples were shouting their feelings of joy out, Hyan Young was laughing like crazy, Hyan Sang was just speechless with his mouth open, and Hyan Zhong just could not help but cry. They were so happy because this was their first victory against the Southern Edge sect, and what's more is that they couldn't believe that Chung Mayung won consecutively. It was epic. On the other hand, Yun Zhong was also happy with the fact that even their seniors who were on bad terms with them seemed to be genuinely happy. He then thought that although they might quarrel at times, the moment the Mount Hua sect's name was at stake, none of those emotions mattered, and that's what it means to be a sect. However, after being alone with his thoughts, he was pulled by Zhou Gul into the collar of his clothes. When he realized that, Yun Zhong tried to pull away, but Zhou Gul could not see this and just continued to blabber about what he felt. Meanwhile, Chung Mayung was not in a good state. He put one hand on his chest and felt the pain inside. Blood then gushed out of his mouth, but he immediately wiped it with his sleeves without anyone noticing it, as he thought that he had gone overboard. Although he defeated Jumryong because he used the 7 plum blossom, it seems that his internal injury would last for a while this time. But Chung Mayung decided to ignore it. He thought that it did not matter because this was not the end yet. As long as the Southern Edge sect had bad blood on them, they would still see them a lot. However, for Chung Mayung, this was good enough for now. Chung Mayung then caught Unum's attention, and it was only then that Unum realized that he still had not announced who had won officially. Unum walked forward, still in a daze, then looked at each other as if to confirm something, and he finally announced that the Mount Hua sect was the one who won the conference. Hearing that, the disciples were wild again as they laughed in happiness. Chung Mayung then looked at the sky and thought that the change from the Mount Hua sect would begin that day. He then asked his senior brother in heaven if what he did was good enough. However, Chung Mayung scoffed at himself as he thought of his senior brother's personality. He knew that his senior brother was stingy when it came to complimenting him, so he did not know why he even bothered to ask. After that, Chung Mayung lost the ability to think alone when the disciples of the Mount Hua sect ran to him, trying to toss him in the air. So he shouted at them, saying that he was hurting and had an internal injury, but of course, they did not stop. As the disciples laughed together, Hyan Zhong, who was watching them, could only smile. It had been so long since he had seen the Mount Hua sect's disciples happily together like this in front of him. Ungum then interrupted Hyan Zhong's thoughts and said that since they rejoiced enough, they should finish things up. He argued that leaving the Southern Edge sect there in such a manner was not a smart idea. Hyan Zhong agreed with him, so he walked to Sima Seung's side. Seeing him there, Sima Seung congratulated him while looking at Hyan Zhong like he was about to kill him. Hyan Zhong humbly replied that they only got lucky this time. Sima Seung then replied with malice that he understood and that Hyan Zhong ought to celebrate such an occasion since it might be the last that they could experience this. He then said that although they lost today, it did not mean that the Mount Hua sect had surpassed them. Someone then intervened in their conversation by stomping their foot hard on the ground. To his surprise, it was Chung Mayung. He was saying how rude he was but quickly turned to Zhou Gul as if he were saying it to him instead of Sima Seung. Zhou Gul, who did not know what was going on, was confused as to why he was being scolded right now by Chung Mayung, no less his junior brother. So Zhou Gul, who raised his voice at Chung Mayung, was kicked on his leg. He did that while telling Zhou Gul out loud that he should be respectful to his senior when he was the one who was younger than him. But Jogul was not really the target of his words, so he turned to his target, looking at Sima Seung, and continued saying that he was so rude. Sima Seung, who knew what Chung Mayang was doing, could only hold himself back from exploding. Chung Mayang paid no mind to it and just told Haiyan Zhang that he was there to pay respect to the elder of the Southern Edge sect since the battle was over. Hearing that made Haiyan Zhang gleeful, thinking how polite Chung Mayang was. On the other hand, Sima Seung blamed all that happened to Chung Mayang, saying that it was Chung Mayang's fault and that if he did not do anything right now, Chung Mayang would probably be the biggest problem that the Southern Edge sect would face in the future. So he thought that he should probably just kill him right now and readied his Kai. But Chung Mayang noticed it and asked out loud if one attack would be enough, which confused Sima Seung, who was asking himself how Chung Mayang knew what he was going to do. Chung Mayang then smiled at him and said that since they would be seeing each other a lot from then on, he would make sure to first pay respects to him. In anger, Sima Seung let out a frustrated groan and shouted to their disciples that they would go back and leave his seat first. As Sima Seung left, Chung Mayang sighed as he looked at him. He thought how pathetic Sima Seung was for acting up when he couldn't even back it up, and how foolish he was for leaving without the rest of his sect members. Haiyan Zhang then called Chung Mayang's attention and thanked him for his hard work while giving him the warmest smile. Chung Mayang, who was looking at him, could see his former sect leader and senior brother Haiyan Zhang, and as if his senior brother were still there, he told Haiyan Zhang, who embodied the title of sect leader, that he was welcome. On the other hand, the merchants were wailing around so that they could talk to Haiyan Zhang first, but they were being held back by Haiyan Sang and Ungum. Haiyan Young then caught the attention of the merchants and said with sparkling money in his eyes that they should talk to him since he was the finance and economy agency leader of the Munthua sect. Because of that, they hummed while following Haiyan Young like little ducklings. After that, Haiyan Zhang bid them goodbye, so Chung Mayang and the rest of the disciples bowed as he went. Just then, someone makes their way among the Munthua sect's disciples towards Chung Mayang. It was Songbik. Seeing him approach him obviously confused Chung Mayang, so he asked him what he was doing there and if it was okay to be there because his sect members were grinding while looking at them. Songbik did not care and answered that his ties were already almost cut off with them. However, from Chung Mayang's perspective, Songbik's ties with them were more than just almost cut off. He thought that it seemed that traitors were more hated than enemies, but from what Chung Mayang could see, Songbik would probably not care about that. Songbik then said his thanks to Chung Mayang's teaching. What Chung Mayang said to him back then, that he should not let anyone decide his path, was something he did not understand, but right now, he knows what Chung Mayang meant back then. He now knows what path he should take. After that, Chung Mayang asked him if he learned that from another sect's disciple, and Songbik asked why that would matter when he was looking for a teacher. He explained that if there was something he could learn, then it did not matter. Hearing that made Chung Mayang think that Songbik is more of a Taoist than he is. Songbik then turned back as he warned Chung Mayang to be careful of his senior brother because he was really incredible. And now he was certain that after today's match, he must have realized a lot of things, so he would probably train hard thinking Chung Mayang is his goal. He will become stronger. However, Songbik just smiled after saying all that, since he already knew that it would not matter to Chung Mayang. On the other hand, Chung Mayang could not help but be concerned for Songbik, as he had the feeling that he already knew what path he would take. Because of that, he told him that it would be a thorny path. Chung Mayang then asked him if he really wanted to walk on that path since it would be a tough one. Songbik just laughed as if he had given up hiding what he was thinking from Chung Mayang and said that he truly couldn't hide anything from him. After that, he told Chung Mayang, with a calm expression on his face, that it was not a path that he wanted to walk on but a path that he needed to walk on. Hearing that made Chung Mayang smile as if he were proud while looking at the retreating back of Songbik. It's likely going to be a lonely battle. It would be impossible to train Songbik in the sword skills of the authentic Southern Edge sect while maintaining the same level of effort, and without being able to forget the methods of the Munthua sect. However, Chung Mayang is confident that Songbik might ultimately emerge as the Southern Edge sect's best hope if he prevails. Just then, right after Songbik left, Yunjong called Chung Mayang and informed him that the sect leader wanted to see him. This made Chung Mayang nervous. It made him think that there was no way that Haiyan Zhang would let it pass what he had just done. He thought that the time had come while sweat dripped from his face. Right now, Chung Mayang was seriously contemplating what kind of excuse he should tell Haiyan Zhang for using the 7-plum blossom technique. Whether he should say that he learned it from a secret martial art manual by chance or just outright tell him that he was actually their ancestors who reincarnated. He was seriously troubled about what to say, and all he could do was sigh. However, right after he entered the sect leader's residence, his worries vanished and were swapped for irritation after being greeted by his cheeks being pinched by Haiyan Sang, who was happily calling him cute. Haiyan Sang was so happy because of all the dealings they had today with the merchants. It was to that point that he called Chung Mayang the god of fortune. He then said that he had never heard of people earning money from sparring and thought that the sect was just like competing. But now it looks like the money won't just stream, it would flood in no time. After that, Hyan Young asked Chung Mayung if he was hurt anywhere, and Chung Mayung, whose cheeks were still being pinched, answered in gibberish that you wouldn't be able to comprehend if you didn't listen closely, and that he just had a little scratch. Hearing that, Hyan Sang told Chung Mayung with a jolly face that he should get treated, so he should go to the treatment hall. Meanwhile, Hyan Jong, who was behind them, could not make his expression straight from all the crap he was hearing from them. Hyan Jong could only sigh at their shenanigans. After that, Hyan Jong walked past them and told Chung Mayung to follow him. Chung Mayung obeyed and immediately followed Hyan Jong from behind. They then continued to walk and reached the cliffs of Mount Hua. And looking at it again, this was the second time Chung Mayung gazed at Hyan Jong's back. Back then, it was the sorrowful back of the guy who headed the fading Mount Hua sect when he touched the door of the hidden storeroom back then. But Chung Mayung could sense that his back was a little more at peace now. They then finally reached the top of the cliff, where they could see the beautiful horizon of nature. After that, Hyan Jong started the conversation by asking Chung Mayung what he was feeling right now that he had reached the highest peak of Mount Hua. Chung Mayung then answered that it was high, which flustered Hyan Jong as if he did not expect that. However, Hyan Jong did not let the topic go somewhere else and just went straight to the point. He stated that Chung Mayung's sword technique made plum blossoms, which panicked Chung Mayung. Now was the time that he had to say it. However, he calmed himself down and thought that although he did not know what answers Hyan Jong might ask him, he had already written some advanced answers that he might need. He just needs to make sure not to screw up while reading it. As he pulled the paper from his back, he did not expect Hyan Jong to call him. That was why he was startled and thought that he caught him, but, to his surprise, Hyan Jong was already bowing to him, saying thank you. This made Chung Mayung even more flustered than before, so he asked his sect leader why he was bowing to him. Hyan Jong informed Chung Mayung that he was not thanking him as the sect leader but just an ordinary man named Hyan Jong. He explained to Chung Mayung that what he did was something Hyan Jong had wanted to see once in his lifetime. It was his lifelong wish, so he was grateful to Chung Mayung, who fulfilled that. However, he also said that being the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect is more important than just being an ordinary human. That is why he needs to ask Chung Mayung how he created plum blossoms using the 7 plum blossom techniques that he used. Hearing that sincerity from Hyan Jong made Chung Mayung crumple the paper from his back that he prepared just to answer that question. Chung Mayung let go of that paper and just answered whatever came to mind. He said that it happened naturally. He just trained the technique, and then plum blossoms appeared naturally. Chung Mayung told Hyan Jong that he also didn't know what happened and asked innocently if that was what the Mount Hua sect sword techniques could do. When he heard that question, Hyan Jong thought how foolish he was to ask that, because that was really what the Mount Hua sect's techniques are all about. Hyan Jong thought as he looked at Chung Mayung, the youngest among the third-class disciples, that he was just saying that he was progressing faster than the others. So if others were to train hard and consistently, they would eventually make plum blooms too. He was now sure that everyone in the Mount Hua sect could do that as long as they trained hard. And if that day came, that would be the era where the Mount Hua sect would start again. He then muttered the nickname, Plum Blossom Swordsman. No one dared to say that nickname anymore, and while there was no way one deserved to be called by it now. One day when everyone in the Mount Hua sect was able to create plum blossoms, Hyan Jong was sure that someone who deserved that title would appear as well. As if Chung Mayung knew what Hyan Jong was thinking, he interrupted him by saying that it was still far in the future with a huge grin on his face, which offended Hyan Jong, who complained that the atmosphere was just getting good. Chung Mayung ruined it. After a little joking, Hyan Jong asked Chung Mayung what the Mount Hua sect meant to him, which made Chung Mayung think of the past he had lived in the Mount Hua sect when his senior brother was still there. He remembered the days he spent laughing at the pranks he pulled when he was young, the time he was scolded for beating up another disciple, and the time when his senior brother always took care of him and was always there beside him. He remembered it all, even the time when he was the one who asked the question Hyan Jong was asking him, his senior brother. He remembered it and remembered what his senior brother told him. So he told Hyan Jong the same answer, that the Mount Hua sect is just the Mount Hua sect to him. Hearing that made Hyan Jong satisfied, saying that it was good enough for a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. However, Hyan Jong warned him that, after what happened today, others would not leave Chung Mayung alone, even if he did not want to, because that is how the world works. Hyan Jong then asked Chung Mayung if he would be able to handle that, and Chung Mayung answered with a smile that he would not even start anything if he could not. Hearing that, Hyan Jong told Chung Mayung that if that was what he thought, then they would protect him. He promised Chung Mayung that he and the Mount Hua sect would protect him from everything that he had to go through. Because of that, Chung Mayung could only look at him in awe. Chung Mayung knew that Hyan Jong had a lot of questions to ask him, but instead, Hyan Jong was just saying that he would protect him. compared to Chung Mayang, he was neither famous nor had accomplished much, but Chung Mayang thought that he was still someone who was worthy of his respect and recognition. Chung Mayang then told Hyeonjong that he would not be protecting him but journeying with him, because that is what the Mount Hua sect is all about. Hyeonjong then told Chung Mayang that he would love to hear from him again, and Chung Mayang happily answered that he was certain that they would get that chance one day. Later that night, inside the White Plum Blossom Hall, all of the third-class disciples except for Jo-gul and Yoon-jong were loudly chatting with each other out of excitement as they talked about how they won against the Southern Edge sect. Jo-gul and Yoon-jong were just standing by the wall, conversing with each other. Jo-gul was sharing with Yoon-jong that he could not sleep because whenever he closed his eyes, he could still see that technique glimmer. He explained that it was like he was being sucked into it. That was the best way he could describe it. Knowing that made Yoon-jong realize that he was not the only one who felt that feeling. At first, Yoon-jong did not realize it because he was too excited about their win. But once he calmed down, all he could remember was that sword technique and not whether they won or not. It was like a fantasy. Yoon-jong was looking at his hand as he thought that if only he could use a fantasy-like sword technique with his own hands. At the same time, Jo-gul said out loud what he just thought, asking if they could also do something like that. Yoon-jong then turned to Jo-gul and shared what he felt. He said that although he should not be saying such things since he was the most senior third-class disciple there, he just honestly wanted to become stronger. He said that it did not matter what level he would reach or what kind of sword technique he would use, he just wanted to become stronger. That's what he thought before, but after seeing what Chung Mayang used, Yoon-jong confessed that he wanted to be just like him. He wanted to use the sword technique with his own hands, and since it was his first time seeing the true Mount Hua sect sword technique after joining for a number of years, he was pretty sure that all of the third-class disciples felt the same way. Yoon-jong responded to Jo-gul's question about whether or not they would be able to use that technique by saying that he believes they would because they are also disciples of the Mount Hua sect. As Jo-gul was about to agree with Yoon-jong, the front door was suddenly burst open by Chung Mayang, who kicked it hard. It was surprising that it did not shatter. After that, as soon as he entered, he scolded them for bragging about each other after performing so poorly. He said if he were them, instead of blabbering around, he would swing his sword 100 times and climb the mountains. He then asked them with an irritated voice and expression if they thought that the conference was the end of things or if they were tired of living already, which made the disciples tremble in fear. Chung Mayang was annoyed by the fact that they were celebrating after defeating people who were 5 years younger than them when someone from the Southern Edge sect chose to walk alone on a tough path to revive the true essence of his sect. He was referring to Songbik. Chung Mayang then continued to shout his complaints, which made their ears bleed. Yoon-jong then tried to defend themselves a little by saying that although they were a little lacking, the results were good right now and that mistakes are bound to happen even in real fights. Hearing that made Chung Mayang ask furiously if they would be able to just laugh and say that they just made a mistake after being slashed on the battlefield. Chung Mayang continued that they were training hard so that they would not make any mistakes in a real fight, so he asked them why they were saying it was normal to make mistakes, which made Yoon-jong's ears bleed even more. Chung Mayang then told them that the reason they performed so badly at the conference was because they had that kind of mindset when they trained. Then he repeated what they were asking themselves with an irritated expression if they would be able to use that kind of sword technique, and then yelled at them again, which made Jo-gul miss her mother as his ears bled. Chung Mayang pointed at them and said that they should not be too happy or sad because it was just one fight. He told them there would be more from now on. After that occurrence passed, it would seem like it was nothing. Just then, Yoon-jong interrupted Chung Mayang, asking him if they really trained hard, as he said, they would be able to use the same sword technique as he did, which just irritated Chung Mayang even more. He told him that they were mistaken about something. Chung Mayang said with a scary face that what they wanted did not matter in the first place because they would have to use it whether they liked it or not, and asked if they thought that he would allow the disciples of the Mount Hua sect to make not even a single plum bloom. This scared all of them, so as soon as Chung Mayang yelled at them to start training again, all of them rushed out as if they were running for their dear lives. Chung Mayang let out a breath and thought that they could not get excited yet because this was just the first step. Chung Mayang also thought that although it was good that they were feeling confident, he should not let that turn into arrogance. Just then, someone came by the door. It was Baek Chun. Baek Chun told Chung Mayang that he had something he had to say, so he asked him if he could go with him. Deep in the forest of Mount Hua, Chung Mayang sat on a boulder, complaining about his tired legs while punching it with his hand. This made Baek Chun think that Chung Mayang looked like an old man sometimes, even though he was still a child. Baek Chun then looked away, as if he didn't want to see whatever Chung Mayang was doing, and thanked him for coming with him there. Chung Mayang replied that it was only natural because he was his senior, so there was no need to be grateful. He then asked Baek Chun why he had brought him all the way to that dark place while still hitting his sore legs. After that, he asked him if he was going to attack him again, like last time. Out of the blue, Baek Chun began talking about Chung Myung's victory against Jumryong, which shook even the rest of Chung Myung's seniors beside him. However, Chung Myung just brushed it off, saying that it was really nothing. Baek Chun then told Chung Myung that although it was like that, they were having mixed feelings about it. So Chung Myung replied that he should just say what he wanted already and stop beating around the bush. It was then that Baek Chun said with a quiet voice that he wanted to get stronger. Baek Chun began explaining that this was hard for him to ask because he was his senior, but no matter how Baek Chun saw it, there was no better way. But that does not mean that Baek Chun did not believe in his senior's teachings. It was just that he believed that there was something that he could learn from Chung Myung that was different from others. And he told Chung Myung that even though he didn't want to admit it, he was afraid that the third-class disciples might surpass them in no time. And that was something he just couldn't accept. Listening to that, Chung Myung deduced that what Baek Chun was saying was that he wanted Chung Myung to train the second-class disciples, including him. Baek Chun replied affirmatively, but Chung Myung questioned him about why he would do that, which caught Baek Chun off guard because he did not expect to be rejected. Chung Myung then explained that it was troublesome for him and he would not get anything from it, so why should he bother? Baek Chun retorted that they were from the same sect. However, Chung Myung cut him off, saying that his time was already split training the third-class disciples. Baek Chun then said that if that was the case, there was also no reason for Chung Myung to teach the third-class disciples, so he asked him why he still did. However, Chung Myung did not give him a concrete answer and just said that he also wondered about that. From then on, Baek Chun started to think of the reasons why Chung Myung would train the third-class disciples but not the second-class disciples. A few seconds later, an idea came to mind, so he asked Chung Myung if he was asking him to submit to him. Chung Myung answered that he never said such a thing while having a suspicious look on his face. Baek Chun retorted with a troubled expression that there were rules in the Mount Hua sect. It was then that Chung Myung asked Baek Chun if he had seen how hard the third-class disciples had trained. Baek Chun replied that he did while remembering the third-class disciples practically crawling on the ground. Since Baek Chun said that he saw that, Chung Myung said that it would make things easier to explain. He then began by asking Baek Chun if he thought that he could treat them the same way he treated the third-class disciples. He managed to do it with them, but if he did it with his seniors, the grand seniors would surely be furious with him. It was then that Baek Chun realized that it was not that Chung Myung couldn't do it, it was just that there were some problems. Memories of the third-class disciples' battle and their winning it then crossed Baek Chun's mind, which strengthened his resolve as he bit his lips in frustration. Baek Chun then started to swear to Chung Myung that he would treat him as his master for the time that he would be under his care, but Chung Myung interjected, asking him why it was only during this time that he would be learning from him. Chung Myung questioned him, saying that if he cursed at him after training, then does that mean he wouldn't have the authority to do anything? So Chung Myung demanded Baek Chun do it all the way. He told him to submit not only in training but for life. Baek Chun was seriously holding back from exploding and just sighed while hearing Chung Myung continue that if he could not do that, then there was nothing he could do for him. As he closed his eyes, Baek Chun remembered the scenes where Chung Myung used his sword, made the plum bloom, and swallowed all his pride. Baek Chun then declared that Chung Myung was no longer his junior and that no one in second-class disciples would longer try to use their status on him. He swore that on his name. Hearing that was like music to Chung Myung's ears as his eyes gleamed in madness as he thought that he got them. Later that dawn, as the third-class disciple walked outside their dorm, they were talking with each other about how they could not get used to this even though they trained every day, while the other retorted that they already saw the effect and he actually started to enjoy it. But before the disciple could even say that, they all started to shriek when a sight of their seniors greeted them as soon as they opened the door of their dorm. All of them were confused, but Chung Myung suddenly interjected as if he were expecting them to be there, which confused them more. Yoonjong immediately asked Chung Myung what was going on and why the seniors were there. Chung Myung then replied that his heart was broken when he saw how the seniors had treated them badly. He said that they had suffered a lot, as if he really sympathized with them, which Yoonjong retorted in his mind that Chung Myung also treated them like that. But he cannot say that out loud or he'll die. Chung Myung then said that they could rest at ease now, with a smirk on his face, and that Yoonjong could not comprehend what he meant. He said that from now on, the world would be beautiful and everyone would train equally, which confused Yoonjong even more, making him ask Chung Myung if the world he was saying was hell, but Chung Myung just answered that it was obviously not. After that, Chung Myung started his monologue by saying that he was very touched by voluntarily joining their training today because he was the instructor. He then said that all of them might already know that if it's not hard, then it's not training because no training is relaxing and refreshing. He told them that the only time they could call it training was when they cursed after they finished it, when they lost all strength and just had enough to hold their chopsticks to stuff their faces on their plate in order to eat. Chung Myung continued that there are no privileges when they want to be strong. The only thing to do is to give their all to their training. Then he ended his statement by saying to them that if they trust and follow him, they will become stronger. He then asked them if they understood him, and the second-class disciples answered in chorus that they understood, which made Chung Mayang very happy. Following his treatment of the third-class disciples, who were always complaining about their learning, Chung Mayang was thrilled to see such dedicated men. After that, Chung Mayang thought that they should start with the basics, so he turned to Yoonjong, asking them what they were doing when he already told them that they needed to show their seniors how to build their strength personally. It was only then that it dawned on third-class disciples what Chung Mayang meant earlier. Knowing that their seniors were going to receive the same treatment and training as they did thrilled them, so when they turned to look at them, the happiness combined with the evilness that covered their faces could not be described. From that point on, the second-class disciples were starting to get scared. The third-class disciples then started picking up the bag of stones they always carry while leaving a comment. They guessed that there would be new screaming and wailing in the Mount Hua sect for the next 3 months and 10 days. They then started chuckling while saying that they would do their best to teach them, which paled the second-class disciples even more. Chung Mayang could only scoff at the excited third-class disciples. Meanwhile, Isol was the only one who approached him, saying that she wanted to learn from him, but Chung Mayang flatly rejected him again, telling her to just learn from others. Most of the second-class disciples were freaking out at what the third-class disciples were doing to them, and one of them complained about why they were coming to him when Isol was doing nothing. Seeing that, he told Isol that if she really trained straight from him, he wouldn't show her mercy, even if she cried for help. However, it did not make Isol give up, it just made her more stubborn, telling Chung Mayang that it was exactly what she wanted, which clearly exhausts Chung Mayang just thinking about her amazing persistence. Isol then asked him if she did that, she would be able to create a plum blossom, which made Chung Mayang sigh because she was going on about that again. Because of that, he called their attention to say that if they were a disciple of the Mount Hua sect, their end goal must not stop with creating a plum blossom, because that was just a process. He told them that they should always remember that their end goal should always be the completion of the techniques that make plum blossoms. After that, Isol's father crosses her mind, while Chung Mayang thinks that in the past the only thing that he thought about was his abilities, so he had no care about the martial arts of those around him. But it was not like that anymore because he now realizes that there is a limit to what he can do alone. Because at the end of the day, the Mount Hua sect would not just face one strong person but many different sects all around Jianghu. He thought that if the day came that these guys would create plum blossoms and support me, then everyone would just bite the dust. Chung Mayang thought of that with a nasty smirk on his face. He then continued to think that they would unite the whole Jianghu. He would even draw plum blossoms on the bald heads of Shaolin monks if he had to. After that, he shouted at them to start. On the other hand, on a cliff where you could see the training grounds of the Mount Hua sect, Ungum was watching them train in amazement, seeing that even the second-class disciples joined them. He then remembered the conversation he had concerning Chung Mayang's training with the third-class disciples during morning training with the sect leader. At that time, the sect leader just let him be because he was confident that Chung Mayang wouldn't go astray and had a Taoism within him. After that, Ungum thought that the fact that Chung Mayang could create plum blossoms, his undetectable level of martial arts, and his unknown origin were the reasons why there were so many questions about him. He was thinking of that while hearing Chung Mayang threaten the disciples that they would die in his hands if they were not able to endure that. His thoughts then continued, thinking that just because he was curious about Chung Mayang, it was not a good reason to make the others be on guard with him. Taoism is a flowing style of life that requires acceptance. Since the path of Taoism was limitless, it made no sense for them to imprison Chung Mayang, regardless of his personality, as long as he was a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Ungum then thought that now that they left some part of the teachings in Chung Mayang's hands, he couldn't just sit and do nothing. Ungum made the resolve that he would also work hard to keep up with the Mount Hua sect that was getting stronger. That was the least he could do to not burden them. Just then, it crossed his mind if it would be greedy of him to ask Chung Mayang to teach him too, but that thought vanished soon after he heard Chung Mayang shouting his lungs out and scolding the disciples. After that, in another location, while the sky was filled with gray clouds, Chung Mayang was on the edge of a cliff thinking that although they already overcome one problem, there was still more to come. He also thought that the third-class disciples were progressing slowly, and because of that, he thought that they might become martial masters later than he anticipated. It was as if Chung Mayang had a heavy burden on his shoulders. It led him to believe that this was likely how being a leader felt, and it made him question whether the outcomes for his fellow members would have been different if he had felt this in the past. Chung Mayang instantly shook his head to get rid of his pointless ideas after realizing what he was thinking. After all, none of it mattered anymore. Right now, what matters is that he made better judgments in the present and built a better future by drawing on his past. Chung Myung sensed its steady, unhurried growth. There was no quick path to that. He had to keep going and follow the steps all the way through. In the coming days, Chung Myung believed that the sect of Mount Hua must leave the protection of this mountain and go forth into the world. They will have to deal with the Zhonghu's unseen cruelty when that occurs. When that moment arrives, Chung Myung is determined to establish a home they can rely on. For the sake of it, Chung Myung believed he needed to grow stronger than he currently is, regardless of whether the place was him or the Mount Hua sect. As the present Chung Myung, not as the Plum Blossom Supreme, he decided that he would always get stronger and eventually surpass the heavenly demon one day. Just then, he heard his senior brother's whisper asking him if his plum had bloomed already. He then answered, even though he knew that no one was really there and that he had not yet, that one day his very own plum blossom would bloom. It will bloom from the tip of his sword and swallow the whole world with its scent. Chung Myung looked upon the sky and reassured his senior brother not to worry because he would do his best. He was Chung Myung after all. The spring that caused the plums to bloom on Mount Hua was coming to an end slowly and indifferently. They bloomed and withered repeatedly. The world's plum bloomed twice and withered twice. Just like that, time passed by like flowing water. At the foot of the Mount Hua sect, one little guy was climbing its stairs. As soon as he arrived in front of the Mount Hua sect, he breathed heavily as he let out a happy statement that he had finally arrived. Looking at the sect's gate, this tiny person recognized that, indeed, after the 2-year-old conference between the Southern Edge and Mount Hua sects, the sect had gained greater credibility because the Mount Hua sect that he knew was not this clean. He then hoped that his father's intuition was not wrong. After that, he walks up to the gate and knocks on it. He then shouted, saying that he wanted to visit the Mount Hua sect and asking if anyone was there. Just as he thought that someone should be there if someone heard him, the gate slowly creaked open and revealed Beek Sang, who immediately asked who he was after seeing the guy. The guy did not answer the question but said his purpose for coming there was to meet the sect leader. Beek Sang then said that they were not accepting any guests that day, so he should come back tomorrow, which shocked the young lad and made him realize why no one was climbing up the mountain. He then dreadfully wondered if he really had to climb the mountain again tomorrow. So he made a resolve not to make that happen and quickly asked if there was really no way because he really needed to meet the sect leader today. Beek Sang apologized that it really could not be helped because it was the day that they didn't receive any outsiders. But then the guy shouted that he was not an outsider. He put down the baggage and turned back to let Beek Sang see the crest on his back. He then started introducing himself, saying that he was Wai Sohing from the Hua Shadow sect, an external sect that was affiliated with the Mount Hua sect. He declared that he really needed to meet the sect leader because of an emergency. Sohing explained that he already knew that they don't accept guests when he climbed up the mountain. But he asked Beek Sang if they could consider Sohing's sect situation and tell the sect leader that there was an emergency. It was then that Beek Sang was shocked to know that the guy in front of him was from the Hua Shadow sect. Inside the sect leader's pavilion, Hyan Young's voice could be heard even from outside. He was happy by the fact that a representative of the Hua Shadow sect, which was the only one affiliated with the Mount Hua sect that had continued to send some money for the last 30 years, had come to them. Hyan Young was laughing and complimenting Sohing and his sect here and there. He then told Sohing not to be embarrassed and just tell them what he needed. But he was so uncomfortable by the way Hyan Young looked at him and his welcoming attitude that he couldn't even begin to say anything. Hyan Young asked Sohing if they needed money, but Sohing immediately told him that it was not that, and Hyan Sang could only facepalm while sighing in the background at Hyan Young's shenanigans. Hyan Sang then stood up, and it made Hyan Young stop what he was doing immediately because he knew what was going to happen to him if he did not stop. Hyan Young complained in his mumbling how Hyan Sang was always unhappy when he tried to do something. Hyan Jong, who was watching Hyan Young, could only stare at him with dead eyes as he wondered when Hyan Young would mature again. After that, Hyan Jong asked Sohing what happened and why it was there, and Sohing immediately stated that the purpose of his visit there was because his sect was in serious need of help, and his father asked him to go and tell the Mount Hua sect. So when Hyan Jong heard that, he asked him what kind of help they needed. However, they did not expect that Chung Myung's name would be the one they heard as soon as Sohing opened his mouth and answered his question. Sohing said that he would like to bring Chung Myung back with him, the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. All of them turned silent for a moment, but Hyan Jong did not let the silence sit for much longer and asked him to explain the situation of their sect first with a troubled look on his face. Sohing quickly apologized, saying that his mind was just a jumbled mess and he did not know what he said. Sohing explained that it all started because of the new martial arts academy called Path Academy, which was built opposite the Hua Shadow sect. That academy was affiliated with the Wudang sect, and as soon as they were established, they started to offensively pull in trainees from places all around them. However, they did not care about that, since the Hua Shadow sect is already famous around Nanyang. But then they changed their tactic and started targeting the Hua Shadow sect. Sohing's father, the sect leader of the Hua Shadow sect, blew up at their provocation and suffered great damage in his fight against the Path Academy head. However, things did not end there. So-hing said that if they did, he would not be there asking for the Mount Hua sect's help. The Path Academy seemed intent on driving the Hua Shadow sect out of Nanyang. That was the very reason why they were asking for the Mount Hua sect's assistance. So-hing continued that his father heard that Wudang sect disciples would be visiting Nanyang. So his father quickly sent So-hing there to meet the sect leader of the Mount Hua sect and request help. Hearing that made Hyun-jong wonder why the academy affiliated with the Wudang sect would do such a thing when they should be seekers of the way of Taoism. So-hing then asked desperately for help, and he said that if they did not help them, they would need to take their signboard down. Hyun-jong then made a decision while caressing his beard that it was indeed something they could not ignore. The reason was that the Mount Hua sect was ready to step outside the world. So they need to start recovering the number of affiliated sects that they lost if they want to get back to their former glory when they had hundreds of them. Soon, some of their second-class disciples would part ways, with some staying on Mount Hua and others rising to establish martial arts academies. When the new affiliated groups open, people won't trust the main sect if they ignore the issues facing their existing affiliated organizations. But the way they want to resolve the problem is the problem. Hyun-jong asked, with sweat dripping down his face, if So-hing really wanted to bring Chung Myung back with him. So-hing replied that it was his father's earnest request. He explained that his father wanted him to bring back Chung Myung, the Mount Hua divine dragon that defeated everyone at the conference 2 years ago. Hyun-jong then thought with a troubled face that So-hing was not wrong. But the rumors were not accurate, making him wonder who spread them. Hyun-jong then asked So-hing to wait outside for a while to discuss what they should do about their situation, and So-hing obeyed. As soon as So-hing was out of the picture, Hyun-jong immediately opened his mouth, saying that they should send their disciple and let them bite those who dared do something to the Hua Shadow sect. Hyun-jong could only refute in his mind that their disciples weren't dogs, so no one was going to bite anyone. He was too exhausted to retort because if he did, it would only take a long time. After that, Hyun-sang shared his opinion by saying that they should not take this lightly because the Wudang sect is an opponent that the Mount Hua sect could not take on easily yet. He explained that even though this was just between affiliated groups, it was one of the triggers that caused wars between two sects in the past. Then Unum spoke up and shared his thoughts, suggesting that they take into account two factors. First, no matter what plans or intents the Mount Hua sect may have, if they send their students to face the Wudang sect, the world would believe the sect has returned. Therefore, the question is whether this is the correct moment for the sect to start operations outside the world. The second question would be whether their disciples could defeat the Wudang sect's disciples. With regard to that problem, Hyun-sang thought that it would be more accurate if they put it like this: is it okay for them to release Chung Myung? Because of that, another silence was created inside the room, and the sect leader could only face-palm himself at the thought, so he asked Ungum for his opinion on what he thought was the right thing to do. Yes, aside from all of them, Ungum was the only one who was calm, so he answered as if it were obvious. He asked them what they should consider and just told them to let Chung Myung go. He explained that Chung Myung would eventually step outside in Jonghu one day, so it was only pointless if they delayed it. Ungum then said as if he had given up but was still happy that if there was a chance that they could keep him inside Mount Hua and let him focus on being a Taoist, then naturally he would be opposed, but as they all know, that was impossible, which is why Ungum said that they should send him away and let him experience the harsh realities of the world. Hyun-jong then mumbled that he could see that Ungum wanted to let Chung Myung suffer first. Hyun-jong found Ungum's answer wise for the question he pointlessly asked. After that, he asked Unum what Chung Myung was doing right now. Unum answered that Chung Myung is in isolated training right now but will be back soon. He then ordered him to call Yoon-jong there. Yoon-jong, who got there, was faced with the shocking news that Chung Myung would be sent far away after Chung Myung completed his isolated training. Yoon-jong was so shocked that he almost raised his voice towards them but quickly covered his mouth to stop it. Hyun-jong then explained that their guest from the Hua Shadow sect would be Chung Myung's guide and would be traveling together for quite some time, so he asked him to introduce them to each other. Yoon-jong could only obey unenthusiastically. As they walked together to go to where Chung Myung was, So-hing looked at Yoon-jong and thought that although he did not look that old, the vibes he was getting from him were different from himself. It was as if Yoon-jong had a huge quiet wave inside of him, making So-hing wonder if it was because Yoon-jong was from the main sect. A few minutes later, they were getting close to where the isolation training was, and Yoon-jong told So-hing to ask him anything because he was free to do so. But So-hing's question caught him off guard. Just hearing Chung Myung's name from the question made his skin crawl. So-hing asked what kind of person Chung Myung was because he was curious. He explained that some say that Chung Myung was a swordsman whose vibes are like blades, and some others say that he was a broad-minded noble warrior. For a moment, Yunjong forgot that he was talking with someone he did not know and was about to refute that ridiculous statement about Chung Mayang, but quickly retracted his words and asked more politely if that was really what they were saying about Chung Mayang, making So-hing wonder if he misheard something. But Yunjong just gave up explaining and told So-hing that it would be faster for him to see Chung Mayang for himself than for Yunjong to tell him about him. After that, So-hing's mouth agape, looking at the infrastructure in front of him. Yunjong explained that this was the Plum Blossom Cavern, where people train in peace to gain enlightenment, which made So-hing ask in excitement if Chung Mayang was really staying there to gain enlightenment. Although Yunjong could not answer, he replied in his mind sourly that it was something like that. After that, Yunjong walked towards the huge boulder and said that he was going to call Chung Mayang now. But he was really scared, so he called him in the most quiet voice possible, which confused So-hing. Yunjong laughed and said that he could guess that Chung Mayang was too focused on his training that he couldn't hear them, and So-hing could not say out loud his thoughts. He thought that it did not sound like a proper call to him. Yunjong then started guiding So-hing to go back again, saying that it seemed that Chung Mayang was too immersed in his training so it would be difficult to meet him today. But as soon as he said that, the huge boulder behind them shattered with a loud bang. So-hing looked back and could see the debris of rocks and the smoke of dust all over the place. And behind those smoke screens, he could see a person's shadow. So-hing instantly wonders if Chung Mayang was that man, the person who defeated 10 second-class disciples of the Southern Edge sect, including Jumryong, the Mount Hua divine dragon. However, it completely vanished as soon as he heard Chung Mayang's mouth cursing like there was no tomorrow while complaining that he almost died eating a ton of grain balls and that it was the reason that he did not want to go to isolated training. Seeing that attitude, So-hing wanted to deny reality by thinking that the Chung Mayang in front of him was not the Chung Mayang that he imagined in his mind. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you loved this manhwa. Have a good day.